I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nests in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that did that. I grace, I pay the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. And
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another ESL One event. This time it's ESL One Raleigh. We kick things off here with a 3-day group stage. I am Seeking Strike, and joining us, of course, as always, is Winter. Winter, how are we doing today, man?
Very good. Apart from the fact that it's the middle of the night right now, we are not on our beds, but we are here bringing you all the best Dota coverage.
Indeed. Yeah, and the last EPT LAN of this season, isn't that right, Winter? With ESL One Bangkok having taken place over in last year in December, right? Not too far from us now, Winter, in the grand scheme of things. What was your experience at that ESL One LAN, and how have your expectations of some of our teams performed or changed since that event?
Yeah, it was definitely a very interesting event in Bangkok. All the teams coming up with their new rosters. You are, as a spectator, you are excited to see which rosters work, which rosters the ones that you think that is going to do really well. So you are following the teams and blah, blah, blah. Then 1 week later, oh, damn, my favorite player is gone. Things happen so quickly, just after one LAN.
That's
Yeah,
right.
but it's
Yeah,
always
I mean,
nice. It's always nice, after TI, you always get to follow the new teams coming out. Everyone is just talking, making new stacks and whatnot, and then the orgs are taking that in when they see, oh, this looks like a promising stack,
Yeah, it's an exciting time, right? The post TI shuffle, and maybe something the players dread that the managers start salivating over is they can start, pulling the strings and assembling their teams. But we're not quite at that stage of the year yet. We are still trying to earn ourselves some EPT points and get qualified, of course, for that capstone event of the year, the Esports World Cup. I think at this moment, it's really only Team Spirit are basically qualified. I think no one is quite locked in yet, but of course, like I said, Winter, this is the second to last opportunity now to collect points. The last one will be at Dream League Season 26, taking place, I believe, in about a month from
a month
this
and a half.
event. Yeah, so overall, really exciting things. Winter, like I said, we have 2 groups of 6. We will be playing out our group stage over the course of 3 days, so we are doing every single game as a BO2 series here, folks. And of course, the top 2 teams of each group move to the upper bracket. The middle 2 teams go to the lower bracket, and the bottom 2 teams are eliminated. Winter, we start over in Group A here for us. Let's just take a look quickly. I want to hear your thoughts on Group A. We have Nigma Galaxy, Parivision, Shopify Rebellion, Talon Esports, Team Liquid, and Team Spirit. What are your general thoughts about this group? Do you think anyone's going to overperform expectations? Do you think some teams are lagging behind from their Dream League Season 25 performance? Where are you at right now with some of these teams?
Well, I think the top dogs are going to be probably the same. You're going to have Parivision, Team Spirit. Liquid has been shaky. They won a tournament, but then after that, they kind of didn't do well last week. And now they're here with a stand-in. So I think they'll probably be in the middle of the pack, or maybe closer to the bottom side. So Parivision, Team Spirit. And yeah, I think Talent and Enigma is probably the middle ones with Liquid,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm
Whereas
wondering.
for
Go ahead.
Group B, I guess the strong favorites would be, Falcons, Backbone Team, Tundra. Yeah, I think these 3 teams with Tightbound, I think having a lot of potential. They did well last event, so
bit of a wild card
them,
team right now.
Yeah, I expect them to actually do well. They could do some good surprises here, in this event. I wouldn't be like totally surprised if they actually, somehow manage some upsets here and there. I think they're a strong team. Have a good they have a good coach right now. They have a team of good players that already played together for quite some time before. So I think they have what it takes.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how these guys do as well. I wanted to look back at Group A in particular, Winter, our two teams that we will be having on this stream. If you are looking for the Team Liquid versus Talent Esports game, you're in the right place. Winter and I will be covering that here. Group A is playing all of their matches now, so that means Nigma Galaxy and Shopify Rebellion, I believe, are on the B stream. You can check that out. It's the Ember stream with Gareth and Waga, and that means over on the main stream you have Parivision versus Team Spirit, which will be kicking off very shortly, folks. But Winter, for us, like you mentioned, Team Liquid, they're coming into this with a roster substitute. One of two teams in the tournament, by the way, with a substitute, if I'm not mistaken. But they are not here with Nisha. Instead, Bryle is standing in. And Bryle's had kind of a quiet 2024, hasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't played on any team for a year. I think he last played in 2023. So, I mean, he's been playing pubs and whatnot. So he's still, I would say, in shape. You need to be in shape, but at least, play your pubs, every day just to make sure that you can have a chance to be called up, So, yeah, there's that.
Yep, indeed. And for Talon, their opponents, of course, they just flew in after qualifying to Dream League 2 Season 26. But Winter, without further ado, I know we're very excited to get our first match underway. And our draft is ready, folks. Let's go ahead and pull that up and see how we are so far. Winter, one of my favorite changes, alongside the patch, of course, 738, was the fact that we no longer have access to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, right? So I suspect we're in for some slight surprises as far as what teams will be bringing for us here at LAN.
And even in the pubs, I think I see a lot more interesting heroes, interesting builds. People are more willing to try things out because of the lack of a direction, I would say, because you don't really get to see the whole picture. So people are more willing to try things out or just more open to try things out. Whereas for Talent, I would like to go back, to them. You mentioned they just qualified for Dream League 26, season 26. So they just flew in. So I would imagine it would be really, really tough for them, schedule wise. It's very packed, they don't really have a lot of time to chill and relax, So we're gonna see if they're able to rest enough, on their. I presume they'll need already a day there, or maybe 1.5 days.
Yeah,
They
maybe,
must
because
have not spent any more time than that, in Raleigh so far.
They finished their match Thursday afternoon, basically Thursday night SEA local time, and I can tell you from experience, it's about 25 hours traveling time just to get to Raleigh once you get on the plane. So yeah, they've been traveling. We'll see how they can adjust.
Yeah, you can see it on the IBAX,
right.
Some of the players.
Yeah, I bet they sure wish they could just recall in, right?
Yeah, I mean, talking about recall, keeper of the light, the hero of the tournament, I would say, for the close qualifiers in SEA. This hero is a new hero. I mean, maybe not new, but up and rising hero right now in terms of Pro Dota, in terms of high level games. I think this hero has a lot of potential because he's so strong in the mid late game because of the recall facet. I think that facet is absolutely broken right now. At least for me, I feel like it's just too strong. Being able to constantly spam those chakra out. And yeah, I mean, he is just a very, very strong hero. You don't lose many team fights, with this hero if you have the right combinations. And there are so many combinations with the hero.
I would say that's
Bristol, PA
even.
All yeah.
That's kind of the caveat, though, I would say, Winter. You're completely right. I think if you can pull off a draft with this hero, it really works, but he does have some pretty big downsides, and one of them is certainly his lane. I think solving his laning stage can be rather difficult for Darth Boxy here. We'll see if he's going to end up taking this hero for a whirl, but I'm excited to see how they are going to look to solve it, right? Because this hero's lane can be atrocious. He can really fall apart early on.
Is it more of like an Insania hero though? That's the thing I have in my mind right now. Is it a Boxy hero or is it more of an Insania hero? But personally, I feel like
Boxy's more of like a Hoodwink Muerta kind of a guy.
Yeah, but personally, I feel like he's better at 4 because you want to be stacking and getting your levels and maybe stealing the enemy stacks. On the position of fighting, it's a little bit harder to do that in most cases. So probably we're gonna see it on the 4 more or less, but the Wind Ranger has been a very popular foe right now with the shot, the Gale Force, and with the new facet
The
as well,
kill
the kill
shots.
shot. I think this hero is just absolutely a total opposite of Keeper of Light in the laning phase. He's very strong. She's very strong in the lane. Keeper is not so strong in the lane. But at the same time, in the mid game with her Gale Force with the shot, she's also very, very good in the team fights. Being able to reposition the enemy back towards your team, or try to create some sort of like a separation, between your teammate and the enemy.
Yeah, I agree. Like some AoE control kind of set up in an area.
One big difference between these two heroes as a four is like, because when you mention about Kotal, you need certain partners, right? Wind Ranger doesn't really need a partner. So I think in terms of the draft, right, she kind of opens up a lot more picks for your whole strategy. Instead of like Kotal, you need to, we have Kotal now, so we kind of have to pick certain things around the Kotal, right? It's not like we can just do whatever we want.
Really quick, Winter, I want to pivot and take a look at our first two phases of bans, now that they're completed. Any big surprises for you in what we've seen so far in the bans? They look pretty similar to what we saw for the Dream League Season 26
Not really.
falls.
I think pretty standard. So Liquid, they were first pick. Yeah, Beast Monster, Monkey, those are very, very common bans.
I just wanted to take note.
Keeper of the Light. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to take note of where we start this series as well as the group stage, right? Now that we have access to less data, kind of seeing where we stand, seeing where we start, and then we'll go from here for the rest of the tournament, right?
Yeah, after picking Kotal, they decide to remove Silencer, Jakiro. I think it's very, very obvious, right? Because Kotal, like you said, he's a very weak position 4. So you need to ban out the position 5s that can bully you. And you look at Silencer and Jakiro, they're absolutely going to bully the Kotal, especially with the Twin Terror facet. I think people have been shying away from the Icebreaker right now. They're going for the Twin Terror, which is much better in the lane here. And whereas for talent, they've removed Storm Spirit because Chakra Magic and Storm Spirit, another deadly combo. And they've picked up the Bounty, which is, I think, a hero that's very, very good against the Kotal, because you can find him when he's hiding in the trees and always scout him. I think one of the things that Kotal likes to bring to the table, we recall, is he secretly drags people to a gank, right? But with Bounty Hunter, you can kind of find out the information. Where is he hiding? Where is he attempting a gank? So Bounty Hunter kind of works very well into the Kotal, especially the track, right? Once you track him, then you're done, right? You see him, where he is, what he's doing. And now we see the Tiny and the Clockwork. Tiny is pretty common still with the Kotal, but Clockwork is a hero that's quite I think he's quite on the dead side, like he's not really been picked much, He's a very good counter towards the Bounty. He's very good at hunting the Bounty. You can kill him alone if you catch him in the right position. And decent into the Wind Ranger as well, because nowadays you don't really want to buy 4 stuff on Wind Ranger. Everybody's about getting the ATOS, so overall he seems like he could do a lot, and he could provide some protection for the Kotal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? You need to make sure that at least you have some good early skirmisher to fight in your 3 versus 3. Again, Kotal's good. He brings damage. The recalls can be strong. But if enemies already have a few picks, if they have some vision, and your other support is something also quite weak early, you're setting yourself up for a very difficult laning stage, given like a Windrunner and a Gondar already showing, as Talon will now go with 17th.
Also gone for the Tide, which is, I think they are presumably thinking that the Tiny is going to be carried. Tide is pretty good into Tiny in the lane because of Anchor Smash. A lot of physical damage being taken away from the Anchor Smash. So right now, Liquid might be considering, is that a issue that we need to address? We need to move the Tiny away. And Talent also, another really smart pick, here, taking away the combos from the Kotal, so removing the Ember Spirit, probably one of the best ones that you can have with the Keeper of the Light. And if you look at the supports, Clock and Kotal, how are you going to catch an Ember Spirit flying around? You can't really do much.
Yeah, that's very true. I think it's going to be tough. It's got to be some kind of blink initiation into almost perfect CC. Liquid, I think they could look for a little bit more reliable lockdown. The Storm is gone. There is a Puck in the pool, unless they want to run the Tiny mid.
Puck can be okay, I guess, decent. But then the thing is, Ember doesn't really lose to Puck in the lane. I think Puck is good into Ember in the game, but Ember is okay in the lane. I think you can kind of also win the lane a little bit with the slide spam, because Puck doesn't really have a lot of armor. So they go for the Ursa, which is the lane counter to Tide. So they have decided to move the Tiny mid instead of putting him off safe lane into the offlane tide, which I think it's a pretty good thought process. They're trying to prioritize their lanes. I always think that Liquid tend to put a lot of emphasis on their lane matchups, and we're seeing that here. Clock Ursa into the tide plus Wind Ranger. Once you catch them in the power cogs and the Ursa jumps in, you're gonna die.
I wonder what offlaner we're going to be looking at then for Liquid.
What do they need? They need a Saberlight hero that builds aura for them.
Some
Do they need
some
an aura
Dawnbreaker hero maybe.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker with Koto sounds nice with the lane.
Yeah,
Because
that's what I'm thinking
you
about, too.
are picking into a blind matchup, so you don't know your lane. So I'm thinking Dawn, Doom type of hero. But Doom might be too greedy with their whole setup. I mean, there's also his favorite Primal, but not very good with, I guess, the Koto in the lane, because they're both very weak at level 1 and level 2.
Sure.
Yeah, Mars is actually a good, it's a
Yeah.
good ban. Mars Koto kind of solves the problem for the lane. I think it has to be some melee hero for sure. Like some, let's just Centaur. But Centaur with Koto doesn't really, you don't really have like some Imba spell that you can chakra and win the lane with you. I mean, there's still
Yeah, you're
Bristol
right.
back.
There
That's
is,
quite-
yeah. I was looking at a Bristle off and be like the Snot Rocket Bristleback here.
Yeah.
Might be an
I
option.
mean, you don't really know your matchup though, so you have to really be careful here. Are the heroes that Bristol is weak against are they all
That's
banned
true.
out yet? So you
Yeah.
have to consider that,
No, that's very true. Especially like we've already addressed this Coddle. He is kind of a weak laner. I mean, he's good at making stacks, right? So that's his one backup mechanism. But if it comes to a really difficult lane, you just can't really rely too much on the Coddle. That's what we've seen anyway, right? Maybe like with some kind of blinding light build that might change, but the prevailing build has been a lot more an Illuminate at this moment. So Liquid, what will they draft here for them? I'm this is kind of a weird pick, Winter, but I'm starting to see slightly more Kunkka. I know Parker played some tournament as a carry Kunkka,
Carry Kunkka.
right? I don't want to see that, but like, what do you think about an
Chakra
offlane
reducing
Kunkka?
the cooldown of Tidebringer. That was a
Right?
thing before.
You have great catch into the Ember.
but
You have
I don't
X.
know. Offlane,
not-
I'm not sure.
Not convinced. Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of carry Kunkas, at least in my pubs this couple of days, yesterday and today and the day before. So, I mean, I've seen it in games where our offlane is Enigma, so people pick Kunka carry to counter. There used to be a thing, so it's still a thing now. But other than that, if you're talking about Saberlight heroes, there's still like Night Stalker, Primal, but those heroes are not very good with the Keeper of the Light. Yeah, I mean, he likes all these like super brawly melee heroes, so maybe Centaur, but you have to be careful with the lane, right? Because they already banned Gyro, so actually maybe it's a Centaur. Because they want to
Could
protect
it be an
him in the
Enigma?
lane. No,
For the
not
same
Enigma.
reason?
I think
No?
Counter Enigma is a bit... Maybe they'll do Clockwork Enigma if they want Enigma, but Counter with Enigma, assuming Counter is the 4. Then...
Okay, it's going to be the Night Stalker, as you said, likely as a position 3 here for Liquid.
Yeah, but I feel like the synergy is not really there in the lane. Because in the lane, you're both terrible. You're both like... Actually, no, because Night Stalker with the Night Range, you can kind of survive the... Yeah, actually, no. Night Stalker, you start with Night, then you kind of compensate for the fact that the Koto is big at level 1.
Sure.
And then in the team fights, the Chakra is nice with the Void. You can hit using your Void.
Oh, Talon, very quick on the draw. It's going to be the
Wow,
Wraith
okay.
King. I think
Wraith
this
King
hero
right
is going to
away.
be up and coming.
Yeah, I have run into a couple of Wraith Kings recently. It has a very high win rate. If you look at the games below 8,500 MMR, even then, you see Wraith King having a pretty good win rate there. It has a pretty good buff recently to the Facet Bone Guard, so assuming Nasumi is going to go for Bone Guard, I see he's choosing Bone Guard right now, so you get to farm a lot more now because the skeletons last longer.
Yeah, there's almost no
And-
downtime at max level.
Yeah,
I believe there is no downtime, actually.
if you combine that with the talent, right, I think you must... Let me check. It must be with the facet plus the talent to have no downtime or something. I'm not exactly sure what the exact downtime was. Let me check. Talent. Oh no, it's actually already full.
Yeah, I think it's like
uptime with the
42,
facet.
42 cooldown and then 46 second
you're right,
duration
you're
on
right.
Bone Guard, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, so that looks really good. Core to core wise, Winter, just to kind of maybe focus a little bit on that. You're looking at a hard to carry Wraith King into an Ursa Warrior with the Bear Down Facet. Any thoughts there on this core-to-core matchup as far as timings, when their teams are going to be looking to fight?
The later you go, it's gonna be better for Wraith King because Wraith King gets to kite Ursa later. Once you get your eggs and everything else, Ursa wants to go in and blow someone right away. So Wraith King kind of doesn't care about that, right? Because he has 2 lives or 3 lives, whatever you want to call it, late game. So the longer the game goes, the better it is for Wraith King. Ursa kind of wants to have more control in terms of the Tormentor, the Roshan, because he can kill those very very easily. Unlike the Wraith King, and then take control of the game. So he's playing a faster paced game, whereas the Wraith King is on a slower clock. So I think overall, Liquid wants to play, as usual, Liquid style, very fast. Kotal, Night Stalker, Ursa with the tiny, so you abuse the chakra, play very fast game. Talon wants to take it slow. SCA Dota, people want to farm, people want to take things more chill. So Wraith King,
Right.
Farm your Radiance, go late game.
Right. And also we'll see how things get going here as we are on our way with game number 1, folks. ESL One Raleigh, the group stage, kicking off with Group A, Talon taking on Team Liquid. Liquid, of course, with a stand-in, Nisha unable to join the team. And so instead we have Bryle standing in on this game for him. It'll be him on the mid lane, Tiny.
Yeah,
Talon
Tiny
playing
into Mikoto's Ember Spirit. I think this lane should be anyone's lane. It'd be like I don't know if you're gonna see a kill, but probably just trading farm, getting runes and etc. And right now, Talon's trying to be sneaky with this bounty. A position 5 bounty under something you don't see that often, but it's pretty good against Keeper of Light in the lane and in the game itself.
That physical damage, getting on top of him with the slows and
it's going to
the little mini
steal a rune
stuns.
here, it seems. Let's see.
I think he's got the cooldown for it. I reckon he might be okay.
3 runes.
Oh, actually,
Talon.
they're going to go fight in here a little bit. Insania is going to get out of harm's way. No gush leveled. And so runes will just go 2 apiece then. Nothing too brawl heavy here early.
2 runes apiece. So looking at the lane matchup, so top lane, it's the tie, and bot lane we have the Night Stalker against this Bounty Hunter plus Wraith King lane, double melee. So actually maybe the Night Stalker will be coming out on top here in this lane. Even though the Bounty, he's going to be annoying to the Kotal here, as you can see. He's going to be like just finding him so he doesn't charge the Illuminate. I think in this sort of lanes, do you actually consider getting the blind? Although he's already committed with the Illuminate. So
yeah, there's that. This is what you see mostly. I am wondering though,
matchup specific. I was thinking because the bounty is gonna annoy you so much, then you might be considering getting the blinding light. I don't play this hero a lot.
Too good early though.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's a very big damage nuke. Almost 200 damage at level 1. Helps you secure the range creep and pushes the lane. And in most cases, as a keeper of light, your primary concern is to get levels, right? So you want to do that. And
definitely.
As you can
I
see
think
right now,
what I'm most interested about in the bottom lane is seeing how Boxy deals with the pulls, because I think he's going to struggle basically to stop the bounty from pulling or skipping. We'll see how things go.
As long as he gets some steals, he's going to try to steal some of the kills.
That's the strat we've seen mostly, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you can see, pretty early pull from Cuckoo. He's going to stack a wave under Natsumi's tower. Who is a Wraith King? He shouldn't struggle with these CS.
Yeah, he's not a Morphling. I hear like Morphling or Drow Ranger will have a harder time. Wraith King, you'll be fine. Yeah, you don't really have too much trouble, I mean, you have life steal to work with, so as your innate, so you don't really worry about that too much.
That's very true. That's very true. Mid lane's looking pretty even so far as well. Koto is 9-1 to the 7-3 right now of Bryle.
It's the boring lane, as we all say.
I think so. Crash landing facet, right? Generally what you see on these mid-tinies.
It's back. Crash landing. Surprised they buff it so quickly, after all the nerfs. And now it's back.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Dota's funny like that. It's straight away back. And how about top lane, Wind? So this is our Windrunner. We talked about this hero just basically securing a lot of lanes on her own strengths. Careful here, Insania. The US
you
trying
have
to find him with a gush.
The best level 1 spell, yeah, power shot.
Playing very well around those trees, though, Insania, making life a little bit difficult for WS.
Yeah, they're trying to contest the Lotus, 15 seconds. But it seems like the wave is going to push, so Mike and Insania, they're going to be able to secure that. Yeah, so
they're going to fight bottom, though, for the rune, or for the Lotus, sorry.
Boxy is charging into Illuminate, gonna land a big one.
That's a nice one.
Very nice.
Yeah, Cuckoo will stand in and interrupt at least, but I believe Saberlight
gonna
ought
be
to be able to
annoying.
secure this. Yeah, Cuckoo's not going to be able to stop it. Good effort, though.
Yeah, it was good, you know. The bounty just trying his best. He knows he can't get it, but he's just trying to annoy them and waste their time so Wraith King can get more last hits in the lane.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, it's a good plan. It's a very good plan.
Oh,
I mean, so far the Wraith King is actually doing really well, you know. 17 and 1 last hits to 13 and 3 Night Stalker. I think they are doing A-okay, you know, double melee against this Koto Night Stalker.
yeah, definitely. I do really like Saber's item build, though. He's going to go straight into that Vanguard early. I think this item.
Yeah, you need the Vanguard against the skeletons. I think you have
Definitely.
to buy it. If not, you can't stay in the lane. Unless you're tight. Where then
Unless
you
you're
don't
tied. And even then, tied, he has his bad lanes, like against Mickey here, who is stacking up these Fury Swipes, starting to really harass him under the tower.
Yeah, this is not an easy lane once you get level 2. Actually, he has 1-1 now instead of 2 points in Fury Swipes, but still the lane is already starting to get tough, but at least, you know, nowadays you get 1 point in Gush. It's not too bad, you know, you can get your boots quickly, gush him and run away. And you have Wind Ranger, you know, so you can fight back easily in the lane. You gush power shot, you know, it's a lot of damage.
So Boxy, by the way, apologies chat. We this is 2 support players casting, and we're obsessed with this Kato build. He did go for a 1-1-1 at level 3. I think this is the correct move to make almost always, in almost any lane. I think having the blinding light is just so valuable.
Yeah, some lanes you can be greedy, 2-0-1. But this lane,
Sure.
the blinding light against the bounty, against the skeletons, always very, very nice to have. So yeah, definitely not passing it up. You know, Foxy says he wants to have it in this lane, and the night is going to come to a close soon.
That's
So
true. Yeah.
it's always important to see what does the enemy team do. You know, the team playing is Night Stalker. Once the night ends, what can you get accomplished? You know, after that, because the Night Stalker is very, very frail during those couple of minutes, and you have to take full advantage of it before he reaches level 6.
They've done very well, though. I mean, Saberlight with 9 denies. He's so far having a small CS lead in this lane. So at least he should be well on his way to a level 6 and has farmed up his full Vanguard. So he is coming along, I would say, pretty swimmingly here. It's going to be a test for him, right, these next few minutes, as we say.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be keeping tabs on rotations, right? Whether the position for the talent side rotates to gank him or the Ember Spirit rotates to gank him, you know. So this is going to be a good time to put wards down, you know. You need to scout out the runes, you need to scout out the rotations, unless he TPs pull in to gank you, know, that you cannot really see, but you have to anticipate. And you know what they say, Dota is a lot about anticipation, right? Things you can see is always limited, so you need to anticipate your enemy's moves.
Here we go,
6
6 minute
minutes.
fight.
Let's
for
go,
the
rune fight.
runes. Spawns bottom. It's going to be only an illusion rune that Makoto snags, but he does find Boxy down here. Cuckoo,
Oh,
he's
it's
been
first
following
blood.
him, snipes the
This is
courier
huge.
that had the brown boots, and it's going to be first blood for Makoto, who's starting to
Yep.
really put on the hurt, by the way, on Brile, just whittling him down with the sleight of fist, Winter.
Yeah, this is what Ember Spirit does to you, you know, in the lane.
It's his bread and
Very,
butter.
very annoying. And that first blood's gonna put him ahead quite nicely in terms of the network. He's top of the network right now, 3.1k. Not really, you know, ready to move yet. Still is gonna stay in the lane for a bit more, but he does not have TP cooldown. He's actually going to make a play onto Brawl. Nice Avalanche, trying to buy some time. He has a Firefighter and a stick. Should be okay.
Yeah, especially underneath the tower. There's just going to be too much armor there, right?
Yeah, but this is
Even
actually a
if-
very, very nice time for him to pressure because he already used his TP scroll just now. So he doesn't
Right.
have a TP to respond to the side lane. So he at least does the next best thing is to push the enemy mid laner back so he can't move in that couple of 20 seconds, you know, to
Okay.
actually pressure your other lanes.
He might get punished here. Saberlight's going to give chase as Cuckoo, the attempted
get
thief,
the
trying to steal
root?
that wisdom shrine.
Oh, they stole the rune? Oh, no, they didn't get the
No,
rune.
no, he's still got it. Cuckoo's juking him pretty nicely, though. He's really putting these infused raindrops to use as he's going to force another
Forces
sentry.
That's nice.
Foxy, he's got another blinding light here, pushing him back into the waiting
Oh, that was
arms
very
of
good.
the void.
Push back.
It's a kill there.
Pushing him back into the AoE of the sentry, and then they finally get the kill. It was a long chase, but well worth it. You know, every time you kill a bounty, you kill a Nyx, you kill a Riki, you feel happy. You know, get that
Do you
pesky
think-
insect out of the game.
Do you think this Ember Tiny matchup is way better for Ember now, like because of the 738B nerfs to the grow armor? Is this like well, hold on, actually.
I
we
mean,
might be
it's still. I think it's still fairly okay. Even after
Far in
the
here.
for the timing. I think
Bird
timing
spawns
is
top.
still-
It's a shield rune. Insania finds himself shackled to the tree. Blood grenade as they've already broken down his cogs. Trying to at
He
least
has a
live a bit
stick.
longer with the battery assault. He's got the stick charges and he will live. Jokum, he's got power shot, kill shot even here in just
Oh,
a
he
second.
missed.
He aims, he fires, but it's not enough damage.
He missed the slide actually because of the blinding light. That was very important. Okay, I actually think it would have been very, very close, if the slide landed there to getting the kill. Now he's gonna scout a stack. That's what Bounty Hunter does. Now the Ember is here to try and steal it, but it's out of corrosion. Not the biggest stack, I guess. Just steal some creeps. Just be annoying. The main thing you want to see is your, if you're talent, your Wraith King farming,
Yeah.
If he's farming, he's getting to the Radiance, you are happy.
He's looking fairly comfortable now. Saberlight also comfortable in this lane. He's able to fend off the skeletons, defend his tower now that he's got the full Vanguard and the Phase Boots completed. He also has the Dark Ascension, should he want to rotate around. And man, Cuckoo has just been attached to Boxy like a dung beetle to a turd, huh? He has really not stopped
I thought
following
it's
him
actually just
around.
going to be specifically for the lane, yeah? I didn't realize, even in the game, he's just following him all the time.
Well, it's looked pretty good as he snipes the courier. And we'll kind of put that movement in its, stop it in its tracks mostly. But so far, I mean, I would say Winter fairly even out of the laning stage. Everyone maybe just farming their way towards their first item as Cuckoo trying to hide behind a tree here. Dark Ascension is used. Saberlight coming from the Roche pit now as he does have eyes on Cuckoo. Shadow Walk available in 7 more seconds, and the Blinding Light guarantees he never sees the light of day.
I think you take it if you're Goku, Dark Ascension for a support, position 5. You
Yeah.
take it, and Mikoto gets the rune. Lucky. Top rune,
That's all 3
Invis
runes
rune.
for him, hasn't it been? He's got, what, Illusion, Shield, and now Invis.
Yep.
So the spicy
rune.
runes are left.
The rune lords love him, They are blessing him with every single rune so far. Yeah, I mean, talking about the game being slow, you were mentioning like Talon just happy about waiting the Radiance. Same goes for Liquid, waiting for the Battle Fury. But once you get those critical timings, especially whenever you have cooldown, you're ready on your Dark Ascension, you need to be aggressive, for Liquid. Because we already mentioned earlier that their draft is a lot faster paced. They do not want to take this late. So every time there's an objective, there's Roshan, whenever you have Dark Ascension, you want to get something, along those lines, or get a tower,
Right.
get a key kill.
I have to say, though, Winter, it seems like remarkably, lanes have not broken down that much for 11 minutes into the game.
Not
Still
really though. Both sides, they don't really have like very, very aggressive supports to rotate early on. They're very, I would say that supports that need levels, especially like if you compare Kotal and Wind
Yeah.
Ranger, they don't really want to rotate as much on the position 4. Both want to just stack creeps, get your levels, get your items,
Right.
be a little bit more
Keep the
greedy.
lanes pushed out, get some
Yeah.
gold XP.
Kuku
Goes
is the
top
one
again,
that
doing-
wants to, get his hands dirty, but unfortunately his teammates are just like, wait, give me a second, I need to get my levels,
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, Bryle's still just about halfway towards his Blink Dagger. We seem to be brewing up for a fight down bottom, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Everything else is just a bit farther away, like this Radiance for the Wraith King, the Battle Fear for the Ursa, Saberlight. They're going to go in on him now down bottom. Cuckoo, yep, setting up for this one as Jokum hits him with that power shot, and the Shackles guarantees the kill. Almost losing the life there on Natsume, but he had the wand charges. He's going to be A-okay. Looks like we might start to farm these stacks now. Rune spawns top yet again. It's the haste rune as Makoto decides to make his way on in. That's the kill shot on Boxy. WS grabs that haste, dives under the tower here. Doesn't actually have the Ravage. Now finally
He
gets
has
the level
Ravage
in it.
now.
Bryle, alive for now, is Insania. He'll rotate on through and set up the cogs to provide some sort of makeshift defense. That's going to allow Bryle to walk away healthy. But a scary moment for him there.
Yeah, could have been way, way worse there for Liquid if Brow got killed. I think maybe if WS wasn't really, too concerned about wasting the Ravage, if he just tried to use it earlier, maybe they would have had enough to get the kill. But right now, as it stands, he just walks back to the lane after the haste rune. So at least he tried, to help his team. I think that's a very, very good thing that he attempted, instead of just staying in his lane to hit creeps, you know. It's always important whenever you see there's something important that might happen around the map, especially around the mid lane, you know, mid tower, tier 1 tower. You be there, you know, to help your team.
Anticipation. And I have to say, Winter, it's pretty remarkably fairly low XP for all the supports here. Insania finally has hit level 6, but we still don't actually have track online for Cuckoo. This, as he leads his team in a smoke down bottom.
He
it
didn't
seems
kill
like
enough careers, you know.
That's true. They're going to go for Saberlight, though. Insania, he is chasing the smoke, but he's going to be a bit too far back.
He's pretty
to break
tanky,
it.
though.
Yeah, he's got a Vanguard. He's actually going to go for the full Crimson, by the way.
Huh. Full Crimson right away. Crimson Rush here, just against the Wraith King. I think it's pretty good here. Good against the Ember, good against the Wind Ranger with with the Focus Fire as well.
very
So blocks a lot of the damage.
Speaking of the Ember, and he's found Insania. Power cog set up very nicely there as a third, even fourth
nice
cog
bounce.
pushback burns all the mana from Makoto. Not enough, though. He still had the bottle charges, and that
Yeah,
last plate of his
so
puts
much
him in the
damage
dirt.
with
However,
that
there was a
last
recall down bottom. They bring Brylan, surprisingly. They catch Natsumi. That's his first life on the Reincarnation. We have a Dark Ascension. Should we want to go for it now, as the Shackle Shot does not find a creep or a tree. Cuckoo
Nope,
showing off
does
his
a track
fresh
now.
level 6.
Yeah, tracks up
there.
the Night Stalker, so keeps him in check right now. So they probably have to spend the next 2 minutes playing it a little bit slower on Talon side since the Wraith King ultimate is down. Actually 3 minutes, you know, it's a very long cooldown. Very, very long.
Yeah.
But the Ember's very strong. He gets another rune. Insania hooks in.
Wow. Yeah, they're going in mid lane. Trying to fight here for the runes. Keep this tower alive a bit longer.
Regretting his decision a little now.
Yeah, just a bit. Continuing to harass him. Bryle, though, coming up from the high ground, looking for a toss back, but slowed by the power shot. They're going to turn for him now. Toss in place. Shackles. They still have the Syrian chains as well, but a very nice blinding light does buy him a bit more time. Bryle going back on in, wants this toss, does find it. Mickey starting to pump in the damage, and they have a kill. Il Saberlight getting in there with that crippling Fear Silence. They find both of them as Liquid. They'll dive the tower, looking for more now. Saberlight leading the charge. Mickey ready to go again with another Earth Shock to set up for his own double kill. Very nice sequence of events there for Liquid.
Yeah, that was very nice. They brought the numbers there because Talon fought a little too close to the sun, which is the tier 1 tower for Liquid. So easy TP in from Ursa, you know, to back up.
And that
I was
wasn't
actually
even
quite
like the
surprised
recall.
they didn't try to bring the Tide, you know. Tide had Ravage, you know.
Yeah, he's got a,
I mean, it was a pretty
full
important
Vlads
fight.
now. They might still try and fight this here, by the way. There is still a Decrypt Dark Ascension. They will use it now. Check out this full Crimson Guard that Saberlight's spotting too, by the way.
Oh, top
He
lane.
will-
Natsumi
It's
in
just
trouble.
top
He has no
lane.
ultimate.
He does not. WS ready to go. He's TP top. He still has this Ravage ready to go, but can't really use it now on Mickey. That's going to be the kill for sure onto Natsumi as WS finished off just as quickly. Mickey on a killing spree already. Saberlight going for more. Bryles just had his Blink Dagger delivered, and he's putting it to great use. What a lovely toss. Another one's basically ready thanks to the recall from Boxy as Mickey still collects the double kill. Talon, they're getting absolutely run over by this Ursa, this sharp timing.
They are just getting outplayed, you know. Liquid just responding better as a team, the way they moved around the map. Defended the mid tower, and then they moved top to sandwich the Wraith King, because the Wraith King, they know that he died twice bot, you know, right? So he doesn't have ulti. He TP's top, and then they just, you know, do the classic thing, follow
Chase him
him
down.
and go to his lane and just make sure that you kick him out, and they were able to kill him successfully. And Talon kind of tried to respond because they know that the Wraith King doesn't have ulti. They were desperate. They tried to save him, and they died.
Right.
Still, you know, no Ravage being expanded. You know, they really have
That's
to
true.
get something done with the Ravage. Night Stalker has no Dark Ascension now. They have to strike back at this moment.
Winter, I'd like for you to help me understand a little bit more the impact of the Coddle at these high-level plays. Like we saw 1 or 2 recalls up there, but surely at some point Boxy is going to be able to really start bringing numbers like everywhere to almost every engagement, right? That's got to be difficult for Talon to
he's
keep
gonna
up.
get the shot now, so
Oh,
that is so good. You know, now he has 2 charges. So the thing that Koto brings to the table is like being able to shove out waves, and you send your teammates to the side. They push the lanes really far. You force the enemy to react to it, and then you create the numbers advantage, right? Because they have to TP there to deal with it or walk over there. So you get to make your move faster, you know. So in all these high-level games, it matters a lot, you know, having the map control
yeah.
just by pushing the waves out faster. And bot lane
is going to come through the gate.
Savage coming in.
There is a full Radiance completed here on Natsumi, by the way. Makoto all not that weak either with his full Mage Slayer, so the items are coming online now for Talon.
Yeah, but still
WS.
not as strong as what Liquid has at the moment. I think the Crimson Guard on the Night Stalker is a pretty big deal at the moment. It's going to nullify a lot of the damage coming from Brave King. And the rest of the heroes, even the Ember, the Moon Ranger, we already spoke briefly about that. So then he's going to pick off Brawl.
He's kind of doing a little
Rune.
1 versus 3. He does have an amplified damage rune. Boxy.
Yes,
Little recall.
Chakra Magic, come on. He can...
Oh, and he's never alone, as Insania's brought into the fight here as well. You can see he's got other places to be at the moment. Counter smoke now by Talon Esports as they want to try and take this fight as the amplified damage rune is running out. Looks like Insania is going to run Fist first into Natsumi. Quick little chain stun here onto that hook shot. Really won't be enough to save Insania. He will fall to Natsumi. What else can they find? The Searing Chains actually gets a Saberlight here. Boxy does not have ult, but he does have this blinding light. As in goes Bryle on the Blink Dagger. They get the kill on Ajokum. I won't get it much further, though. Ooh, he bought his own shard, huh? He's got this Hunter in the Night health regen talent, or the restore. Can eat them creeps. Very early tanky build here by Saberlight. He will be very difficult to take down.
It kind of solves your mana problem, so you don't have to have the Kotal follow you all the time to give mana.
They're hunting top.
It's always nice, you know, in the middle of the team fight. Just
I don't
get
think
some
they
health
can
back.
get this kill. Yeah, I was going to say, that's not a basher that he's building. It's a BKB, but a good effort.
Brawl
Meanwhile,
in
back
trouble.
down bottom. Bryle's in a bit of
Crimson.
trouble. But he has got that Crimson Guard buff. Nothing to dispel it. Those stuns, the lockdown significant. Box is going to TP himself in. Try and buy Bryle a little bit more time, but it's only going to result in his own death. A very noble sacrifice there by Boxy.
Yeah, he tried. I think he's a man where if my core needs me, I'll do it no matter how ugly it looks, you know.
He's not going to let him down.
Nope. It's always the attempt, you know. You're trying.
That's right.
Trying to save him at all costs, you know. That's what makes the core players happy, you know, all the time. If you didn't know, you know, reaching.
And if he is going to go down, they're going to be lowered in the grave together, you know?
Yeah, if you die together, you know. You go in the
That's the way
grave
to
together.
go.
If you're the only one in the grave, then I'm gonna be the subject of some yelling after the game, you know. So I rather not.
Yeah, definitely. Careful here,
Okay,
Mickey.
trying to
Hunting
pressure
Cuckoo under a
Cuckoo.
ward.
Okay,
Free
he's
kill
gonna
for
kill
him.
him actually.
Yeah, free kill. He's got a BKB here on Mickey. He's really not scared. Incredibly farmed on Fuzzy Wuzzy. Roche might just be the target now as he casually walks through the mid lane.
Could be
Natsumi
risky though. Okay.
Initiates
if they
here.
get
Mickey's
Insania.
going to give chase. Does catch him inside of the cogs. Bryle tossing in the stun. There is a reincarnation ready as Bryle finds a beautiful toss. Tosses Jokum into harm's way. It's got no escape either. WS still holding on to that Ravage. Winter, but the BKB by Mickey lasts a little bit too long. Enrage perfectly timed there to essentially ignore it. Blink Dagger in a second here by Mickey. Put on cooldown. And Sanya whiffs on that hook shot there onto the Ember, but it's Mickey who finally gets the kill onto the Tide. Oh, and a blink forward is beautiful into the toss back by Bryle. Straight into the hands of Mickey. They blew him up. He is dead for good here as soon as his Wraith form ends. Mickey on a triple kill. That extends his kill streak to 8. What a game here by Liquid.
Yeah, what a fight, you know. Just again, you know, using the. I don't know if they were intentionally baiting with the clockwork there. He runs up the ramp there, and they see a clockwork. Okay, guys, let's just kill him. You know, it was like kind of like a big timing for Wraith King. He got his dagger after the raid, and so he wanted to fight, and then that kind of sealed their fate, you know, because they were unaware that Liquid, they were having the whole team basically behind the clockwork there, you know, so they were able to just turn that around easily, you know.
All right. Yeah, I mean, and it's just such a perfect front line for Bryle to be able to blink in and get these, you know, avatars.
I mean, it's also the BKB, right? Because the Ursa can just go
Right.
in. He doesn't
Right.
care about the Ravage and everything else. He just goes in and just kills off a target. I mean, the Tide usually is a very, very tanky hero, but not in the face of a BKB Ursa.
No, yeah, he really shreds him there. And now this Ursa with an
Yeah,
Aegis.
You see the recall again. He's gonna use it twice. He pulls himself to the smoke gank, and then he's gonna pull the Ursa to the gank later.
Yeah, looks
This
like
is
it.
why Kotal is just so insane in this high level game. You know?
And
You see
WS
the Ursa pushing the bot lane, right? You think like
Yeah.
you're safe at
Oh,
top.
he's safe. All of a sudden, here he comes.
Guess
Look at the
what?
silence, the control onto WS. Of course, they have the detection, and there's a Mickey. He's here for his snack. They eventually
that's
connect on a stun, thanks to Boxy's
close.
chakra magic onto Bryle.
I mean, if Tide lived there, it would have been such a disaster. And now they TP bot, this is so quick, this classic Liquid style, right? They know the Wraith King dodged them, and then they follow him, and then Kotal recalls to the gang again.
20 seconds, it's still on cooldown here. Saberlight and Lysania both going in, burning the mana like they even need it. The cooldown just not here to support him, Winter, and he is taken down. Oh, Natsumi. He's barely even doing any damage through the Crimson passive, Winter. Mid lane, Bryle, he's in a fight for his life right now as Mickey here to support him. Jokum able to wind run and ignore a bit of that damage as Mickey only able to kill him off as soon as Bryle drops. But Makoto, a bit of a tough situation here. They still have a bit left of this Dark Ascension. In fact, they've seen Cuckoo with it. Insania gets on top of him, sets up Mickey for his 11th kill this game. This Ursa is out of control.
Has been insane this game, He's been part of everything, every important situation that happened in the game for his team. It all started from the mid tower, if you remember it, like 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago when he showed up to defend and fight when it was 3 heroes from Talon pressuring. And I think it all started from there. When TP showed up, they won that fight, and then it just keeps on coming, He's always there to add an extra hero to his team. Whereas Talon with the slower lineup, they are struggling to keep up with sending the numbers, to the fights, Like even when they are able to send the numbers, it's always like some annoying thing that's happening. Oh, now we have to deal with this Ursa BKB, he doesn't care, he runs it. Oh, now he has Aegis, There's always that something that Liquid has in their arsenal that's an extra. And Brow, he's caught. He's alone.
Yeah, Mickey as well jumping on in. Bryle's not alone for too long. Ursa tears them apart. The Ravage, though, catching them off guard, but the heals out from the blinding light actually keeping Bryle alive. As long as the Pavis he is good to go, Winter. WS, he goes down. They don't even lose the Tiny as Mickey running rampant on the backlines. They see Cuckoo on the sentry. Cuckoo running for his life, but there is just nothing he can do. It's not his fault. Mickey is 12-0-4 on this Ursa.
It's
cannot stop him.
Fault.
It's not his fault.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do, as a bounty hunter when the game is just falling apart like this, I think they just got outmaneuvered so hard, They are fighting into Liquid when Liquid is absolutely very, very strong with their heroes at the moment, and it doesn't seem like they are able to push out the waves, It's very difficult when you are stuck in this side of the map and you're playing into a Kotal. You can never get the wave out to force them to defend because there's recall. So if you're losing the game, you can't avoid the fights. You can't dodge. You just have to run into them. This is why the earlier fights where they lost, especially the mid one when they're pressuring with 3 heroes, and here we see Wind Ranger going down. That was so important, and it was so, important for them to be able to not lose those fights, with the Ravage especially, Now you can't really do much into the Kotal when you're losing the fights. You can't dodge.
And it feels so bad now. I mean, you don't have even Ravage for a minute. You also don't have Reincarnation for a minute. And Mickey is just tearing Cuckoo apart.
Yeah,
his 13th kill of the game. Look at Insania go. Saberlight commits the Dark Ascension. They have perfect vision. They know Talon aren't going to fight this. They're going to take their sweet time. Enjoy some takoyaki courtesy of WS.
Time to ban the Kotal.
Is it really the Coddle, you think? This kind of,
it's
like
not,
the
it's
speed?
not just the Kotal, but the hero is very, very strong. It's very difficult to... I mean, they have some decent ideas on how to deal with it. Like the Bounty Hunter is, I think it's a decent idea. But I feel like the Kotal still did way too much, Maybe that's because they lost those important fights, So you don't really see the Bounty Hunter against Kotal interaction where they were planning to use this bounty to just annoy him and kill him with the Ember, give vision so Ember can kill him all the time. But because the game has gone so bad, and just credit to Liquid, they were very, very smart about utilizing their heroes in the early
100%.
game, especially
100%.
with the Night Stalker Dark Ascension. You see how
they've
they're
done
using
well
it every time.
They've done well to
pressuring
keep
the
everyone
enemy.
alive as well, right? Because they have like this Night Stalker who has Crimson Guard to buff the whole team. They have the Coddle heals. They have a few Pavises. I think now even a Solar Crest, right? And this has really stopped like the Ember from doing almost any damage. Like they have not been able to catch the Ember, but all Makoto has been doing, he's just been slowly chipping away, doing 75 damage. It's just not enough. They just can't kill him. Bryle's gonna get caught here. He's gonna tank a bit of damage, but I mean that's just not the hero you want to find. He's got a BKB. He is not scared. Instead, they'll direct their attention down bottom where maybe they can find Foxy here.
Maybe. That sneaky little bugger,
Yeah, and you never know. Yeah, he's getting ready.
Now
He's
he's
recalling himself out. Yeah, he's gone.
This is just so BS, man.
Yeah, there it goes. WS is hunting him, but there is no Coddle down here. In the meantime,
guess what?
Cuckoo He's
Koto's
gonna get
here.
scouted. Yep. And maybe
And
bring
guess
up
what?
Mickey just
Koto's
collects the
not
kill.
alone.
What did Mickey even do to deserve that kill? I don't know, but Boxy made sure that he got it.
Oh, the fact that he showed up mid lane to defend the tower and won his team an all-important fight. Yes, sir, he deserves that kill.
Yeah. The 2 auto attacks. I mean, just a ridiculous game here by Mickey. Involved in 20 of 25 kills.
When your carry player is involved in literally almost every kill, you give him whatever kill he wants.
It's all his. WS, he's got a ghost scepter. You see there's a lot these days. It's not really too crazy, but Mickey, he's going to jump forward. He's got the inner range. Makoto knows he can do nothing to save him here. The Glimmer Cape buying WS a little bit of time. Tumblr's going up to the high ground. Mickey mexes it up, actually, and WS is able to escape.
Wow, they actually didn't land the power comms push. So, Tide gets out.
Come. Nice little spot there in the trees. Talon showing off the movement here a bit. Do evade death.
Yeah, they're showing all the new hiding spots around the map. That's the recent change. I think this is one of the latest ones.
Oh, sneaky
A
spot
lot
there.
of juke spots, you know? A lot of new spots where you can hide. Did you actually try to go through the whole map after all those changes? Like,
can they kill Mickey here? Oh, he gets the blink away. He's completely alone, but he's got a BKB, he's got an MKV, a Basher. Coddle can always recall onto him. No, we'll find Boxy instead. Boxy. Will he die here? He still has blinding lights. He's healing himself a bit. Yeah, okay. He is going to go down.
Who is he recalling?
Nobody at this rate. But careful here, Mickey. He's going to get scouted. Cuckoo, he's seen him. Mickey, you know something's up, but his team, he's coming through the gate. Very good power cogs here by Insania. Bryle's going to blink on in. Cuckoo's immediately bursted. WS, he has a Ravage. We'll go ahead and release that. It's pretty good damage now on a Mickey. He didn't get the BKB or the enrage off, but he's going to turn now and fight. Jokum doing what he can now with the focus fire, and Natsumi is going to land the killing blow. Saberlight finally joining the fight, doing some good damage here, but Natsumi able to outlast them all as Bryle, he's going to force the BKB. Makoto out of mana, out of remnants, but too tanky as Bryle, he's going to have to punch out of this fight with the BKB TP away. Liquid, they are finally losing a fight here. Signs of life from Talon as Natsumi jumps on a Saberlight, but he's just too darn tanky. He will not go down.
they just really couldn't really take the fight when they were just so scattered, right? The TP got cancelled. I think Ursa's TP got cancelled by the bounty. And then after that, it was just a disaster for Liquid, you know. It's good. I mean, good moves there by Bounty, just being able to scout. That was definitely Cuckoo's work, right? You know. Yeah, he scouted them.
You see Boxy with those glasses on. He's the shot caller, man. You gotta respect him. Look at this guy. This is not a guy you want to start a team fight without the permission.
And if you're dragging everyone around the map, you better be talking.
It's true. Yeah. Otherwise, it's very confusing. I think the only time I've been motion sickness was when I was playing Coddle and just spamming self recalls. I could not keep myself.
You're telling your core, you know, nope, you're coming here. You listen to me, I'm Cotter, you know.
Oh yeah.
You're like forcing them to fight.
No, it's great because even though recall has got like what, like a 20-second cooldown or something like that, it what's the cooldown? Yeah, 15-second at level 3. It gets reduced by chakra magic. So every time you complete a recall, the cooldown goes down by 6 seconds. So you can have your entire team in the Roche pit in about 10 seconds flat. It's pretty ridiculous.
Why pick Io when there's Cotter?
Honestly, too true. Too true at the moment. Careful here.
Yeah,
Talon.
You see again.
They will see Bryle. But Saberlight, he's ready to go. He's got Dark Ascension in 7 more seconds alongside the BKB. Insania kick things off now with the hook shot. Force staff out from Jokum. There's a second as Makoto able to hold on to his BKB charge. Not forced to use it quite yet. There's Coddle and there's the whole team. That is going to trigger the retreat. Makoto doesn't want any of that.
So infuriating. You know, they're just pushing the waves. They're showing because they are showing on all 3 lanes, right? You think that against a normal team in a normal game, you would think that it's safe.
Ryle, Avalanche.
Oh no, Bash.
Secure the room. The Bash, though, it's in the river. They almost killed off Makoto already. Mickey, he's giving chase. He wants to find this kill. At least the stun comes through, but not before the Abyssal Blade. So Cuckoo is going absolutely nowhere as he just throws down tracks in his dying breaths. His 10th death of the game here on the Bounty Hunter. Tough game to be a bounty.
Very tough game, you know, against a Night Stalker with Gem, kind of the anti-bounty hero in a way. You just can't escape from him, you know, you can't hide, he sees you.
No, it's so difficult, right? Winter, how much longer until Natsumi is able to fight into this? Because we saw signs. Oh, hold on. Makoto doesn't have BKB. Roshan gets finished off. Mickey, of course, snatches the
You're
Aegis
asking
away.
me how many items more he needs?
Yeah, because we saw signs of life in that last fight. He's almost at this AC.
AC
BKB
plus
Bling.
another item. But I guess with AC, he should be strong enough to at least, kill off the Koto with like a stun and say a shackle.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, but this Kotal also has a casual plate mail and a solar.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky actually.
It's pretty tanky.
Yeah, I'm sure with one stun, if he didn't cast any of his abilities or items, with one stun from Brave King and then you follow it up with a shackle shot, he should be dead.
Okay, we'll see how that goes for him.
I mean, if you can't kill the Koto with that, then you're done.
I think Insania's seen him. Jokum, he's going to hide away in these trees. Very nice. You got to know these
Ooh.
trees here. You got to know these trees. Good spot.
Gotta know the map, gotta know the trees, gotta know all the spots. Your favorite burger spot.
Mmm.
You know my favorite burger spot?
Ramley Burger Spot. SS15.
Yeah. It's everywhere.
Yeah. Get him anytime,
There's so many
anywhere.
spots.
How do you want it? Special? Of course. Dalgane special, please, boss.Ey're under reward here. Mickey. He might just 1v3. He doesn't have a BKB. It's in his backpack.
He's
at the
not
moment.
alone,
He can jump
come on,
onto
it's fake.
Jokum. And
He's
that's
not
true.
alone.
He's not alone. Boxy, he's recalling the whole team in. It's a party. And Insania's here to kick things off with that hook shot. What a beautiful initiation. Both supports already dead. Bryle, he's jumping in, finds the toss back. It's on to Natsumi. They're going to be able to try and take down him on his first leg. WS holding on to the Ravage, gives him the Glimmer Cape buff. He's got to wait out these BKB charges. Mickey, he looks like he's ready to go right on in. Natsumi does get the blink out, but he will not have another reincarnation for 2 minutes.
Yep, I know the answer to the question now. You were asking me before. What does Natsumi need? AC and
Yep.
Nullifier. He needs the Nullifier to remove the Solar, the Crimson, everything
Yeah, the
annoying.
Force Staffs.
All the annoying stuff.
Bryle. Oh, no way. He finds another stun in into the Abyssal. He's just dead. Makoto, no chance to use the BKB. Bryle says, this one's for all the haters. Spent 1 year practicing the combo, boys, catching Makoto. What you know about taking a year off? Holy. What a catch.
Yeah, tough, tough for talent. They have to figure out what to fix, for the next game, I mean, by no means they are totally out here, but it's definitely
Sumi.
looking really, really grim.
You give me TP away, but guess what? Mickey is here. You thought Mickey was pushing your tier 3 mid? No, actually, he's not. Boxy decided that he's here now, and there's absolutely nothing Natsumi can do about that, but die.
Yeah, he's just trying to finish off it. I mean, he got his AC, but yeah, dying there, definitely not the thing that he wanted after using BKB. I mean, he is level 20, so he has actually a lot of damage now with the 60. He has chosen to go for the attack speed, so he can actually kill the supports pretty quickly. But he still needs a Nullifier, I think. I mean, as long as there's a Crimson Guard, there's a Solar Crest, it's going to take a long time to kill off anyone, unless he catches them, like I said. Stun and Shackle with them not reacting to anything. He definitely still packs a punch with the serrated shift. So he's,
no,
he
he
has a lot of
does,
damage
but
if he gets the hit.
can they get through all the barriers and everything else? And we'll see here.
If you give them
they
time,
could just-
he can get past it.
Okay.
But Liquid's not giving them time, They're ending the
No,
game.
they aren't.
2 lanes
And
now.
the sustain it's so good out from the the illuminate heals. Mickey, he can just kind of siege so casually here. And they're going to be already going for the megas. Natsumi does have 2 lives at the ready though. That reincarnation's good to go.
5 seconds for his BKB. He's
Catch
waiting.
anything.
Nice shackle.
US waiting on that Ravage. Tier 3 tower, the last one already gone. Mickey will be forced away. They've got the anchor on him now, but Bryle's going to hit that tied with the silence actually now by Saberlight. They're focusing onto WS. WS holding onto the Ravage. Everyone's BKB. He can do nothing. And Natsumi, he's just walking through the fight. He can't do anything. Makoto, he's going to jump the backlines. Out comes the Ravage. He finds both supports. Natsumi tries to jump him. Boxy with a huge heal finished off by the kill shot of
Koto's
Joker
down.
from long range. A good start here. How much more can they get? They're aiming for both supports now, but Mickey, he's doing the same. That's both Liquid supports down. Natsumi trying to still fight through this one, but that's all already going to be his second life done and dusted, Winter. Dead for 70 seconds. WS still alive here. Makoto back in the base. He remnants back out. He thinks he can still take this fight. A buyback now, a second here, as that's
Mickey's
WS's
killing everything.
dieback. Mickey's already killed his opponent. What more can they do here? Liquid, they're buying back as well, as GG is called. Talon, they will drop game one. Overrun by, oh my goodness, overrun by this Mickey Erster, who dives the fountain to end the game 21-1.
Yeah, definitely the Mickey show right here, this game, I mean, not to say the Kotal didn't do a lot. We've been speaking about the Kotal being a really, really strong hero. But I mean, in terms of what each player did in the game, I think Mickey was definitely the shining star, for his team here. He's basically and yeah, he basically did everything you could ask for from Mickey.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at some of the clips from this fight, but sorry, from this game, but just brutal, Talon. I don't know if they were choosing to fight or if Liquid just brought the fight and the tempo to Talon in a way that they just could not avoid so many of these engagements.
Yeah, I mean the first one was the choice, right, when they pressured the three heroes and Mickey came in. But after that, I think it was difficult with the Kotal being able to manipulate the map so much with the recall and everything. At some point, you just have to fight, You can't just
Definitely
expect the Kotal to just do his thing and let him get away with it.
Yeah, definitely. But Winter, that's already it for game number one here, as Liquid will lead 1-0. I believe we are about ready to go to a break here, Winter. But of course, when we come back, we'll have our second game of the series ready to go. Stay tuned, folks. It's Talon versus Liquid, game 2, coming up shortly.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
a fond kiss, and then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne, we twa hearing about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he rode sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025. We are halfway in our Group A group stage game number 1, where Liquid lead Talon 1-0. I'm Seeking Strike, and of course, joining us is Winter. Winter, your thoughts on that first game here, very briefly?
Cuckoo Mancer is coming.
I hope. I wish, dude. It's legit. It's a jungle hero. I think it's time. We need the Cuckoo Mancer. Give us the Cuckoo Mancer. Give us our game number 2 draft here, folks. Here it is. And there's the man of the hour, really, the man of the match. I mean, sure, it may have been Mickey with a standout performance, one for the books on his Ursa Warrior, but I thought Bryle did fantastic as well on that mid lane Tiny.
Yeah, I would say that he has like a pretty easy slot to fill in, right? Like, I think being on the mid lane, you don't really need a lot of synergy with your, say, like if you're having a stand-in on the side lanes, right? Then you need to build the synergy between you and your partner, right? Because you're coming in for a mid laner, so that it doesn't really affect you as much, right? You just need to play your game and then have basic communication. So I would say that he's lucky, Like being a stand-in as a mid, I think is probably the easier one compared to all the other roles. And right now we see Kotl in the first phase ban, from 10. Like we suspected, it's probably gonna get removed. And they have opened their draft with a TA, which got a lot of buffs in the recent patch. So we've seen a lot more teams going to it. And I'm sure Liquid knows a lot about the hero. They love the hero. They picked the hero a lot in the past, but they have chose to go for a Darkseer as I guess, a countermeasure towards the TA. Iron Shell to break the refractions and pressure the TA in the lane. So let's see if Talon can find any solution to this. Oracle is a hero that comes to mind if you really want to deal with the Darkseer. It's something Liquid does as well. They love picking Oracle, but not all the time. Maybe
Right,
one
some
in
dispel.
1 in 10 games or something, or maybe even less. It's like you need to pick it in the right game, in a very, very specific game to make it work. It has to have a very, very good purpose in that game.
Yeah, I don't remember who banned TA last time. I think it might have been Talon, but it was banned in the second phase. So this time, of course, the Coddle sneaking in, some other adjustments, and we will see that Templar Assassin.
Now you see why the Jakiro was banned in the first phase, because Jakiro is a very good hero into TA. I was quite surprised by the Jakiro in the first phase ban, but then when I saw the TA, okay, that makes sense. And now again, another kind of good hero into the TA. The Fire Spirits, because most TA players, what do they do, Richie? Do you know? They don't buy BKB until very late, so Phoenix kind of owns them.
Why would they need BKB? They can just use Refraction and blink away,
Yeah, then you die to the spell damage,
Yeah, no, it'll be troublesome, especially with Il Saber Lighto's Darkseer poking and proddling at you. I think he's one of the better Darkseer players. He's one of my favorites to watch, actually, ever since he was back on
Phoenix
Shopify.
Darkseer. How do you beat that team fight,
Well, here's another strong laner, right? It's the Wind Ranger. She will make a return this time for Talon Esports.
Yeah, Wind Ranger is a very, very solid hero right now. And now they're going to put their hands on the clock. Yeah, it worked for Liquid. It could work for us, I like that. But it was with a lot of purpose last game. I think it was targeted against the Bounty Hunter. It was very, very useful at stopping Koku from doing what he wants to do in the game. And yeah, I feel like this hero, it's not something you just pick just because you need a position fight, right? He has to have a very clear purpose in the game. And right now you see the lane, Clock and TA side lane. So there's already one purpose. It's a very strong lane. You can kill, you can protect the TA. Other than that, so far I think he's mainly a bodyguard in this lane,
Yeah,
an initiator somewhat.
Yeah, gives a little bit of vision as well, right? Your vision game's looking really good between TA traps as well as the clockwork. Rocket Flare.
Power shot also gives some vision.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting one. The Willow for Boxy.
So it's going to be Dark Willow into the clock TA lane. Boxy always likes to pick his hero after seeing the enemy position 5. This is what I noticed about him. He really focuses on getting the right lane matchup between the supports. So the thing with Dark Willow into Clockwork is it's very annoying for you because of the roots. You can't get close to the Dark Willow, but at the same time he can root you as well when you're trying to use your power cogs to push people back. So it can work against your favor. So it's very, very, I think, annoying for Clockwork to deal with. And you can always Shadow Realm if you actually get close enough, then she Shadow Realms, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they're gonna go follow up with a DK, which is a high armor hero against TA. Very, very logical, very reasonable. Good hero with their current lineup because they lack some sort of initiation, right? With the Dark Willow, Phoenix, Darkseer, they all kind of like to wait for something to happen before coming in. So DK kind of is the hero that does something first.
Tanky frontliner. We're seeing a lot of that Venomous Dragon these days as well, right? Being the prevailing build, so it gives you that tower push.
Slow Dragon could be good also this game against TA.
True.
We'll see but it also depends on whether you play him mid or carry, right? Mid.
Very true.
I think you mostly see the Poison Dragon because of the tempo of getting the towers. And then after you kill the towers, you get your dagger. So the game flows for you.
Talon upcoming. 18th pick. Very strong pick here. Yeah, they don't know where this DK is going to go.
Yeah, they have to take a guess, right? The thing is, you pick an offlaner to counter the safe lane DK, but the DK could be mid, right? So
right,
it's very annoying. This is a very good I think 16, 17 from Liquid. It was very well thought of. This Dark Willow DK 16, 17. It's very difficult for Talon to pick this hero here. And they're gonna pick the Tide, which is, I mean, a very good hero into the DK throughout the game, but right now it gives Liquid the option to change their lanes. Right, they're gonna know it's an off lane Tide Hunter, so they are gonna be considering whether they want to pick something else to win the lane, right? Because I know Liquid really loves snowballing the game, so they're definitely considering all those options right now. The Pudge ban, okay. I actually didn't really realize the Pudge ban.
Yeah, last ban by Liquid
There's
in
a
that second phase.
Yeah. So here, Talon bans out the Ursa to protect the Tide. I feel like that's also another one.
Some
hero.
Slark.
That's still the
Some
Razor.
monkey. No,
Razor could be good here because it's good against TA too. So maybe that could be a substitute for us. I mean, not exactly the same, but you can still bully the Tide out of lane.
Sure. At least getting rid of the one particularly bad match.
But the good thing about this sequence is for Liquid, they can always wait for the last pick because they have 24. They can wait for Talon's 23rd before they decide where they want to shuffle things. And Talon, they have to kind of foolproof or just make sure this Tide is unbreakable. They have to ban all the heroes that can break the Tide because this Tide is going to be carrying so much. Unlike the first game, I feel like he wasn't really able to do a lot in the first game, and I think because he missed the first couple of Ravages when the Night Stalker came in with the Dark Ascension, a WS on the Tide wasn't really able to neutralize the aggressive moves by Liquid there, So I think this game, there's a lot more weight because of the overall draft structure, and he has to be protected. He needs to get a good start, Last game, he got bullied in the lane by the Ursa. So this game, the same cannot happen, It's Ursa, Monkey King, Razor. Stark is like not really that big of a deal until later, I think in the lane. Stark doesn't really fully push Tide off the lane.
He needs items, right?
Monkey King.
Needs items.
Yeah.
I'm really curious what's on the paper these days now that the Dota 2
So they ban
project-
on the gyro. So Liquid is also trying to cover their bases. They think that this TA might be mid, and which they are, I think, right to think so, because Mikoto has been one of their TA players as well. He's really, really comfortable with the hero, and yeah. But like I said, Liquid has the overall last pick. So at the end of the day, they can cover all their bases and can still wait, for what Talon does before deciding what do they want to do, And now they have the traditional or classic Tide TA, does everything,
gives you everything. Yeah.
Now they need, I guess, initiation. Initiation is the thing Talon needs the most. So I am still feeling this TA probably going to be a safe laner with the clockwork, and they're gonna draft like some hero to initiate from the mid lane, some spirit hero, some kind of hero that can do that.
Turn to pick. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Timber, so actually no initiating. They're just going to play on standing still in their lanes, just sitting in their lanes, like just occupying them and farming the whole map, with this Timber Tide TA. So they want the Timber to kind of counter the Dragon Knight here, stop the Dragon Knight from pushing. And they are trying to force this DK to not want to go mid, so they have to pick another mid laner. So if the Tide has to go safe lane, and it's against a Tide, right? So in both lanes, DK is going to struggle. So this is also a very interesting idea here. Something they are not going to have a lot of way of initiating in the game for Talon until they get items, but they are kind of forcing Liquid to decide what to do in their lanes, right? DK is going to have a tough lane no matter where he goes here. So what do Liquid do here? Where do they put the DK? And what do they prioritize here? Do they want to just focus on the lanes, or they're going to try to pick a hero that can round up the whole draft? So they are opting to pick up a hero that can just round up the whole draft, give them initiation. So DK is going to be on a safe lane against Tide, so that's going to give Tide a very good lane. But at the same time, the Storm into Timber, it's a good lane for Storm. So I think both teams are going to be happy on one side. And whereas on the other side, which is the Darkseer plus Dark Willow lane, I think that would be favored by Liquid as well. So I think overall lane setup, it looks good on two lanes, for Liquid. Whereas Talon has one good lane, which is the Tide into DK lane. So overall, I feel like you should be happier if you're Liquid. Talon, again, they have more of like actually a timing lineup this time. Whereas compared to last game, the first game they had a slower lineup with the Wraith King and everything. They have to farm a lot more. And Talon is opting to switch things up and play faster this time.
Right.
With the Tide plus Templar Assassin.
Right. Am I seeing this right though? It's Natsumi on the Tidehunter, right?
Wait, what? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not looking.
Natsumi Tidehunter.
I wasn't looking.
WS is on. No, I mean,
Oh,
you always go off on.
this is
Yeah,
totally different. So
yeah.
it's Tide carry. They want the team. Okay, so Timber into. I don't
Timber
think
into the
Liquid
DK.
knew this was gonna happen. I think
Yeah.
they also didn't really realize this could happen. So they are trying to dodge all the lanes. So they are trying to win all the lanes. They put the TA against the Storm. So they're trying to win the lane there because this is a good lane for TA.
Mhm.
And the Timber is going to try to beat the DK. So by doing this, they're actually getting all advantageous lanes, I guess, except the Darkseer lane, which is like a I farm, you farm type of lane. Maybe the Darkseer can pressure Tide a little bit. But I think overall, on the other two lanes, Talon is going to have a good lane matchup.
Yeah, this is a really curious one. I've seen a few instances of the Tide washing machine build, but it has
it was
been a
started
while.
by, I think I saw Ame doing it first, the carry Tide. I wasn't sure if he was the actual first person that did it. Like I see him do a lot of this Tide carry and Beastmaster carry. It's quite
Right.
popular a couple of weeks ago.
Are you a believer in it? Do you think it can work?
I think in this game it has a purpose because they want to allow the TA to succeed in the early game. So the Tide is going to help the TA.
Okay.
The
Are you
Tide
saying
is
that
essentially working for the TA, my friend.
I got you? So Makoto's still the boss. Natsumi is going to be a little bit more of like a space curator, almost like this Timber as well, or what? Explain this to me.
I think Timber is higher rank than him. I think Timber is more.
Wow.
Yeah. The Tide is actually the offlaner here. So the Timber and the TA, they are both the higher roll cores here.
Do you think
They are gonna take more
Natsumi's is he the kind of player that you think he can flex into that kind of sacrificial position?
Yeah, he's a pretty selfless player.
Okay.
As when I see him play in pubs, I think he does play for other people. He's not like, oh, everybody has to play for me every game. I think he does do it, and he does do it pretty well. He knows what
Awesome.
I mean, he used to be more of like everybody needs to play for me type of player. But nowadays he's improved and diversified his hero pool enough and his play style, to allow this to happen.
Okay, well, we'll see how the carry Tidehunter works out for Talon Esports, who got a clobbering in game one at the hands of Liquid as we gear up for a rune fight, potentially. Smoke's breaking all over. Talon, they don't like what they see. They will settle for 2 runes apiece.
Yeah, I want to highlight the facets. So the ones that we should talk about is Mickey going for the Frost Dragon here against TA, which you mentioned is very good. And on the other side, we have Kraken Swell on the type, which is not the most common one nowadays.
Right.
We usually see the Krill Eater, and then we have Twisted Chakram on Timbersaw. I think the rest are pretty standard.
Pretty standard, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I've been seeing a lot more carry TA than a mid TA, I'm not going to lie. The refraction instances
Yeah,
buff.
because you also kind of want to use the ancients, right, if you are a carry. With mid TA, you don't really... I mean, you still can do it as much, but I think on the mid lane, sometimes it can be a little bit more complicated to do it because you have to control runes and sometimes you have to make certain rotations. I think that's the weakness of the mid TA. You're not exactly a very good hero to make rotations. So I think you can react, but making rotations on your own, I don't think TA is like the best hero compared to something like a Storm, right? If Storm gets a good rune, he can easily just make rotations. I think Liquid are going to try to abuse that and try to make life tough for Talon by moving the Storm around the map.
Yeah, I guess in that sense, it's going to come down a little bit to the rotation supports, right? Or the support rotations, pardon me.
Hey, on the other hand, the TA is going to have the shard against the Storm, the silence here. It's going to be very effective.
That's going to be a strong timing as well, alongside the traditional, what is it? Dragonlance Deso Dagger timing, right?
Is that traditional now? You call that tradition?
It is now. New traditions, New traditions.
Traditional is like the Dagger Desolator, no Dragonlance.
That's true. Yeah, well, Dragonlance didn't exist back then, did it? Traditionally, the first person who died would upgrade the courier as well, and we've moved past that, haven't we?
Traditionally, we had 7 couriers.
Fly the donkey, upgrade the donkey. How many times did you have to upgrade the donkey, Winter? Too many?
Yeah,
Ooh,
one too many times, man.
Seeing those cogs up top, really nice harass there by Cuckoo, extremely effective to burn half the mana.
Yeah, but still you see why he opted to pick the Dark Willow after seeing the Clockwork here. He's able to bully the Clockwork quite substantially in the lane. I mean, allowing the Darkseid to have a pretty good CS lead over the Tide now, 15 over to 10. And whereas in the mid lane, Storm is struggling, you know. I think this is the lane where Liquid didn't expect the the switch up, you know, from Talon.
Right.
They were expecting more of a team mid, so this is the price they're gonna pay here. Losing this. This is quite normal, you know. Some doesn't really do so well into the TA because you can't really out-trade him because of refraction. You can't do much about it. He's going to just run in with refraction to tank your Remnant, and he's going to out-CS you because he has more damage.
Yeah, and again, even easier now, right, with the 738C buffs. Dakota really putting in the hurt now.
It's tough. This is a tough lane.
Just so
He's
much
going
damage.
to have to play patient and try to go jungle and recover later. You know, this is a tough lane. I think just Talon really understanding the lane matchup and trying to abuse this as much as possible.
That
Nice
shackle. That somehow
Mid-dive.
caught Insania mid-dive. I don't know about that one. That's one I'd argue about. I'd argue with Ice Frog. Take it up with Ice Frog there.
Yeah, that angle does not look like he would land right. down
Get out the
shackle.
protractor. That didn't seem right. That just didn't seem right here. Careful here, Cuckoo. He's might be. Well, actually, he could turn this around on the boxy a bit here. Missed on that second cog, unfortunately for him. Does not seem he will eat those Shadowrun projectiles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Oh, careful. Cuckoo, where are you going, boss?
Where?
He's going to go back to the fountain by the looks of this.
Oh, see, I feel like I'm not really sure what he tried to do there.
Maybe he
Because they
thought he
didn't
was
have
on
Gush,
the
right?
radiant
So
side.
they couldn't kill the Darkseid. I mean, Darkseid was low, but without Gush, I feel like they can't kill him. Maybe
Yeah.
he thought Tide had Gush, that's why he was so aggressive.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. He thought the Tide had Gush.
Well, this is a carry tide, and Natsumi, he does not take Gush here at level 3 as Cuckoo. He'll get right back to work. Blocked a little bit here by the creeps, but still some pretty effective harass out from the cogs. Careful here, though. This is Ion Shell level 2 Natsumi. This damage will add up. As once again, Cuckoo very eager to just kind of position himself behind.
Yeah. I mean, he's tired of like doing the small little juke and dodge, you know, in the side.
Still no Gush, by the way. He's going to throw out another set of cogs. Good damage here on a Saberlight. This might be a kill. The cogs still connecting. The fourth as well picks up the kill. Cuckoo. 2 points in cogs, but he's landing every single one.
That deserves applaud right there.
That deserves
The
a
Tide
replay. Take
didn't
a
even
look at it
care.
again.
I don't know about this casters, you know, talking about Gush. I don't need Gush, you know. He gets a second point. Kraken Shell just tanks up everything.
Yeah, made it
I
look
just
easy.
need my Clockwork to be Cuckoo.
He certainly is, and now he's mid lane. Here a little bit early for the minute 6 runes, but what this is going to do is going to put more pressure on Bryle.
One level ahead. That's why he can come
Right.
here now.
Right, no ball lightning ready to go. This is going to be trouble now as Boxy also
Brown
rotates
is
over
back
to
up.
help his mid laner.
Bullying the stand-in, yeah. Good strategy.
So 2-on-2 at the moment here in the mid lane. Cuckoo very eager to show fully the fully the
That is very
stand.
traditional of you. Calling them 2-1.
Okay, and rune goes to Boxy. Oh, they might try and kill him here. But do they have a way to break his invis? Okay, burning the mana. Cuckoo, he just doesn't miss, does he? It's getting to work there on against an invisible hero.
Yeah, our DK is having like a free farm lane, you know. He's not really getting pressured a lot, even though he's against Timber, which I thought would give him some pressure, but nope. Timber has... Look at the CS, man. Timber just got out CS in his lane. Just raw last hit and deny.
Yeah.
DK is
Frost
41
Dragon,
and
man.
4. Timber is 25 and 5. I mean,
This
still, you know,
move
it's a
speed, the
Timber,
healing
you know.
reduction,
I mean, this
you
is
know.
why you don't see Timber as much nowadays. You know, reactive armor is just such a
It's so,
shitty
so
spell.
bad. Yeah, it's just so
Yeah.
bad.
You can't win lanes, you can't win trades because it's so weak. I mean, they got a buff. They buffed it a little bit. What, 0.1?
He's gonna try and
But
snipe the
meanwhile-
Wisdom. I think he's gonna die for this. That maybe Saberlight's tanking the stack, so he got a little bit low for wear there, but he's gonna be just a-okay. Back down bottom,
he got it.
WS. He's okay.
Yeah, I was saying they did buff the reactive armor a little bit, but still not enough. 0.1.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
plus that buff is basically neutralized, right, with the Frost Dragon debuffs, I would say, on the healing reduction. So it's almost like he doesn't have it this game. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
I mean, it just shows to you how strong DK is as a hero, right? They can't ever kick the hero out. He has so many options now.
Yeah, permanent home in the
doesn't
meta.
land the power clock trap. Tries to come gank through the gate.
2 points in it, though. I think he's going to leave 2 points in it. I remember when this got reworked with the expanded armature facet, I was like, no, go max your cogs, right? Now it's probably not going to end up seeing that too much. But,
I feel you could still do it. Because they remove the damage you deal with creeps, right, on battery assault. Because last time you could always make the argument, I want to push out waves, I want to get farm, I want to stop and clear a camp, right? You could do it, right? But nowadays, you can't anymore. It takes too long. So it's not worth it. So it might be okay for you to just max power cogs and just be disruptive, you know?
Sure. Okay, there's an illusion rune online for Makoto, so he does have a dispel already, but Bryle is not going to get trapped inside those cogs either from Cuckoo. He does
Look at what
kick one on
Sableye
the
is doing.
boxy.
He's doing the same thing.
Second.
He's coming mid again to defend.
Liquid were the ones that I saw on their Snapchat. They went to see Messi play. He played a soccer game, really. It's Boxy getting scored on by Cuckoo right now. That was incredible. He's on point right now with the clockwork.
Support players. Very good at kicking a ball.
That's true. That is
I
true.
should say kicking a power cogs, yeah. But I think Storm has kind of stabilized his game in a way, though. But in terms of CS, he's okay. But in terms of net worth, he is around 1.4k, 1.3k behind the TA. And TA is going to clear some stacks now. So that's going to get substantially bigger. But Liquid, again, they know that they just need to stabilize the game and just make sure that they recover in the jungle. Because this lane matchup with the Storm and TA, it's just going to be like this, you can't do much as the Storm Spirit. You just have to be patient. Wow, okay. Somehow it pushes him twice.
Yeah, that was weird.
With Trusty Shovel giving Brawl another bottle charges. And bot lane, they are coming to kick Mickey out. Talon are bringing in the numbers. They are tired of this DK standing in the lane. A Timbersaw not being able to kick a DK out in the lane.
Yeah, it's been tough. Well, W is finally up to level 6. He's got regular Chakram and the Twisted Chakram.
You know who's the boss in this team now, right? After you see this, everyone is rotating for the Timber.
Makoto is here.
Like, guys, I can't kick the DK out. I need help. Come.
Natsumi, he's waiting in the trees here. He's got this Vlad's ready to go.
Yeah, he's hiding the Vlad so it doesn't show.
All right, on the,
Nice
on the
small
auras.
play,
How would you say this tide carry's worked out so far, right? Seemingly, Saberlight's unable to kick him out of lane, even with a max Ion Shell.
I mean, I think it's a little bit too early to say, right? I
Okay,
mean,
but what about the lane?
It's just the lane. I think in the lane, he's going to be fine. And in the game, I think the idea is also, you don't really give Darkseid a good illusion to copy later.
Right, yeah, that's true. Yeah, not exactly a Radiance kind of debuff and hero, right? On the auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, his role here in this game is he's the off laner. The off laner is a carry, the mid laner is a carry. They have two carries, and the Tide has to babysit both of them. Stop them from fighting,
Cuckoo. He's going to walk under a ward, and Bryle will waste no time jumping in on him. Activates the regeneration rune. Cuckoo trapped in the brambles.
Nice kill.
Taken down.
Brow's kind of back into the game now. He is 4.3k net worth. Doing good as a regen rune. He's chilling. He's happy. Saberlight this time doesn't go for the Crimson with the Vanguard. Goes for the Halberd. Very, very good item
recipe.
into the TA. Very good choice. I like this game.
I thought we weren't going to see a lot of halberds at all, right? Because now with the debuff immunity changes, you can just ignore them with BKB at this point. But like you say, this TA...
The build-up is nice. The build-up is just very nice.
Very true.
And yeah, against TA, it's just too good,
Yeah, she's the kind of hero that
and
doesn't
you know
really
what we
buy
say about
BKBs.
TA? We've already said this once. He doesn't like or she doesn't like to buy BKB.
Very true. Very, very true here. But like you said, that
Richie,
sorry.
how many times have you yelled at your TAs to buy BKB?
Winter, my behavior score is 12k. I simply do not yell at my TAs, okay? I don't know about your 11k behavior score, okay?
So I guess we're
Well,
talking
zip
about a totally
there.
different game. Meanwhile,
They're gonna go
Natsumi,
for Natsumi.
the watermelon.
He's got Ravage ready, and he's fairly tanky here, by the way. If we pop the Ravager, he will. Mass TP's coming in now to support him as Talon.
drain.
They will lose the carry tide, quote unquote. But the counter initiation looking quite good. Cuckoo traps Saberlight inside the cogs as WS zipping on through for some good damage. Bryle standing and delivering on the damage though, as Saber will be able to surge himself to safety using that halberd to prevent a lot of damage from coming through. Lucky that Insania was not ready with that Supernova. Could have been trouble there for Talon.
Jokes on you, Richie. They just lost the offlaner. Haha.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
It's not the carry. I thought he actually almost survived that. If he actually completed the anchor smash and he got some life steal back, he might have actually lived there. That was very, very close.
Tied to magic damage though. Look at that death summary. Poor guy. Take almost no damage, no physical damage.
Yeah, he took like the full. I think he took the full bedlam damage.
Yeah, he really did. And that's gonna do a lot, right? With the throwing shade facet on Willow. So make sure you check Boxy's positioning when he's inside that Shadow Realm off that facet.
Yeah, it's a
It's significant.
very, very fun hero to play when you get a game like this. You know, you come out your lane, you have some sort of level, you can pretty much solo kill a lot of heroes on the map.
Definitely. But like you said, Winter, like you predicted out of the draft, you said that this was going to be a game where Talon were eager to just kind of play all three lanes. That's seemingly what they're doing now. It's Liquid, the only ones really making the aggressive moves as they look to try and spot a quarry here. WS up to the high ground. Will force another zip out of Bryle. Insania does not drop the Supernova
nice
here because he
catch.
doesn't need
He was
it.
waiting.
Very great. Very great
Wow.
by Boxy.
The power of anticipating. You know, he was like walking with his team and then he decided to stop and wait at that specific tree. He was reading the situation perfectly there. He knows that the Timber wants to go back to the tower and he was just waiting there for him. Well played, man. Boxy.
Yeah.
This is why I love watching him play.
He's great. And you know what else is, sometimes when he shows up to lands, because of the bright lights, of course, right? He's got that look of a poker player. So when he makes those reads like that, it's
the
just so
glasses,
clean.
bro. It's the glasses.
And
I
the
tell
hood,
you.
bro. And the hoodie.
You
You
just
don't know
can't-
what's
you
going
just
on in
can't
there.
Read
the
him.
mind games.
You don't know what he's doing.
Exactly. Tell me, I'm kind of
And-
walking into
and
the enemy
Talon
triangle.
right
I'm not-
now.
What's the goal here, though?
Yeah, they're trying to look for some stacks to steal. You know, the Tide was just casually walking up. Maybe there is a gold mine. Maybe, just maybe, because I know I can't go to my ancients because TA is taking them.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'm just
right.
an offlaner, right? Who am I to demand from my carry TA that I want the ancient stacks? I can't.
TA,
So Natsumi
who,
just
by the
playing
way,
his role, right? He's the offlaner now.
Koda's having a strong game, right? He's at 2 of the 3Ds. He's got the he's got the Dagger and the Dragon Lance, and making very quickly haste towards
He
that
has the Orb of
Desolator.
Destruction as well, so a lot of minus armor. Orb of Blight, Orb of Destruction with Melt. And 15 minutes, so it's time for the Tormentor. Who shall
fast.
Gaben bless? But Liquid has something to say about that.
They will. Tide is going to end up coming through this Twin Gate as
It's
well, so they
close.
do have a Ravage.
Because can they escape?
It's already the Tormentor down. Liquid not fast enough,
Yeah,
but they
Timbers
still
at
may
half
look for a
health though.
fight.
Don't know if they want to fight.
They're going to get the D ward. Initiate the stun on a
I think he's doing
Natsumi,
it.
though. He's got that blubber. Ravage at the ready. Counter initiation there. They're going to try and focus
Good
down
egg.
onto the DK. Mickey, he's going to get cut by WS. They will not focus onto the Supernova, however, trying to retreat. The stun finds Natsumi briefly. Ajokum being controlled. Bryle looking for a way back into this fight as Liquid continue to poke and force back Talon after they take down the Tormentor. Cuckoo, though, he's trapped Saberlight behind the lines.
Mikoto strong.
Blinks in to seal his life. Bryle able to zip away, almost got caught by the cogs, but it's left Boxy behind. He's cornered, trying to TP out after
Does
the
he get out?
terrorize, but no. Cut down by Makoto. Talon, they will lose their quote-unquote carry. They come off the better of this fight.
Yeah, very good execution there by Talon. They managed to focus the DK and just destroy him. By the way, this is the purpose of why Timber was picked, right, against this DK. He was able to burst the DK just like that. Just got destroyed from, I think, just one Ravage, one stun, and he was gone.
Yeah, power shot, just a lot of magic damage here.
Yeah, this DK is
Yeah.
going to need a lot more items to be able to stand up and fight the Timber, especially that BKB. At some point, he's not really getting a BKB now. Wants to play a slower pace game, more farm orientated.
Sure.
Mjolnir done. Very, very fast farming item, and then he wants a Dragon Lance next. And meanwhile, his team is trying to create some space around the map. Saberlight is playing very aggressive, farming the enemy jungle.
Yeah,
I mean, the
but
BKB
Talon-
timings are going to be absolutely important for Liquid here against the
Okay.
Talon lineup.
Storm's gonna have his soon. Mickey's gone for the full Mayoma first. So it's only Bryle that will have his in the
Yeah,
next few
I mean, he's
minutes.
the only one that's going to be playing around his team as much right now. I think DK and Daxia are probably going to be pushing out the side lanes, farming a lot more. And Storm is the one that has to be in the 3-man ball, right? You need to be in the smoke, you need to be with the supports, you need to initiate.
By the way, we have TA shard as well. So Mikoto's bought that full out. And Jokum, he got the shard from
Yeah.
Tormentor.
Storm is going to have
Careful
to be
here.
careful.
WS, he's in trouble. Look how Boxing focuses him down. No way out. They burst him so quickly through that Glimmer Cave. It's like it didn't even exist. My goodness. So Liquid,
Just
they
way too
eventually
much
find
damage,
something.
you know. That's what Dark Willow brings to the table. Overwhelming magic damage.
Kodo is still...
It's Timber without any... Okay, he's going to get the Glimmer. He has a Glimmer, but still dies, like you said.
No, it's just too much damage. Makoto's about to hit his next spike as well, right? That Deso's going to really come in clutch.
It's
Oh,
a
they're going
AD.
to try and Roche, are they?
Arcane Rune AD. I think Liquid has to probably give this up. It's a little bit hard to contest. They're too separated, and you don't want to be running into a Ravage right now.
Yeah. So the double runes
The
holding on to
gathering
the damage.
heroes around. Phoenix is trying to de-ward.
Well, here comes
Saberlight
Saberlight.
is
He might
running
have something
over.
to say about this. He'll drop the wall of replica. That'll delay things here
Yeah,
significantly,
that would
Winter.
actually waste some time. You're right.
Yeah. Bryle, in the meantime, gets the tower down bottom, but the Roche attempt will continue. Oh, Natsumi also has his Dead in the Water shard, so that's very strong against the Storm until the BKB is out.
Yeah, Storm can't really show his face in the team fights until he has BKB now. The shard, like you said, from TA and the Dead in the Water, the double shard, from Tide and TA.
Yeah, definitely really turn the screws on the Storm in the fights.
So it's the
Bryle-
shard that gives you everything, right? Tide
That's
TA
true.
shards.
Oh my gosh, it's true. It gives you stuns, it gives you leash, it gives you silence. What more do you need? Really, truly gives you everything.
Bottom lane, Boxy, Brow, the Glimmer. Oh, they managed to get it out on time. The dust was late, so Timber able to get the Timber chain out. That was very close.
Bryle's still
That
sticking
would have
around
been
here, though. Won't be able to find much. Meanwhile, on the triangle, ooh, Supernova is going to be forced. Makoto from the low ground will avoid the
miss.
vacuum. He's
Miss.
missing. He missed 3 times, I think, there. Makoto asking him for a refund here on his high ground rolls. Is going to be focused down now. This could be very well the Aegis, as all of Liquid responded very quickly to this. WS coming in from the sides, as there's Natsumi as well, lingering with the Ravage. He will let loose now, but the damage, it's been done on a Makoto. He is not going to be able to live. They focus
carries
him down.
down for Talon.
Natsumi, try as best, is not going to be able to get a single kill here. Bryle on a dominating streak, as it's all gone lopsided there for Talon.
Yeah, that was either a high ground miss or a Phoenix miss,
He
Getting
missed
the-
twice in a
the stack.
row. Oh yeah, you're right. The stacks. Yeah.
Either way,
Wow,
but
look at
that
this.
was very unfortunate.
I can't
Yeah,
believe
it
it.
was three misses, probably.
First, it was 2 at the end here.
Yep, 1, 2.
3?
three.
It was 3. He couldn't believe
Yeah.
it. He walked away. Makoto's like, dude, this thing's gone for sure. Oh wow. I mean, that's a little upsetting for Makoto for sure. We'll see how he's able to recover from that, especially because after that fight, Winter Bryle, he is rich, fully recovered, BKB ready to go. Pretty good here. Careful though. This time, Insania, he's not going to be able to escape. Cut down by the kill shot of Jokum. And
Well,
Bryle,
Storm says
he's...
thank you very much, blocking the
safe.
gank. So I don't have to use my BKB. That's what you gotta do, as Phoenix. Once your egg is down, you have to find yourself something useful to do, And tanking ganks
Shot.
is something.
Mid lane on the Mickey. He's tanky, but they've got a lot of minus armor here for him. WS looking to close the gap as well to try and cut him down.
good pass.
Ryle, big zip on in. Beautiful vacuum interrupting them as they're going to be able to
Joe
focus
Cam,
down
he gets
on
it.
Makoto. Makoto, he's just taken down. Boxy's blown him up. And WS awkwardly stuck in the river. He missed the timber chain. He'll get one more chance here, but Saberlight running him down. Natsumi, he's going to walk in. He's got it dead on the water now, actually, onto Saberlight. WS looking to turn. He's got these magic barriers and will be cut down by WS Talon. They hold their side of the river, and they will be able to equalize here just a bit.
Very nice double glimmer there. The glimmer on the tide, the glimmer on the timber. It's keeping the timber alive. Yeah, Jokem did a very good job right in the middle of everything, you know. Just killing off, finishing off the DK there. But it wasn't that bad of a trade for Liquid at the end. They still got 2 heroes, but yeah, Talon probably a little bit happier with the trade because they got 2 cores. But not the worst, you know, for Liquid.
Not so bad here. Not so bad there. But that was a fight without a lot of ultis for Liquid as well, right? So for if you're I guess you didn't Ravage, did you? Yeah. Okay, you're right.
Yeah, there's still Ravage. I mean, Storm got a lot of stacks, you know. He has 18 galvanized stacks right now, so I think he's happy. Still no deaths yet. 4-0 and 8 on Brow, you know, playing a very, very good game. Considering how the lane started for him, he was struggling in the lane, you know, against the TA.
I agree. He's feeling pretty happy. Good use on his 9-second BKB. Any other significant items? There's that Rod of Atos. Your favorite item of the qualifiers, wasn't it? Online for Jokum.
Yeah, well, I think I was more impressed with the 4 stuff, you know, from Boxy in the previous fight, you know. Even though DK died in the end, but it bought them so much time, you know. Forced Talon to kind of commit more to kill the DK, and he was able to get Liquid like an even 2-for-2 fight, you know. So that 4 stuff definitely also something to take note of. Because if you look at how Talon wants to take the fight, right, they hook shot or they shackle with the Wind Ranger, they want to blow the hero up right away with the TA. And 4 stuff can totally ruin that for you.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And then it sets them up for like a vacuum. Great vacuum there on that fight by Saberlight. He vacuumed mid timber chain, which is just absolutely beautiful. Love to see it. One of my favorite interactions. Vacuum is just like one of the most powerful spells in the game.
Hey, didn't you mention you love watching Darkseid's vacuum storm out of their ball lightning?
Yeah, or Embers. Yeah, or Embers. It's just so good. Or you pull them down from Yules, you know? It's just amazing. It's just such a cool spell. And in the hands of a master. Oof.
Why have you been granted special powers on the Darkseid?
It's honestly, it's a good question, dude. It's a Hoover, you know? It's like some comedic effect where like, oh, what's this? A vacuum? And then all of a sudden it's the most powerful vacuum of all time. Team fight breaking out. They see the storm. Then in the water, will force the BKB as they leave Boxy behind. Jokum tanking a ton of damage.
He almost got a kill.
Goodness, almost got the kill. And unfortunately, will still die to Makoto.
That was some fancy footwork there by Boxy. And somehow sneaking around, getting in the middle of things and trying to get a kill. I think Hu was very calm, you know. He knew that he was outnumbered and he knew that the best thing he could do is try to get a trade.
Yeah, I agreed. Yeah, just make some space, make sure they can't chase down the Storm who had an anchor attached to him. And you're just totally fine.
I mean, this is the reason why Tide is just such a good hero now, you know. One of the reasons, the shard, you know. It's just such a great shard. It gives you a lot more play in the game, you know. You don't have to use your Ravage to get singular pickoffs, and you get it more for team fights. And or you saw in the previous engagement where he forces someone to pop BKB, you know, early without really committing anything.
Especially a hero like the Storm, right? Where these early
they
BKBs
nerfed it, you know,
but
it's still too powerful. And bot lane, pick off another galvanized stack, it seems.
Yeah, indeed. He's up to 19. Well, goes to Mickey.
So Tormentor for Liquid, I
Oh,
guess?
yeah, true. Yeah, it's up and ready. Talon will take a tier 1 in exchange for it, but
who wants the shard? Who deserves the shard, Richie? Let's see.
I would say Insania deserves. Oh, he's got it already. So
he already got it.
Yeah.
So he deserves a refund, right?
Yeah, give him the refund. Give him the VAT tax return, the tourist return. He won't get it. It'll go to Boxy.
Yeah, back to our discussion a couple of days ago.
Wait, hold on. We don't have time for the discussion.
Yeah,
Ryle,
BKB.
forced to BKB here. The Yule Scepter has a setup now onto the Timber Saw. Natsumi waiting. His Blink Dagger on cooldown, but has a Ravage as Bryle's BKB has expired
Very
now.
tanky.
WS is very tanky, especially with the BKB charge. There's going to be the disarm on Makoto. Pulled back into the Sunray, into the Supernova. Makoto, no support. He's going to drop Bryle jumping in, taking advantage now of a beautiful team fight from Liquid as he picks up 2 more Galvanized charges, up to 24. Winter chasing for more. No, he's going to go ahead and take it. easy breezy now. What a fight. What the spell casting by Liquid is impeccable.
Yeah, I think Mikoto also kind of maybe overcommitted a little bit, thinking that the Tide will follow up in the initial engagement when Timber BKB in. I also felt like maybe he was right, because if you think about how the team fights are going to happen, when you pop BKBs on your heroes, like especially the Timber. Oh, wait a minute.
Hold on, Storm.
No
This time,
BKB.
no BKB. WS jumps in with the Terrorize! The Terrorize! And then
Boxing the
destroys
savior.
it. No! The anchor out in time, the dead in the water guaranteeing the kill, but now Liquid fighting back. Talon, they will only get the Windrunner back in time. Mikoto is still on the sideline for 15 seconds, so even if Liquid take the fight very deep, there's not much they can do. They'll try now for Insania. The Shackle actually does connect onto him, but he's still alive, needs a little bit more damage.
Mickey, he's
but
protecting his
Natsumi,
support.
he can't quite reach him. All of a sudden, Jokum, he just respawned. It looks like he'll take a second death. The Saberlight up to the high ground will go down, but careful now. Makoto's respawning. Insania, he will pay for that with his own life as Makoto from the high ground dealing some damage. Saberlight brings him on down, but the blink back up thanks to the refraction charges. Mickey and Saber still fighting here on the footsteps of the high ground, realizing that they are simply too tanky.
That was such a long, dragged out fight, And eventually Storm loses his life. His BKB is on cooldown. Yeah, but that was a very, very messy fight, But you could see like the DK starting to get online, He's very, very powerful against the TA. And the Timber with the slows. When he's on the Dragon form with range. He's just
spicy
getting
rune right
kited,
there.
Non-stop. And the DK is also doing a lot of damage with the vacuum, Just pulling them in to that splash damage from the DK.
Yeah, here's another look at that fight. Oh, this is the kill onto the Storm.
Yeah, BKB still on cooldown, but it was a very nice fear there by Boxy there, just buying them some time here. And the DK is coming in from the side. He doesn't really have anything to worry about, so just cleaning everything up. And meanwhile, they're back to the fight.
Yeah, they've actually forced Bryle's BKB. He will zip completely down bottom. I didn't see.
Yeah, they were trying to kill Mikoto.
force.
Mikoto somehow manages to blink out, so
Yeah.
he's alive. That's what TA player does to you, One moment you think that he's dying, the next moment he's out.
Oh, BKB's already
shot.
hook shot. Nice shot there from Cuckoo. The vacuum mode to interrupt does end up clipping Cuckoo. He doesn't have a way down.
Kill
But
shot.
they get the kill on the Boxy. I saw a couple BKBs
Can't
get
escape.
purchased here, by the way. What? Saberlight has his ready, and Mickey has his BKB at the ready. In they go now onto Mickey. Natsumi's taking a ton of damage. This is going to be his own BKB. He has a Ravage in 10 seconds now as there's Bryle zipping in onto Cuckoo, puts him in the grave. Saberlight also BKBs for this, though, as the
with
Shackle
Shackle,
connects onto
two-man.
two. That sets up WS beautifully here. Insania setting up defensively now. It's the Ravage out from Natsumi, but no one can hit the egg. They will take down Saberlight at the very least, but it'll come at the life of Natsumi. He actually gets a glimmer away. They instead focus for the kill onto Mikoto. He is taken down. WS gets the kill onto Mickey, though. So still not a terrible fight. As they're going to still look for more. This amplified damage rune on the Storm does not dissuade him. Natsumi sitting on the side. Did not actually hit the anchor smash. Only threw out the dead in the water. And Bryle finally released. Jumps back onto Natsumi here. The hard carry. The Glimmer Cave saves his life for now as Insania chasing him down with the Sun Ray. And down goes the Kraken. On the side of the fight, Bryle regenning, maybe thinks he can go back on in onto WS, will do so now as the control and all of these brambles sets up Bryle for the easiest kill here. 26 galvanized stacks, the regen rune running. What a fight for Bryle. What a
They
game,
call
what a series.
AD rune the rune of destiny, but for Storm, regen is the rune of destiny. They're just turning the whole fight around with that regen. But then again, it was also a very, very good fight by Talon initially, being able to somehow survive and fight through the egg and just killing off the DK there after the BKB expired.
Dude,
With
the
Timber
shackles.
just doing, the shackles as well, two-man shackles. But just eventually, after the Storm got really lucky with the rune, I think there's just no way for them to come back from that
Definitely.
point.
That was one of the most brilliant shackle shots I've ever seen, because Jokum, he shot the shackle as the BKBs were still up but expiring. So when Storm and Saberlight came out of BKB, they were both shackled to already. It's the start of the replay, right? Because they were both running around with their 9-second BKBs in the fight. So excellent spell casting here, but unfortunately they really have some problems against the Supernova, don't they? Team fight's just not all there.
Yeah, I mean, your TA is the only realistically the real hero to hit it, but he doesn't have BKB, and there's so many
Okay,
things,
team fight,
so many
breaking
spells.
out. Jokum sat out front. Natsumi, he's destroying the wards, but the backing down to the low ground. They will at least get Jokum out to safety as the hookshot from Cuckoo protecting him against Bryle, but Bryle, he is relentless. Picks up
Natsumi,
another
he's
stack
in
of the
trouble.
Galvanize as Natsumi, his BKB wears off, focused and
Slowed by the
finished off
dragon.
by Mickey.
Can't run away from the Frost Dragon.
Yeah. And WS, he couldn't get through the darn brambles, controlled by Boxy seemingly throughout that whole fight. Roshan now open for Liquid. Seems like Talon will not be able to contest it here without the quote-unquote carry Tide Hunter.
Is this a freebie? Cuckoo? Is this Cuckoo's fault, Richie?
This one might be his fault. Yeah, that one he was trying to go for a little cheeky steal. Didn't have hook shot though. You know, you can't blame him too much for that one, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't. Can never blame Cuckoo, you know. Or can you, Richie? Some may say,
You know, some
it's
some
always
people
Cuckoo's
they can
fault.
only blame him. Some people can't blame him at all. Boxy, I don't think he lives here, unfortunately for him. Oh, the force staff? Oh my god, no way. He's gonna live the terrorized WS. It's just a freebie. Boxy, you gamer. WS, he can't believe it. And Boxy, he's ice in his veins. He says, "Call, I call, all in." Another one.
Yeah, he called a pair of aces.
Pocket rockets. Oh my goodness, the man. He's just undeniable. He's just playing a fantastic game. Boxy always wows me on the spellcasters, doesn't he? You know.
Yeah, he's very good at spellcasting, and he's also very good at reading and anticipating the game. So he kind of knows sometimes something that's about to happen, and he's able. You think like he's reacting quickly, but he's actually just reading the situation. He knows it's gonna happen. He knows which tree the timber is gonna go to, so he can read it well and dodge it.
Or staff out.
And now
he
Liquid
is
in a very commanding position in this game right now.
Jokum.
Brow,
No
another
escape.
kill, another stack.
Yeah, it seems that way. Jokum.
Seems like it's gonna take a while. It's
Yeah,
gonna
there's
be a
no
long
TP
kill.
scroll though, so Jokum. Oh, well, Bryle just ignore him. The greatest insult.
Let him live.
The greatest insult to supports. Yeah, you're useless. You can't TP. Oh, you cut my wave. That's a death penalty though. That's a spanking. That's not. You can't get away with that one now.
Yeah, you can't do that. There are rules, There's
Okay,
always
well,
lines.
Hold on, that's pretty good. He actually burned a lot of mana off of Bryle. Didn't nuke the full wave. Meanwhile, back in the base, there's a team fight happening. Okay, Natsumi, safe and sound for now. Blink Dagger in 3 seconds along with a Ravage. WS, he's going to find his way into that fight as Saberlight avoids that auto attack. He's just A-okay for now, but that's the Elder Dragon form expired.
No dragon form.
Natsumi.
Have to run.
Yeah, he's
That's
trying
the
to
retreat.
chase.
Retreat
Looking
button.
for an opening, but they just can't find one.
Yep, Talon smell the blood. They have to chase. DK has no form. He's just a man now. He's not a
There
dragon.
he is. They finally get on to Jokum though. Bryle, he's denied the kill, but Bryle, BKB's chasing after it, but his team's losing the fight around him. Bryle, oh, he's gonna TP away under the cover of the BKB as Saberlight runs into a safety corner. A nice blink up to the high ground, but you cannot run from this Timber Saw. Oh, is he gonna live here? The silence, the shackle shot again, somehow connecting, sets up for WS. Twisted Chakram picks up the kill. Liquid, they get the tier 3 tower Winter, but it does come at a bit of a cost.
Yeah, Talon just reacting very well there with the DK form being down, so they have like around 20-30 seconds to make a play there, and they made it count. They got 2 kills, so that's gonna buy them some time to get more items on the TA. I mean, at
Yeah.
the same time, like I'm trying to think, like what item realistically is just going to change the game for the TA right now. He already has the BKB, and all she needs now is just more damage, right? I guess maybe a
Yeah.
Daedalus, just something to just allow her to burst heroes.
You don't think they could use a nullifier
Brooch,
here in this
do you
game?
think he wants a nullifier? So for the search and
Yeah, for the surge, for the Yules, the force staffs.
yeah, I still think that just raw damage output, right? I'm not sure if the Brooch will be good here against the DK, so he can cut through the armor.
Because
But
the argument I'm making is it seems like WS is able to pump damage out when he can be involved in the fight, right? And it seems
So you
to
don't
me
need
like
to. You're saying you don't need to all in on the TA as your
maybe.
sole damage.
Well, I'm not so sure, right? Because you do have a tied carry, right? So I would think your lockdown and stuff is taken care of, but maybe that's not the case. Makoto, either way, he will be going into that Daedalus. just food for thought, you know. I don't disagree with you, but I always like proposing an alternative. The Dota builds are one of my favorite things in Dota. Seeing how these pros itemize and, you know, how they think about the game, what solutions they need, right?
It's like a puzzle, right? You're trying to solve a puzzle all the time.
But a quiet period here as Liquid, they will continue to farm out the rest of this first Aegis. It's expiring now here in 10 seconds as they will now focus on the Tormentor. Who doesn't have a shard is the question. The Clock or the Timber. Sorry, Insania or the DK. I was looking at the wrong team. And it'll go towards Insania. So excellent upgrade for him as that Aegis is reclaimed.
Yep, well.
It's a Storm getting initiated on as Cuckoo able to escape for now. Storm, though, he persists, and that's a really nice Curse Crown stun. Mickey jumping on in as Jokum. All he can do is just stun up Bryle. Mickey with the kill there. That's Bryle. By the way, 31 Galvanized stacks, 8-1 and 17. I mean, not the flawless game, but very close to it, I would say, as Natsumi evades a death there by Mickey. Pings here over in the mid lane. That's Talon farming in the triangle. With getting set up here potentially for next Roche and be playing for another pickoff. That's Daedalus completed now on Makoto, and Mickey is showing in the bottom wave. They're going to open up with a Ravage 4-on-1 situation, and Mickey caught off guard. He's a bit upset there, maybe misread the map, but a nice move by Talon. You can see from the reaction, though, really not expecting that. I mean, who does expect a Ravage from Fog, I suppose?
Under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Push now from Talon, though. Signs of life from them here is Natsumi blinking forward here, but that Ravage on cooldown for another minute and a half. By the way, Kraken Swell up to 34 damage block for Natsumi, so, you know, it's starting to build a little bit.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Talon pushing again, another tier 2 tower here. They fall so fast here with the TA, who's approaching that level 25 talent. Probably will end up seeing the refraction instances. Give her a lot more survivability here. But still, again, the team fight has been more problematic. When Liquid have been able to string the team fight together, the spell casting, especially by Boxy and Insania, this game has proved superb. Talon proving they still have the damage. They still have moves to be made this game. That's a Scythe of Ice picked up now by Natsumi. Keep your eye on that one. Very utility-based build here on that Tidehunter. But for now, both teams, again, settling into a little bit more of a farming pattern. Talon, again, moving with confidence, but it is going to be Roshan as the next decider. He will basically guaranteed spawn back bottom. It's just a matter of when. We used to be able to tell you with certainty, but after the latest update, we're in the same position as the players. We have no idea when he responds. Does anyone care? How are our cooldowns? Cooldowns are back now for Natsumi. So I assume teams don't really mind if it's now or later. Well, an Amplified Damage rune certainly gives Talon a nice reason to fight now. But Liquid holding very defensively deep in their own jungle. Scan sees Talon safely into the triangle area of Liquid as Insania shooting some fire spirits. Carefully here, the initiation. It's beautiful. They actually catch the storm. Bryle, he will take a slow... No, what? How does he live? Bryle escaping death, the stand-in miracle. I'm not... What the heck happened? There was 5 heroes around him. I need to see a replay of that one. I thought for sure he was dead to rights, but he just zips away all of a sudden. Talon left without a Ravage. Fortunately, they didn't use BKBs. What happens here?
Radiant are scanning.
I don't even know what to say.
Radiant's top tower
Lincoln's, I suppose, coming in clutch there. He just refuses to die. And now Liquid seizing the opportunity. Seizing the opportunity here to look for Roshan, number 2 in this game. Trying to find a 2-0 in their opening series here at ESL One Raleigh. Following the kill is Boxy. He'll lead them forward here with the Smoke of Deceit. Jokum, he'll see him. Of course, immediately into the Shadow Realm, setting up for this first kill. Jokum trying to bait him up onto the high ground. There's going to be a 3-man vacuum. Makoto, he gets off at least the BKB, trying to fight back into this one, but Natsumi awkwardly standing around, can't do much through the BKB without a Ravage. Cuckoo and company being burned alive as Makoto finally focused down by Bryle. Look at how they ignore Natsumi. WS trying to do as much damage as he can. As you can see, Bryle routing the supports from the fight. Cuckoo finished off over on the other side, and Mickey is beating the crap out of these heroes. So much damage. The Yule Scepter now onto Natsumi. Buybacks, though, out of Talon. They think they can try and take this fight here. There goes Makoto trying to burst through Boxy. Does pick up the kill, but Natsumi dying to the physical damage. Bryle, he zips in deep. He's low on mana here with 34 Galvanized charges. Certainly he can't play like that, right? The Boxy, even from the grave, proving to be too tanky. No! Stopped by the anchor. Leashed up. He will die as Cuckoo unable to connect there on that hook shot. The slow, though, gives vision that they need. That's a level 25 talent there on WS. He jumps on forward aggressively. There, it's going to drop the Supernova now as Jokum, he just burns alive. They're all burning alive. WS able to escape. Cuckoo on his buyback here, still alive, but has set up at least the cogs there. Natsumi thinks he can jump in. He actually has a Ravage ready to go again. That's the buyback now off from the Darkseer. Finds Makoto, the perfect target, but there's the Ravage. No one has the BKBs. Where's the follow-up damage? In it comes from WS as Makoto able to put the damage down onto Saberlight before he scythed up, and now unleashed in the fight. Talon, they pick up 5 there with the dieback on Saberlight, but they fail to catch up to Mickey. Talon Esports was a lot more fight in this game too than I thought they had, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, once again, they took full advantage of the Dragon Form, right? Once they kited it out, it ended. They know that it's their time to jump, right? But yeah, the Timber ran up, he dies to the Phoenix Egg, but they're still able to finish off the fight, with the Darkseer buying back. I mean, the DK without form is just a time for you to strike, if you're Talon. If you can somehow kite the fight, drag it out, make sure that the DK is not killing off your whole team during the form, and you stand to have a good chance to win the fight. And Boxy, he's going in, the DK has formed now.
Mickey, he's just in. The Roshan attempt interrupted, but that's the BKB from Mickey. They did not actually capture the outpost, so the buyback there of Insania scaring them off for now. I think they caught a glimpse here of Natsumi, also up to level 25, but Makoto, he bought back for that engagement to look so good. Really wanted to get a hold of this Aegis, Winter. Will be denied it, though. A huge opening, a win condition for Team Liquid here in Game 2.
Yeah, that was very, very clutch, coming in from the back there by Boxy with the Terrorize and DK. Now Brawl has the Aegis, and how are you going to be able to kill him twice? Yeah, you have to drag out the fight so much if you're Talon right now. Try to force out the BKBs with the Dead in the Water from the Tide, and just keep poking and prodding. It's not going to be an easy task, but they do have like a huge amount of damage from the Timber, right? If they kite them out, waste their BKBs, and Timber has a chance to kill them.
Yeah. It seems to me like this Tide is a little bit of a walking Ravage now. He's gone for the 25 talent of the Ravage stun duration. He's got the Scythe. Like, I don't really know what we expected him to do otherwise,
Yeah, he's an
but,
I told you from the start.
It's so funny seeing Natsumi just be ignored in the fights, I have to say. It's not something you're used to seeing the hard carry like that. On the supports, sure. Happens all the time.
Once you get Refresher, I don't know if he can be ignored, Like, if he lands like 2 Ravages, 2 Hexes,
yeah.
I think your Storm is, if he doesn't have Aegis, he's going to die for sure, in the team fights.
Well, Storm does have the Aegis this time around here for Bryle. He's pretty close to buyback as well. 500 gold. He may manage to farm that up. Buyback situation for Talon here as they look at a high ground defense is much, much thinner. Right now, only Natsumi having the buyback. Notably, Makoto, he's on cooldown for another 4 minutes. What's he building into here with this Eagle Song, though? Is it a Butterfly? It's a Swift Blink. So that upgrade will be coming rather soon.
Yeah, he wants to just go in and burst a hero right away. I think ideally he kills the Phoenix if they can hex with the Tide and the TA just goes in and kills.
Phoenix, by the way,
is
with a
like
refresher shard online.
Yeah, Phoenix
Careful
is
for
a
that in the
huge
fight.
problem with the refresher shot, with the hex, with the double egg.
Yeah, super annoying. He did buy back though, so that's, you know, I wouldn't say a win condition, but it's a fight win condition here. As Talon continue to try and stall out this second Aegis.
Talon definitely have to kill the supporting cast from Liquid.
Wait, careful, WS. Boxy's hunting you. This is Boxy's territory. You might not know it, Bryle. Quick zip on over. WS. Get the courier out. That's going to be the swift link from Makoto. They have vision up here again.
Sees them.
Yeah. They want to jump here. Cuckoo. Give him the vision as well with the rocket flare. Blink, Hex, Ravage at the ready for Natsumi. With the refresher, he's bought out. He's bought out here on the Tide. Double Ravage is coming. WS maybe trying to bait them into a bad engagement. But Liquid showing more restraint than that.
I mean, the Storm has Aegis. Like, I feel like he doesn't mind tanking like the refresher right now. If you have to use double Ravage to kill the Storm, double Hex, double Ravage, I think you tank it, you know, kill Liquid.
Ooh, up on Nikkei in time. Saber looking for the counter initiation. They're on top of Natsumi here. He's got a BKB. He's got double Ravage. But there's going to be the Scythe device number one. On a Makoto, the punch is well, the normal punch. Makoto activates the BKB. The Ravage, everything dropped. Everyone's BKB. Supernova, he's owning them. And there's the refresh.
Second egg.
The Ravage is just not accomplishing much, but it doesn't at least allow Makoto to live another day. Natsumi down for the count, though. Down good for 90 seconds. Oh, no, and Cuckoo caught trying to TP away in the mid lane. That might just be it,
they can't afford to go onto the Storm. I mean, that was also very smart by Liquid that they placed the banner to give vision, so they were able to get that awesome initiation with the Phoenix there. Getting the Hex, getting the egg, and the second egg there. That's definitely sealed Talon's fate in the
Saberlight,
fight.
quick control on Makoto. He gets the blink away thanks to the refraction. This is Talon at 25. Bryle, low on mana, but again, he's got this Aegis. So he can play confidently and has the backing of his full team. As Team Liquid, they may just look for the game-ending push now, assaulting the Tier 4 towers. WS, he's pushing out that wave top lane, trying to do anything he can to extend the game duration, but Makoto, he's being routed away in the trees. A third hero dead now, no buyback. WS, he just TPs right in. What else can he do? BKB available in 8 seconds, trying to buy as much time as he can, but Makoto is not making the jump in, Winter. I think this one is all but over.
Yep. I mean, they put up a good fight, you know, Talon considering the position they were in, but yep, I'm afraid this is the end for them, you know. Clockwork's gonna be alive, but there's nothing you can do, you know. 2 versus 5, the Clock and the TA. This Dragon, this Blue Dragon is way too scary.
I think it's over, Winter. Bryle, he will end this game 34 galvanized stacks, 12, 2, and 20. An absolute game from him. Nikkei as well, 12, 4, and 15. It's only going to get worse. Talon, they'll throw their bodies on the line, try and do anything they can, but all they do is improve Bryle to 14, 2, and 20. What a game. What a series here from Liquid, huh?
Yep, very, very nice series, you know, especially in this game, you know, Bryle, he is the stand-in, but he's the he's the person that deserves a standing ovation here. He had a tough lane against the TA. Talon somehow managed to trick Liquid into believing that the Timber was going mid, and Liquid picked the Storm mid, and they switched the lanes up, pressuring Liquid in the lane from the start. But Bryle, you know, not fazed by that, still manages somehow to play defensively, be very patient, clear some stacks, and recover in the game, and be this absolute monster of a Storm, you know, in this game with so many galvanized stacks and making a lot of very, very good plays, finding the enemy backliners. I think Talon, that's something that they didn't really do as well as Liquid, right? Finding the backliners, allowing this Dark Willow played by Boxy and this Phoenix played by Insania to have such a high amount of impact in a lot of the team fights, you know.
Yeah, ended up being
they just didn't have
situation.
that hero like a Storm because they chose to go for the lane dominators, right? They wanted to just sit in their lanes and win their lanes, you know. And when that actually didn't give them enough to win the game, you kind of see, right, in the team fights, it's a lot harder to play Talon's lineup, right? Because they don't really have a lot of ways to start the fight. Whereas, I mean, easy or reliable ways, right? In the end, it's like you need to wait for a good shackle to land. Whereas Liquid, they have Vacuum, they have the DK to go in, they have the Storm to jump in. So there's a lot of ways to start a fight, and it makes it very easy for the Phoenix and Dark Willow to get their all-important team fighting spells off.
Yeah, especially I have to agree with you. I think Saberlight with phenomenal spellcasting did excellent with the normal punch in those late game fights. You know, it's It's, I think, a little bit telling when the best fight that Talon took was basically off of the buybacks when Natsumi did not have even one Ravage, simply because Liquid extended it too far and didn't respect the buybacks out of Makoto. And again, well played to Talon, really making that a close game off the back of those buybacks. But like you say, that fight, Liquid will give you one, and then they're going to tidy up their act and look to close out that game in style, in fashion, as they did. I mean, let's talk about the series a bit more as a whole, Winter, shall we? I mean, quite the series for Mickey and Bryle both. And I know a lot of this, you got to give credit to the supporting staff, as we always do, right? Boxy, phenomenal games. Insania, I think, played well, right? The entire team performing. But, I mean, those kill scores, just those stats alone are significant, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did well as a team. They just integrated Brawl into the team, and everything just went well for them. They were able to just play off each other like they were not using a stand. So that's really impressive from their side.
Yeah, for sure. I believe, actually, we get to have a very quick word with a player from Liquid. I believe we're ready to welcome them on stream, if I heard correctly. We are welcoming Insania over to the stream. Hello, Insania. Can you hear us? Hello, hello. Can
Don't
you hear
hear
us? I don't know.
Could it be the other headset?
Oh, we hear him.
Hello?
Hello?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear us?
No. Whoops.
Oh no, he actually can't hear us. The joke didn't work. Well, unfortunately, then I think we will not be having our interview here today. I was ready to hold up the whiteboard, but it seems like we won't be able to get.
Yeah, I was getting
set.
ready for some Phoenix questions.
Yeah,
I was also gonna ask
we
you
were
about some Oracle. When are we gonna see your Oracle again?
Indeed.
Everybody wants to see Oracle.
We need the facet to really know, or sorry, the innate to be able to know when the next Oracle game is coming. I thought that was maybe a candidate for it, but phenomenal game, of course.
I actually felt like that hero had a lot of potential initially when I saw that facet. I was like thinking, all the mid players want the support players to pick Oracle so that they know where the rune is spawning. But unfortunately, the hero is still not the most popular hero because he's unreliable and he's very hard to execute. Maybe someday we'll see Oracle return to the scene as a staple again. Now he's like a Huskar in a way. You can pick Oracle once in a while in the right game, but not all the time. But you probably can pick Huskar more than Oracle at the moment. Huskar seems more
that's
like
really saying something. That's really saying something. And I wonder maybe if we'll end up seeing some Huskar jungler or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, someday, they used to be a pair, right? Oracle, Huskar. But now, not so much anymore.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Winter, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to go to our interview here. I think we need to go ahead and test the cables and everything, and hopefully we'll have that ready for the next series. Was looking forward to hearing what Insania says, but that is going to be our series here, all done and dusted. Winter, Team Liquid, they will kick off their ESL One Raleigh trip with a 2-0 victory over Talon Esports. Coming up next, Winter, I believe we stay with Talon Esports, don't we?
Yeah, we next game is gonna be Talon against Nigma Galaxy.
Indeed. Yep. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. I believe that match is kicking off in very soon, actually, in just about 10-15 minutes. So we're going to go over to a quick break, get things changed up around here, make sure we test that interview setup. And when we come back, Talon Esports will be taking on Nigma Galaxy. We'll catch you soon.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who were true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in his birch shelan.
each melting touch sends to him my loyalty a sign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025. We are now just halfway through the first shift of the day here for group stage for our main event. I'm Seeking Strike, and joining us, of course, is Winter. Winter, we get to follow one of our teams here throughout a lot of our journey here at at ESL One Raleigh, but in particular, today we follow Talon as they now face off versus Nigma Galaxy. What did you think about Talon's, first series? Excuse me.
We have been given the honor of following Talon the whole week, the first 3 days of the
Yes.
groups. Yeah, well, in the first series, I think they kind of have their moments. In the first game, they kind of got outplayed, I think, a lot by Liquid. Liquid kind of, I think, played really well with the pacing of their heroes, especially Mickey's rotations on the Ursa. I think Talon definitely has a lot to learn about that. Natsumi tried to do that in the second game when he played like a carry type, which is not exactly a carry because he's trying to play for the Timbersaw and the TA's timing, right? I think overall, when they were trying to do that, there were a couple of very crucial team fights where I think the Timber and TA went in, they committed, but the Tide didn't really want to go with them, right? And I think when you're playing in those type of situations where you are playing for someone else, it doesn't matter sometimes what you think of the situation. What matters is what the other person thinks. If the other person, which is more important because you're playing for their game, and they think it's the right time to go, you just have to go when, even though
You
you
have to
feel like,
trust.
okay, it's like you wake up in the morning, you have to go to school, and even though you're not ready to wake up, but you have to wake up, right? So it's that kind of thing, you know?
Yep, I definitely understand what you mean. Well, Winter, it is time to wake up. It's time to go to school, and it's time to learn what our two teams will be giving us a show on as we get underway with our first draft of our second series of the day. Thanks for tuning in, folks, here on the Storm Stream. You're watching ESL One Raleigh 2025 with Weekend Strike in Winter. Don't forget, folks, if you're looking for a different game, if you are looking for Shopify versus Paravision, that's over on the Ember stream. And that means the Team Spirit versus Liquid series is over on the mainstream. You're over here on the Storm stream, where Talon are hoping to bounce back off of their 0-2 defeat. Nigma riding high after their 2-0 victory over Shopify Rebellion. And Winter,
Yes.
I usually don't, I'm not in the business of making predictions, my friend. But can I just say that this may very well be a deciding game or very indicative of the future of whether or not one of these two teams places fifth place. That's my prediction here in Group A.
I believe you because you are the Oracle. And I'm
Thank
just.
you. Rune's bottom, by the way.
I'm just a follower. I just follow the Oracle. So Nigma gonna open the draft with probably the best carry right now, Nature's Prophet. This hero is just too insane after all the nerfs. Very strong laner. Plays the game at a very, very fast pace because of your global potential. You can TP anywhere. And just does a bunch of damage, right? With your innate, with your ulti, with everything. Everything the hero has is equal damage, except for your TP, which gives you a barrier. So kind of stops the enemy from doing damage to you. And Talon has responded with a monkey, which I think it's a fair trade. The monkey for the Nature's Prophet. Monkey King, you can kind of follow the Nature's Prophet and hunt him on the trees, so he doesn't know. But at the same time, it could backfire. If somehow he just summons a tree beneath your feet and you fall down and you break your ankle and you're just there like a sitting monkey.
Your ankle.
I mean, you need the ankle to jump around the trees, right? So Nigma here in the second phase has opted to ban out the A and Wind Ranger. Yeah, I find it kind of a little bit strange because the MP, I feel like whenever I'm playing A, when I run into MP, I want to kill myself sometimes, in the game, because he just forces me to hold a clang blade and then he just kills me in a couple of hits and he sprouts me and I can't do anything to the Treant. I mean, Wind Ranger, I kind of understand, because he can shackle you, hunt you, break your trees and everything. He can be annoying and wind run. You can't hit him, And on the other hand, right now, what Talon has, Jakiro, I feel like this is more annoying for Nature's Prophet to deal with because he can use his slows against the Treant. He can break your trees with Macropire, Ice Path, stops you from trying to hide and TP in your Sprout. So it's I think he's more annoying than A. So I think in the grand scheme of things, Nigma just value A more as a hero in the meta, it's more annoying. Rather than just thinking about what is more annoying against Nature's Prophet, So maybe that is telling me that Nature's Prophet could be a flex hero, that's been moved here and there. Because they're not afraid of counters coming out. I mean, these two heroes right now, what Talon have, they are heroes that are very good against Nature's Prophet.
Boss Kuro. Thinking about what he's going to be pairing here.
Do we put the Nature's Prophet in carry? What do we do with this Nature's Prophet? But first, we must pick some support heroes.
That's true. Into the monkey, into the Jakiro.
Heroes that
thinking
are good
here?
with MP carry. If MP is carry, you want like some EP, some melee hero in your lane, right? So they go for Tiny Phoenix right away. So MP is definitely going to still be a flex, mid or carry. Tiny could be a support, could be a mid, but I'm leaning more towards a support here. Crash landing. Tiny with a Phoenix, a lot of magic damage here right away. So Talon probably gonna need a hero that buys pipe.
10 seconds
Every time I
remaining.
see Phoenix and Tiny, I wanna buy pipe. You want a hero that buys pipe
5 seconds
to block all that
remaining.
magic damage. So what is it going to be Talon here? I mean, if they pick a hero to counter MP in the lane, I was already thinking about Centaur because you can run away, you can buy pipe against MP. So it gives Nigma the option to move the MP to mid, whether they feel like it's something that they want to avoid. Yeah, and
Dire team
we're also gonna see the position for. All right, the egg
Oh.
hitter is back. She
Yeah.
did get a slight buff in this patch. It's not bad against the MP too. This is a pretty decent hero against MP because you can run out of Sprout with, jump out of Sprout with your cookie,
10
and you
Right.
can
seconds remaining.
target Mortimer's case from far away to kill the MP because usually MP is hiding very far
5
away in the team
seconds
fight,
remaining.
doing damage from far range. So Mortimer's case can land it and burn the MP's head. MP is weak
Yeah, she
against
got a
fire
little-
because he's a plant-based creature. So the fire burns the trees off, the leaves off
Very
of
true.
MP.
Very true.
It does
I'm
double
looking here at
damage.
the patch notes that you were bringing up, and good stacking.
It's
like
the buff to what
0.3s,
Shredder, right? I think Shredder does a little bit more
5%
damage.
Team back.
Yeah.
additional damage now on little shredder of your base damage, right? And now the base damage even went up 5 damage per
Mhm.
level as well. And they fixed the Mortimer Kisses interaction, so now you can like glimmer
Oh
and
yeah, you can
whatever
glimmer,
and other
yeah.
things.
You can cast or use items during
10
the kiss.
seconds remaining.
So Nigma responds with a Lifestealer. Very reasonable one to counter the
5
Centaur
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Very, very good lane matchup for Lifestealer. It gives you a lot of room to rotate with your supports because the Lifestealer doesn't need help, against Centaur in most cases. As long as you get him past the first couple of levels, then you can leave him alone and you can play with your mid laner. You can, which is probably going to be the Nature's Prophet here because they are moving the lanes, and the last pick from Nigma is going to be an off laner most likely. Something to
Okay.
to fight, initiate. They need like someone to for the lifesteal to invest in, some initiating hero. That kind of
So you're
also buys
thinking-
aura. So you're thinking about like Mars, immediately.
I was gonna say you're pretty confident that this is gonna be an Omar Tiny then for Enigma Galaxy, some position 4
Yeah,
Tiny.
most likely.
Okay.
I mean, obviously
Cool.
there's still a chance, but I
5
highly doubt
seconds
it.
remaining.
I'm
So
curious to see what
they,
talent think with these bans.
They need something they can initiate, can also maybe lane into the Monkey King. A lot of heroes are not going to fit that description apart from Mars. That's why Mars is the first one banned. No Beast. And Doom is also kind of a little bit greedy. I mean, Doom is good into the monkey later, but in the lane, not so much. I mean, there is still a tight. I think against Monkey King, it's tricky, right? It depends on who's your support. With a Tiny, I'm not sure if you can, because if you have a range hero, you can get Gush at level 1, and you can actually
Yep.
still fight into the monkey. But with Tiny, I'm not so sure if that is still possible.
Yeah, you see the Tide a lot. Do you think LC is pickable at all these days, Winter?
I'm not sure, Nowadays,
Okay.
we don't have the data anymore. In my games, I don't
kind of
see a lot of
axe
LC.
hero?
Sorry?
Some Dawnbreaker, some Axe, some
Yeah,
Dawnbreaker,
Dawnbreaker
maybe,
actually kind of decent. Not bad.
right? Play with your NP a bit as
Yeah.
well.
But you have a little bit too much global, I feel.
Dire team back.
They need someone to do something in the game, someone to play around for the supports to play around. Because your supports are not going to be following your lifestealer or MP. They are sitting and farming.
Yeah.
So they need like a anchor on the map. That's why I was like suggesting Tide, Mars type of hero. So Mars
What
is
about a
banned. So
Sand
they
King?
ban Bristleback as well. Bristleback is an anchor hero. And Sand King you mentioned. Yeah, Sand King is also an anchor hero. But the problem with Sand King here is your lane is going to be
5
absolutely
seconds
disgusting.
remaining.
You can't play the lane. Jack
Yeah.
Hero Monkey. If it's a Jack Hero Monkey.
Yeah, I guess the Tiny's just such a big problem though, then,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I mean, if you want to secure the lane, you pick something range like DP or Razor, so your Tiny will be able to function in a lane. But then that doesn't give you a nice, solid, well-balanced draft, right? Because you don't have enough initiating heroes. Like, you don't have enough catch. So that's the
Right.
problem, right? You need catch, but you also need a hero that can play the lane. So it's difficult to figure out that pick. Mars was the I think the best one. It
Yeah,
was
the
already
ideal
already
here.
banned, so there's not many remaining here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I
what
guess you
want
can go
here.
maybe darks here and cut waves and just. But I'm not sure if that's good with their draft, because it's not really good initiation. But there's not many. Like Sand King is like a good initiator, but it sucks in the lane.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
yeah. A lot of other heroes don't really fit the bill here that I'm like looking at. Like they either don't have catch, or if they're range, or
Yeah,
their match.
maybe
their
they're
range
gonna
is
just
so
put
hard.
what, Tiny off lane, pick another 4.
Pick another 4, like some Muerta hero.
Yeah, maybe. Like maybe it could work.
Turn to pick.
Yeah, I mean they go with
Go
the Sand King,
Sand
but the Sand King is kind of. Yeah, the lane is like it's good for the draft, but it's so bad in the lane. Now Talon can decide
Yeah.
whether they want to put this monkey and Jakiro in this lane. It's like a free lane. It's so bad for the Sand King. I mean, you can
Well-
pull with the tiny and whatnot stacks, but then again, your game is gonna be so slow, right? You're gonna be far behind.
I hear you. But could this potentially be like a Sand King mid with an MP off lane, or do you think that's just like not playable?
Actually, maybe you're right. It might be a thing. Yeah.
Right? Maybe
'cause
maybe the monkey chases him. That's a problem still. That doesn't solve
Yeah, I mean,
everything.
I-
But
I
at
guess-
least then you're off lane.
I guess it could be a thing, but just based on player play styles and personality, right, I feel like most likely we're gonna see a mid MP. But it could
Okay.
change. Like you say, it's possible. Strategically wise, it's possible to change. And right now, Talon,
Talon have a minute here.
they're gonna think about it. They're gonna figure out what is the best course of action. Do we keep the monkey as a carry, which I think it will most likely happen, and pick another mid hero, like some spirit hero here. Ember kind of hero. I think Ember's nice because you have Jakiro and Snapfire. Ember goes really well with these 2 supports. They need like some mini initiation from long range, and then the Jakiro and Snap will land their spells. Nothing beats slight chains, Richie. Like a good old slight chains.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, but the main
Then you
discussion here is
kinda-
where the Monkey King is gonna go here. I'm sure they have already decided since it's not much time already. Look like they know what they want.
Yep, the shoes are coming off. That's how you know.
Shoes.
Talon, they're getting ready to stay at home. They're setting up. They're getting comfortable.
Yep, mid monkey.
warrior
They
then.
decided to go for mid monkey, and Ursa still retains the lane dominance over the Sand King, and the Ursa does a couple of things as well. It kills the life stealer. It kills the egg. It kind of kills the Nature's Prophet as well if you can get on top of it. But I think overall, it's a little bit greedier than what I like here. I would have probably preferred to see an Ember, to see a more well-balanced draft. But can Talon get away with the greed here? Only time will tell.
Only time indeed will tell. Kuku going for this Twin Terror build, by the way. So you kind of have 3 really good egg hitters, right? Because even without Twin Terror, if you go for the Icebreaker, Jakiro's both auto attacks do count
Yeah.
against these ward type units.
It'll be fair to say we're going to be seeing a lot of scramble eggs here.
I think so. Well, we'll see. I mean, we did see a lot of misses in the last game, right? But the blinding light ended up really adding up against Talon. So hopefully they're not going to be kind of blinded by this game here as GH locks in our Phoenix. Anything else very exciting here for the facets? Makoto does go Simeon Stride, as you'd expect. Sometimes on the monkey mids, you see the
Siemens
the
Strike is
soldiers.
like something that I don't see as much as before. So it's rather interesting. Maybe, like you say, just mid Monkey Kings. Because most of the Monkey Kings I've seen, they just go for the other one, Wukong's Faithful.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
You're really good
so-
at remembering the names.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I remember everyone's name. Just kidding.
Hmm.
I mean, overall, I
Like-
think it still makes a lot of sense. He thinks that he can just play off the lane and do okay, and then jump around and just gank. I mean, that's what he wants to do here because they have a much greedier draft, right? So everyone
Sure.
needs time to farm. Like Centaur needs time to farm. You can't expect him to just go naked dagger, right? He needs to buy maybe some blade mail first, Then only get his dagger, So somebody has to take the role of playmaker before that happens. So it's going to be the Monkey King with the Siemens Strike. He has to jump around, but he's going to be matched by the MP, which can also TP around at all times. So it's going to be very interesting to look at this dynamic between the Nature's Prophet against the Monkey King.
Oh, I didn't realize Ghost was like Grandmaster level life stealer, but that is what Enigma Galaxy have themselves as
Come
their
on,
carry. As
if you're a carry, you have to be a Grandmaster on Lifesteal.
you think? You think
Most
that's like?
cases.
Is it him, Jug, and I don't know,
Yeah,
PA or something?
Lifestealer. Juggernaut, Anti-Mage. Yeah, I think these are the three. They are the like foundation of the heroes that you learn about the carry role when you start to dip your feet into carry. You
Right.
have to learn the role, and those are the heroes you go to first.
Right. Your Sifu is like make sure that you do your 10 manta dodges a day on AM.
No, it makes me look at the map. See, you cross the line. You're not supposed to cross the line. This wave you can't take. Okay, you can only take this wave if you are anti-mage because you are fast. The rest of the heroes, no. And never kill the car. That catapult, that car there, right there, is all a
30
bait.
seconds.
Unless
You
you're
want to know
a
why,
Mirana,
Winter?
you can arrow it.
You know why, Winter?
Yeah, I can't wait for your brilliant answer,
No.
Richie. Tell me.
Bad karma.
I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that was not scripted at all.
Natsumi running in 1 versus 2 down bottom will defend his own jungle, but the wraparound that's far more interesting is up here top lane.
Battle
Fortunately for
begins.
Talon, no one from Enigma Galaxy is going to get baited over there. Although if they're patient, they maybe... No, they won't catch Ghost.
Wait, they stole a rune.
They did. Talon. Thieves.
Talon. So now, I mean, it's a small little thing. It's not like, oh, you're going to lose the lane because of it. But every bit helps, you know. We always like to say. Every little bit helps. And anything interesting going on, seems like everyone is just going to be moving back to the lane. No lane blocking shenanigans except for the body blocking up top or Talon. Slowing down the wave so the wave meets nearer to the side of their tower. Take the range creep. That is always the first thing you talk about when you go to the lane. Range creep.
Oh, yeah.
Range creep.
Gotta secure
I got it.
It's important. Can really
need
make
to
or
use my
break your
spell.
entire series here, it feels. And for Talon Esports, of course, Winter, they're looking for a solid win here as Enigma Galaxy riding high their 2-0 victory over Shopify Rebellion. Well, Talon got pretty close in game 2, but Liquid, I think, had a lid on that game and defeated them 2-0. Of course, only BO2s in our group stage here. And top 4 of 6 move on to our playoff stage.
Yeah, well, our mid lane is going to be the interesting lane here as Nature's Prophet against Monkey King. I already mentioned the dynamic between these two heroes, being able to go to places quickly. One with the Seaman Stride, the other with the TP, teleportation. So it's going to be a good thing to keep a close eye on these two heroes, you know.
Yeah, but they really nerfed the Simeon Strike, didn't they, right? Now you have to get a 5th level in it and everything like that. Like, it's no longer as, you know, instant as it
Yeah, you
used
don't
to
get
be.
it right away. Yeah, I actually almost forget that.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see why he still thinks it's the better one. Maybe he wants to play more around the vision to get let the Ursa get the jump later. They've got the Stampede.
He wants to
I'm
jump
really-
on
I'd
the
like to see that.
sprout. You know, that is the classic thing.
Definitely. I hope we see that as Omar drags a creep away to Oblivion, you know, to avoid the lane. I guess this is just what you do, right? In a tough lane like this, Noob has started stacking his side camps as Ghost and WS. Doing a
Yeah.
little bit of brawling
This
up
is-
here.
This is an impossible lane. A tough lane is not even fair, you know. This is an impossible lane. Ursa, Jakiro. Yeah, you're tiny and sanking and laning into Ursa, Jakiro. This is what happens, you know. You don't lane. It's like all the way back to the tier 2 tower.
Radiant's
I mean, sometimes you wonder where is actually the lane, you know, in Dota. And sometimes you just don't know where it will end up, you know. It could be in the middle of your tier 1 and tier 2. It could be in front of the tier 2. It could be in front of your base, you know. It could be anywhere. As long
Yeah,
as you
I
drag
mean-
it there, it'll be there.
Look at where Cuckoo has to contest this farm, man. It'll end up being super fun for him.
Run
Natsumi's
away.
running in. Blood grenade thrown. Omar slowed to a crawl. A Noob does not have any mana. Can't do anything about it. Just has to sit inside of his sandstorm.
Very
I
nice
don't know if I've
rotation
ever
by
seen
Natsumi.
first blood spill there. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I like it that Natsumi just walked all the way. He like ignored his lane creeps and like, I just need to save Cuckoo, you know. It's Cuckoo. If I don't save him here, he'll be asking for Venomancer next game because he doesn't want to play the lane
That's
with
right.
me.
Yep, that's right. He'll want
So
to jungle.
that's the strat.
I can't let all the Facebook fans think it's his fault. We must defend him. Good save, though. Good save.
Yeah, I like to hype up all the carry moves, you know, because I know a lot of carry players, they don't understand, you know, they think we are memeing as support players when we say we need help, you know. Sometimes they're just that little one stretch of a hand to save us from that
Yeah, you
cliff, you know, just changes our day.
changes the game.
Yeah,
Upsets
changes
the
game.
lane. I agree with you completely. It's good to encourage that kind of behavior here. For Enigma Galaxy, though, of course, it will make that bottom lane even more impossible than it has already. But again, the crypt skipping and shenanigans are at least keeping them somewhat even in this. As Omar, he will do the next best thing and steal a water rune from top. Sumail denies the other water rune to Makoto, who doesn't have a bottle anyway. Won't be able to refill it.
I mean, he's still level 1 on Tiny, you know, like what is he meant to do? I feel like he wants to get level 2 and maybe gank top. I think with toss he can maybe gank top.
I think Natsume just runs at him again, by the way. Omar, he has TP in 2 seconds.
Where? TV top, TV top, TV top. Don't.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh no. I mean, still a level 1 Tiny
Oh, no.
then. Not much he
No
could do
time.
there. And Ursa's got the full phase boots now online, so just a free farm for Natsume, heroes and creeps. Both.
Yeah, time to go for the phase boot win lace build on the Ursa. He's been doing so much running around. Need to get that sport shoes ready. That running shoes.
Okay, Omar
Yep,
will
here
TP
comes
top
Omar.
now.
TPing top, but he's still level 1.
Yeah, he only has Avalanche. We'll see what they can do as WS does not connect on the hoof stomp thanks to the Rage. Stun will connect, but the cookie's even better out from Jokum.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You know, no boots. Level 1. He's level 2 now. It's such a sad game, you know, to start for the Tiny. Like watching a Tiny walk around like this.
Makoto.
No boots.
Makoto mid. Gets the Wukong, the Jingo Mastery, and he just dives the tower. I mean, my goodness,
Oh.
simply TP's away. Nothing
TP.
GH can do. That's Monkey King gaming.
That is Mikoto gaming, not Monkey King gaming. He's calm, he's cool. He TPs in front of the enemy after killing him. Really reminds me of someone else, you know.
Sumail had no idea. He just gets walked down. He really just gets walked down. I know we didn't show the full kill down bottom noob. Oh, yikes, he's going to go down again here. I mean, just no support in this lane for him. Omar trying his best up top, at least has a level 2 now, but this is...
Yeah, the lane
Talon running
is
away with the
breaking
spot
down
lane.
in a worrying way for Enigma Galaxy here. I mean, I think they have very, very good team fight when it comes to the mid game. But you have to get there, right? If your early game is going as what we are seeing right now, you might not have a mid game to go to.
Okay, here are the TPs. Natsumi, he's going to try and get on top of GH, but he's got an Icarus dive, so this will not be such an easy catch. So they have swapped the lanes here a little bit, allowing Omar to receive some experience up top. Careful. Makoto is coming to gank this lane. He sees GH. GH all of a sudden is
Yeah.
getting beaten down by
The
a
shrine.
tree.
They don't want to lose the shrine.
It's Wisdom Shrine time. Stun there, out from Makoto. Careful with the
Toss
toss
back.
underneath the tier 2 tower. That's not
Sumo's
bad
coming.
at all. And in fact, good enough to get the kill. Very nicely done.
The shrine.
Sumail, he's
Cuckoo.
TP'd on in.
Agent
It is Shrine
Cuckoo.
time. They will interrupt the Wisdom Shrine attempt in time as Cuckoo, he's going to die likely to Sumail. Trying to go to the neutral camp here and does not. He's going to die to Sumail. In the meantime, they do end up losing Noob again in the triangle, so that's going to be Natsumi's fourth kill this game on this Ursa Warrior. Starting to get a little out of control.
A little? Might have to rephrase that, right? He's 4k net worth at 7 minutes. He is already
And
out
Makoto?
of control, Richie.
He's going to TP top lane. They're going to try for Ghost, who avoids the stuns out from WS. Nice reaction time there.
Yep,
So
power of the
casual
knives
while
here.
doing it.
One of the strongest heroes that's sitting in the lane, forcing your enemies to bring their whole team here to kick you out.
The whole village.
Yeah, the whole village. The whole village. That's how you know you've been in Malaysia for far too long.
The whole kampong's coming out, bro. Fight back against the Mat Rempet. And their loud bikes.
You're going a little too far, you know. Mudroom pits, you know.
They've gone too far, bro. In any case, like you say, it's two safe laners that will be very difficult to boot out from the lane. I'm eager to see if the mids are going to end up rotating through, if the supports will rotate mid and make it a little bit more about the power runes now. We've had 2 power runes already, Invis and a Haste. So now picking up one of those. Still
Yeah,
some,
they're moving top. The action is going to be here. Everyone's heading over for a party.
No. See what they can find. WS, the open wounds, kind of getting on top of him is Makoto. He's going to actually find a stun
good
from
stun.
the trees. GH with the hotspot, trying to pick off these kills. Does find one as Jokum and WS both fall. Omar, he's going to end up dying to the hands of Makoto as Natsumi will TP in, but doesn't really change much.
Yeah, Sumel says you can TP out, I can TP out too in front of your faces there. Before the Tiny Dice gets that very nice toss, crash landing, gets 2 kills there. It looked like WS was almost gonna be able to survive there with that clutch 2-man stun, and he was almost gonna be walking out with the Wukong's command covering him, but just able to snipe that kill, you know. Very, very crucial toss there by Omar. And that gave Noob a lot of time to recover. He
Seriously.
is level 7.5 now, face boots. I mean, not the best in terms of network, but he's on par with the Centaur now.
Yeah, pushed very nicely in that bottom lane as well, up to level 7, like you're saying. And he's, you know, equal with the Centaur, who does have a full Vanguard. What's the Sanking's first item here? It's just going to be the Blink. So we can expect Noob to get a little bit more active here early on, as they will try and hunt him down.
He's a very selfless player, you know. He doesn't really care about his own game, you know, as much as the team. He wants to play for the team. Even though he has a very bad lane, he's still trying to rush a dagger. I mean, he has a null, which will help him solve the mana problems somewhat. But as long as he's able to use the dagger to move with the mage's proper.
4. Careful down bottom. Natsumi have a toss combo, but Natsumi has level 6, the Enrage, and now the Stampede. To make sure that he is A-okay. Ghost coming through the Twin Gate as they will now look to make the best advantage here out of booting the Ursa from lane. Wagon is incoming. This might just be a tier 1 tower going down.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have to use like so many heroes, right? So look at the map. Talent, they're taking full advantage. They're pushing top. They're pushing in mid. They're smoking now.
Yeah,
They're
they're
looking
trying
for
to
some
find
big
Sumail.
kills here. Yeah, trying to look for Sumail. The king. They won the king.
Could have smoke ganks the Croakers, poor guys.
Radiant's bottom tower
But that's that tower going down bottom. Ghost was left all by himself to get it done, as Nigma will send the other heroes back through the gate to try and defend this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Sanking very annoying. Have to commit very, very deep if you are trying to kill a hero like Sanking. One of the best tower defenders in our league.
Oh, he's that anchor you're talking about, right? You can kind of see how Nigma pivot and play around him. And
Some teams would prefer to pick something that's good for the lane, but some teams would just prefer to pick something that's good for the game, you know. You see like 2 different contrasts. Some teams
Definitely.
would prefer different things. And it depends on who you have, you know. Some players just play much better when they have a good matchup. Some players, they don't really mind. So it really depends on what ingredients you have and what can you make, you know, what type of a dish can you make as the coach or the captain.
yeah. I mean, Sand King is definitely one of the better bounce back heroes from the lane because he just farm stacks so well and his kit is amazing at, you know, flash farming like this. I usually feel like if you want to try and counter this hero, you can't really just focus so much on the lane. You have to like kind of scout his stacks, make them a little bit more difficult, kind of grief his lane to the point that other heroes need to rotate to help him and then open that up. I think the problem for Talon here was this top lane is just too easy for Ghost, honestly. You know, WS was put too far behind. They couldn't apply really any pressure there. My goodness, those treants are certainly something to behold, aren't they?
It got nerfed like what, 2-3 times already, and it's still
Yeah, they're still just, I mean, my goodness. It's so much damage.
yeah.
It doesn't seem real.
Like who is actually the hero? The tree or the nature's form?
What does a hero truly need?
Just a greater treant.
Yeah. It's all they ever needed.
And Lifestealer needs time to farm his Radiance now. Halfway to the Radiance. Actually not halfway, 1/3 to the Radiance.
Yeah. Armlet fully online, though.
Yeah, he wants to farm. He's not really rushing the Radiance. He knows that he needs to participate in some fights to elevate the pressure caused by the Monkey King. I think whenever you play carry, you have to look at what mid hero is on the enemy team and decide whether you can get away with like rushing a Radiance or not, you know. I mean, those are the decisions that you have to make very, very carefully because it could decide a lot about what your team can do in the next couple of minutes.
Do you think Radiance... Oh, hold on. I think we're going to gear for a fight here. Blink Dagger at the ready from the Sand King. There's that hotspot from GH. Plenty of damage with the Cookie.
Run away!
Buys WS enough time to get the Stampede off. So
The power of the Centaur, but they're going to chase. The dagger is online. Sand King is ready to hunt.
Ghost ready to pop on out as they do find themselves a snap fire. Should be an easy snack there for Ghost. What more
Oh,
can
the
they
shrine.
find?
It's a bigger stack.
Oh, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing Talon can do here, I presume.
Down
But
goes.
to run away and give it up.
On the other side, Sumail is going to be quick to claim their own Wisdom Shrine. So Talon outmaneuvered here for the second Wisdom Shrine of the game.
Yeah, very
As the
impressed by
points
how
come
Nigma
online.
came back from the Sand King being so far behind. You know?
Under attack.
Now they are kind of in a very comfortable position on the map. 2k lead, some small lead. Ursa is the one that's really rich right now on talent. But he is still going to need to farm his BKB, right? He has Dagger and Battle Fury now. But he's still quite vulnerable to all the stuns, the magic damage. Look at what Nigma has. The Phoenix, the Sand King, the Tiny. Even the MP does a lot of magic damage, you know. And when the Radiance comes out, I mean, the Ursa is not joining the fight until you have BKB. No way. And Dagger is going to help accelerate his farm and maybe potentially get a couple of kills. Ideally, you get a key kill into Roche, you know. That's what Talon hopes to get here. They're smoking in. Double daggers on Sand King and Centaur. Sorry. Centaur
Good
and
catch.
Ursa on Team
Stun
Talon.
from the trees to set things up here for Makoto. They do find the initial stun.
burst him.
Out with the
Oh, the
Wukong
stun.
counter
Let him
initiation
close.
though. Omar with the avalanche buys Ghost enough time to try and escape here. GH letting loose. Oh, on the Sunray. Still has Supernova ready to play
Here
with.
comes the kiss.
Only WS dead is so far in this engagement as the kisses raining down will do nothing to kill Ghost, who's safe inside of Noob. Now the fight continues. Nigma Galaxy responding perfectly. A nice ice path there is not going to save Cuckoo. However, the toss already sends Ghost on top of Cuckoo, and 4 dead just like that. GH the only one to drop.
Pretty sure he was alive because of the talisman, like that evasion, that 20% evasion. Like they probably couldn't kill him because of that. Yeah, it was very close. And he came in, Noob trying to be the sacrificial lamb. Oh, come in, infest me, brother. Don't die, don't run, come to me. The Scorpion is here to save your day.
The King Scorpion. He did such a great job there. Talon, they've got to be a little bit frustrated there. That was their Blink Dagger reveals, and they just barely to come out not ahead.
Yeah, by the way, just look at how fat the Phoenix is right now. It's insane.
Well, he might be dead.
Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay. I take the blame. It was me.
Yeah, you should. You should for that one. I mean, that was just
Look at
instant.
how fat that Phoenix is and then instantly turned into mincemeat. Nope.
Careful here, Noob. He's gonna get scouted.
Uh-oh.
Into the pit he goes, but Talon,
Ignores the
they
dragon.
had read this one. All of a sudden, Omar caught walking down the stairs. Oh my goodness, Cuckoo! He's also caught him inside the ice path. Another stun here is not going to be good enough to save Noob as Ghost in full retreat. This Primal Spring Tree Dance, though, trying to find him, but Ghost is too far gone here already.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay there by Sand King there. I mean, he saw the Jakir, but he decides not to. I think ignoring him was probably okay. But then when he
Makoto?
ran in,
He has a stun. Sumail can't just TP away, unfortunately. He has a full Mjolnir. Stun's going to come through now. Makoto, yeah, he's got a kill just as easy as it was in the laning stage.
that is what I call the Monkey King against Nation's Prophet dynamic. The one-on-one on the bot lane.
The most fascinating, the most high-skill one-on-one. Makoto right-clicks him.
To death. Some 19th century or 1800s duel, right? To the death. No one
Yep.
runs.
No one runs. No, not one step back. And unfortunately, Winter, I have to say, after a beautiful transition out of the laning stage, Nigma Galaxy kind of outplaying themselves in the last few minutes, have kind of getting Talon a foothold back in this game.
I mean, I would say that Talon made a couple of really good decisions to go for Roche there after the pick off onto the Phoenix. It was a good smoke, and then yeah, I mean they got lucky. Sand King decides to try to make a big play there, but fails.
Cool.
But now Talon
Throws a
definitely
stun
in a much better
out.
spot. Ice
Yeah,
Bow.
Natsumi's coming. Kiss is raining down as Natsumi finds the kill first onto that
Oh,
lovely
fire
fat
everywhere.
Phoenix.
He's burning everywhere. And then
Oh,
Phoenix
no.
dies as well. Very nice talent. Definitely managing to equalize the game so far. Recovering that, what, 6-7k goal lead in the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, just like that. Just like that. You could barely even tell we were what? It was 8k almost, 8k at its peak.
Yeah.
Right before
Now
Nigma kind of.
Lifestealer has a Radiance. He is looking for his Uber ride. Who is going to be the ride? The cool one will be Nature's Prophet, yeah, TPing in the middle. Or would you prefer the drive-by, the Phoenix?
Phoenix is pretty nice. You have the
Or
classic, the
Dynadash,
tiny,
tiny,
you know.
tossing you in.
Yeah, or you have like express delivery of Sand King, right, with the Burrow Strike Stone. I'm not sure.
No,
I'm
you
not
know
sure
what?
which one you want.
Infest into the Sand King. The tiny tosses the Sand King in. The Sand King Burrow strikes the whole team, and then you come out of the Sand King.
Okay, I like that. I think you're cooking. How about this? Sumail smokes. You jump inside of Sumail. Sumail TPs into the enemy fountain, and you wait for the one of the supports to respawn and kill them in the fountain.
I will give that a pass. I'm sorry.
Coward. Is it because of ideals like this you want disable, re-enable help on me when we play Dota
Hang on a
together?
minute,
He's just
Richie.
gone
There's
in.
a fight.
A one-man stun there on a Cuckoo. Certainly a great way to start this off for Enigma Galaxy. They've already taken down Cuckoo. They're trying to get through this first life, through the BKB, through the Enrage. They set up the Supernova right on top. Sumail ready to lay down the control as Makoto pops down
Phoenix
to the
X stuns
trees.
him.
Another great stun on Natsumi. Natsumi trying to fight through this one. Ghost, though, he has the numbers. He's got the damage, and he's going to force Makoto to run away. Was fighting through that Macropire, still alive as Sumail jumping forward, TPing. Trying to find a bit more, but it's going to be just a 3-for-1 with only the tiny dying. The team fight execution just is there.
That was really nice, the initiation, the initial play there. Jumping on the Ursa. I mean, they got all their spells off very nicely, and then it was a brilliant egg in the middle of everything by GH. Just totally winning the fight. There's not much what talent can do to try to save the Ursa there with the egg placed in the middle. I mean, they bought back on the Jakira, but it was just like to no avail already, right? And he was already in a very bad position in the middle of the Wukong. There's an egg. You know, you just die. You know, there's not much you can do here. Well played, Enigma.
Stuns are just tough there. And Enigma Galaxy back up to a 4k lead. They kill the Ursa. They're taking Ray's Aegis. They are back and farming their next bout of items. Sumail is coming online swimmingly, not to mention. I mean, he has had basically an uninterrupted game, minus, you know, the 2 deaths that he had.
Yeah, that was rather sad for the Ursa. You know, he just got his BKB, he came to the fight. This is what I was waiting for. You know, BKB killing the egg, destroying the Lifestealer, and then he just dies. You know, got control.
Yeah.
In the middle of the team fight, there's an egg, just dies. You know.
Sometimes it's just, you know, you need more than a stampede to get out. It's some of these fights, you know, once you're in, you're in. Enigma Galaxy, you know, layering the stuns and the lockdown to make sure that they can successfully find pickoffs. Here again, Makoto will show mid. Omar wastes no time jumping in. Noob with the follow-up stun. There's that hotspot out from GH, and Noob melts Makoto.
Yeah, this is the time for you to all chat. Where is your BKB? You know, the classic one in pubs. Every time you're trying some aggressive build and then you die. You know, the worst thing is not even your teammates, your opponents having to use, your teammates asking you the question, where is your BKB?
Yeah, or they shift ping, I think someone should purchase BKB. Yeah, that one's tough. That one's tough.
Yeah, it is definitely tough, you know. I mean, the monkey, he's queuing a Manta, but he's definitely going to need a BKB at some point. Not at some point, as soon as possible.
Oh, Sumail TP'd right on top of him. No way. WS just read like a book.
The team play, the anticipation, everything on point here for Enigma. Still, it's just a 4k lead. Not as bad as, what, 10, 15 minutes ago when it was 78k?
Yeah, okay, hold on, Winter. Snapfire in trouble. Jokum, he's already used the cookie. No chance for the Glimmer there, even. I guess maybe it just got assembled when he died in the fountain, probably.
No, he had it when he was in the air, flying from Tiny Airlines.
I see.
I
Yeah,
didn't
you know, they
realize
make you
Tiny
put away your
Airlines-
phones on Tiny Airlines. You can't even, like, you know, you can't even have a laptop out during the flight.
Yeah, because
They're
you're
really
on airplane
strict.
mode, right? So all your items
Yeah.
don't work because they all work on Wi-Fi.
That's right. Yeah, otherwise they would interfere with the radio waves of the plane, and they're super strict. You know what happens if you disobey the rules on Tiny Airlines?
And Air Marshal removes you from the plane.
No, you get rocked.
That was nowhere as good as the one before.
With the karma.
Yeah, that come.
Well, they can't all be hitters. They can't all be hitters, you know. Stop playing Makoto. He's scared, man. He
Maybe
doesn't
you
see
should
anyone...
have better work ethic. You know, work harder to come up with
Wow.
more hitters.
Okay. Colon D, man. It's brutal.
Have you
Makoto's
ever
scared.
seen Sunspan? You know, he has a book. He has all the words.
All the
all
words.
the- you know,
Sunset has a
remember when he was,
dictionary.
like-
You're saying?
Yeah, he
Does it
has,
say
like, a book.
Merriam-Webster on the front of it?
Or the 100 ways you can say BBT.
Very true. Careful here. Talon, they are eager. They're itching for a fight. I don't know if they can really take it to Nigma at the moment, though, especially the way they're set up in the triangle. GH perfectly hidden, tucked
Can
in
they
these
kill the
trees.
egg, Richie?
Supernova ready. Stun does
Good
not
reactions.
find Ghost.
Nope. He's going in? Oh no. He's just placing a veil to distract the enemy.
They see
Come
Noob.
into my storm.
His sentry's ready to go. WS thinking about the blink in. There's the stun. They actually do manage to find Noob, trying to blow him up. Stampede
he's it.
allows Natsubi, well, thinking about at least going forward, but GH burning him down with that Sunray.
That is not a bait. That is just a bait scorpion right there.
Didn't expect the sentry there. Ends up catching him
think
out. Won't
he-
stop Ghost from taking the tower, though.
He just didn't react with the use. I think he was spamming it or something. Trying to dodge. But got stunned.
Makoto, though. He's
Sumail,
going to keep
he's
hunting.
being hunted.
I think
He
they've
is
seen
being
Sumail
hunted.
there.
Yeah,
must
there's a
have.
what? And now there is a Monkey King disguising himself as a tree. Running around.
Careful here, though. Careful.
Oh,
They're
no.
gonna jump in.
They found the
Ghost
disguised
infested
Monkey
all
King.
along. Does get off that ulti. Makoto doesn't have anything to lifesteal off of. The Glimmer Capes getting him away to safety. The Cookie, another jump away, and they have managed to at least allow Makoto to live. Jokum dying in his place.
Mikoto.
Oh,
He
no,
dies.
Sumail.
Sumail got him.
Unbelievable. Did he get him with Curse of the Old Growth? He got him with Curse of the Old Growth.
The king.
Oh no, it's falling apart now. WS, he's gonna get caught. They've got vision thanks to the Curse of the Old Growth. GH burns him down with that hot spot. 9k the net worth lead. I think they just go up high ground. They just go up high ground here.
There's nothing Talon can do right now with just 2 members remaining. No BKB ready. Okay, BKB is going to be ready now for Ursa. But it seems like he needs his team. So
But
they are going
where's
to
the team
forfeit.
fight gonna come from?
Centaur stun into Mortimer's Kiss.
I
But
guess so.
you need the monkey with BKB to frontline. They don't have anyone to frontline. I feel like that is the issue here. They're counting on the Ursa to just go in and but when Ursa goes in, he needs to fully commit to the fight. It's not like he's poking in and out, you know. That's why I felt like somebody else needs to do it.
Here's a replay of the attempted escape by Makoto. Good teamwork there, trying to get him out to safety.
Yeah, they were trying to send him out of the team fight.
Just ticks down to Curse of the Old Growth.
Yeah, he just got ticked down. Actually, I thought MP got him with some right click.
Yeah, me too. But it was just the curse.
Yeah, well played, Nigma. You know, just once again outmaneuvering Talon when it comes to the team fights. You know, they need to get their initiation. The Centaur needs to land on someone and they blow them up with the Jakiro plus the Mortimer's Case.
Yeah, they've got the MKB now in line for
Oh, no,
Natsumi. Omar would be
Tiny.
a great first catch, but WS can't reach in time. The vision saving the life there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another Wisdom Shrine for Nigma.
Yeah,
They
they'll
picked
get
up
it.
all the last couple of wisdom shrines.
Yeah, it's been oppressive. It's been an oppressive last few minutes. And now in the triangle, they get a free kill onto Cuckoo, and Ghost gets the +1, the Tapao kill there onto Jokum. Omar just setting it up for him. And why not? Straight in a Roche. Second Roche up for the taking. How does Talon even contest you now?
You buy back on 2 supports, I guess. That's the only way. But they don't have the outpost to TP to.
Omar. Okay, he's going to get jumped. Gets the stun off, actually.
Oh, no
Don't
mana
think
for
he
first
makes
off?
it out.
150
there that
mana.
time. Careful, no. Noob, jump on in. Makoto through the stun, waiting on the Wukong's command. But Natsumi needs help. BKB, and now enraged. Natsumi's just running, though, as WS has been killed off by Sumail. Ghost eats Natsumi alive. Makoto trying to hide up on the high ground in the Wukong's command. That will save him for a second here as he gets a Boundless Strike away before he turns to try and fight Noob. Doesn't stand a chance, though. Ghost gets his second kill of the fight. He's up to 450 bonus HP, 7-0 and 10 right now on this life stealer, and just straight back into the Roche pit.
Yeah, Enigma is definitely in cruise control, here in this game, I guess nothing much Talon can do, they don't have enough damage. They can't out-team fight the Phoenix plus Sanking, Epicenter, 8 combo. There's this life stealer that's unkillable in the front line, so Ursa can't stand and fight him off. There's just very little options here when it comes down to the team fight. The only way I see this happening is Centaur goes on someone, and then they drop all their spells and they blow that one hero up, and maybe they can
Glimmer,
take the
Force
fight.
Staff. It's maybe not even good enough to save Cuckoo. Ghost, he's just too fast on the draw, the rage. They can't save him. Cuckoo's dead for 40 seconds. They need everyone here. Enigma are just taking him down one by one by one.
Yeah, don't forget the Grandmaster tier lifesteal here.
He's fast on the draw. Ghost is a bit too quick on those reflexes, man.
Radiant's top has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, is a Crimson Guard finished? I mean, the guard buff is going to do well for WS. He's got Pipe and Crimson, but his team just can't really get on top of anyone to do the damage. See now as Makoto lands an initial stun. There's the follow-up, but Natsumi dares not jump in on that engagement as Ghost consumes his second and final set of barracks in this push. That's going to be the Megas guaranteed for Nigma just over 30 minutes into the game. Very solid game from Nigma, honestly. The recovery from Noob is absolutely something to be commended.
Yeah, the recovery from Noob, the ganking from Nature's Prophet, from Sumail, moving around the map, and Ghost. This lifestealer, this Brock,
Omar,
they tried to move
jump
him
on
around.
in. Oh,
He just stands
Natsumi
his
gets
ground.
abyssal. They're going to look instead for the easier kills, but Natsumi just unleashes on Omar. Ghost free to just do as much damage as he can on the WS. Finally, the Stampede comes out to try and reset this fight. Cuckoo finds himself in front of the tier 4 towers where he's quickly dismantled here by Enigma Galaxy. So continuing to push now. Cuckoo, another stun as he has bought back. Makoto disguises the tree from the side. There's going to be the jump in. They try and get on top of Sumail. Sumail with the BKB, though, and they Satanic. He's life-stealing too much. Makoto finds a nice two-man stun to the backline. That's good enough for the kill on a Noob. Oh, no, but WS killed. He was trying to TP away, and GH, once again, a pristine egg is going to pop. They cannot do anything to touch this Phoenix time and time again. These ultis have been free for GH as Cuckoo cowering in the fountain. Enigma Galaxy, the Megas pushing in favor for them now, filtering into the bases. Mitsami gets first hits bashed by Ghost. GG is called. Makoto's not even going to buy back. This one is over. Enigma Galaxy take game 1 over Talon Esports.
Yeah, the deserving winner here. Suffering from the early game, they were not doing so well, but they found a way to play around each other, and the Sanking, with his dagger rush, just did way too much, for Enigma Galaxy. Talon just couldn't really find a response. Didn't really like the Monkey's item build this game. He went for the Echo Saber and into the Manta Soul, which I felt like I was okay with the Echo Saber, but I think he needed to split and create a BKB faster. Needs to buy BKB early to fight with his team, because the Centaur kind of had some good decent timing with the dagger still, but he just had no one to play with. The Ursa one wants to fight farm, but he only fights when he has his BKB, right? But before that, they don't really have anyone to play with the Centaur. So the monkey kind of felt like he wasn't really a factor, despite having a pretty good start. To his lane. He solo killed Sumil and then TP out. After that, you expect the monkey to have like a huge impact in the game right after getting a
Yeah,
big
to run
solo
away
kill.
with the game a bit more.
Yeah, but how they were. I felt like they got outplayed by Nigma Galaxy around the map. They played more like as a team, Nigma, with the Sand King, even though he had a bad start, but he was still like helping his team. He was playing around with the Tiny, the Phoenix. They all combined their spells and movements together really well to create a lot of space, for their double carries, the MP and the Lifesteal to farm up the map. And Ghost, just unkillable that whole game. 10-0, just couldn't even put a
Flawless
dent,
game.
on his game.
I think for me, it was that mid-tier 1 fight, basically, where Ursa revealed the BKB and unfortunately still just gets consumed. Enigma Galaxy, they just never really quite looked back from there, did they? I thought Talon had set themselves up pretty nicely from the laning stage, but yeah, like you say, Winter, they just really couldn't convert it into a mid game kind of a situation here, and that will be then Nigma Galaxy taking the 1-0 lead here for them. Do stick around, folks. We're going to be going to a very quick break here shortly, but Nigma Galaxy and Talon Esports will be facing off in a game 2 here just after a short break. We'll be back soon with game 2.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go, happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non tiene buon ma mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non tiene buon ma mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza quando donna mia venite qua, un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh 2025, everyone. The Seeking Strike and Winner bringing you the final game here of Group A for the day. We are halfway through our series where Enigma Galaxy continue their unstoppable streak as they extend to a 3-0 lead. Unfortunately for Talon Esports, they continue losing 0-3 on the day after dropping their series to Talon Winter. What's going on here? Talon looked much better in their first series versus Liquid, I thought.
Still jet lag? What are you trying to get out of me?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it came down to draft. Do you see any similarities in the draft they're playing?
No. Okay, maybe the draft is not perfect, but I think that they could have still played the game. I think when it comes to the mid game, how they are playing the map, how they are initiating the team fights, who they are supposed to go on, I think they are just not as good as like Nigma or Liquid, in the first series, in the previous series. I think this game it came down to itemizations. I felt like the Monkey King's itemization had a lot to do with how they could play the game, because he was the one that was ahead. He had a good lane, he had a good start, so he needed to lead the charge. You need to lead the charge, just like that tier there. Run in, go with your supports and fight. That was what he was supposed to do. But he went for somewhat farming. I don't know if you can consider that a farming build, but a different build, So that's all I can tell you.
Maybe he didn't really step into the space creator role, and we'll see how that's getting done now, as I need to make a little bit of space on my desk, and we can get into our second draft here of our series, folks. Thanks so much for tuning in. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Here we are, though, Winter. We have second pick, last pick this time for Enigma Galaxy and Talon on the Dire side.
No
Did we
Nature's
last pick
Prophet.
the Sand King last time?
No Nature's Prophet. Yes, it was the last pick Sand King.
So Enigma ended up with last pick both times.
You were suggesting Sand King, don't you remember? And then I was telling you, oh, the lane, it's going to be a decent pick, but the lane is going to be bad, But they pick it anyway.
Oh, no.
Because they
Enigma
understood.
last picked it, but they didn't have 24. They 23 did.
Yeah,
That's
but they
what I was
understood
asking.
that it's important to also consider your overall lineup. What do you need, Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, And I'm impressed by that. It's not easy picking the Sand King in that junction, knowing that the Sand King is going to be sent down to the drain, to the trench, to the deepest area of the Mariana Trench, Sent there to suffer alone in silence.
What, Herald? The Herald bracket? That's the trench?
Is there anything lower?
No. You don't even know. This guy, he doesn't need... I don't know any ranks lower than Legend. He's never had to deal with it. He's never had to deal with it. And we still don't have to deal with a coddle, as that'll be the last ban here in this phase. I believe we repeated bans with the exception of the NP. So who snuck through then?
Tinker.
Tinker and Beast. Beast was first phase last time, I think.
Beast is a good first phase hero.
10 seconds remaining.
So what would be an optimal reply to Beastmaster?
5 seconds remaining.
You pick like a support that can deal with the balls, like Jakiro. I think Jakiro is decent into the Beast lane. Oh wait, there's also the Monkey.
Monkey again. Can't say I was expecting that. I was expecting that, though.
Monkey is decent into Beast. You can hunt him if you are mid Monkey, and if you are safely Monkey, you can pressure him in the lane. It also depends on who is your support. So I expect the supports that are going to be banned are supports that pair well with Beast and Monkey right now. That's Moeta, there's Jakiro.
5 seconds remaining.
There's Wind Ranger, which is nice, into the Monkey. Yeah, those are the lane securing supports where we could see potentially getting banned out right now. Okay, they ban out the Phoenix, which is I guess more towards GH. He's really good at the hero. And Phoenix is also decent at sending the Monkey to the ground from the top of the tree.
Very true. Breaking a lot of trees on the Icarus dive and the Supernova.
10 seconds remaining.
They've gotten rid of the NP already. That was a really big problem in terms of hunting. Like that the NP in the last game really made it feel like once the spiral had begun for Talon, it almost was impossible for them to get any breathing room on the map because of that.
That's just MP. You snowball
Yeah,
way too hard
exactly.
because of the global, and you do so much damage. You can scale. You go late game. You don't even feel like you can drag the game, against MP because he's such a insane hero late game. Like the hero is just so different nowadays from 20 years ago, right? MP is like some hero you picked. Okay, you buy aura items, I mean,
Did you
his
say
Treant is
20
way,
years
way
ago?
different, and then you try to summon Treants, and then you pipe, you have mag, and you push and end the game,
Sure.
Radiant team
It's so
tower
funny that you say
turned
20 years ago. There's another powerful pick that sneaks
Okay.
through. It won't be the Jakiro, but it'll be the
There
Ancient
goes the
Apparition.
Jakiro. Beastmaster only fears Jakiro. Now he does not fear anyone.
You don't think he fears like an Enchantress?
CM. There's a CM Tusk coming. We watch a lot of their games, right? Remember? A week ago.
We did, yeah, in the
CM
SEA
Tusk.
Qualifier Dream League Season 26.
Yeah, I mean Beastmaster A is strong, global, global support with the A,
10 seconds
so your
remaining.
Beastmaster can gank anywhere. And Beastmaster is always alone, so with A, he loves being with A on the same team, that global support. A also kind of counters Monkey. You don't lifesteal. So if
That's
Talon
true,
goes for
yeah.
the CM, it's going to be one of those games again. Very fast paced. CM Tusk Monkey. Just run at you. Keep the game simple. Do well in your lanes. Just keep going at them.
Good call. There's going to be the Maiden with the Tusk.
So now
Probably a
what
tag team.
do you have? Muerta. Muerta is still in the game. Muerta is one of the worst heroes for Tusk to play into the silence. It's so hard, to save people with snowball.
10 seconds
And you can't even
remaining.
initiate reliably sometimes. You just go in and then you try to go on one hero. They put the
5
silence
seconds
behind
remaining.
you or next to you. Then the fight is like so difficult. And you can't hit him when he goes into ghost form. Pierce the veil. So much for your tag team and Warriors punch.
I'm just thinking, Nigma were laughing about something just now. Let's go back to the Tiny here again. Probably another support? I guess right now at the moment it will be Flex for Enigma Galaxy.
Could be a core. I mean, I like core Tiny with a crash landing with the Ice Vortex. Always very nice. Stunts. All stunts. 3 stunts right now. Tiny, Sven, Beastmaster. Sven is nice. You enable the A. And you have armor against Tusk. So very good. Very, very good logic here. It's not a hero that we see a lot yet, but I think he has a lot of potential in this game. I mean, good lane, good. I think you have also somewhat good timing with the Beastmaster. You both come online somewhat at the same time. But the only thing you have to delegate is who gets to farm ancients more. That's always the question
That's always the
with
thing with the
Beast,
Sven.
because Beast is the carry. So Talon, they definitely going to look to punish this, this greed, Sven, Beastmaster. Something they can run at them, steal their stacks, fight all the time without waiting for cooldowns. Because you have CM and Tusk, right? You want to fight all the time, basically.
Seems like a Bristol then. Bristol game.
Yeah, Bristol, but it's into an A, yeah? You could die.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't know if any constant fight hero feels that good into Ancient Apparition, though. What are you thinking? Like some Lash kind of a hero?
Nerubian Weaver. You don't care about Ice Blast. It used to be a thing.
Okay, that's true. Faceless Void Time Zone.
This is tough. Maybe some Razor type of hero?
Yeah, because you can't go Huskar,
Lash
right?
Razor. I feel like Lash is good to play fast pace.
It's not really what the doctor ordered.
They go Magnus, so they have very big team fight now. Monkey Arena with the RP. So what is the lanes here for Talon? Is Magnus? They want Magnus into the Sven lane. I think you can do well there. Monkey King into Beast, and then you pick another mid hero. I think. Someone that doesn't care about the lane matchup. Okay, so that's option number 1. Option number 2. You try to I guess you try to pick an off laner, you swap your monkey and Magnus around depending on what Nigma picks last. That's my option number 2, so you pick an off laner.
Okay. And option number 3?
Number 3. So Magnus is the carry. No, Magnus is. Nah, I think that's it. Two options. Now, if you put Monkey King, I think Monkey King is carry, most likely, no matter what.
10 seconds.
You don't think Makoto's going to run it back?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I said that's the second option, right? Depending on what Nigma
Right.
pick, you could swap
Yeah.
the Magnus and Monkey around, so you pick an off laner. The first option is you pick another mid laner, like what I said. And you...
What do you think Town's lacking in general, though? What does this last pick need to have? Some control, some damage, some team fight?
There's some hero they can fight with CM and Taz. Actually, they need a
Low
hero that can
cooldown?
push out the lanes more. Yeah, more scaling hero. Because Monkey is going to be moving with Taz and CM. If Monkey is mid. So they need another hard carry. They can clear waves out. There's Darkseer in the game, right? Maybe go Darkseer with Taz. You buy Pipe against AA.
Turn to pick.
Then you have some decent combo. Darkseer with Magnus.
Okay.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, because you don't want to go too greedy. Okay, how about a Pango? How's that?
Yeah, who is going where? I don't. All the heroes can
Yeah,
basically go anywhere.
They can all mid. They can all kind
But
of
can they all
off
deal
lane.
with Huskar? Can they
Oh,
all
come
deal with
on.
Huskar? Who do you send mid if they pick Huskar?
They're not going to Huskar, are they? They wouldn't Huskar.
Why not? It's pretty good here. Nobody can deal with a Huskar.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
so
just
they're
like an
gonna pick
honor
what?
thing,
Queen
you
of
know?
Pain.
Yeah, honorable hero. Some Venomancer, some...
He's probably not gonna be tiny mid. Most likely, tiny support here. Then Queen, Huskar. Honest Man will pick what? Ember. Let's play a normal Dota
Honest
game.
Man would pick Ember. Yeah,
Ember,
he's still
eh?
in the pool somehow.
Storm. There's Storm in the game. I kind of like Ember. Works well with the A. Very well with the A. Because you have two carries, Beast and Sven. So your mid hero cannot be greedy. He needs to be the playmaker, like the Pango.
They go with the
Wait,
Dark
why did Darkseer end up on the other side?
I agree.
Wait, who's...
Oh,
it's a mid Darkseer.
Sumail mid Darkseer?
Vacuum into Sven stun. It's
Into
good,
Ice
yeah. Darkseer
Blast.
is a good pick. It's a good hero with their lineup, but it's just sorting out the farm and the lane is the thing that they have to sort out. So I mean, against Pango, you probably wouldn't run into too much of a problem. Very interesting. I guess they
did not
figured
see
that
this
Darkseer could lane into Magnus, Pango, or Monkey. Whoever they throw over to mid can be dealt with by Darkseer. And they wanted a hero that could build auras for them. Maybe that's the idea as well, and it works really good with their heroes. The synergy, the vacuum into Tiny Stun, into AA, into Sven Stun means 100 to 0 in no time. And as usual, we want to look at the facets. I see a very interesting one now. Ancient Apparition has exposure, so he has an AoE cold feet instead of what we always see, the Bone Chill, removing
I
of
guess that's
strength.
It's pretty good with vacuum and whatnot.
it's very good with
I
vacuum.
just
Very good with the Sven stun.
don't know what he does with a Darkseer mid. I mean, I'm honestly
your
fascinated
lane
by
is
this.
a lot weaker without the Bone Chill. So as for talent, is there anything weird? Nope, everything is
No, everything's
order.
pretty normal. It's Simeon Stride again, actually, for Natsumi, the carry monkey, not the
Oh, so
Wukong's faithful.
that's kind of a bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how
This
it
is a
plays
weird
out.
one. I
Yeah,
don't know if I
because
believe
why
in the mid
why do you
Darkseer.
want Simeon Strike? Yeah, because he needs to farm a lot. Pango's the one moving. Yeah, that's a bit I think a little bit strange. But interesting
really-
to see which one has a higher win rate now if we actually have the stats, but we don't.
Right.
We are behind not even a paywall, it's just a wall, right?
Just a wall of a replica. Yeah, that's basically all that we have here. As from the mid, I mean, I still instinctively just check Dota 2 Pro Tracker to see if this is really a thing. Of course, I'm disappointed every time when there's not a whole lot of data anymore. That's just the world we live in today. As we get underway with game number 2 of our series, Enigma Galaxy leading 1-0 now over Talon Esports, as Group A just about wraps up their day here at ESL One
Someone's
Raleigh.
gonna die
Thanks for tuning
soon,
in, everyone.
Richie. Be ready.
Yep. It's a freight train of action. The boar is the first thing to scout Jokum, though.
Oh
So
no!
nice micro there by Noob. It's that small play, buys him a bit of time. But Sumail, he's gearing up. The mid-ion shell ready to go here early on. This will be difficult, though. Superior vision now established here by the side of Talon Esports. But Ghost,
Here we go.
he will walk in.
Oh.
He's already leveled the stun. He's been
Wait,
stunned
Oma has
himself.
no
Finds
stun?
2 there on the stun. This is an absolutely huge 5-on-5 fight. Jokum, first blood there. The kill on a Ghost. Sumail strikes back. It's the kill on the Jokum. Jokum gets strikes back onto Sumail now. But from beyond the grave with the ion shell. Sumail on a double kill. 2 heroes survive. Makoto, I'm not sure if he's making it back. Oh, gets the shield, gets the berry. He's just fine. What in the
Wait.
world was that?
I mean, if Tiny had stun, they would have just destroyed them. Like, so surprised that they went for that play with Tiny not having stun. He took 3 grab. He probably felt like they weren't going to fight, and then there must have been some last-minute change up. Guys,
I need a replay.
I think the Darkseid
I've
is
never
saying, I
needed-
want to Iron Shot and go.
It's a 4-man blood grenade, and they just get in there.
I mean, they would have definitely won the fight here cleanly with the Tiny stun.
Still really not that bad.
I mean,
of
the
an engagement,
stun
all
on like
things
3-4
considered.
heroes with the Ice Vortex, they would have dealt so much damage there. Just with
3
one
on
spell.
3. Jokum gets first blood. Sumail comes out with 2 kills.
Shumel's
I mean,
happy.
Sumail's the richest hero in the game. Works out for him, I'd say.
How impactful can a super rich Darkseid be? What's the build? You know, I just want to see the build because it's gonna be weird if Sumail actually goes aura build. Like I feel like it's probably no way he goes aura build. It's probably some like what Echo Saber, right? Clicking, some build that we don't really get to see, right? Because we don't have the stats anymore.
I don't think you can do that anymore because now that he doesn't have the innate, right, where you can no longer be like your
stats is
your
always
int is like yeah. I forgot what it was called, the name, but
Okay.
I don't know if you can do that
Yeah,
anymore.
but then what's the build? Then what do you actually go for? I'm very curious right now. I think
not
if
sure.
he goes auras, they just fight with the aura timings on the beast and the spend. That sounds strong, but I don't know if Sumail will do that, you know, because it doesn't really feel like his thing.
Yeah, I honestly, this is really a wild card for me. Did they pick? Oh, he's gonna just start cutting waves now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the waves are so weak early on. Oh my goodness, look at him. He just destroys the waves. Okay.
Now this has become the boring lane. We are on the pursuit of finding the fun lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See him
like the
Monkey
top.
King against Beast Tiny. That looks more like a fun / kill lane.
Yeah, they're skipping waves bottom anyway. We're not missing much. This looks like a little bit more fun indeed. With this glacial guard facet, right? I think you're a pretty big fan of this one, aren't you?
Dire's middle tower
I'm okay fan. I prefer the old one. But this is nice too. Extra 100 AoE for your Nova. Allows you to trade because of the physical barrier. I mean, I like that he's actually just going for the aura instead of frostbite. Just play a little bit more of a defensive way. Spam them out. Just trade them slowly but surely whittle them down because you're against like a double melee lane. So the Nova with aura gives you a lot more stability in the lane. And now he's level 3, he sends the clarity, so it's gonna be time for them to look for a fight around the Lotus.
No, they can't engage here. There's still no toss, but
Oh, so
the
they
stuns
Nigma
here.
got both the Lotus. They got the bot Lotus as well.
Ghost, he's been skewered here down bottom, but he's just fine. He's really just fine. Just a little too tanky down here, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's Wrath
I mean,
of
the
God
Warcry is
facet.
going to be very, very important.
Careful,
this game.
mid. Sumail, is he being ganked? They fortify here on the Dire side. Sumail quickly realizing he's in trouble. Dodges
Nice
the
dodge.
ice shards, but they will continue chasing him down. Sumail trying to turn, but he is going to die behind the tier 1 tower. It's caught up by the surprise TP of Jokum. Well played.
Good TP, good reaction by Joker, punishing Sumail's greed there. But at the same time, WS getting pushed out of the lane because he lost his bodyguard, which will be returning to the lane shortly. But then again, it's just a very big kill, right? Getting the mid lane. Dark's here there. I mean, this is again, it's not a hero that you can afford to die too many times in a early game like this, you know. He's a very momentum-based hero.
Yeah. I hate it when my mid Dark Seer dies in the lane stage.
I mean, now you
Happens
put it
to
like
us
that.
all, you know? I know, you say it so confidently, like it's, you know, like a mid SF dying, you know? But it's just, you're right. All these, like, off-meta picks, you know, you kind of expect them to have to work out early. Nice avalanche there up top on a 2. Cuckoo being ran down, receives the Boundless Strike, trying to get him out of harm's way. And Omar just doesn't have the attack speed to collect the kill.
Is under attack.
We're going for the summons build, by the way, here for Noob. Straight into this Helm of the Dom.
Yeah, they're trying to hit a very,
No
very
axes.
specific timing, right, with the auras. The helm with the beast. That's why I'm thinking maybe the Darkseer is thinking about auras. Because I have a feeling that with the auras plus the helm, plus the Sven, maybe dagger somewhere down the line, they can just end the game at a very sharp timing. Like when they hit those items, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. But it's very all in. Because if it doesn't work, then you basically are left without much scaling. But then you already pick a mid Darkseer, right? So I feel like it's really all in.
It's just, look,
I mean-
I love it. It's
I mean, it's a mid Darkseer. It's gonna time out at some point, you know?
I would expect so. I'm not so sure. Look, I'll tell you this, Winter. You walk into the restaurant, Chef Karaoke, he says, Winter, it's so good to see you. For today, I have a special menu, you know? It's going to be great. You're going to really
Soup
enjoy
of
it.
the day?
Sven Carey. Delicious. I love it. Top lane, you've got your Tiny and a Beastmaster. Great. I love it. And then finally, the main course, Darkseer mid. Here he is, by the way, folks. He's showing up to fight. Level 1 vacuum looks pretty darn good to me so far, but not to me.
Snowball.
He's got too much lifesteal. A snowball save as well. They've only actually
Saves
lost
the
the
day.
Beastmasters. Makota Thunder Roll is doing so much work now onto the Tiny. Omar trying to escape, has no way out. All Sumail can do is just kill the courier.
Yep, this is
What
when
the-
we type mid Darkseer GG, you know, in our pub games. Oh boy. Tough. This is rough. I mean, he's rushing a mech. He's queuing a mech. Okay, so he's indeed going for auras.
Okay, so, okay. Let him cook. You know, let him cook. It's the dish wasn't cooked yet. We need this AA Ice Blast. He's only level 4. Ghost is gonna farm the entire time behind this.
Mm-hmm.
This very well still could be a Michelin star draft from Curl. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Does the Michelin officers agree? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. They're very secret, right?
Yeah, you never know
Who
if
would
they're
have
the
thought?
ones coming to the restaurant. But they always do the
trust-
same thing.
A tire coming. That's a nice toss back, though. Right into the hands of Noob. If only they had the stun ready. The vacuum from Sumail. There he is, here to deliver justice. Kill goes to Noob, but this should be the tower here going down, along with the Helm being delivered. Bot lane, though, Ghost. He's going to pay the price for the kill achieved top lane as Cuckoo lands the killing blow there onto the Sven.
Yep, both carries paying the price, dying, training. This is better for Talon, because Talon have a much heavier scaling lineups. Whereas Sven on Nigma Galaxy side, they're trying to hit a very timing specific push or play, you know, with the Darkseer Beastmaster Sven trio. So a trade like this would benefit Talon a lot more. And Ghost really
In the
needs
mechs?
his trio heroes on top to force some rotations, you know. Otherwise, he doesn't really feel comfortable farming on the bot lane.
So the
They're trying to
push
make a
is going to
play.
be really good. This Talon lineup seems a bit greedy in comparison, doesn't it?
Yep. But
See me? Oh, I see him.
Monkey King,
Avatos.
he's
In
out
the
of
wall.
his
He
tree.
gets out the stun. Doesn't change much though. Makoto, he will get off the Rolling Thunder, but again, Noob just hitting level 6
Snowball.
from the kill, finds a nice duration stun. Joe come Very nice place. Ice shards. Actually, no. Omar gets onto the other side. Ice blast incoming.
He's level
That'll hit
6.
Jokum here. He's rooted by the Hawks, and Omar finds the toss back. That secures the kill there.
How
Makoto,
is
he
A
was
level 6
controlled
Richie?
throughout the Rolling Thunder? GH has been farming mid for like 2 minutes. The mid Darkseer has been top since basically
Warlock
the
give him
mid
his
6
book.
rune.
He studied the Black Grimoire.
That's right. WS. Some good damage. Actually skewers him into the Ancients. Ghost in some trouble down here. Good heads up play from WS is not going to be enough to collect the kill, however. That was pretty cute.
This man is not having a good time. He is getting pushed around. This is what we say, no bueno, you know, when you click on your carry.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Net worth, he's not really killing it either. Sumail is the richest hero in the game. That's going to be the mechanism complete, straight into the Guardian Greaves. As Omar continues to buy space and time, they eventually plan toward. He gets off another toss. This time, though, there's a snowball, actually only onto the creep wave, but Natsumi is here to close the door. Omar, he says, you have evaded death long enough. Finally, he faces the King's justice.
It is all space, you know, for his team. But
Oh no, they're going to steal the Sven stack.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but this Ice Blast? Hold on. Oh, that's only going to catch Jokum, WS,
lucky.
and Natsumi.
The ward saved them, you know.
way.
They saw the Ice Blast coming last moment, so they don't die.
Nice juke there.
Okay, now they
Ghost
know.
will only get the scraps from the stack.
Gosh, GH, how much GH will pay to land the Ice Blast on the Magnus there?
That would have been a great kill. Not meant to be here as GH collects his second power rune of the game. Our made Ancient Apparition. Are they gonna like let him scale? He's gonna go. He's gonna have a Solar Crystal already here. 11 minutes in. I mean, he's level 7 compared to Omar. Omar's not even level 6 yet.
He's been doing the heavy lifting, you know, running around. I mean, this is the type of support duo I like a lot. One has a designated role in pushing lanes, the other has a designated role in finding kills, you know. It's very clear. A is pushing lanes, Tiny is finding kills. Same goes for CM Tusk, you know, they kind of complement each other that way. CM is good, decent at pushing our ways, with more levels, of course. And Tusk wants to find kills.
It's working out. And I mean, for now, the farm is starting to come online for more of these heroes.
It's working out more for the A and the Tiny now. A is so rich.
At the moment, yes. I'm just curious how like the Darkseer slots into this, right? Because Noob almost has the full Helm of the Overlord ready to go. Makoto's about to level up significantly.
Yeah, I mean, you would think with all those aura items, when the AA would just buy a catch item like Aura of Aethos, right, instead of the Solar.
RP down bottom. Ghost, he continues to just tank the brunt of the focus now from Talon Esports. Ice Blast is coming down bottom.
No, he just has nowhere to go. He can only sit
exactly.
Because the Beast is farming the Ancients. A is farming mid, so if nothing's happening, the Sven is going to get pressured, you know. So this is just how things are happening right now for Team Nigma. They're gonna have to try to make some space, you know, for the next couple of minutes. You know, they need to give the Sven some time to farm.
Ghost is pretty far behind now. His mid Darkseer did not gank the bottom lane, but this is a very nice push now.
Yep, you know, you have a mid Darkseer, you know. Sometimes just I have a mid Darkseer, and you just have to accept that the mid Darkseer is gonna hit creeps.
Yeah, and again, I get it. It's just, I guess, maybe, I don't know what I was expecting, but it's okay. Noob, he's almost finished farming now. Helm of the Overlord delivered as soon as his courier could actually catch up to him. These Guardian Greaves about to be delivered as well by onto Sumail. These are two big items, along with a Solar Crest for GH. These are very significant items here, and we might just find a fight down bottom.
Yep, almost waiting for Natsumi. Very, very close to catching him. We're gonna run into some Magnus.
Oh, Ice Blast. This might be perfect. It is, but can I actually catch him? Oh, through the gate. Noob just needs to destroy some trees. Finds his man. Has the roar ready to go alongside the Ancient Thunderhide. And that's going to be a kill for Noob.
Yeah, they got GH as well. This is a big kill. He's pretty rich, like we just mentioned. Who's getting the last hit? Cuckoo, just take the last hit. God damn it. You're Cuckoo. If you take the last hit, your teammates are not going to ask anything. No questions, you know.
Yes,
as
boss.
captain.
Cool.
Captain.
Yes, boss.
You can have the kill. No questions asked. No pinging. No item mark
No
for sale.
pinging. Right. That's right. No item mark for sale. Not on this team. Not on this team. If you do, then you're going to see a grab food order notification. Pizza is on the way.
Man, I
Oh,
love
no
it,
smoke
man.
in here.
Item mark for sale and you can ping it.
They are ready to go now. Ooh, Omar trying to TP away. They let him go. If you let him go there, looking for a bigger fish. Really unable to find much of else. As even Sumail's going to be able to escape. What's his next item? Just Blink Dagger? Is he just basically an offlaner in the mid lane?
How about Shivas? I think you might be considering Shivas.
I like a Shiva's. I
Yeah,
like a
Shiva's
Shiva's
nice.
actually.
With the tiny plus all the iron shell damage, oh, that feels like a dream. A pipe dream, you know? Shivas got Guardian Greaves, mid Darks here.
Tiny still needs this. Tiny still needs this Blink Dagger though. He's still 1,000 gold away. I mean, GH is so farmed though. He's got a full Solar Crest. I guess he's as farmed as Cuckoo is. We'll see how things get going here. Brewing up for a fight. One that Talon's not very eager to take, but this could result in Nigma getting control over this Tormentor.
Coming over for the Tormentor. Who wants the shard? Oh, GH wants the shard. Be so nice.
Oh, we'll start that right up.
Oh, let's see. I always tell you, you should be able to choose who gets the shot. Okay, no need.
No.
GH gets the shot. No choice needed.
That's all good. And then you always see teams do this. They always immediately move to the opposite side of the map, generally taking the Twin Gate, and off we go, sweeping through the enemy jungle.
Oh, generally, you see one team get Roche and the other team get Tormentor.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Maybe a bit early to Roche, right? I mean, with tag team, it could be doable. Alongside the Magnus,
he does have
who's
4
going straight
points.
Horn Toss.
4 points in tag team here. But, okay, the team that gets Tormentor takes the gate down and gets the Roche as well.
And they're just gonna Roche? Doesn't
How
seem right.
can this be allowed to happen?
Even without an Ag Scepter on the Beast, huh? Just the mid-dark, so you're tanking it.
Why are they allowing this to happen? Are they actually that weak that they feel like they can't fight at all?
Maybe they're right. Maybe these auras are too strong.
Yeah, actually true. That's a fair point.
Is under attack. Radiant
And you need BKB on your monkey to fight. BKB on your... Magnus is going on toss, so like you already said.
Here we go. Omar, who needs a blink when you can just surge in? Unfortunately, he misses the avalanche. Nice
whose
blast
fault
there
is that?
for his... I'm not going to find much.
Sumela says I should have vacuum, you know, search myself and vacuum.
Does he have vacuum? He does. It's max now, actually. 3 points, only 2 points on the surge. Oh, what did he buy? Was
Vanguard.
it just blink?
He bought
Vanguard.
So he's going Crimson? This is so not like Sumela, you know. Alright.
Who is this? Check his PC. Who is this player? Careful here, Cuckoo. He's been caught. They roared him. He's got no chance out
Remember
of that
some
one.
time ago we had a mid player that buys aura items that plays like off laner?
In C?
No, just in general, Dota player.
I can't say I do. Can you give me a hint?
Well, the person closest to that is Fata. He plays support from mid. Remember, he buys Mac all the time on his troll, on his raid. Tell me, you don't remember that?
I
Mid
don't think I
Razor
do.
buying Mac first item.
Oh wait, I think I do. When he went for the Greaves.
top tower is under
No, I don't know if he actually buying Greaves. I remember the Mac. Mid lane.
Okay, hold on. Initiation. Oh, I forgot Ghost was in this game, such as the just amount of insanity. Sumail, he's dropped down
no.
the wall of replica,
Ghost.
but it's Ghost who's getting a bit of harm's way. Makoto turning back, trying to make sure he can save
Trapped in
Cuckoo
the
as
wall
they
in the
skewer him
freezing
away from the team, into the hands of Makoto. What a kill there onto Ghost. He can just find no support. He finds no luck as they once again will look for a kill. Omar, he gets a toss, but only back onto the wall of replica illusions. Natsumi considering dropping the Wukong Sven will do so now as they open up onto Noob. Noob, he's got no way off of the high ground here. He's 300 gold short of the drums of Slum as Sumail throws down a vacuum from the low ground. It's pretty good, but there's just absolutely no follow-up. So Talon, they take a very awkward fight quite handily.
Yeah, Nigma kind of forced it a little bit too much, but then again, maybe they would have just had a very clean fight if they landed the vacuum, the vacuum into Ice Blast. I can't believe I'm saying. I mean, I think he even cast his Ice Blast a lot further behind because he expected the vacuum to come and the vacuum didn't come. You remember how awkward the Ice Blast looked when he actually used it? It's because he expected the vacuum to come. That's why it looked so weird. And then he came late. Or he missed it. I don't remember.
Let's see. Is it?
Oh, yeah. And then the Sven was stuck in a wall, and then there's a freezing field. He's so sad, you know. He just dies.
Yeah,
and the Beastmaster is like, I gotta avenge my fallen comrade. I'm running up a high ground, even though I know Kuroki at the end of the game will be telling, how many times do I need to tell you, do not run up the high ground with no vision?
Oh, WS. Okay, they hit the roar. This would be a big kill, actually. He's got this Ag Scepter, and he is just gonna be blitzed down by Noob, who now has the drums of Slaughter. I mean, that last fight would have looked so much better if Noob... Wait, hold on. Is this like the sickest timing draft of all time?
Alright, meanwhile, Mikoto... Oh, he's actually alive because of the Essence Ring.
That he is. Omar's giving chase, as is Ghost. Ghost with the Blink Dagger at the ready in a second. Cuckoo. He will live. But this Tier 2 tower, I think, is very quickly going to become the next objective for Enigma Galaxy. Aegis or not, this timing does not wait for anyone.
Yeah, Ghost is like, I'm done. I'm back to farming, you know. You guys can hit the tower. I've already done my job.
He's the insurance policy, you know?
So the Sven's the insurance policy. So who buys the policy? Darkseer bought the policy?
Darkseer, yeah, Darkseer is investing. Yeah,
he knows
he's investing in his
the game
team's
later.
future.
He needs someone else to do it.
I mean, look,
he needs to retire.
The Guardian Greaves.
No.
Look,
Minute 35, the Darkseer retires because he expires. You know, he doesn't have enough time to carry the game. So he goes home to rest, and the Sven has to come out.
Yeah, he needs that gap coverage, you know. Ooh, good blink away from Omar. Very, very good blink away. And then, yeah, I mean, Ghost, he's recovering, man. I mean, it's a Sven. Sven's
he
doing
blinks
his own
away
thing.
but
He's
still
farming.
die.
It's a good catch. Omar, I mean, look, he's basically left behind to break the smoke on purpose. He's doing his job. Is that an Ag Scepter finish now for Natsumi? Indeed, it is. So he is really going to scale. Not only is he already ahead of the Sven, but with the Battle Fury and the Ag Scepter, this will really accelerate his game.
A backstab. The Beast has had enough. He's bringing GH over with his 2 balls. We don't need the vacuum for the Ice Blast to land. We just need a raw. Oh no!
They find the catch on the stun. That's going to be a really big Ice Blast. That's good enough for the kill on Makoto. Snowball save doesn't come in time. Sumail and company, they're just running into the Wukong's command as WS. It's a 4-man Ravage. Where's the damage? Cuckoo in the freezing field is doing nothing. And then the rest of his team is going to die.
That fight did not look like it was going to go well for Enigma Galaxy.
They get 4-man RP and they still win the fight. I think it's the auras. They're too good. Omar at the toss to collect the kill and close out the fight as the insurance policy comes through. And just as it was written, as it was foretold by Enigma Galaxy, a full team wipe at the 22-minute mark.
They just didn't
Look at
have
this.
damage, you know. They just lacked like some... They must have lacked like some small little damage. They could have just killed them off. 4-man RP and then what spells? Did they miss any spell?
Cuckoo just sets up the the freezing field is doing nothing.
He's so far away.
Maybe he.
Oh my god. Cuckoo. That was the moment you should not have feared death, Cuckoo. You should have brought death together with your opponent.
Noob vacuum on a 2. Hold on, they reset the fight. Makoto, he's just dead. And once again, the snowball doesn't come in time. And Jokom's going to be killed off.
The snowball has just begun. The snowball has already begun.
Is this the game?
I mean, this is just, what, at least one lane? Look at their heroes with the auras. They're going to kill the base quickly. Oh my, that went from 0 to 100 so quickly. It was like a soap opera. We were discussing about how Sven got abandoned, by his teammates, and then all of a sudden, we are in a racetrack, running away with the game.
I just can't believe it. What a game!
Yeah, just
Enigma
really the
Galaxy.
power of the auras, coming together with the beast, the darks here, and the Sven. Even though he's poor, he just needed to land a stun, with the vacuum or something, to win the team fight.
That's like one of the earliest lanes of barracks I think we've ever seen. Enigma's up 11k. 18 to 14 does not tell the story of this game at all. Noob is the strongest
The numbers
hero in this
lie,
game
Richie.
by Nar.
The numbers do not tell the story, for sure. I mean, what's happening nowadays with Dota, yeah? People are playing carry from the off lane, the safe laner is the off laner, the mid laner is the off laner, the mid laner
Your
is
mid
the
laner's
carry.
rushing back.
I mean, Talon
Pretty
likes to play
soon-
carry from the mid lane, like Mikoto TA, and then now the person you expect the least to come from, Sumail playing the
Right.
off lane from mid?
Right. This used to be the guy where, during TI5, one person would show up, a support would leave a support would leave their lane for 2 seconds, and Sumail would spam ping so that the TPs would come through. Now he's building mechanism. That's growth. If he can do it, you can too. Cuckoo, he is about to be, absolutely just don't even look. Rough kill there. And Ghost, I think he's online now. Joke him. All response here. Doesn't have any ice shards. Trying to juke him around in the trees. Omar just standing there menacingly as Ghost lets loose into him. And Omar, unfortunately, a little bit too slow there on the avalanche. He will live.
Yeah, Kuku probably wishing that he should have picked Venomancer for himself, and avoided all this mess. I could have just done everything on my own with the jungling Venom. Why do I have to pick CM and endure this suffering? Do you know how much CM has to suffer in games like this when you can't do anything, when you can't fight? And you don't...
That's tough.
You don't really have the ability to go out and farm, put your shard down, your clone, and then clear out waves, You're just stuck in your base.
Yeah. You just have to frostbite a creep. And then before you get the last hit on it,
This is it.
Noob just
Kuku has had
dominates another
enough,
creep.
Richie. Kuku is leading the charge. He clicks the
smoke in.
smoke. He pings the smoke. He tells everyone to come to him. This is it.
What is Natsumi? Natsumi's got a BKB. This is pretty big. This is a really big time. If they can hit another 4-man RP and manage
Agent
to have
Omar,
follow-up damage.
He is the professional smoke breaker.
Wait, hold on. It's coming. Team fight here. Omar breaks the smoke. Vision set up now again by Talon. Omar, they're going to make the jump onto him, but they're just jumping into the Ice Blast. WS is going to get hit. Mid-skewer.
Oh, vacuum!
Mid-vacuum! Oh, no. The snowball save in time, though, but set up for the RP. It's a disaster, Enigma Galaxy. Noob just ran them over.
That was Symphony of Fails or Symphony of Spells.
What's going on? Natsumi's just...
He's alone. He's alone. That's what's going on.
He's gonna get
Sven
taken
wasn't
down.
the abandoned child. Natsumi and the Monkey King. He was the true abandoned child. His team just disappeared, leaving a monkey. all
GG,
alone.
that's it! Oh my god, they got beat. The Taiwanese would get taken down by the Sumail mid Darkseer. And it just completely owned them.
And never in 100 years I would expect to see Sumail playing mid buying auras. Hey, he got the win, doesn't matter what he does, At the all-important win, Enigma gets this 2-0. Very, very important. Puts them in a very, very good position. And overall, very, very good to see something different, from Sumail and from Enigma Galaxy, willing to experiment. And I think in terms of the drafting, the first game they picked the Sand King 2023 into an unfavorable lane, but figured that it was better for the game, winning that game. And then in this game as well, picking an unorthodox mid Darkseer, figuring they need a aura hero to enable the beast and the Sven, and it all worked out. It was a good plan. After watching the whole game play itself out, and Yeah, I think if you want to win a tournament, you gotta have to believe in your own strats. Be willing to try something new that no one else has done before.
No, I absolutely agree. I think when you say things like Beastmaster is a carry, if anyone's ever doubted you, just look at this game and tell me Beastmaster was not the carry this game. It was all like they sacked Ghost completely. Man was like starving for farm. He was starving for a teleport in the early game. Meanwhile, his mechanism rush Darkseer mid lane is supporting the offlane Beastmaster push to make sure that this Ags build can get off the ground. What wow. What an absolute beauty of a game here for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, talent just
Honestly,
couldn't really keep up. I think they got to a point. It was an even game until wait, minute. I think even up till minute 20, the game was looking pretty good. Like the monkey had a pretty good time. He was farming away. He had BKB. I mean, he had Aghanim's after Battle Fury, so he went a pretty greedy build, but it was just like he was still having a very good game. But when it came down to the team fights, I felt like they just couldn't really find the right openings. They needed to, I think, find the right jumps to kill the AA. But at the same time, in the team fights, it was so chaotic, right? Because the vacuum would come,
yeah.
and if you compare both sides, right, they were lacking the auras. The Darkseid provided them with the Crimson and the Mag, whereas if you look on Talent side, they couldn't really buy Mag because they are playing into AA, but they could still buy a pipe if they wanted to, or something else. But they just didn't have the same staying power that Nigma had with the auras on the Darkseer, plus the Solar
Right.
Crest, on the AA.
Yep. Absolute cinema of a game too. I think I don't know, is this just like definitive proof that the Beastmaster is a must ban in almost any game? Or was it just a really good Beastmaster game? Because it was first pick, right? Was it not first pick Beast for the side of Enigma Galaxy?
Yeah, it was first pick. I mean, Beastmaster is just very solid hero because he's just another carry, and he does so much for you. He farms very quickly, like with the bigger map and everything, gives you a stun that goes through BKB. It just gives you so much. I think the hero just works really well on the side lane. You farm all the camps and you have very, very good item timings. You have good options, either the helm or the axe or both, this game from noob. And then you give your team a lot of scaling later. Sometimes you think about aura heroes. Aura heroes usually tell you that, oh, this hero is only good for maybe 20-25 minutes, because of aura. But Beastmaster, on the other hand, with the auras, even if you go Helm, you're still good late game because of the scaling, and he went back for the axe, right? So it enables him to be relevant when the game goes longer, and he's essentially like what we would call a carry right now because he just does so much damage.
Yeah, and it looked super convincing. It looked really good. And as do Enigma Galaxy, right? I mean, I think the way that this team kind of trusts each other, they trust this very unorthodox Dota, and they still kind of force the fights, make it look very, very impressive. I believe, Winter, we have an interview ready. Now, I'm not sure who we have, but I know we have someone over from the side of Enigma Galaxy. Let's go ahead and welcome them over. It's Omar. Hello, Omar. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear us?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello,
Omar,
nice
great
to
to
meet
hear
you.
from you. Congratulations on a really, really strong first start. You and the team are 4-0. How are you guys feeling at the end of day one?
I think in general we're happy, but I think games were not like yeah, we're 4-0, but I don't think we're that scary. I think we making a lot of mistakes. So yeah, we're happy. Just we know we need to improve and work on some things.
Very humble. Winter, any questions here for Omar?
Yeah, I think in both games you guys have a very interesting draft. Right? In the first game, you guys last picked the alternator, picked the Sand King, even though it was gonna be a rough lane into the Monkey King Jakiro. And in this game, you came up with a mid Darks. Never in 100 years I would have imagined, Sumel playing a mid Darks here, buying Mac and Pipe. Can you shed some light to us in terms of how you guys came up with those ideas in both the games?
Um, I can say the Sand King lane. Uh, in general, the way how we feel about the offlane is like it's kind of harder to win this lane at this moment, just because of the nature of the heroes on post 5 and post 1. Like imagine you go into a lane versus Shakiro PA, man, just go next. Uh, that's just how it feels. So we just try to pick for in game if we're put in this situation, and we had that situation with the Sand King. About the Darkseer, I think just Sumail suggested it, and we trust him, so we just went with it.
I see. I mean, Dota has become like a little bit more very different right now. Like, there's no like really clear roles, right? Like mid laners buying off lane items and off laner buying carrier items, support buying carrier items. What do you think that Dota holds for us in the future? You know, do you think it will come down to a point where there's no roles and people just buy whatever they want in the game?
Um, I mean, I think we're already there. I think people just they have already figured out that like the roles is it, it's not really fake. There is roles like, yeah, you're position 5, you're supposed to do this. I mean, these are just names you call for stuff. For example, yeah, support should take care about the wards, you know. But for example, even the core can buy the ops. But yeah, these just names you call stuff. Like I don't believe uh, like Dota is split in this sense. You can do whatever you want. Dota is a very complex game. You could do literally whatever you want. That's it.
Omar, I wanted to ask, it's something we noticed in both of your games. You and GH especially, you guys have a very clear communicate. It seems like you have a very clear communication on who gets the farm priority on supports. Is this something that you guys work out between yourselves? Is this something that you talk about during the draft, or how do you strategize around like the farming periods on your heroes?
I think it's more like game related. For example, game is a bit game look like it's looking a bit in a situation where I cannot just go and hit creeps. I might die. His hero just presses spirit, fire spirit, and just pushes away without showing. Or his hero throws an ice vortex. He just doesn't show and pushes it. I think it's just situational. It's the game, you know. It's like I might die if I go here and stuff. But farming priority, there's nothing really like that. It's just like situations. Yeah, for example, last game he was just chilling under mid wave, hitting creeps. He can press spell globally. You know, he's chilling, having the best time. While me in the middle of the battlefield, pressing avalanche toss, running away, 50 HP. Yeah, some stuff like this.
Yeah, it was really funny seeing GH just being chilling in the mid lane, and then you running with your mid dark seer mechanism, just barely living.
Yeah,
Like it just looked like a crazy game, man.
it was chill comms too.
Well, yeah, yeah, that's really good to hear. Winter, any last questions for Omar before we let him go?
Any more crazy heroes for Sumail next? You know, any more mid offlane heroes, mid carry heroes, whatever it is, mid support heroes? You know.
Any sneak
Let me
peeks?
think about it for a second. I think there is one or maybe two more heroes for Sumail, but I think the other guys have more weird heroes. Not gonna spoil, but there is.
Yeah, good to
Awesome,
know.
Omar. Thank you so much for your time. And
Thank you,
I
guys.
mean, it's great to hear you guys are chilling. Comms are good. You guys are picking great stuff, and it's really cool to see you guys play together here. And good luck at the rest of your tournament, brother.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That's Omar, of course, position 5 support. I'm sorry for laughing. Sorry, 4. Pardon me. GH is the 5. I'm sorry for laughing, but it's just games like this that just genuinely bring a smile to my face every time as a caster in Dota Winter. I mean, it's just so hard to beat, isn't it? These kinds of games.
Yeah, it's a very fun game to watch. You know, whenever you think that Dota is like gonna be boring because I know what's gonna happen, and then you have games like this. Oh, there's mid ducks here now. I mean, mid ducks are used to be something that is not like uncommon. It was rare, but it's quite uncommon nowadays. You know, because of the fact that mid laners don't really associate their heroes with auras. You don't really buy auras. But now I think with Nick Matex's repertoire, you will feel like you really could do anything, and you could just piece your puzzle together. You know, it might not be in the right sequence, but as long as it gets you there, it will still work. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like they said, just keeping things real, keeping an open mind, keeping the comms clear and calm, and a lot can happen. I think we can all take something that Omar shared with us and apply it in our pubs, if not in our daily lives, to improve ourselves. But really, really cool to speak with them. Cool to see them on a 4-0 lead, and also interesting to hear that they also think they could be better, that they weren't the cleanest games, even though they did deliver a flawless day one. We'll see what the day holds for them. What the rest of the tournament rather holds for them, as of course Group A is now going to take a break. We have a bit of a longer break, folks, while we go ahead and change gears and head into Group B. Winter and I will be off for the night, but replacing us and taking you through Group B will be Math Magician and Handskin. Stick around, Handskin, pardon me. Stick around, folks. That's going to be about 30 minutes from now. You can check out the main stream. I'm sure they have some entertainment for you over there. And in 30 minutes, be back for Heroic versus Avalis with Math Magician and Handskin. We'll see you tomorrow.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love.
Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sails her, eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it
a fond kiss, and then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love, and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne, we twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae road sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet. For auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide, but we will push them.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is ESL One. We're at Raleigh. I'm live from USA. Hanskin is going to pretend for a while. Hanskin, how you feeling?
I'm good. What about you, man?
Dude, I am so excited for some more North American action here, even though we have to kind of, bait ourselves into believing that there is North Americans in the tournament all over for us now. I know that everybody's going to be rooting for Shopify here, but we still got ourselves a wonderful matchup between Heroic and Avalis. You and I have talked pretty highly about the Avalis roster, and then it changed. Now with Mobe and Desire, what do you think initially about this change of both a mid and a pause 4? Because that seems like a pretty big part of your lineup, where you want to move on the map, how you want to even play your lane sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I first of all, I want to say that I was a bit surprised that they did actually go for a roster change. Maybe the Stormstormer trial with OG had something to do with it. We don't know yet, really, but I think something that is, a good thing going for them is that Mobe and Desire, they played together for a long time, last more than a year, I want to say, in the X-Alliance stack, and, they had a bunch of tags. So I think they're going to slot in well, and I think they're going to fit in, style-wise, too, because Avalis, they're known for playing, very team-based Dota, very 5-man-ish, try to, just steamroll games, basically, and I think they're going to do that well as well. Mobe is... I would say he's probably a bit more of a natural playmaker than Stormstormer, for me, at least. I've been looking through their games, and he's basically only been playing these melee playmakers so far with them. With that said, it's only a few games, right? They've only participated in Dream League 26 qualifier with this new roster. And then with Desire as well, I think he's a bit different compared to Eki. I think he's way more flashy in a sense. Can be a bit hit or miss maybe, and he's way less of the when they play with Eki, he was always playing these Nyxes, Lion, and Batrider main initiator type of style. Desire is more like a shaker, more flashy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's interesting because we know the Eki style of Dota was definitely if you can, rock the lane. We saw so much Batrider and then just put his body on the line in the mid game. And as you said with the Nyx Assassin, that's stuff that kind of kept on going with a lot of his heroes. And whenever they're doing well, he's initiating. We even at this point had Zibe for counter initiation with a lot of his heroes. So it's definitely different seeing the both of them. I think maybe Desire will be a little bit more rotational focused as well. Where Eki, I think, was rotating whenever the lane was torched, right? Whenever he dominated the lane, he was okay, I can go mid now. Yeah, I think Desire might be more focused on going into the mid lane regardless, and just making sure that they're getting that one. Especially as you said, they're both X-Alliance players. They're been together the whole time. It's gonna feel a lot more natural, even maybe akin to maybe you and Linth, where it's I'm gonna go help my guy. I know they're over there. I'm trying to get them a good lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that can't be understated, right? Having synergy and having this deep understanding of each other, it's always going to be helpful, right? And obviously you're slotting 3 and 2 together. I think so. I expect the transition to be fairly simple. I think it's more so going to be about strategies and smaller things, but it should be pretty straightforward for them. I don't expect them to be like in a slump because of this change or anything like that.
Oh, no, not at all. And they've already done well. Of course, they did get into the Dream League 26 quals, beating Navi Jr. and Secret in the lower bracket. Navi Jr., of course, a team that they've had trouble with in the past.
Yeah, right.
Something happened there.
Some controversies with this tournament, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but they beat them. All right, so they're clearly better now. They definitely deserve to be here. Of course, that's been true the whole time with both rosters, and so got to feel really good for them coming out of those wins. And on the other side, we still have some, maybe not roster changes, but Matthew sitting in for Heroic. I mean, a literal staple of South American Dota. Huge leadership role in there, as you had mentioned. And I feel like this team, even though it is kind of looking like a last-minute substitution, I don't think putting Matthew on your team can ever hurt you.
Yeah, right. I mean, it would make sense. Heroic, they haven't really had the best season so far. They brought in Yuma for this one, and that now obviously slotting out Schofield for Matthew. Unsure what the reasoning is for that. Is if Schofield simply had to take a leave. Matthew is listed as a sub for now, but he did play in the qualifiers for Dream League, so who knows? I do think there's a merit to having Matthew on, like you said as well, like bringing that leadership. I think he has some experience playing in Europe as well with Nigma before, and always been a leader for his SA teams. So I think could potentially bring some stability to their team. But at the same time, is that what you want if you're Heroic? You know what I mean? Like their style is a bit. You got Whisper, right?
Chaotic,
he didn't really look the best when he was an OG, but he's always consistently been talked about like one of the best offlaners in the world. And I think that happens only when he's let loose, if you will.
let loose is definitely definitely feels correct. I mean, the team itself, again, I have such high hopes for them. I hope that Matthew is somehow able to bring them back to form, because I believe in the rest of this roster for sure. And we are into the draft already, guys. It's first picks and bans on the way here for Heroic versus Avalos here. It's the first time we get to see Avalos in these groups, and same with Heroic. Of course, it's the first time we're seeing Group B. So they both are looking for some strong starts. Do you have a favorite between these two teams as we get started?
I think it's really hard to call, especially with these roster changes happening.
Yeah,
I would probably give it to Avalos, but I mean it's a coin flip for me in the end.
Yeah, right. I mean, Avalos, you feel like overall has had, I think what you said actually with Heroic is more the stability. Heroic has been on the downturn, and I think the last time that we saw this tournament, Avalos also was having some struggles, but these roster shakeups always provide, even if it is like a placebo, you do get a sense of security. It's like, okay, things have changed, things are about to be different, and so far in the results it's shown, which is why I think that kind of confidence will stick with them.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. We'll see. Pretty fast drafting so far.
They know what they want. Good God. I mean, the Medusa and the Enigma getting banned out here. Jebe is an actual terror in these drafts, because I feel like every team is banning the Enigma. And this Medusa is something that, even though people are picking it up, like maybe as much as they could, it doesn't seem like something that is necessarily Jebe, right? But you still have to ban it versus them because it's that good.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this hero now, the Meteor Hammer Gleipnir build, of course. They played it once, and I think that was the only chance they got since then. So I mean, I think it's just a case of one of those heroes that it's not really figured out by a lot of teams. Some teams can play it, they understand the strengths and weaknesses, other teams can't, and then sort of comes with respect just based on that. So I would be surprised to see it getting through the draft at all in this series. But yeah, already Heroic getting a pretty solid trade though, I want to say. The Tinker for the Beast, I mean, these are some solid heroes. I will say Beast has been looking really strong lately.
Yeah, I think it's now a different aspect in these drafts where this doesn't have to be an offlaner. Yeah, this absolutely maybe even favored now to be a carry. I'm not sure. I've seen it everywhere.
We've even seen it mid a couple of times from some mail earlier today, and other players have run it too. And I think another aspect as well is that the Dominator buff is actually, it just adds another aspect to the hero, which makes it so that you can play in it multiple ways, and it's just more bases you have to cover if you're Avalos.
It's reminding me a lot of Dragon Knight. I'm gonna be real. Like, you can even check different facets off to if you need to go into the mid lane, of course, with the Dragon Knight. It was Corrosive Dragon, then it was Fire Dragon. This is very much reminding me of like peak DK, and that was a terrifying hero. I think more people are gonna start prioritizing this one to just get on out of the pool, because it feels like stuff like Doom doesn't even do that much against it because it's so damn fast anyways. You can get yourself right on out of a tough situation usually.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a really solid laner, solid tempo. You can play late game. You kill Roshan, you kill Tormentor. It's like, what does this hero not do, kind of, right? And I think in some ways, you know, every offlaner right now is looking up to 33. He's been running the beast mainly, and I think people are understanding the power of it. It's not just a 33 thing, right? It's also just super sick hero.
Love this pick. Love this pick.
Gyro, okay, that's interesting. Would you
a little bit of protection, right?
Yeah, that's true. You protect your beast, right? But I wonder if this is some kind of a flex as well. You know, some teams have been experimenting with gyro support in the past because it does seem. I mean, don't get me wrong, gyro beast is good on your like 1 and 3 or 1 and 2.
Yeah,
it seems like you're giving away a lot of your cards already if you're, you know, committed.
That's true. I think mostly because like this Beastmaster is flexing to carry, and now if you already know like what you're picking up on Matthew, like does this really seem like a Matthew hero? Not really. So it does feel like this is Yuma on the gyro. Means it the only way you're flexing this Beastmaster is between mid and off lane, and honestly a lot of the same heroes, you know, melee punishing in those lanes is what you're gonna look for.
Probably. I mean, even if you're showing your 1 and 3, let's say we assume here, Analog has a huge hero pool. He can play pretty much anything from the mid lane. He can play Huskar and all these things.
And Huskar is strong this patch.
Yeah, for sure. Another hero that's strong is the TA. He's been getting some really solid buffs, you know, with the refraction change and the Deso as well. He's also one of those heroes. He's really good at Tormentor. Obviously, you know, more emphasis on that lately. You know, already, you know, having the traps, being able to kill it without taking damage, all these things.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid hero. And then we see the Shaker as well, of course, for Desire, which I think we've seen some players try to run it. I know Sox has played it a couple of games in recent tournaments, but it hasn't been that popular. But I will say Desire he's up there for me in terms of, you know, one of the best Shakers right now.
Ooh, okay. So we're in for a good time. I like to hear that.
I expect him to see, you know, as you said in the pregame, a lot of early game movements, cheeky plays, you know, maybe some, you know, apart from the wave pulls and stuff, he's the kind of guy that will find opportunities around the map where everybody else doesn't see them.
I'll be happy for it because I mean, depending on what comes out here against the TA, I mean, we're assuming again Avalos are kind of pitching this right now. It's offlane Beastmaster, and TA is very lane dominant. Eventually, your side blades help you deal well with the boars. Even though it is a Tinker 5, Tinker is still able to help out a good bit versus the Beast. I can't say they're too upset about that. But of course, with the Darkseer, I wanted to say we could see it mid. We literally just saw Enigma do this, but now, where the hell are these heroes going? Am I saying that this is a 4 Night Stalker and 3 Darkseer? Where do you think these guys are going?
I mean, I would assume so, right? It's hard to call, really, but I would assume that Darkseer is a counterpick to the Tia, just based purely on the fact that in the pick order. And then the Beast is probably +1. I don't know if Analog plays it, but I guess we'll have to see.
Is there a world where we're waiting on a pause 5 here? You have your Darkseer Night Stalker in the offlane, Beastmaster mid, Gyro carry. Could we be looking for a 5? Is there a 5 that nicely rounds this out?
Yeah, you could definitely do that. Like there's the Jakiro still in the pool, for example. It's really nice with the Darkseer and good against the TA as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed. Honestly, it sounds pretty good.
Ooh, okay.
Slaughter. I would actually think that's Mobe's hero, because as far as I know, he's been playing it a fair bit recently.
We've seen a good amount of the mid Slaughter. I mean, there's plenty more river on the map. Feels like the hero's always doing pretty well. I think the big thing is that there's not, like, you don't see the Lina as much. And OD people aren't really, like, hankering to pick that hero. There's less and less, like, ranged punishing melee heroes in the mid lane, which is why Slaughter has a good time. And even when there are, again, your region is so high when it's in the water. The hero scales up very well with his blink dagger. I mean, it doesn't feel like you're going to slow him down with any lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with me and Slardar has always been like, can you snowball the game, or like, can you keep up your farm if the game's lost down or you don't get the tempo you want? It's not like you need to shut him down, but he kind of has to get things going. But I think Mobe for me has always been one of those players that, you know, he does his own thing to some extent. You know, he was known for his Necrophos and Viper especially, you know, before, and it's like
Disgusting.
he kind of it's a bit like Thompson maybe. You know, he does some weird stuff that nobody else is doing, and you have to give him respect for it because he makes it work. Like he gets bans out, and I mean, here we're gonna see the slaughter. I'm excited to see how well or like what is he gonna do basically.
No, you love to see it. Whenever people are able to be like, look, this hero checks all the boxes. Theoretically, you know, just looking in a vacuum versus Slaughter, you know, if people are going to try out like a PL or something. I love seeing that stuff, even if the hero is bad, because I want to see like at its peak matchup, could this hero still be good? Of course, in this game, PL would be trash, even versus the TA, even versus Slaughter. I get it, guys. Shaker, Tinker, probably too much, but you know, I love seeing those sort of picks.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to comment as well on the Darkseer against the TA. I think this is probably the ideal hero to pick into TA right now. I think one aspect that, you know, from studying top offlaners right now is that Vanguard is like it's so popular right now because you can build a halberd. The Crimson is really strong as well, and there's not that many better options for Vanguard buyers on the offlane apart from Darkseer, and then you're playing into TA as well. So that's actually one of the negative aspects for TA right now in terms of, you know, his I guess power in the meta. You know, prevalence of Vanguard, halberds, Crimsons can definitely be troublesome for him.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, they were picking this more against the Beastmaster and the Gyrocopter, since you do have that nuke damage. And honestly, Gyro doesn't love heroes in its face. I know the TA is a range hero that's fake, right? She may build a Dragonlance. She may have range attacks. That is damn near as close as you can get to a melee hero without actually being melee. You just want to get right on top of someone, meld them, and just beat them on down.
So we'll see. It looks like Avalis is on the same track as us with this Jakiro ban here. So
yeah, they were very smart. Good for pointing that out.
Yeah, I would expect him to maybe ban the Warlock as well. Something like that. Or maybe there could be a Clockwork as well for KJ. It's one of his better heroes, and it's pretty solid, this one.
How's Silencer? You think Silencer could do well versus this draft, especially with the initiation and the Tinker?
I mean, it's not bad, but generally I would like it if you had a bit more of like, you know, easy functioning initiation. I think it's always a good thing to just, you know, go in with a Blink Tiger hero, get the global out. I've seen teams run the NS Silencer combo before, and it's like it's not so explosive as you would maybe want it to be with the Silencer.
Okay. That was the only, I think of like the supports that I love playing right now is of course the Silencer, the Warlock, the Jakiro. They all feel so very, very good. I'd agree with you on the Warlock, of course. Anytime the Beastmaster is pulling up with the boars, sometimes he has the Helm Dom too. You know, you just link that up and it always feels really good, especially with a Shaker, right? And you put a Fatal Bonds on an Echo Slam. That is hard to win after that.
Yeah, for sure. And then, well, for Avalis now, I guess it would have to be Sibis here, right? At this point.
Yeah, I mean unless there's some flex, right?
Yeah, he could play the Slaughter for sure, but yeah, they're gonna go for Centaur.
No,
it's another
That's
Vanguard
not a hero
hero
that we're seeing a ton of, but yeah, Vanguard, Blink, Blade Mail. Check into the 3 boxes of items we love building right now.
Yeah, I think Ace played it a couple of times in the last tournament they participated in for gaming, and he did this Vanguard Blade Mail, you know, and then go for the dagger build. It looks fairly decent. I saw Collapse played it twice earlier today, I want to say. So the hero is getting a bit trendier, but it's hard to say for me how good it is, because in a sense, like, it's good on lane, it's good on paper, it offers some utility, but doesn't offer as much as, let's say, Darkseer, Beast, and Sand King. You know, I'm always hesitant, you know, with the Centaur in that sense.
No, for sure. And now it's really hard to pick out a hero that you really want. I could see it Undying, honestly. But no, they actually go. So it is going to be some amount of support Gyro. Is this a 5 Gyro?
I guess so. Luna carry, right? Yeah, Luna carry.
I sure hope so. It is KJ on the Gyrocopter. It looks like it will be Yuma on the Luna, which is interesting because the difference between Luna and Gyrocopter in terms of the carry matchup is not a whole lot.
Yeah, I wonder if KJ has some sort of idea with the Gyro that he's going to be able to bully, like super bully the Shaker, right? Maybe Gyro is a fast hero initially. Maybe he gets a Wind Laser or even the boots, and he's just going to, you know, stick on the Shaker the whole lane phase. It's good at killing the Centaur, but you would get that from the +1 anyway, right? So
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, KJ is cooking something for sure. There was some idea behind this draft. Maybe they just wanted to get the block pick gyro out of the way. In the end, they also got a Darkseer counter pick onto the TA because of it. Because Avalos did not expect them to be able to pick their offlane after seeing the beast and the gyro.
Yeah.
So there's some merit to the gyro, even if it doesn't pan out in terms of pure in-game merits. It could still be useful in terms of a draft, since that is more of a invisible metric, I guess.
I think the biggest thing that I see between the two, like if it's Gyro versus Luna, is that Luna's going to go for an earlier Manta style, whereas Gyro would have gone for like an Aghanim Scepter or Hurricane Pike, something that isn't necessarily a Dispel. I do like the Dispel versus the Slardar, of course, giving you, taking away that extra minus armor, because Lord, if you're Corrosive Haze, you hit a Deso meld hit, you basically die. So I like being able to have that. That's got to be the only thing that I see as a positive, but I like it. I could see a world where, as you said, they kind of dominate this laning stage, take it out with the Luna, get some good farm on her. We haven't seen the hero that much since the Conda nerf. Do you think this hero has the ability to carry games?
Yeah, I mean, no, for sure, right? I think you bring up an interesting point with being able to get the Manta, right? You have a Manta plus a Titanic, you have tons of dispels, and I think in some ways it matches their tempo in terms of the game style. If you want to run Beast plus Darkseer together in a lineup on the course, then I think you're supposed to play fast, right? Hit your timings once you get that Crimson or whatever the Beast build may be, the Ags or the Overlord. I think they're gonna play really fast, and in some ways, Luna, he offers you way more objective damage than the Gyro ever can, really. So
true, yeah. And I get, Gyro, you always think about whenever it comes to the TA matchup, like, yeah, he will break refraction charges. The Rocket Barrage is definitely very good for that. But technically, the Moonglaze also are just a little bit better because they'll hit from range as well. This TA, your refraction would still eat up a ton of good right clicks, whereas the Luna is just belting pretty much the same stuff up all the time. So it's marginally better. I think the only reason I'm not like super sold on it is because it's like just slightly better than maybe picking up pause 5 that like really dumps the game. So I know it's weird, 24 pick pause 5, but position 5s are people too. Okay, they deserve a last pick every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean it's always going to come down to the fact, or like the question rather. What can you get? Avalos, they read the draft correctly. Obviously, they banned the Jakiro, which was probably going to be the top one there, and in the end, it doesn't seem like KJ found the ultimate answer to the question, so they just go for the Luna. The downside of Luna compared to Gyro is that he's a way easier target in some ways for the Slardar to just run over, right? Also, same story with the Centaur. I feel like Centaur is way hyper playing to Luna compared to a Gyro +1, so there is some potential for Luna to get run over in the early game, especially considering the fact that you have a Beast and a Darkseer, which are not your typical like TP rotation, turnaround heroes.
And just oh yeah, dude. the lights. I was actually talking to Estinian about that. I know he was talking on the All Chat podcast as well, but like how strong lights sometimes can be, and like you think you're just sitting down and like playing some games, cool Dota, but like sometimes the production it wears its own toll on you. I know you've been bumping up the lights in your production as well. It feels more than just sitting and casually playing like 3 pubs. There's a lot more going on.
Yeah, I mean gamers, they're not they'll have to stay up late at night, right? And playing in the dark. I'm guilty of that as well, so I can relate. But we have to do the part you sign up to do. Look pretty for the cameras.
Persevere.
Yes.
Through the productions. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see how this one works out for the heroic lanes, because also it is Darkseer plus melee, and maybe one of the best melee pause 4s that there are in the game right now. And that's always a recipe for success when it comes to the Darkseer. It seems like maybe you're creating some illusions for a good Echo Slam for Desire, though. Does that come into play?
That is true for sure. I mean,
I feel like he's allowed to counter initiate in this one like super hard, right?
Yeah, for sure. The Night Stalker will be a bit of a challenge for him to deal with, though.
Ah, that's fair.
But in the end, I think Desire, he knows what's up. Oh, another pause.
We almost had him. And right now, these teams, they're fixing sound. this team has so much initiation overall on Avalos. I mean, even like with an Earthshaker, a Centaur, and a Slardar. I mean, just pressing Stampede gets you way into the fight for all these heroes that need to close the gap. On the other side, you're looking at Surge. You can get one of them in, sure. But it feels like even just a few of these early Stampedes should be enough to give Avalos like this, miniature team fight advantage, just being able to choose their spots.
Yeah, for sure. I think, if we're gonna, write a story for this game, I would say for Avalos, it's gonna be explosive, trying to play fast, don't let Heroic get the farm that they need, and then, keep on snowballing, make it really hard to play the map, make it hard for anybody to show in the waves. Whereas for Heroic, if you can, somehow extend the game for a little bit, make sure you get some stacks going. Once you hit your timings, especially, I think the key item for the Darkseer is going to be a Crimson Guard. If it gets to that, I think at some point, the downside for Avalos is going to be that in the damage department, right? They have all of these initiators, but you are running like a double blink melee mid laner plus up laner and the floor as well. So it's like it's a bit lacking in the damage / scaling department. Not saying it can't work. It's just they're going to have to pull it off in early game fashion.
Oh yeah, early game's really important. I mean, Lord, you have a Luna, a Darkseer, and a Beastmaster, and if that's not greedy enough, you have a Night Stalker 4 and a Gyro 5. I don't know if it gets more greedy than this.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Heroic did look really scary if they get online, right? The question is just, for me, it's going to come down to Desire and Mobe, right? The new guys. What are they going to be able to do in this game?
Yeah, it's going to be very important for them. Oh no, the smoke instantly broke into the base.
1k HP Centaur.
He do be thick.
30 seconds to battle.
Just being level 1. That's a lot of health.
That is.
But it looks like we will finally be getting on the way to the runes, guys. It is game 1 of Heroic versus Avalos here in Group B. Both teams looking for a strong start and have the Luna carry coming out here for Yuma. I know he loves this hero. I'm surprised he's still willing to trust this hero. But hey, we're both coping. We're saying it could be good here. Zebe in danger here.
Slaughter.
Oh, and Zebe, yeah, he's just able to stun and get away.
Probably wouldn't have been enough anyway, but this is going to be annoying if they actually get to cut him off here.
I don't think so.
Nah, taking the safe route, of course. Matthew gonna TP top, and then yeah, I'm really curious about this mid lane actually. Analog versus Mobe, Slaughter versus Beast. I mean, I would say that the Slaughter will be strong against the Beast for a long time here,
right?
But
melee versus melee.
Yeah, it should be.
How do the boards change that? Is it actually that bad? I mean, even as a range hero, boards feel like the worst thing in the world. So as a melee hero, Lord.
Yeah, but with that said, you did mention the Slaughter health regen in the river and stuff, right? And also you got the armor as well, which I feel like he's gonna be just fine. The main thing is gonna be the slows are gonna be super annoying later on.
True.
And it's not a hero that loves kited.
I feel like you just like trade the farm out then, right? Because Slaughter's not going to be able to kill you, but you're not going to be able to stop him from clearing all the creeps.
Yeah.
Oh, the good connection on the wave here. Oh wait, no, they only take. Okay, no, it's coming back. And Whisper, he's going to eventually just like scale super hard in this lane, and this is going to be another hero actually on Matthew that could end up trying to get some rotating done and help out his team, because I think eventually Slaughter with double Ion channeling the wave, I don't know if you're going to be able to deal with that.
Yeah. Definitely annoying for them to deal with. Oh, huge wave coming out here for Avalos on bottom. Yuma's tanking so many hits right now.
A big dragon. I mean, that is an Agi hero, so she does have some armor, but not really that much just yet. Yeah, pulling it all the way back. Really well done here, making sure that it's just going all the way back to the wave.
Yeah, super well done by KJ and Juma. I mean, in some sense, you see the power of the Gyro into the Centaur there, right? He's able to bully him out basically all on himself, which is not something that most +5s would be able to do, apart from like maybe an Undying or something.
Right, yeah. This is looking really good. Even though Yuma is down on the bottom of the CS, this is getting all the XP for himself with almost a double wave behind his tower. I mean, Yuma is going to feel very big after this.
Yeah, this is... Oh, shit, they got to kill him.
Oh,
damn.
Yeah, so the Ion Shell is double melee. It's one hell of a drug up here.
Even before level 3 as well. It's a bit surprising, I want to say, even. So... Yeah, really good start for Heroic.
They're doing really well. You gotta love what they have going in their laning stage. It should I think it only scales up better for them, especially in the off lane here. I think these mid and bot, those are going to be the big question marks. But Mo Bay, he won't give anything easily away.
For sure. KJ still bullying them. Double melee can't do much
Good
against his gyro.
lord.
They're not really going to be able to kill him at any point in his lane. He's like pretty tanky hero as well on the gyro +5.
Especially after 3 minutes. I mean, he's going to have
nice
some
block.
raindrops coming out.
That-
And it is.
It's a bit of a
This
pickle.
could be it. Hanskin said it's impossible to kill this guy. Did he curse? He did.
Damn. What a timing. But hey,
What
man.
can you do?
I said in the pregame that Desire sees angles that we don't, and there's one of them.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Yuma's still trying his best, and he's actually, pushing back Zibe pretty well. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got to be careful. Anytime that you're up against the Shaker, you find yourself under a tier 1 tower, you bet that fish is coming.
Mobe doing really well in the mid lane so far. It's hitting 10 CS up against Analog Beastmaster, which is...
Yeah.
I guess it's not crazy surprising, but definitely solid. I mean,
it's a little surprising. I think like that gap is so wild. I mean, even though you're not able to really kill with the boards, you'd be surprised. Like, I think you'd be able to at least out CS with them.
yeah. I mean, what I do want to see is that at some point Desire is probably going to look to rotate over, right? And then that.
Oh, TA should be able to die here. A little bit more damage with the gyro rotation in. They'll get it. Fissure to keep Matthew in here. They'll get another, but Whisper, honestly, feels like if you keep chasing him, could get turned on. So let us stomp onto the tower. It is a carry just for a pause 4.
And good TP rotation as well from Desire, of course. Really well done. I do want to talk about the Darkseer build here. I think skipping the Vanguard going straight for Arcanes, that could be a bit of a mistake. We'll see, because I think, what they did here with KJ, rotating up top lane, right? That's what they really want to do in this game. Go on the TA constantly, utilize the fact that you have a Darkseer, being able to push in the wave, and then swarm the TA like this. And going for the Arcanes, I'm not sure if that's going to be the right move, but hey, who am I to judge Whisper, right?
Yeah, it depends on how far you ramp, right? If you ever die with the Arcanes, it might not be worth it. If you live and get all your farm with the Arcanes, it's worth it.
I guess the upside is you're going to be able to keep feeding mana to these supports, right? Which are,
Yes.
they're very mana intensive. So that's definitely huge.
Absolutely.
Oh, Yuma coming over as well, -5.
Holy moly, but the ward caught him. So Smiling Knight knows this is coming, and it looks like should just be getting Seneko here. But the vacuum in. Maybe they can actually get Smiling Knight as well. They'll take the first kill. Rocket connecting. Desire trying to just kind of keep on chasing KJ. And it looks like Smiling Knight will be okay. So Luna came over, and yeah, he might be.
No way, right?
This would be a disaster if he gets none of the. I mean, he didn't even get the kill, and he dies there. I mean, that would be disastrous. But it looks like he'll just be able to portal back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge rotation from Heroics, all right? 4 heroes to just get a Tinker.
Yeah.
And not really any substantial damage on the tower either. And look at bottom, Seabase getting almost half the tower on his own. And that's, that's a lot of free CS for Centaur here on Sibe.
I mean, you're level 6, quite important. Of course, going in for the Vanguard as well. This is another hero that just kind of like becomes a lane sitter if you let him. If you let him get this much net worth. Damn near unkillable. Thankfully, there is a lot of magic damage on Heroic, so I think even with the Vanguard, you have a hope. But Luna, you're gonna need what, +1, +2 if you really want to get the job done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Beast doesn't really want to rotate over there, even less so the Darkseer. I mean, this could be trouble.
Okay, is this the rotation? He constantly gets move speed thanks to his rocket barrage. The rocket connects as well. Yuma coming over. They'll try to get him the last hit, but KJ is the one to kill him. Once again, we say he might not get killed, and then he dies shortly afterwards.
Damn, we gotta stop. We gotta stop screwing them over like this.
Good lord, I can't believe it. I mean, it seems like it's just maybe a little bit too greedy on these heroes sometimes. First it was the Gyro, now it's the Centaur. I think they are strong heroes, just maybe extending too far.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of playing greedy like that when you know the KJ has rotated to the top lane, right? But
yeah,
he's been gone for like how long? A minute now? That's definitely a bit far up on the greed chart.
Oh yeah, greed is through the roof, and right now that actually really set back the Centaur in terms of the net worth for everybody else. Now Yuma is going to be able to get most of this hard camp, and they keep on pressuring Zibe here. They know that there's nobody here to help, so it's just a 2v1 with a lot of magic damage again. Like, he hates that on the Centaur.
Yeah, for sure. He's still gonna get his Vanguard in a fairly decent manner, but you know he would have had it a minute earlier, basically, if he didn't die.
Yeah. Now Seneco's gonna come over. Him and his wand. Literal mage coming down to come and help out.
Not the best timing, unfortunately. The wave has just gone down for Yuma there, and now it's gonna turn into a rune scenario instead.
He's much better at holding, right? Not necessarily like contesting objectives.
Now,
this could be a kill. There is a lot of damage here, but they turn around with the roar, and they have the Eclipse. Get one, trying to walk up here. Now they see the stacks. Now they see Desire, and they desire a kill. They get
the
it.
stack
Now
as
looking
well.
at the stacks, this could be disastrous for Avalos if they don't come in here and contest this.
Ah, damn, that's so huge. Yuma is so proactive as a carry, you know, like he's been in the top lane already, he's been in the mid lane. As soon as he gets his 6, he's looking for a scenario where he can use it, and you gotta appreciate it, right? It didn't look great in the top move earlier, but now he's hitting a top net worth. He's had so much impact already, and yeah, this is
a lot for him. A lot of gold, a lot of impact, a lot of map space, and that was kind of the Centaur get back, right? Now, after dying twice, and then even after like not getting any able to cut waves, he's so far down on the net worth. That was his way back.
For sure, and the question is now, like, we wanted to see Mobay snowball this game, right? This has been the, you know, minute 5 to 10 daytime now where you don't have the Night Stalker, you know, the power, and so far we haven't really seen any moves from Avalos aside from, you know, a Fisher kill here and there. The question is going to be like, how do you activate here? Mobay's going to try to move down bottom here with a smoke on Desire as well, but can they find Yuma here?
I mean, Shaker is a hero that doesn't need its ult to be valuable. It sure helps, though. They're going to see the Luna here. They have plenty of stuns. They're in the river. Yuma shouldn't get away from this one. And it looks like, do they get this one to Mobay? They do. It's a really nice kill found behind the tower. They'll get Smiling Knight here as well to get themselves a safe lane. This is a beautiful start here for Avalos in terms of getting back into the game.
That's really solid. Just as we say that they need to get something done, they get the best kill they can, really, and they transition into tower as well. Good rotation from Smiling Knight as well, making sure that the tower goes down smooth and easy, basically. And now Analog is pressuring mid. Mobay wants to go for the rune, but yeah, he's gonna smartly TP away.
Oh, nice stun. Yeah, I mean, Matthew was about to find him here. Looks like he was actually just TPing top to find the rune. But, you know, Analog wins the 50-50. Now they find the Shaker here. Now, he is kind of dancing through the trees. This is a pause for Night Stalker, so not quite as potent as the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way they're gonna kill him, right? So he can afford to play pretty much as aggressively as he would like. Right now he's trying to get his 6 bottom while Heroic tries to pressure the mid lane with the rest of the team.
Now this is where I'd say that Avalos is strong, right? I mean, you have the Tinker, you have the Centaur. This is not an easy tower to push, but man, Analog is getting the job done.
Yeah, forcing a lot of defensive reactions there for Avalos, you know, bringing your Centaur over even, and, you know, everybody else apart from the TA. So good pressure there. That's a lot of space for Matthew sitting down bottom, getting his 6, and now Heroic can look to do another move.
Space for the 4th core that we have here on Heroic. Everybody needs some space. When is it your turn to make space on the map?
Right.
And so far, like, they have the stacks as well. Thank you, Scarif. It's just, there's so much farm available. I mean, hell, Yuma already got stacks from the Dire. He doesn't really need to find his own anymore. Those stacks probably could go back to the Beastmaster to help complete that Ags. They could go to the Darkseer to help him get his next item. It doesn't even have to go to the Sluna anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many heroes that has from to his right. That's why Desire here in a bit of trouble. Used to Fisher as well.
Yeah, use Fisher, but can Matthew keep him locked up? Looks like they will get the silence, and there it is.
No.
They use both their stuns to start. A bit of a mistake there from Heroic, but Desire, good heads up, TP away.
Yeah, how many times have you seen that? Especially with Night Stalker, it just always happens, right?
Yep. I'm ashamed to usually be on the side that is casting all my stuns before the TP, though. I'm never the cool guy that gets the TP after all the stuns. Looks like another. Ooh, that's a big pickup there.
That's
already
nice.
The AM to regen in the water. Then he can pop a regen for some extra help.
Yeah, that's scary. And he's got a Tinker to back him up as well with some extra healing and stuff. So
Looks like they are taking the Siren now. Usually TA is pretty good at setting down traps and even defending the safe lane tower. Not many teams want to do that anymore. Usually just give this up, but hey, Tinker will try. Maybe get some CS here and then run back to the team.
Yeah, especially you didn't have the glyph, seeing as you defended mid earlier, so then it's just not worth the risk. Basically, you have to rotate so many arrows over to such a
just an awful place.
Yeah,
it's almost. I feel like every time you defend a safe lane tower, even if you do it right, you just sit there like, now what? We have all our heroes up here. We're not taking their tower. What the hell are we gonna do?
Mobe's coming over though. Wants to use his dagger that he just picked up.
Oh, Matthew. Oh no, he didn't expect it. It was a jump in and the laser. Do they have the damage? They do. A beautiful fissure block actually from Desire on that flying Night Stalker. So that's ulti down, and maybe Avalos are able to make a move on the map after this one.
Yeah, no Ennis ulti now, so I mean, pretty good or fairly decent, blink reveal from Mobe, but you definitely want more here if you're Avalos, I want to say. Like, you want to get this mid tower out, because Analog, he's just about to pick up his axe, and then that changes the game so much, I feel like. Also, the Halberd finish for Whisper. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff coming out for Heroic soon here. So I think the next Tormy fight is going to determine a lot here, especially the tier 1 mid as well, whoever gets that one first.
True, and they're going on KJ now. A lot of minus armor, get the fissure block as well, but looks like they're just going to roar up the Tinker, actually, in the midst of the call down. They even dropped a wall. I mean, they really wanted that Tinker kill.
They did, and now they're ready to go. They got their Halberd and the Axe on the Beast. They don't really care that they don't have a Roar or the N-Assault. They're still gonna go for this tier 1, I feel like. They're so
guess
strong
that's
right
the
now.
bonus of just having so many ultis. You can just drop most of them and still have some left in the tank.
Okay, Sib is coming over. They actually want to defend here.
Yeah, don't want to give this up too early. Even though there are wisdoms on the map and there's going to be a Tormentor coming up soon, they want to fight this.
I thought I was going to go there.
Do they have a Blink Dagger?
Yeah, Mobe has blinked.
Blink has the stone as
Sire's
well.
about 1,000 away.
They could use a pretty good fight to get themselves just those extra items. It feels like the items though that we're seeing coming through from Heroic matter a little bit more than what we see from Avalos. I mean, from Avalos, it's just necessary for their heroes to fight. But on the other side, of course, that Aghanim Scepter is so good already from this Beastmaster. Darkseer being more of a tank for his team to be better off his cooldowns. He's already got the Halberd. I mean, they feel like they're ready to go. Should this be like run right to Tormentor? Because Avalos are going.
Yeah, they are. I feel like Heroic don't necessarily want to give this up, but they might be too late. So much minus armor.
You got to be there. If you feel like you can contest the Tormentor, you got to be there at 15.
You would have to be there already. Oh, that's a shard for Shaker as well. Definitely.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And they go for the smoke as well. Not in time. I mean, like you say, they would basically have to be camped over there to be able to stop it. It just dies way too fast.
Yeah. So now, I mean, this is like somehow fights can turn right way like this. You get yourself a shard on a support. Now we look at the Earthshaker's net worth. We're like, he is so farmed, man. This guy, it's like he's been getting gold all game. And the dagger's coming soon. I mean, Desire's going to feel like a menace on the map. Roshan will probably be the next one. And you're looking at a slaughtered RTA lineup. It's hard to contest Roche, too.
It is. But I want to go back to the items, like you mentioned right before the Tormy happened. So for Avalos' side, they got this dagger on the Slaughter, right? Which is like you said, he needs it to fight, basically. But that is the key for me. Like, he kind of, for the item to be useful in some way, either it has to make, Heroic significantly more scared on the map, so that, but in that sense, they're outfarming them, or you simply have to get kills, right? Otherwise, this dagger doesn't really add any benefit at all to them, right? Whereas for Heroic side, you got this Axe Beast. It helps you farm. It helps you fight. You can basically do as you please. So, in the end, this Tormy going down, if it matters, that's going to come down to the fact, are they able to make any moves happen based on this, right? If they can't do that, then, you just delay the game if you're Heroic. And I think you should be very confident in your late game here if you're them.
Yeah, I mean, they do have an amp damage rune coming out here from Mobe. This will be his chance to maybe get some gold. He should be. I mean, KJ, step up, tank the gank, sir, but I don't think they want him. They want to get the backline. They want to get Yuma here. Stunned up, instantly taken down. Smiling Knight, the one to pick that one up for him. So really well done to get that on your TA. And they get themselves almost a 3,000 net worth lead out of that one.
Yeah, that is real big. That's going to be your Deso finish as well for Smiling Knight. So we could be thinking about a very early Roshan here.
Well, the Tormentor's turning everything around. Maybe Heroic, I feel your items are pretty good. Maybe that was just too far to farm on the map. And like once it comes to defending objectives, they're still very strong. They don't have to sit back.
Yeah, for sure. And Desire just picks up his blink now as well with the Desot. They're looking scary, man.
This
I
is
think
timing.
we're gonna see a move happen soon. I don't think you want to wait for this pipe on Sibe right now.
I don't think it
still,
matters as much as having a fresh blink and Deso on your team. You gotta
That's
go.
right. And this build is very interesting on the Centaur as well, right? No dagger at all, this is... I don't think I've seen this in a long time, right? I mean,
I can
I don't
kind of get it with your Stampede, but do you really want to wait for Stampede every time you need initiation?
I mean, I guess you kind of fill the slot of like the Dusa we've been seeing, right? You just sit in front and you're so obnoxious you can't really go on him.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think it could be good, but it does not offer
okay.
him. Doesn't really offer him, you know, the offensive capabilities at all, right?
Yeah, I guess it helps because then your Earthshaker is able to commit to just being counter initiation. Your Slardar can maybe look on the back line for these jumps that he needs to try to get some kills. And there's the roar instantly on this Shaker. Can't blink away from that one. And KJ, are they going to try to take this one into the Roche pit?
I feel like they should, right? 25 seconds is definitely enough.
Should be. I think most lineups are able to take it in 30 seconds. You got yourself a Beastmaster with Ags. Yeah, that definitely drops down to 25-20. It should be theirs, but they're TPing in.
Setting up.
They're
They
trying.
gotta be fast though.
You gotta be super fast. Bobe,
comes
can he
the
get
Centaur.
it? Oh, he was eyeing it up. I thought he could have gotten it.
Yeah, that's a bit disheartening with your Avalos, right? Things were looking so good, and then they just decide to split up and they weren't decisive at all, and then Heroic makes the best of the opportunity, and they just go for it. Yuma might be in trouble though.
He could. I mean, he does not have the Aegis. This is still a killable hero. Meld Strike connecting. You don't have the protection. They'll lose the Luna. And Moby's looking for more. He will finally get hit by the rocket. Looks like he might have to stay, but I mean, you're already at a deficit with this Aegis, and you could lose a tower.
You could, yeah. This TA can definitely push fast. Looks like they're not too urgent with it so far though. Smile Knight just moving backwards.
Yeah,
so they're gonna
circle the whole top of the map. It was like, I'm coming over here.
Yeah, they're gonna make the call in the end to finish the pipe, which is definitely understandable, right? You gave away the Aegis, so I think you're gonna have another opportunity once you pick up the pipe. But I mean, it's weird, right? We're seeing them building a goal lead as we speak, but I still feel in some sense that the onus is on Avalos to make something happen.
Yeah, no, I can feel that mostly again because of the scaling potential, right? I feel like all these heroes scale so well on Heroic, especially this Luna that we have yet to really feel the impact of. I feel like we saw the top farming in the river just a little bit too aggressive. Now this farm has been pushed way back, and you just need to give her a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, in the end...
Oh?
Nice try.
Oh, no, he dropped the... Oh,
That was a
that's
good try.
rough.
That was really close though.
Yeah, I mean,
the
the
vacuum.
vacuum, you got to throw the vacuum. The wall, you might not have had to throw the wall.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to Yuma, I mean, Avalos had 3 key pickoffs in this game, and all 3 of them has been on Yuma, so it's not surprising that it's fallen off,
Right?
which can be a bit of a warning sign.
And now it looks like Whisper, I mean, he's not trapped in, but I don't think it matters. They get themselves another kill. Smiling Knight to pick it up. Matthew looking. I don't know if you want to look. I think you want to run away.
I wouldn't think so, right? I mean, oh, KD in trouble as well.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure
I mean,
you
they
want
get the
this
roar
if
this
you're
time.
Heroic.
They want the smoke. They want it badly. They get a nice call down, but it's only one
nice
hit.
stuff.
Mobe, he will
Mobe does.
die, and they don't trade away anyone. Now they've kind of locked up Zibe. It's a nice eclipse coming in. Yuma, you know he wants a piece of this pie. He needs to get some of this gold, but it's all over the march. They're healing up very well. Now he's running out of mana. Do they want to try on Zibe? No. It looks like they've taken too much damage to the march already. They'll have to back out.
Yeah, actually not so bad for Rourke in the end there. Maybe a bit of an overstep from Mobe there, but yeah. Actually, you know, turning the tides a little bit for Rourke. They're in the end though, they have the Aegis. They want to get some more things going here, right? The tempo or like the flow of their team hasn't been the best.
I mean, you see all these circles, especially a Night Stalker with the Crippling Fear. You'd think that it would be more kills, but it is kind of the pause for Night Stalker, right? It feels intimidating, and it really do be, but it's not pumping out the damage yet.
Yeah, you would have to ask yourself though, what would that fight look like if Soneko was present in the end? Slaughter can stay alive for way longer, and you know, without Doxer, I think they could have probably pulled it off in a much better fashion, but in the end, heads up for Heroic, right? So, oh no, Analog is in trouble. Oh no.
Oh,
they get the block.
He's still.
Can he get through? No.
No.
He has an Aegis still though.
That's true. And it's next to tier 2. This is fightable. They're under a beautiful ward that I genuinely did not know existed. But all these March machines, they're keeping them away.
I can appreciate what Avalos is trying to do here. They're always trying to, you know, keep Heroic on their toes, basically. And I think it's definitely working out. But the downside of this is that Yuma is getting a lot of space now to recover. So I can appreciate what Avalos are trying to do. They're trying to put some tempo. Eventually, they're going to get this tier 1 mid, of course, which is going to help a lot. Being able to cross map and, you know, perform smokes way better, smoother later on in the game. But you can see that they feel the urgency as well. They need to get something done, especially before these PKVs get picked up by Heroic. That's going to be a game changer.
Well, hopefully, game right now, we need the game to change. 5,000 net worth lead for Atlas. I mean, if it keeps up at this pace, even though they have the net worth lead, I mean, we like the scaling, but I feel like TA 15K, she can definitely run this map.
Yeah, she can. I mean, once you start getting the tier 1s and the tier 2s down, getting the traps out everywhere, that's where like all your blink initiators, you know, Deso combos are gonna be really potent. So
it's all fun and games until everybody instant transmissions on top of you. It's a Dragon Ball episode, and you are the victim.
I wouldn't want to be that guy.
No, nobody does. There's a Centaur, a Slaughter, and a TA. You got no movement. You got no armor. You are just sad.
Smiling Knight finishing the Pike now and gonna go for the Daedalus after. So, speaking about damage, this guy has a lot.
Lord. Every
Skipping
item
the
feels so
BKB
impactful.
Entirely. I mean, I can see why, right? There's not that much to be worried about. And even if you have the BKB, there's still the roar and stuff.
Yeah. I feel like with the Hurricane Pike, maybe he's feeling like he's safe enough, right? You just need to create space from the silence or maybe the Darkseer stuff. But as long as you get away, as you said, maybe S and Y would even be much more valuable than BKB. Even Lincoln's?
Yeah, I would say the Lincoln's sounds pretty good to me. But we'll see. It's not the typical hero TA item, but I wouldn't be against it in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're relying a lot on the Tinker to kind of keep yourself alive, as he's probably the only one that's going to be building a lot of defensive items. I think the rest of your team really wants to hit.
Another Tormentor here coming out.
Yeah. Once again, I mean, right on it, pretty much as it spawned. Meld plus the Corrosive Haze. I mean, Tormentor's health disappears whenever you strip all that armor off.
And once again, we're going to see Heroic do the counter smoke after the fact that Tormy happens. So looks like Avalos are on it, though. They're still sticking together. Just, you know, they see nobody's really showing on the map, so it's going to come down to who gets initiated.
Oh, well, somebody's going in. Matthew, he's the first one to see them, but they can't
That's
get the
your BKB
stuns,
for
and
Analog
that's
as well.
a BKB.
Yeah,
That is important. Oh, big on the stun already. They'll get the roar on the Slaughter, but they have the follow-up. They're sitting on top of the Luna, actually. She has the Manta out. And I don't know, she's trying to hold her ground, but she's stuck over a fissure. She wants to step in on this one, but look at how well these March of the Machines, they're keeping everybody away from Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, super well done by Avalos right there. I mean, CB, first of all, he gets a blink out. Analog a bit trigger happy on the BKB perhaps, and then after the fact, you just see the Centaur and Slaughter charging in. Of course, Moby has his brand new BKB in this fight, and then they basically end up tanking everything, right? They're tanking the wall, they're tanking the Eclipse, and then that's a free fight for Soneko and Smiling Knights to do their thing in the back line. And still, we haven't seen Desire cast an Echo in this game, and it's gotta feel so, you know, you gotta have that in your back of your mind at any time in the fights if you're Heroic. So you can understand the respect they're showing in these fights. They're so scared to commit after, you know, their war blink initiation fails.
Yeah, and on the other side, right, like, it feels Atlas have a better chance to like disengage from that. They have more peel. If they make a mistake, then it's like press stampede, get us out. You know, like they don't have to lock in like that. Heroic, as soon as you're in, and you only have Surge, you're only getting one person out of there really, so it's hard to disengage as a group.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder though. Oh, Analog in trouble here. BKB in 2 seconds.
Oh, he is. Yeah, I mean, does he want to turn this one? It looks like they have the Eclipse, but look at the barriers on Mobay. They even echo the Luna, or the echo Analog.
No BKB
now
as
they're
well.
on Luna too. Matthew's trying to disengage with them. Give him the silence. Give them his body instead. He's into the trees and fine for now, but now it's the second engagement. This time on to Whisper. He's got a Lotus Orb, but I don't know if that can protect him as much. A beautiful vacuum. They've got to get on top of him. Desire wasn't actually able to get the stun, and
nice
with the
shot.
shard, Mobay has found himself. This isn't where you parked your car, but I think it's going to be fine for now. Still missing 2, and a nice Manta dodge on the Meld. Sibe's still trying to keep this Luna in, though. They really want to disengage out of this one, but the base doesn't seem that threatening right now for Avalos.
Oh, Whisper?
Oh, I think this could be it for him. My God!
God damn, man. They crit as well. This is what you gotta appreciate for Avalos, right? They're so decisive when they actually do something. You know, I mean, I have to credit their team play on this one. Like, so decisive. Going on the Analog and initially in that engagement, he just about to get his BKB off, but they just throw everything in there. They echo the Centaur, everything.
Yeah.
And then they know that they can keep going. There's no beast. And you can see that they're playing so well together. They understand their communication is crisp, and just simply making this call, going for this play. I mean, they're firing on all cylinders right now.
It's going really well for them. I mean, everything they want to get. It feels like nothing is out of reach, especially when you're going into a base under the tier 4s to kill a Luna.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell here around this tier 3 engagement here. You can tell Heroic, they're really like, can they really do this? You know, Whisper's going back in, but
yeah.
Avalos, they don't give a fuck.
Right? You never want to give it up. As soon as somebody crosses your tier 3, especially with a tier 2 down, you're like, this is illegal. You're not allowed to do this. You want to do everything you can to fight it, but I think that's something that this, 3 melee Blink Initiators is going to do for Avalos, is that you're always so tanky. If you're missing any damage items on Heroic, it feels really hard to take these fights. And unfortunately, Luna has to be a lot of that damage. I'm just not feeling it yet.
Yeah, and at the same time, we did talk about the fact that, lockdown / initiation is limited for Rogue. I feel like if you don't get the roar, if you don't get a kill with the roar, basically, then what? Like, how are you gonna control them? You see them, with the Night Stalker ulti, but then what does it mean if you see them, if you can't actually keep them in place and actually kill them? Like, this Tinker is just gonna sit back and cast everything freely, keeping the Slaughter in the front line alive. Yeah, they do need to get the right targets, so I think that ideally they want to get Suneko or Desire. They need to get
the big
back
fishes. Okay. I mean, they could find Suneko here with the vision. They're going to use the Night Stalker first. They find Desire. That is pick number 1. A nice wall. But look at how much Whisper is taking already. A lot of damage from him. They're fighting outside of the wall now. Beautiful kite away from Avalos. There is no reason to fight in the midst of that wall from Darkseer. Now they're fighting under vision. I mean, Matthew can try to help them out, but again, the March of the Machines, it feels like it's too much.
Yeah, and you can tell as well, Avalos, they're not ready to give this area up. They know that there's no roar, like we discussed, and they're just holding their ground, even though they don't have a shaker. Obviously, utilizing the Aegis and the T as well. So, really nice. Heroic are grasping for territory here, but they can't really get anything, and it feels so bad if you're Heroic.
Did Matthew just try to snipe the beta? That is a beautiful pickup script. But if that would have happened, actually, it would have been something. At the end of the day, I mean, this TA is still pumping out so much damage, even without it. There's some big answers to solve here on Heroic. So first off, we're saying Big Fish is probably actually the Tinker now. I mean, you just saw them.
Yeah.
They killed the Desire, but it just feels like the heal is too much no matter what.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, the Shaker is a good target as well, right? The problem is still, it comes down to me like, oh, Desire once more.
Okay. Do they get this one? They do. Able to kill in the roar. Now, there is no fortification. That is a Deso TA. That tower's gone.
Yeah, it dies fast. And does Smiling Knight really have to stop here? Like,
he doesn't think so, but
no,
let's hope they'll
I
finally
mean,
leave.
No roar, right? How are they gonna keep him in place?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see he's going back in.
He can't. Surely he can't kill Whisper. Surely. Please don't murder him. Okay. They're doing a lot. They're breaking their fraction. They're getting onto the low ground, but the stomp does connect. Do they want some follow? Yuma forced to pop out the glaives already as a defensive measure. It feels like all of his buttons have to be pressed so prematurely, because if not, he'll just die.
It's 4 versus 5 even. The Sire doesn't have his TP ready yet because he died twice in a row. So even 4 versus 5, they're ready to go for these racks, and it shows a lot of game understanding here for Avos.
Yeah. And you feel yourself in the situation now. Plenty of TAs have gotten to this point where it's like, look, I know we could back, I know we could get more gold, but I'm telling you, I need objectives now. Objectives sometimes get hard for TA, especially if you have any relocation spells at all. It can get a little dicey when you're going up high ground later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's real nice. I really like what Smiland is doing here. He still has about a minute on his Aegis, and he's basically fully slotted right now. You know, keeping his treads in the backpack even. So he's not gonna get that much stronger relative to Heroic. You know, so you might as well use it now, even if you don't have the Sire with you.
Looks like they actually somehow got a D-ward now, jumping up immediately. Silence even on KJ. Smiling Knight's looking for this kill, has a bit more damage, and they'll get it. Even with that stun, I don't think they can follow up on this one. So it was a ward for a gyrocopter. I think even Avalis will still take that trade.
Yeah, 100%. And the good news for Heroic is that there is no top wave for Avalis. So if they want to keep this train going, they need to do it through the mid or the bottom lane, which is basically, you know, that's Air Force. So yeah, that's a different beast. I think that's an area where Heroic, they might be able to hold some ground.
And Smiling Knight.
Yeah, it is about to expire. Let's see if he keeps going without it.
I mean, this could be rough, but they're trying to get something going before the Aegis is out. Already the Fissure as well, but the Roar connecting as soon as the Aegis goes away here. They want to get locked in on Smiling Knight. The wall, I think it was a little bit late, because on the other side, Mobe is still separating the rest of Heroic from this fight. Now they're turning on to Analog. Now he's gone. Smiling Knight is way too powerful. They even find the Night Stalker. He's gone too. Call it a double for Smiling Knight. And they may crack open the base with this one.
Yeah, damn. I mean, you can tell Heroic, they just don't have any damage, right? They get the Roar and the TA, but who's gonna connect with him? Like, it's not like the Luna can just go in there and, you know, dumpster him, and the Darkster and the Beast, they're never gonna be enough when you have a Tinker back in the TA.
Trying to just clear the wave here. Zebe putting his body on the line, just stepping forward because he knows he can walk into all of these healing robots. And you gotta feel for Yuma. They tried. It looked like it could be a good Luna game, but it feels like there's just a lot missing from this hero right now.
Yeah, I mean, what can they do here, really? I mean, look at Sivas just sitting there with the repair bots and tanking everything.
And they're getting closer. They're getting closer to the base. It's just the repair bots.
Yeah,
they're just going for the base
15
too.
seconds. I'm not sure it's enough time for him to.
You can't wait for him. You have to go now. If you want to take this fight, you got to get something going. They immediately kill Whisper. BKB from Yuma trying to turn with the Eclipse. Smiling Knight doesn't care. He's just going for the kill. Even with the butterfly on Yuma, he barely gets back into the base. But it's only to survive. It's not to win this game.
Simbe tanking everything once again. Yuma is dying. He can't even hit the center.
He's going to the bots. Yeah, the bots are what's taking him out. And GG finally called here.
Yeah.
Beautiful game from Avalis. Maybe started off a bit shaky, but as soon as the 15-minute Torm came up, it was all Avalis from there.
Yeah, I mean, really well done. Not gonna lie, like I feel like there wasn't really any crucial mistakes at all from Avalis sides, right? Yeah. And I feel like they understood their timing super duper well, and they just executed the game plan exactly what they needed to do. Whereas for Heroic side, I feel like we talked about them running sort of a train, you know, 5-man lineup going for objectives, etc. But in the end, Yuma, he got picked up 3 times, which was pretty crucial, and then after that, it felt like they couldn't really ever get it going. And yeah, it was just all Avalis.
Yeah. And it did feel like the kills didn't really matter after a point whenever you got them on Heroic. Just wasn't getting near as much of the map as you were for Avalis. And even with the slow start, I thought they did a really good job on the lane with this Luna. And I think that's why I'm really not convinced about the hero, because if that's the start that you get, I mean, maybe if you're not farming in the rivers on the other sides, but it felt like Avalis, they were genuinely giving a lot to go and make those rotations. It was hard to get stuff off the map after killing the Yuma, but they still got it. I just have a hard time putting faith in this hero now.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. And I think one thing that Avalis did really well is they actually kept heroic on their own side of the map for the better part of this game. And I think if you want to run this type of lineup, if you're heroic, you need to be threading objectives constantly. Like you can't be sitting back, especially with the Aegis. You need to be proactive. You need to help Yuma, regardless of the hero that is. I do agree with you that Luna didn't look strong in this game, but regardless of the hero, you need to make the game easy for your character to play. You need to build a wall. You need to put pressure on the map. And I feel like if you're heroic, you might be better off just going for, some more pick-off-ish, crazier, all over the place type of playstyle.
Agreed. Well, you heard it. Need to
But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who were true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in his birch shelan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL One Raleigh for our second game here of Avalis versus Heroic. Hanskin, threatening was the word that you used. We need to see more of that from Heroic. Do you want to see some draft changes too, or just how you play these heroes?
I mean, a bit of both, maybe. I mean, I think Heroic and SA in general, they've always been good at, the poke and prodding, making a lot of plays, that sort of play style. And I think we didn't really get to see it. Their draft looked more like a Tundra draft, more technical, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I do want to see a bit more of the, the fighting spirit, I guess you could say. But I also want to highlight the fact that they don't have Schofield with them. I wonder how big of a factor that is for them in terms of in-game, because Schofield, he's really that type of player. He will make a lot of stuff happen non-stop on the map.
That's
and
true.
I think it creates a natural transition for you to just start action around him. So without him there, that could be quite different. And already they got to do so.
Holy moly! I love the AM ban. I feel like people are not respecting AM versus Dusa enough, because I've seen plenty of Dusa off lanes. I swear to God, guys, as somebody who has played lots of Medusa at a very bad skill level, I feel like AM is an auto win.
It kind of is. You're right. The question is, how good is AM if you have to play against like a Templar Assassin or a PA or something?
Yeah, better than Luna.
Oh yeah, they banned ET as well, which has been, that's
yes,
the
dude.
counter.
One of the funniest interactions of all of Dota 2 is the fact that Sleep just like literally knocks out the Dusa because you never take damage to your health.
Yeah,
There are other pseudo counters like that.
Axe 1.4 seconds. Oh, Axe, sure, yeah. But ET,
shooter
he's so seamless, right? You just sit back and stomp him, and then it doesn't matter if you like echo him, ravage him, or whatever. Like,
he's just always taking
any spell. Like, you can cast a full macro power on him, and he's not gonna wake up.
It's the worst. Like, genuinely one of the worst things. You have to like, ET is a hero that you instantly have to build BKB, but at the same time, it's like that's not enough. Every part of ET is a real counter to the Dusa, because then you get close with your aura, and Dusa is all base armor, and you don't really want to buy armor items, so you're just adding so much more to the mix. It's very funny.
It's just also, it's so low committal, right? So you can get a stomp any point in time, and then you see like, are we gonna commit or not? And then it's like you just wait for the opportunity. You can pick and choose.
Yeah. Go for the silencer here. I mean, it's blink Avatos. You throw a silence on top of that, and it's pretty good. Got a lot of damage there right away.
Pretty good. A lot of spells. I like this already from Avalus. I know Desire is a very potent Tiny. Moby as well. It's one of his favorite heroes as far as I know, and obviously can be played on the carry position as well. Tiny, so looking good for Avalus. I think very, very solid already. It's a great foundation here.
Ooh. Man, it is going to be a war in this one. I mean, knowing that there's such a hot topic here like the silencer in this one, picking up the clockwork kind of signals like we're finding that guy. I feel like there has to be some sort of follow-up initiation coming here from Heroic.
Yeah, you don't want to be the clock. You don't want to have the clockwork having the sole responsibility of kind of the initiator.
Yeah.
So definitely one more, but I'm liking the route that Heroic is taking with the clockwork at least. We'll see what they can do.
Which is interesting. Like,
yeah,
you're right. I think the Dusa itself can be like a tower, right? Like, you just sit there and you get silence, you get Avatos. Like, who cares? You just tank up and it's okay. Like, they could have gone that route, but I love this so much more.
They go for the AA as well. I wonder what they're cooking with this, because right now I don't see a ton of magic damage from Heroic.
No, it's a lot of control, and Dusa, especially in the offlane, is not dealing damage. That hero is really, and oh, they're sniping. They're still like, look, this was a very good offlane duo, and there's no more flex. Like, if you wanted this Dusa, it's going offlane now. You do not want to play this carry into the Darkseer.
Definitely not. Oh wait, I have a black screen. Can you still hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. You just have to imagine what the draft would be like if you're looking at it right now.
Yeah.
How good is your memory? What heroes are on the board? This is a good test.
Silencer, Tiny, Darkseer, Night Stalker for Avalus, and then Dusa, Clock, and AA for Heroic, right?
That's pretty good. That is actually really good. I would have totally forgotten the AA. I know the hero's good right now, but he is very forgettable. They are looking for their last pick. I mean, you have a Night Stalker and a Darkseer versus this AA. It feels like he's going to get hunted to death. You need another hero that at least can stand up and tank an Avatos on the Heroic side. Feels like it also has to be a mid laner, though. You're going against a Tiny. I mean, what hero even is that? Is that a Primal Beast? I don't know if that's too great either. It's a hard pick here. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. I know it's easy to look at the team that lost game 1 and be like, your draft looks weird. But I genuinely am looking at this like, I know that Medusa is a really good offlaner. As you said, they're lacking so much damage in this lineup. I'm worried. Okay, that's a hero that does some damage on a very nice timer. Of course, the Sven does well enough into the Darkseer. Also is able to get some dispels for you. And is a hero that once you press BKB, that's it. You're feeling pretty good. You don't really care about the reverberating silence.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And now Hansen has been cursed by, well, whatever OS he has, I guess. So he's going to be back with us very soon. And for just you and I, we get to find out what this beautiful, I think, harp music. All right, get ourselves our last few bands. It's Kunkka, it's Viper. Looks like we're still going to maybe get ourselves an offlaner a mid laner for Obelisk. This could be carry Tiny. It doesn't have to be Mobe. I think that Mobe has played a wonderful Tiny. I don't think there's any reason to switch it off of him, but hey, cover all bases. And meanwhile, for Heroic, they're able to pick themselves up likely a mid laner. I don't think you're going to see the Sven go anywhere else. See, some 1-1s, some 2-0s. I mean, I think that this is going to have to be a very good 23 pick here for Heroic. Now, I don't think they have something that really answers the Sven. So if they pick another hero that needs an answer, and you can't find this one hero that does it all, it could be a nice draft for Heroic, but we're looking for a gotcha pick. They've already banned out the Viper. They have the AA. They could ban out Doom here and maybe pick themselves up a Huskar. I know, Huskar on 23, it doesn't seem like it could be possible, but that hero is insane right now. Cauteride's giving yourself a dispel early. You've already taken out one of the breaks that are in the game. It would be hard to mix in another Huskar counter in this lineup. Maybe, I want to say, like, you can find things that maybe lane well enough against it. Maybe a sniper. I don't know. And Heroic, maybe they don't want to take the risk, into a silencer. Maybe they just don't feel it's worth. Because you do need a lot of damage, I still think. You need something that's able to pump it out here. They take away the Storm. Go for the Slardar. Hey, that's another hero with lots of damage. Giving yourself the minus armor for that Sven. I'm a big fan. Should be mid lane. And it is TA into the Medusa, into the Sven. Now, Sven does have a good amount of armor, actually, as we talk about heroes that could stand up to the physical oppression of a TA. I mean, Yuma, your shard does very well. You also build up armor items if you truly want. I don't think this is the freest TA game in existence anymore, but Smiling Knight, I mean, clearly played it really well last time. They're going with comfort. I still like their draft here in game number 2. Ooh, it's just me. You and me, chat. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament so far, and I hope that I'm going to see some of you guys at Raleigh. Because I'm going to be there. We're going to be heading up there on Wednesday, going to be touring the town, and then, of course, getting in for the tournament. I hope that you guys got your tickets. I'm super excited for this Raleigh tournament, and I'm super excited for this game, too, because we get to see, is the TA broken on 24 pick, or do they finally have a draft that they can cook up here on Heroic? It's offlane Medusa. They've got the AA. This is not a bad draft from Heroic. I think the only thing that I'm really worried about is the early damage. Is a Slardar enough to enable the damage of the Medusa, of the Sven? Because Sven, you need to press R, you need to press BKB. I'm not sure that this is the reliable damage that they were looking for in this one. On the other side, Obelisk, look at the Blink Dagger initiation again from them. Desire, Smiling Knight, Mobe, all these heroes want to just get in quick, do some damage.
I hear Discord, but I hear everything else. And I hear Discord UI sounds.
I hear Hanskin now. Hanskin, are you in?
Oh, I'm back. All right.
Oh, he's back.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hans, did you see a lot of the draft?
No, I saw up until the AA. I'm coming now.
Okay. So after the AA, let's see. Jesus, do I remember? We had a Sven, and then we ended it all out with a Slardar, which is plenty of damage maybe from Heroic on a short timer. They actually went in for the last pick TA because, hey, it worked well game 1, so why not do it again? I'm looking at this like it could be very good for Alvis once more. The only question is this Slardar damage reliable enough for me to get them a win? Because it does look good within the lineup.
Yeah, it does look good. I mean, there's definitely a lot of damage jam coming out to Heroic and a lot of burst potential here. I think this is more of the style that I kind of wanted them to do. Maybe a bit technical with the Dusa. I mean, admittedly, I haven't seen Whisper played before, but, you know, I feel like it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward.
True.
I can see where this is going, but I like what Avalos is bringing to the table as well. This TA on Smile Knight worked so well last game, and I don't see why it wouldn't this time as well. So I do think this game is going to be way more of a brawl than the last one.
Ooh, we love brawls. I love to see a good fight in lineup. I feel like this Medusa simultaneously feels like it is and isn't a Whisper hero. It is a Whisper hero because it's weird, all right? Medusa doesn't belong in the offlane. That's not where it's supposed to go. But at the same time, I feel like his heroes still deal overwhelming damage or high mobility, and Medusa in the offlane, it really isn't either of those. It's tower pressure. It stands strong for the team and tanks. That's where it doesn't really feel like the Whisper style.
The battle begins.
Nope, he's not in trouble. Okay. Yeah,
he did go stun level 1.
It did. I mean, I agree with you. I wouldn't say it's the Whisper style, right? Typically, when you think about Whisper, you think about Timbersaw, Batrider, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean...
almost as specifically after maybe like Weaver and Rubik mixed in there.
Yeah, exactly. Rubik offlane. That's been a while.
It has been, yeah.
I'm curious to see how this matchup goes, because I feel like this TA, he has to be very, you know, happy. He's just going to be chilling against his Dusa, right? I don't see any way that Dusa is actually going to pressure a TA.
You have to have some fantastic Gorgon's Grasp, and at the same time, you're going to be losing your mana thanks to the Glaives level 1 for Seneko. This Silencer hero didn't feel like that great of a laner, but now Glaives feel like you just always have mana for them in the lane, and they actually do a good amount of damage level 1.
Yeah, they do for sure. And Silencer is one of those +5 heroes that can sort of pop off in a way. Like he's just so strong at fighting, so strong at laning now. Oh, they're trying to go for the kill on Saber with the Blood Grenade, but can't really go for it. Yuma's taking a lot of damage here.
He is getting so much, but it looks like he'll be fine for now.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate for Heroic top lane. They ended up losing the enemy range creep there to the tower, so Equilibrium is not going to be in their favor here.
No. I mean, both offlaners actually maybe starting a little bit lower on the CS, but at least the waves will come back and help out. This side though, like, look at the Medusa, man. This is, I know the double null is the way to go, but it takes a while, especially when you don't have like a ton of mangoes or mana boots early on the Medusa. It can feel like you're a bit in a pickle for the first few levels of this laning stage.
Yeah.
Oh no, and that's just the worst. You snake and you don't hit any heroes, any range creep. You actually lose out mana on your stake, which is obviously not great.
Yeah. This is yeah. I feel like if you're Heroic here, you don't want to play like a slow farming lane. You wanna find pressure with this Clock Dusa, right? But the start that they're having, it doesn't seem very likely.
No, I mean, you need level 2 on the Clockwork so you can try to get a Cogs plus the Gorgon's Grasp. That will work through some of the refraction charges of the TA eventually, but you got to get some levels.
Analog, of course, is having a great start in the mid lane against Mobe, giving him the slaughter treatment this time around instead of, you know, being served.
Yeah, right. I feel like a little bit of stolen strats here, but it's definitely really good. Especially Tiny just doesn't have this armor until later on, so it's constantly going to be pressure in, maybe even worse than playing against, you know, with the Beastmaster in this one.
Yeah, at least for the early levels, for sure. That will be the case.
Yeah.
Once it gets to 6, it's going to help a lot, but until then,
it's a lot of mana to keep yourself safe, though, right? One Ava toss and like you're basically at half mana, anyways.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a Tiny in the end, after all, so he's gonna be chilling to some extent, right? He's gonna be useful regardless of his farm.
Yeah.
But
then we get into the weird spot, right, where your abilities are good, but you don't have a blink dagger. It's a little bit weird getting on top of people.
Yeah, true. He does have his Darks here to help him out, though, right? It does feel.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It does feel quite different, doesn't it, compared to a Beastmaster Darkseer? Like the potential. having somebody constantly buffing you, keeping you alive, giving you surges, you can go in and out, compared to Beast, who's like very committed when it goes for the expert.
Yeah. So far, I mean, this bottom lane, thankfully, they're still getting some farm. Another rough part about the Medusa. Whenever you're finally able to snake a range creep, it's not actually enough damage just yet. Your level 5, it will, or sorry, your level 3, whenever you get it, level 5 will be enough. But till then, a little bit rough. Oh, missed the flag bearer too. Oh no. Oh god.
Yeah, it's rough. And he can't really ever snake the TA, right? Just refraction. It's like, how
No.
gonna... Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
The second leveling glaives as well for Soneko.
Wow, you don't see that a ton.
Yeah, I mean...
Good here.
Okay, I thought we were gonna go for
Oh,
something.
Matthew, you do not want those hands. Yeah, those are hard.
If it was like a couple of years ago, you would call it like a grief skill build, right? But I feel like nowadays it has some merit. Like it looks pretty strong.
Oh yeah. Right. I mean, it's versus a Dusa. Stealing more int is always going to be good. And here you see, even with the Gorgon's Grasp, even with being down so far in this laning stage, they almost got a kill there on the silencer, but still, Soneko has too much of an advantage for him right now.
And one thing that I want to highlight for Soneko here, which he has been doing really well, is that he makes sure that he never gets isolated, basically, against the clockwork. So he's always constantly sitting next to his CA, sitting next to his creeps. And sometimes that's all you really got to do as a +5, you know, when you're playing against these, like, especially like these bounty hunters and clockworks that are really strong on the side. So heads up.
It's never really leaving the TA on a cliff, though. Sometimes whenever you have to do that, you have to play behind the TA. Like, she's the one who really suffers, but she's not. Near 40 CS already. It's working really well for the spot lane.
Yeah. And KJ is trying to go for move here, which...
But it's seen.
It's, yeah, great word by Soneko, but also, even if you don't, it seems like a tall ask, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
This TA is sitting up. He's got a Lotus, full treads, 11 charges, magic one.
Ooh, that's an interesting move here, but Analog, he still wants it. Double TPs into the mid lane. He still gets the crush, still gets the kill. Now, he may die in return, but, I mean, he's going to lose some ints. That's unfortunate, but still worth it to get that solo kill. First blood in the mid lane.
Yeah, it has to be worth it if you're Analog there for sure, right? Really well done in the end, forcing a double TP as well for the supports. You know, definitely not bad getting the counter kill for them, but you gotta feel pretty happy if you're Analog still.
Freeing up these side lanes is going to be really good, especially again for the Dusa. That she's got some levels now. Maybe it'll turn around, but Smiling Knight only gets better with time too. You know, maybe level 5, level 3 in the Snake. This is typically when the Dusa should start to push people out. We'll see if that continues. It could be, or he's gonna turn it around and kill 4 people. Okay.
Wait, Analog is going for the wisdom here.
Oh, he's moving.
You don't have a TP on the silencer for this, so you might. Yeah, you're gonna have to give it up. Moby as well. No,
and this
TP,
could be
40
actually
seconds.
2 rounds.
Yeah, no, it should be for sure. So actually, even though you don't get the killer for Analog, this all worked out amazingly for him, right?
Yeah.
Getting the solo kill, eventually getting killed, but then just TPing up top, pushing Siba and Sire away, and then getting the wisdom. It's like couldn't
It's
really have
probably
worked
better than
out.
getting a kill.
Yeah. That's really heads up, just walking through the tower and getting the wisdom. Damn, didn't see that coming.
Right? Yeah, just like completely bypassed everybody. Gets exactly what he wants. I think the reason that's more important is you look at this Night Stalker, desperately reliant on his ulti. Silencer, desperately reliant on his ulti. Stealing the Wisdom Shrines away is very important against this Atlas team. And on the other side, now you're going to have an early hook shot, earlier Ice Blast. I mean, this heroic team could cook after this.
They could for sure. But with that said, actually, they're not doing so bad on the level department for Avalos. Soneko is already level 5. I guess comes down to the fact, you know, based on just successful bottom lane and then the kill on the slaughter, right? Because it's pretty surprising actually. No wisdom, level 5, minute 8. It's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, not bad at all. And we'll see here. I mean, the Dusa had a rougher start and still is losing to the TA. That's true, but getting her own gold still there on Whisper. And that's really what matters is it gets to, you know, getting this Meteor Hammer and trying to pressure towers.
Yeah, another thing that is really annoying in this matchup for the Dusa here is that once he gets his Meteor, he's still gonna, like, every time he goes for the channel, he might be sitting on a trap, right? So that could be him.
True.
That's just so annoying. Like you're gonna see the full channel. That's like enough to get a TP rotation off once you see him, you know, channeling on a trap. But like I said, it doesn't feel good. Like if you're playing the Deuce off lane, like first pick, and then you have to go jungle. I mean, and then into meter hammer. It does feel a bit odd, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you don't jungle too well. I mean, Dusa itself is a pretty good jungler, but that's whenever you're looking at points in your split shot, points in the snake. You're still going to kill these camps eventually, but it's going to take a little bit longer. And as you said, I mean, this meteor hammer item mediums a lot for the hero.
Yeah. I mean, 3-3 would do this, but he would do it on a Sankey, right? And just...
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is just the solution for the Deuce at the TA. Didn't think about it before, but it makes a ton of sense now that I see it.
I mean, I think most people are going for the Gorgon's Rise. I'll give it to him. It is a slept-on spell. It is very good early on. I think most of the carry deuces don't end up using it very much because am I really going to sit and cast a spell in these fights? I'd rather just have the stats. But it's nice, like 1-3-1.
Definitely agree. And Owl is pulling ahead right now. 2k goal lead at minute 10. You know, super farm Darkseer and super farm TA. Even though Mobe didn't have the best lane, now he's gonna get the DD, and his supports are online. They got level 6 on both at minute 10, even though they lost the Wisdom Shrine.
Yep. That's honestly really impressive. It just shows how well the side lanes went for them. It looks like they're trying to get more done here. Big crush, but it might not matter. He's trying to turn on them. The clockwork coming in as well. The damage isn't too much. The silence will actually doom him on the Slardar. And they're trying to get something else out of it. Looks like the Ice Blast will connect. KJ picking that one up with Matthew. So the supports get it done, but not before they end up losing their mid laner.
That DD was so important there. No way they can go for that kill without a DD on the Slardar like that. So really well done from Avalus once again. You know, they're using their spells. As soon as they get to 6, they're able to, not the Dark Ascension, but they get to use the Global to be able to finish the kill there. So really well done.
Beautiful stack. Beautiful, beautiful stack.
Yeah, that's gotta be for Yuma, right? No way Whisper can do that.
Oh no, we're having a rough time right now.
I guess it could meteor hammer it at some point, but do they know about this?
Oh, if I had a nickel for every time Radiant went up here and stole the stacks away, I'd have 2 nickels. And this would be even worse. This is an ancient stack. They're on top of the Slardar. Oh god. He loses some ints, and they're going to lose the big ol' ancients. Now Clockwork will see some of it, but it's just the worst because he doesn't get to get any of it.
No AA blast.
Oh, they actually took a lot of damage. Is this a possible fight here? They get the AA blast onto Zibe, but it still feels like they are in control of this Triangle Desire, even going towards the Dusa here. She does have a full wand, and Samay goes, she shouldn't get this kill, but oh, they have the damage. They stun her before she can pop the wand.
Ah, shit, it's also scattered. I feel like they could have gotten the Mobe kill if they just landed the Ice Blast. You know, they had the route into Meteor.
Yeah.
Should have been enough.
Really should have. Yeah, I'm very surprised. Instead, now they lose the stacks. They lose the Dusa. And all they really have to show for it is this Invis rune on the Clockwork, which feels very rough without a 6.
Yeah. Doesn't it feel super odd? Like, they got double wisdom for Rogue side. But then Avalus are the ones contesting the Ancients with 2, you know, ulti-ready supports, and the clock is sitting at level 5.
Yeah. I mean, the Clockwork should already want to be there, right? I mean, that's the biggest part of these early stacks, is that you can get these levels on your supports.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show you how important the lanes still are in Dota. Oh, KJ didn't see the sentry. That's rough.
No. And just the worst of both worlds, right? They don't get the sentry, they don't get the ward that's over here. Really well done on the warding from Avalus.
For sure. It's gotta feel so bad for Analog and Yuma. You know, we spoke a lot about Whisper, but Analog he died twice before getting to Blink, and then Yuma gets his stack soul, and after having such a hard game 1 in the series.
Yeah. I'm going for the Atos now. Is there a world where this Duso becomes a problem, or are we just waiting for the Sven to become a problem? Because I don't know. Whisper's having a rougher time right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Oh, let's see what happens. Can we go for the kill?
Oh, hook shot connects.
Really
They
nice.
even get the ice blast into the Gorgon's grasp. I think they were layering 2 circles on him. They get the kill. Now the wall comes down. Matthew could be the one to die first here, but Whisper, nice job on the stone gaze, keeping everybody away for now. That Medusa illusion is not very threatening.
Yeah, really well done. That was super decisive. As soon as they get to 6 on Matthew, they just throw their spells on Mobe, and what can he do really? There's so much damage with the clock and the AA combination.
Oh, beautiful.
Really nice.
Actually, a really clutch rocket flare.
Yeah.
May have gotten that wisdom.
For sure. I mean, back to the point about what you were saying about can Whisper really become a problem here? I would argue probably no, because if you think about the way that Avalus lineup operates, like they have so much mobility, there's going to be a Night Stalker flying around.
Oh, Desire. Could he go down here? A little bit more damage, a little bit more slow from the AA. It is a big arcane curse, but I think Matthew might be the only victim. In fact, Analog, he wants some more. Oh no! Where is he? Is he stuck on? Was he stuck on the cogs?
What? Really? I guess so.
It seemed like he was like moving, but not moving.
Kind of, yeah. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh yeah, good job, good job. What does this replay show us? Because I swear to God, he was clicking move, but the hero was not going anywhere. Oh!
Yeah, what the hell is that? I've never seen that.
Oh my God!
It's gotta be some kind of
What is
coding with the pathing, like your hero just don't wanna move around the car. And you're pressing behind it.
Huh.
That's so strange. That's Dota for you.
That's Dota. That is so rough. Dude, I can't believe it actually worked like that. That is... I feel like there's been plenty of things that have already been not going Heroic's way, and to then have that... I mean, I might be a little tilted after that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe hit direct pathing by mistake or something, but...
That's what it looks like, yeah.
But I wouldn't
go direct move.
But I wouldn't be surprised, even if it... Like, if it was just one of those Dota mechanics at the same time.
I mean, it's not often you get a cogs that is, you know, punched right on top of a hero. That was definitely a weird one.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, big snag there on the shield rune. Once again, I see a TA that is quite thick, but this time, the enemy carry has also been churning up in the jungle. TA versus Sven is sometimes a TA matchup, right? You've got refraction for all these big Sven hits, but at the end of the day, Sven also has his own big armor that you have to chew through on the TA. You think that this is a game that Yuma can really pop off on?
No, he can definitely do a lot in this game. He's got a lot of, you know, follow-up on his jumps as well, with damage and stuns. The problem for him is, like you said, he can't really burst a TA.
Oh, there's going to be a big one. Now, they already have the silence out in the wall. It's Medusa. Does she even get to live through this one? Desire's just keeping her silence up. Her health disappears when the mana shield is through with. And that is an easy fight for Avalus.
Damn, so much. His Whisper is just straight up silence until he dies.
Yeah.
That's rough. And he's supposed to be the tanky guy that you can't really focus.
I mean, I don't think that Atos is really going to change that.
Yeah. I mean, you were asking earlier if Testusa is ever going to be a problem. And I was going to say that... Oh, I received one more. But, like, Testusa... If you have a lineup that has low mobility, you can't really get around him. Like, then, yeah, sure. Like, Testusa can just walk in, you know, tank everything. But for Avalus side, as we see, they just kill him here, right? But even so, even if Testusa was way more fast than Whisper...
Ooh, okay. Hey, hookshot into Ice Blast has worked really well. Matthew getting that last kill, and those are the sort of things we need to see more of. It is still not a problem yet. You know, Dusa, cool, not a problem.
Yeah, Signs of Life though for Rogue. That's gonna be a tier 1. That's definitely huge. That's gonna open up to get some deeper wards out. You know, potentially keep using this hookshot AO's combo, which has been really promising so far. And the Desire in trouble as well. Probably not getting on this.
No!
There's a trap here.
Again, there's been just millimeters off of this crush 2 times in a row now. This time, he doesn't miss this crush. Yep, there we go. That's a good one. But now it is under the tier 1. It is under the enemy team. Looks like KJ will still get this kill. Analog somehow lives after Smiling Knight damn near took him down. They might not be done yet. Link's away just after the trap, but the trap still ticked him down.
Oh, damn.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
Oh,
rough.
my God.
That's rough. You only get a Night Stalker and then you lose your Slaughter like that. I feel so bad.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's just the miss on the crush.
They want to
that
go
first one,
again,
how do you
though,
hit it?
potentially. Thinking about going on Mobe here.
I mean, they have Hookshot, they have Ice Blast. That seems to be the combo right now.
Yuma finishing a BKB right now. That's a very fast one, so...
Wow, yeah.
That's
He wants to
also-
get involved quick.
They want to go right away, yeah. Not even waiting for Analog to respawn here.
That's a little disrespectful, but if it works, I feel like Sarnar is still a very important part of these fights.
Yeah. Owls are very scattered here, so if they get a jump on Mobe, then...
Oh, a nice jump once
good
again.
force
It
staff.
is the Ice Blast following, but yeah, the force staff was beautiful there. Mobe, I mean, purchasing it for himself. Now they're fighting under the wall, and the vision from Desire. This is a big turnaround if they can get it. Now the Gorgon's grasp, it connects onto Desire. They will trade 4 for 4. But it's still, the other 4 are still willing to fight, it seems, right now on Alvis. I don't think that Heroic are in the same position.
Yeah, I mean, that's a clutch force stuff. I didn't even realize that Mobe bought it himself. I thought that was Desire for a second. But
right.
Definitely clutch. He understands that he doesn't need the scaling so much. You know, for all we know, Soneka's been the one pumping, so might as well go for the utility rod. Oh, that's clutch.
That's really nice. I mean, Dusa is technically unslowable, but oh, this is a beautiful kill. Yuma getting the connection here. Once again, Desire is in, but I mean, with the silence, Yuma, he's still taking so much damage because he didn't have that war cry up at the moment, so he'll TP out, hoping that he doesn't die. The rest of the team still okay for now, despite being 6k down.
For sure. I mean, you can already tell they're heroic. They brought a different tempo to this game, and I think this is exactly what they need to, have a chance in this match. There's a long way to go. 6k behind. I think the next Roshan is going to determine a lot in this game. Because Analog, he's still far from his PKB, and Whisper is like, we don't see much. Yuma is really trying his hardest here to carry this one, but it's going to take a lot.
Oh, God.
Wow. Didn't even get the crush off.
Lord. No, he was just dead.
Speaking about Roshan now. It is alive on the top side. Let's see if Avalis are going to consider it.
I mean, this could be the second time in a row. It seems like the map is opening up, but this time, Avos are the ones to take Roche. This was actually Roshan for Heroic last time. Kind of in a similar position, but without the Slardar, yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to do this. Is he going on a journey on the clockwork?
Yeah, looks like it, but he's going to need the blast, though, to get some vision, right? They're actually, yeah they want to go for the fight instead.
Oh, they wanted to. Ice Blast will connect onto. Now Whisper.
Not sure if the Dusa is the target here for Avalis. It's a bit sketchy. The smoke broken as well, so.
Actually did force them out. I'm a little surprised. I didn't think they could do it, but really well done from Heroic. Even just like threatening. Now they get the connection on the Silencer. That is a huge target. 3 kill spree even for the hero. They need to take this next fight.
Can they go for the Roche now on Heroic, actually? There is a chance, I feel like. They got the Slardar, right?
Oh. Are you a 25-second Roche team with the Slardar?
It's still healthy, though. Oh, they go for the God Strength. They're gonna need a wall in here fast.
Yeah, they need everything. They need wall, they need a trap. I mean, they don't even have a sentry down, right? Yeah, they just got the sentry in. A nice route. Oh my god, it connects on 3. They're running forward. They don't even want to continue to finish Roche. They're trying to get their hits on the spin, but
like 1 HP to Roche.
Mobe, he's going to be the first one to go down, and the Roche is still left on the other side. Somebody could dip in and take it. It's Smiling Knight to go in and take it. Somebody needs to stop this, man. It's a TA who gets the Roche for free. Walks out, finds himself an AA as well. Melon up on the high ground will miss. Can you still take this fight? The Medusa getting the chain lock onto the Night Stalker, but he's able to get himself away, and all of a sudden, Aegis walks away. Oh my, Alice, how did you do that?
Damn, Heroic. They just left the pit when he was in, like, Roshan was like 8% HP or something. Smile Knight just comes in, melts, hits it twice, and gets Aegis and gets out. I mean, shit, it's so close. Look at this.
Yeah. Look, I gotta commend them. I mean, you see a 3 Gorgon's grasp. I get it. You want the fight, but At what cost?
They couldn't even get anyone with that jump. That's so sad. These double force staffs coming out. Oh, look at the Roshan.
I mean, there was just no sentries, and I don't know. I don't know how you expected to kind of do that correctly without seeing where the traps were.
Yeah, I mean, they can't even get Smiley Knight here afterwards. It's, and now Avalos are on the hunt. Yeah.
Looks like a nice Avatos backwards, perfectly done for Mobe there. Even though he does catch himself on a few of the cogs, it should lead to some kills. Oh no, Matthew. He's actually fine for now until this.
Global as well.
But it's a jump through. Oh boy, Yuma, the force staff actually going forward on maybe. The hook shot. Oh no, it completely misses. Yuma's just like, I'm out. I've had it. Yeah, I don't want this fight any longer. They'll leave.
Oh, the blast almost hitting as well. This game is all about the small things, man. It's so close every single time in every single fight.
I mean, that's what, the second time now in a row that Mobe has walked away with very little HP after his force staff. Really proving to be a valuable purchase this time.
Yeah, he even had the Yules in this fight as well, which he didn't get to use. But I mean, you can see that the idea that he has, he just wants to go in. He wants to be the spellcaster guy, throwing spells over and over and never dying, basically. Analog, maybe in trouble. No, yeah, it's way too fast. This fish.
That is a pause forward, by the way.
Still having the Dark Ascension ready, so without the global, I don't feel like they need it that much. Oh, well, we're still going.
Oh, just kill Analog. Oh god, the hits.
Oh, so
close. Oh my god.
Zeus ult now.
Well done. Zeus ult. Get him. Well, you lived. That is a positive change. We haven't seen that in a few of these. But this TA, once again, I mean, Smiley Knight 2 times in a row feels like the BKB just isn't that necessary for him. And it allows you to just go for the super greedy build. It makes the TA just feel so oppressive on this map.
It's so nasty, honestly. Like, whenever the Warcry is down, then you're just gonna die. Right? I think if you're heroic, you need to get some Ghost Scepters, at least on the supports, right? And Analog, he's had such a rough game. You know, we praised him so much in the beginning. He had such a great start, but now yeah.
Oh Lord, yeah, silence. You've got the crippling fear. There's just no way you're able to cast spells in this one, which means no stone gaze. Certainly no more mana. They do end up turning around Suneko and Zibe. Those are two big kills. Yuma trying to get the Smiley Knight. He gets it. That is one kill. Mobe with the Yules. I mean, he's trying to delay, but how much can they get out of this one? Smiley Knight still trying to turn around and fight. He could. One before, but there it is, dude. This man, he's back. Heroic, they're back. They get themselves a kill on the TA. Huge for Yuma. He might not be able to chase down Desire, but already feels so worth it right now for this team. And there it is, the ultra kill from Sven, bringing them back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the Dusa, right? We were discussing, is he gonna be useful? And if that happens, you know, they commit on him. Eventually he ends up dying, right? But it takes them way too long, and it just means that Yuma is getting the perfect jump. He gets the fight that he wants, and then the damage amp on top from the AA and the Sven, and then, yeah, we're gonna see it here. They go for the Dusa, but it takes so long for them. And then look at the Yuma jumper. Immediately kills Sonego and Sibe, and then Yuma is strong. If he gets to play the fights like this, freely, they're using all the spells on the Dusa, who still gets, you know, basically everything off, then fights are gonna look like this.
It was a 2-hit.
Yeah.
He 2-hit that TA.
He did. I mean, Sven is not a joke. He's sitting at like what, 700 damage now with a crit, 500-600 at least.
I love that he's like, it's like, force staff me up. He's directional moves right up the cliff, like, send me in. What a beautiful fight. I mean, this definitely puts them back on the map. It's where we start to see like why Sven could be very good versus TA once that you know, refraction is down. Now they're the ones that are getting themselves this Tormentor. Now they're the ones that feel in control of this map. You know, but Medusa may not be, you know, a threat, but she's definitely a problem. She's a bit tanky now. Desire, I mean, he's feeling the threat as well. Big kill. Matthew once more getting it. He's pretty farmed. 3 kills for him. It's very well done right now to stick in the game, stay confident, and this team, next up is Roche. It's gonna possibly be up in 2 minutes, and this heroic team, if they can get Roche, they're definitely good at pressuring objectives.
For sure, and I think we're getting to the point where Whisper, he's bringing a lot. We're gonna see Mobe here.
Oh,
he's
they don't-
completely alone though. He's gotta be so careful.
I would, right?
Yeah, there's sentries.
Hey, there was a Roche fight not too long ago. It's not free to be here, but he does blink. Force up. Yeah, he's out.
That is close. But yeah, we're getting to the point now where Whisper, he's got the Goliath ready. He's also got a Ghost Scepter, so I think you can't really go on him anymore, right? And that changes the entire status quo if you're heroic, right? If you have this guy in front giving you vision, you know, being this bully, basically in this just oppressive way, clearing areas for you, then you're gonna set up jumps for Analog. That finish up his BKB now, and that's gonna help you set up good hook shots for Matthew, and obviously good jumps for Numa as well. So you see here, Avalos are so cautious. I would be very hesitant to go for this if I'm Avalos, especially in Whisper.
I mean, the Ghost Scepter is what feels like it changes this completely.
Yeah.
Knowing that you're not able to all in, because the TA is a large amount of your damage. I know that Mobe does a lot, but with the Ghost Scepter now, it feels like it is pretty impossible to kill this hero.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna work hard to do so as well, right? So they need better jumps. They ideally get the AA if you're Avalos.
It seems like the big fish, right? Get the AA. Maybe, I mean, Clockwork isn't that bad, but definitely feels like AA makes sure that you are always able to play these fights.
Yeah. Mobe might be in trouble here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he breaks the smoke, but he doesn't know it just yet. He didn't know what he had done. Breaks all the smokes, blinks away for free. Well done there on Mobe.
Really pushing the limits here. I mean, not acting scared at all. But yeah, we're gonna see.
Everything's fine, just like we drew it up.
Daedalus Yuma now as well. And we're gonna see Roshan. We're gonna see the timer now. It's gonna be a 3-minute spawn, so.
Is it? Or is that just the weird UI thing?
Oh.
Whoa! Hook shot. Right. They have the counter silence in,
nice
and that's
Ghost
one
Scepter.
Ghost Scepter.
Oh, he's sideways.
Does keep him alive for now. He's out of there.
Damn, he tried for the side blade on this Raptor, but it wasn't gonna be enough.
Yeah. Now they have to wait for the Clockwork to come back, but Whisper is just kind of holding the high ground anyways, making sure that nobody can come forward.
Yeah, and Mobe's all the way down at the bottom lane, so I think probably.
It is.
Not
Next, but
no
Roshan is up right now, so if they really want to, they can head on top and claim their prize. But oh, wait, it's Desire that might actually scout it out.
Yeah, he's gonna get some.
Oh wait, they don't need to scout it out. TA literally knows exactly when it's up at all times.
True, true. Desire's gonna get some juicy albs out here. And this is gonna die fast.
No
this
way.
is a Daedalus TA.
No shot that they get this Roche. Where are you going? Oh, because everybody was sitting on the outside of the pit. Okay. All right, now Clockwork randomly tosses one. Oh yeah, they just took Roche, so it yells for them. There it is. He sees it, but he doesn't see the Tiny just yet. Okay, there it was on a watcher. Matthew gets
Matthew
forward.
alone.
Hookshot connects, but he already had the Aegis. So now Matthew's starting to fight. I don't know if his team really wants to fight. Snako gets bounced off of the cogs, and he's gone. He doesn't have buyback, so, I mean, there's nothing else that he can do here. Analog jumping forward, finding the Tiny at very low HP. He don't care. He'll set it up for Yuma, who knocks it down. They get themselves 2 kills, although they do trade away the Aegis.
Yeah, way too clunky fight there for Avalos. I mean, they're getting Suneko right away, and Mobe, he went for the jump on Analog, but he was completely alone there. It was never gonna work, so. In the end, it's an Aegis for 2 kills, and Heroic is in the driver's seat, at least for a little bit, until Mobe and Suneko are back up.
Yeah, it's a weird one. We've seen this a good few times before. Team that's down manages to get the Aegis, but it feels like it maybe evens it out a little bit, right? Whenever you're playing versus a Sven who loves to burst you in just a few hits, that Aegis can mean the difference between, you know, extending the fight and winning.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and you can tell also, right? You can see it. This is a way different Heroic when they're playing this explosive lineup. They're so good at using these small margins all the time, getting the small jumps and finding the angles. So
Yeah, I think you and I had seen it versus with Waska. Waska was a team, I think, like the best team at just like sending bodies and knowing just where the line is on where you're allowed to go. I do want to see a little bit more of that from Heroic, and that's what they're trying to do here, you know? Hook shot into a Roshan, who cares? Let's see what happens. And so far it's working out.
Yeah, and they got vision on Myelonet here. I wonder if they want to go for the Aegis hero though.
It's a hard double kill. It's on a tier 2, so you don't have just the long TP from the outpost. It's a hard one to get close to.
Yeah, but you can tell Heroic, they're really looking to fight still. They know that they don't want to extend this game too much longer. They're hitting kind of timing now. I mean, Analog, he still wants to finish his Ags, of course, which he's about to just basically after this wave here.
Yeah,
that's
it's huge survivability for him. It might actually be the high ground answer for his team to get that.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be super helpful against his TA, especially.
They go all the way bottom. Kind of playing around where their wards are, right? Like they saw the TA, didn't really want it. They still have another ward that's down here, kind of behind the tier 2. They feel like this is a safer push.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the fight instead, though, seems like, but Avalos has other plans.
Analog, that's not a bad pick.
It is not. They need a tiny first. There we go.
Whoop! There it is. Oh my god! That is one dead man. He used the BKB. I didn't even notice.
How did we get it off him? He must have got it on the landing.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, BKB does not do much for Meld. That still hits, and it still hurts. So they get themselves a nice kill. I mean, 2 for 1. I don't even know if Avalos know that the BKB is down, but regardless, they get themselves a shrine, get themselves a kill, and all of a sudden, this Aegis feels like it's back to pressuring the map for Avalos.
For sure. That's a double wisdom minute 35. Definitely more impactful than the minute 7-1.
Oh, yeah. Man, I just watched it on the stream, and I still didn't see it go off. I know that it pressed it. I know that the observer is right, but I really never seen him go into the avatar form.
Here you go. Moby wants to push the advantage here. No, they have another 15 seconds to go here, but not gonna find anything. That's Octarine core finish as well from Moby, which is definitely a really strong item for the 0 on the Tiny.
It's a lot more force staffs.
A lot more force staff, a lot more Yule, a lot more everything.
It feels like it's so much control on this Tiny. We've seen other builds where, obviously, like the Conda was one that people loved in the past. You know, Eggs and a crit stick sometimes have been it, or Echo Saber afterwards. Like, there's been many variations, but this one feels like a much older build where Tiny really mattered how you're positioning. If you were just living in fights, it was okay because you just have a toss. I know the force staff looked really good this game. Do you still like the Yules and then Octarine?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I feel like it doesn't need to add that much scaling. They have strong beliefs that the TA can do it all, right? At the same time, there's not like an insane amounts of scale on the Dire side, like, which is funny when we have a Deuce as Sven lineup, right? But
you just wait until it's 90 minutes and the Deuce has fully transitioned into a right clicker.
Okay,
oh god, oh no! They just instantly murder Mobay. I mean, the Deuce was right-clicking. I still wouldn't call it a right-clicker, but this is the real find. That's Smiley Knight. The Aegis just got ticked down. He has to try to turn and fight, but the damage is way too much. Yuma with the double kill gifted to him. And they just run this maybe right down this top side.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't have a creep wave, though. That's the problem. They're going to have to go for the mid lane. That's way faster, but... that's a huge swing of momentum for Heroic. I mean, what more could you ask for, right? Really.
That's about the best that it gets. You get the mid laner and the carry. The only thing you could ask for is just team wiping everybody. These are by far the best 2 picks you can get on the map right now.
For sure. I mean, a bit of a slip of concentration maybe for Avalos' side, but at the same time, you have to give credit to Heroic. Once they get their hands on these, you know, explosive heroes, they're always going to find these opportunities, and yeah, just credit to them.
Really well done. And now you're starting to talk on Avalos. Like, we lost a few fights. Yeah, sure, that one was kind of scattered. We lost the mid laner. What do we have to do? And what do you think they're formulating? Like, how on earth do you take this next fight? Are you just waiting to defend high ground? Are you trying to take it to them? What's your goal?
I mean, I think fighting is not like that's not like something we want.
Can you fight? Can Sibbe turn around and fight?
Not,
That wall, did that not connect? Now Analog is going downstream. That is a big old fish. Stun connecting, but there is the BKB. He still needs to get away from the Sardar though, and the Clockwork. There's not enough movement speed in the world to get you away from this Clockwork and Sardar. And even off the cogs, Yuma will get the last hits. Going right in. Oh my god! Yeah, Rainbow TP right on top. His rest of the team just showed back up. But thankfully, he's all they needed to get himself another kill. He's level 25. He's got 50% God strength damage. My lord, that guy hits.
God damn, they see Mobe as well. Look at them. Look at them just keep going forward.
No.
Okay.
I mean, he's got to try to get away from this one.
I think he's made it. Yeah.
No mana on Matthew.
Yeah. I think you need to bring some more structure for Avalanche, right? You asked what do they need to do? I think fighting is still not off the table. That's what you want to do. You want to abuse this Night Stalker.
Yeah.
But you need to take fights smarter, right? You need to find proper angles, abuse this Dark Ascension. I haven't really seen them, use it to the full extent, right? Go in with it, find the AA first, find the clock, burst them, kite around, make sure that your tiny looks great, you go in and out of these fights. And so far, it's been too hectic to unstructured, I guess. Like, Soneko has always been the one taking the fall whenever the fights go down like this. He can't protect himself, right? And then it just ends up looking weird. Just a bit too much all over the place, and in this case it ends up in the favor of Heroic.
Now, Smiling Knight is about to get level 25. Surely this is a refraction instances, right? You're playing against Sven, more refraction. Could equal a win, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's gonna matter a lot. They really only have the AA to like go through them fast, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right, easiest decision in the world. Cool. Well, and yeah, going for the Swift Blink next. Seems like maybe a Butterfly, actually.
Yep, Butterfly sent out right now. That's gonna help. That's gonna help as well for sure. The refraction charge.
This seems like an insane power spike, actually, right? You have the evasion plus the refraction. Winnable?
Yeah, no, for sure. This is still anyone's game, but it's gonna come down to execution. Whoever can get these proper jumps, right? Yuma is.
That's what you meant by not by like execution, like who can get executed.
All right, yeah, exactly.
Executing the AA.
Yeah.
That's my kind of execution right there.
All right. Chopping down these tier 2s for Heroic makes the map so much scarier to play.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we're starting to feel, Mobe, he's so much control for his team. He's trying to set up for this Night Stalker, trying to set up for this TA and Darkseer. It's not enough to set them up right now. I think he's going to have to start being a real producer of damage as we get more and more into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Soneko, we saw him. He had so much impact earlier on, but you can't ask that of the Silencer walking into the late game here.
Yeah. I mean, Ag's refresher, I don't think even that is going to do too much on the Silencer. Jump through, finding the Silencer. Yeah, I mean, is the Dusa able to stand strong in this one? It seems like there's actually a lot of damage this time through. It's with the Nullifier. They get the kill, but on the backside, here comes Yuma getting a kill. Ice Blast will miss a few, but they have to kite out this Sven. The BKB out means that you won't get dragged to the Harpoon. Another missed stun. Avalis with a Silencer back. Maybe they want to take this fight. Do they want the smoke?
Oh no, Soneko again. That's the wrong neighborhood. You just walked into that.
Oh god, that's a rough part of the neighborhood right there. And Yuma, oh no, another one. Can he find somebody else here? Blink in 3 seconds. But they've already killed 2. That was dieback on Soneko. At least they forced the buyback on the Dusa, but still a hard fight there for Avalis. It seems Heroic may have just taken the reins in this one.
For sure. Desire might be in trouble here as well. He's gonna have to get the blink out. Oh, they're going for the kill.
Oh.
I'm not sure about this. Heroic are coming.
They're trying. I mean,
that's so much
forward.
damage.
Analog trying to get away. Stun gives him the vision he needs. The comms will even protect him for a second, but a nice kill for the TA there. They even buy back in Desire, actually. They want to get back into this one. Avalanche on the Dusa. This could be a dieback. Bring her back into the Nullifier. But I don't think the melt hit before. Now the refraction is going to be the only thing keeping this TA alive. Trying to get back with Yuma. Come on back! Getting themselves right on top.
Again.
Another refraction. That could be what saves the TA. Blinking out of this one. And they'll have to give up the Darkseer, yes, but at least the TA lives.
Yeah, still a dieback on the Darkseer, but you can see the power of the butterfly and the fraction shortage there in this fight. So they had him through a Svenstein and a cold feet, and it still wasn't enough. So
yeah, that's a lot of time sitting down next to a Sven. It's quite scary. Somehow able to make it out, but still they'll go for the Roshan now. Very good for the Darkseer, I guess, giving him time to come back in this one, but still. Avos, they have a big problem ahead of them they got to solve.
Yeah, for sure. I think this Aegis on Adam, but I would have to assume so, right? No way you can. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's on Whisper. I don't think it's on Yuma either. You know, Sven, as a transformation hero, actually feels a little lackluster when it comes to the Aegis. I actually love giving him the Refresher Shard instead.
Yeah, I agreed. And it's also like, what would you drop for it, right? It's Let's see, Mafia potentially in trouble. Oh, they're gonna go for KJ instead. But
KJ is in trouble. Oh, never mind. KJ is absolutely not in trouble. Oh, get out! They're hunting. There's silence too. Smiling Knight, does he actually get away from the team?
Oh
no. Okay, big blink. I think he had to TP out while he had the chance, and now, yeah, mashed up. Stunned as well with the force through. I mean, the Ice Blast will connect. I don't think you get anything in return from this one. Medusa has to just watch her die. Because she's actually, yeah, she's got to blink on through before. But, oh boy, that is a rough one for Avalis. Just trying to split the map and end up losing another two, or I guess one hero.
Yeah, and now Heroic, they're gonna go for they're gonna hit your base here, no doubt about it. And this is not a buyback you really want to be spending on the TA, so we're gonna see how much they can get done here. If they can get the buyback on the TA out, that's yeah. If you get the buyback out on the TA, then Avalis suddenly they have to get something done, and we'll see. It hasn't been easy for them, right?
Oh lord, yeah. I mean, that is a start. A buyback on the TA wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think her items are pretty good right now. I don't think she needs this Swift Link in order to play the game. So even if she does have to buy back and maybe give away that Swift Link for now, it's still a winnable fight for Avalis.
Yeah, they're gonna actually decide to move back here. I'm not sure I agree with this. It feels a bit too timid, doesn't it?
A little too structured now.
Yeah,
flailing back and
there
forth.
is a tier 2 bottom, but I feel like you would want more, considering that's a 100-second downtime on the TA. Well, they're gonna settle for the tier 2, and that's that. Still got, you know, almost 3 minutes left on the Aegis on the log. He's controlling the map a fair bit.
Oh, Obey really wants this. Sending back analog, but
hook shot, yep.
Oh no, the hook shot connects. Matthew just finding everyone on this map. There is buyback available. Wasn't able to keep himself away for long enough.
Surely you poke now, right? I mean, this is just a tiny nose, so we'll see. There's no top time potential here, and there's actually not much initiation coming out from the side of Atlas without the tiny. Oh my god. That's like
that's actually a lot of damage.
60-70% of his mana right there.
Yeah, pretty good bit. It's hard to stand up, but okay, here comes the cavalry. Can he save the TA? The nullifier keeping her locked in here. The hookshot connecting too, but the silence, it wasn't in time. They just killed the TA. Now she does have buyback. Mobe trying to get something done here. They'll toss back this clockwork. And they got one kill. How much more can you get? This is only a mid-rax. You do not have to send the boys for this one. You can just back them off and be happy right now if you're Avalis.
Yeah, I mean, well done by Heroic. They're gonna get the Smile Knight kill and then only losing their clockwork for it, also getting the range tracks. They're still in control of the game. They're basically, they got Avalis into a spot now where they're just stuck in the base, right? And then now we can afford to chill, right? There's no split pushing going on. There's no wave cutting, so you have all the time in the world. Even though the TA is dead, you can simply afford to wait for the God Strength and then you go again.
Dire are scanning.
It could go now. I mean, there's still a Refresher Shard on Yuma. I mean, boy, if they really want to go, they can go anytime they want. But he's got that God Strength back up. Oh no, he actually already used it. Oh, never mind. Not all the time in the world. Here it is. Blink forward. Snako, yeah. He does get away thanks to the Ogre Seal and that Force Staff. Really well done there, actually, from Mobe keeping his boy alive.
Yep, this Force Staff proven to be super useful, of course, in the game, time and time again. So nice job. I do have to say, I want to see Soneko be a little bit more cautious in these engagements, right? You want to see him alive, casting spells, you know, coming in later in the fights, and maybe at that point getting a few hits off. There's been a lot of fights in this game where he's just taken out right away, and it's so effortless for Heroic as well, right?
Yeah. Hey, he went for a very, I'll get yourself in there kind of build. He went for the Hurricane Pike, so he is gearing to just keep on right-clicking. Sometimes people have tried to go, you know, Aghanim Scepter. I think that the spellcasters are refresher just to keep that timing up. I've also seen this one before. I don't think this is you know, unusual build, but it does kind of put himself in dangerous ways sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the difference, it's kind of like the Enchantress build, right? But the difference with Ench is like, you can't really get focused by this. Yeah, hard to kill. Sums it up.
There's a lot that goes into it, but hard to kill. It's basically there. If we put some sprites, some healing sprites on that silencer, though, I think he can do it.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Oh boy, Blink in, immediately finding Zibe, but the silence coming out.
Wall.
A nice back wall on 3 on 4. Maybe this is the fight that they need on Avalanche to turn this one around. They get the kill on Soneko, but Yuma, they're stuck in here for a second. Finally, they'll get the kill on this Night Stalker as well. So far, they have yet to get anything in return on Avalanche. They're just bleeding hero after hero, despite a beautiful start to this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that that wall would do way more, but I guess they just don't care. They have so many roots, AoE stuns coming out from the Sven and the Slardar, slows from the EA. It's like, feels like the wall is not that threatening even, right? The Sven illusion is not that strong. This typically a Dusa would be amazing, right? But this is a Gleipnir Dusa, so like, who
cares? It's not quite the same. I mean, we've even seen Deuces who have gone like on carry, go the Ags build versus a Darkseer because they just don't want to give up any stats. This could be another set of racks. Toss back, finding Yuma here. He took a lot of damage all at once. They actually get the kill!
Small Man is pumping here.
I didn't think it was possible. You didn't do it with a 4-back wall, but somehow you did it on your high ground. Now Analog in danger. Smiling Knight trying to get the hits with the the root. Did he have enough damage? No! Almost had Analog on the trap. But instead, he will get out of this one. And, I mean, hey, Sven for Night Stalker, we take those every day. What can you get out of this kill?
How many times have we seen heroes surviving with like less than 3% HP this game, man?
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, Small Knight, he knows how to pump, and now he's got a rapier as well, so...
It's feeling pretty good. I mean, that is a rapier on Smiling Knight. Man is pumping the damage. He's got to stay alive, and in the first part of that is going to be Roshan now. Sen is only going to be gone for 50 seconds. Rosh could be up in 35, even if it is an instant spawn. I don't know if they have enough time to take Rosh before he's there.
Yeah, and Yuma definitely doesn't want to buy back here, so... Play it safe if you're heroic now. You know that the Rosh is not about to be up, so... They really feel like they need to make get something done with these 30 seconds, but I'm not sure what.
You gotta stagger the deaths.
Yeah, I mean they can get a tier 2 maybe, but like it's getting close now, right? 20 seconds on Yuma, so doesn't look like they're gonna be able to do much.
Now clearly, this is the TA game, right? Like the rest of your team, look, they press buttons, sure, but this is up to getting your TA to win this game for you. What does Avalanche do to make sure that it's always possible for Smiling Knight to get the hits he wants?
I mean, I think you have to do kind of similar what you did in the earlier fights, right? Where you got the 4-man back wall. You just go in, try to make a lot of chaos. Desire has to stay alive, Soneko has to stay alive. That's the key. I think Mobe and Sibit, they're going to be able to protect themselves fairly well. You don't need to commit super hard if you're the supports on Ambus. And I think them staying alive can mean the difference. I understand that the silencer might not seem like a lot, but in the end, like, you want to make sure that this Sven, when he doesn't have his Satanic, when he doesn't have his BKB, he's a different animal to tame. So.
Right? Kite a bull. I mean, dude, that Arcane Curse, it starts to stack up.
It does,
and that's canceling the blinks. That's keeping yourself alive.
So definitely keep your cool if you're the supports on Avalanche. Let the cores play and let Small Knight, you know, send Moby and send CB in, and then just try to create a scenario where, you know, if the TA can hit for just a couple of seconds, that's going to be enough.
Just a little bit. Has the butterfly, has the rapier. I mean, we don't even have an MKB on the Sven. TA, live a bull. I've seen her live these. but it's up to her team to start a good fight.
Yeah, and ideally it's not on the Dusa as well, right? Just
yeah, I mean they have the nullifier. They are killing her now, but it still takes so much time.
They can, but the problem is that then you're not addressing the Sven or the Slaughter, which I think is it. Yeah, that means more in the end, even if you kill the Dusa.
Soneko
baiting,
brother. Yeah, I mean, is it really baited if they just eat you? I don't know. Like Sun blinks in there and swallows that guy.
Okay, Roshan in 1 minute here.
Still the refresher shard actually on Yuma. I didn't notice that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I guess it's just backpacking it through these fights, but could come handy in, you know, in case we get a real long fight to potentially slot it out and get double everything, and that's yeah.
I mean, they are. Roshan is, of course, the next objective. Now, we're 6 minutes away. Hanskin, call it now. Are we seeing some tier 5 this game?
It's gonna come down to bravery. Are they gonna be brave enough to start a fight here?
I mean, I guess so. If you're brave enough to take some good fights, extend the game. Oh, Desire! Stop being brave. Please, God.
We want to see items. Come on, man.
Yeah, don't do it.
Soneko wants. Soneko is brave. Look at it.
Dude, Desire is stepping up. He's like, kill me. Dude, he's actually walking the whole way around. Please don't go up there. Please, Desire. Okay, good. Using the creeps as kind of like a block so you can't get hooked. Getting a lot of vision, actually. They see the Dusa, toss her back. Silence out as well with the nullifier. Sure, you might get this one, but what does it cost? No, a huge heal back up, actually, from the Medusa. Now she's able to turn this one back around. Silencer, unfortunately, showed himself. He could go down here. Now Desire's going to get taken out as well. That's not the turn that you wanted. Soneko's still alive. Say goodbye to that one. He's out of here. Rooted up on Mobay. He's got to try to find his way out of this one. I don't think he can. Toss backwards, but now he's in the Gorgon's grasp. He should get cold-footed, locked up, and another kill for the Sven. He'll take this one into the Roche pit, or who cares? Let's take it down mid.
Yeah, no buyback from Mobay, actually, sitting 150 gold away, so that could be trouble.
No, 150? There's no runes on the map.
If they want the Roche, I mean, they still gonna have time. Even if they go for the Roche, they have almost a minute, right? Yeah, they go for the Deuce again, but they can't really get her.
Was that a large Lotus? Because like those Lotuses, at this point in the game, you're getting a full heal on Deuce if you have one Lotus.
Yeah, that was a big Lotus. I can respect the attempt, but it's like, to see if they don't get him right away, like it has to be so clean for that to work out on the Deuce.
How much time you just dedicated to that one? You have all vision and go after the Deuce. You know, I feel like if you do have that vision, you do have that selection, it may behoove you to try to get somebody else.
Yeah, right. I mean, Whisper's playing it right, of course. He's sitting always in a vector between him and the team, and it's like, feels like they are not on the same page exactly when it comes to Atlas. It looks like Soneko constantly wants to go. Maybe his team is getting stressed. They're going for the Dusa over and over, and it hasn't really worked out in a good way, you know, ever since that mid-fight, you know, 35 minutes ago or whatever.
But not long, huh? Time flies when you're having fun. They're going to go right up the high ground. It feels fun right now for Heroic. They've got the Aegis. They got a 25,000 net worth lead, and there's still a tiny sitting dead. And it's balancing, and there comes Yuma trying to get a first kill on Desire. He gets the Echo Saber, or the Ghost Scepter off, but it doesn't matter. He just dies anyways. Got the buyback in for this one. Still the buyback available on the Tiny, but not popping it just yet. Yuma, this is a Sven. Killing him once is very much worth it to get rid of that God Strength, but he is forced away. He is fine for now with the Tiny alive. I think they're waiting.
Yeah, they're gonna wait. So I guess we're gonna see the 60-minute items after all. I mean, Yuma's about to be level 30 as well. That's hype.
There's a lot of good levels coming out here. I mean, still yet to find 25 on both our Radiant supports and our offlaner for Avlis. I mean, he desperately needs that. Getting an extra AoE on your Surge. I mean, getting everybody out of there could be the disengage you need. I doubt that Ion Shell charges are truly going to change this game, but I could be convinced, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta get the Surge. I mean, the game it's so tricky now for Avalis, and I mean, even if we get to minute 60, right? How do you get out to farm these items? I mean, there's gonna have to be some neutral hunting from Mobe or something.
Yeah, somebody's got to get a Helm Dom. Somebody else has got to get bots. Just start sending some troops out on the map to TP to. It's hard because like we just saw last game. Like I don't blame Avalis at all. They literally were the ones to hunt through the river and kill Yuma on these side lane rivers. They don't want to go out there themselves. Yuma jumping in. Oh, this could just be it. If you find the TA here, it could be over. 4-step forward with the nullifier, keeping her in, and she dies. She has the buyback. She'll try to get back in for this one. It was a big expend, but look at that. The rapier now on Yuma. He had to give up a satanic. That's a good amount of HP that's gone from him, but boy, the damage is big from this spend. Superman in. He kills Zive on collateral. He'll take the first kill for him. Sure, it's by the base. Can Moby get close enough to toss him into the fountain here? Refresher already used from him. Whisper's gonna be the one to step forward, making sure that the Gorgon's Grasp is there. Now they're gonna focus on the racks, but here comes Desire. And here it is again. Superman flies through, kills Zebe for the second time.
Yuma's way too strong right now. They're gonna keep going for these tossbacks, but it's
oh no. Not the Dusa. Please, anybody but the Dusa. Now in the Gorgon, he flies on in on Yuma, getting himself the kill. And I mean, with the silence, maybe they have some damage, but they didn't get the toss back. They're trying to save Sen. He doesn't have an Aegis. This is a huge kill if they can find it, but they need some more blink. They need some more jumps. Desire the first one to go through, and he immediately pops the Goat Scepter. He didn't want to stay. Analog isn't bound by such fear, but he will jump out, knowing that he's kept his team alive with that 54,000 net worth lead. Thankfully for Avalis, though, they still haven't taken that Rax, and they still haven't even gotten Megas.
Yeah, but even so, you lost. I mean, you used your buyback on all 3 cores, right? And you lost the rapier on top of that, and you're gonna have to find. First of all, you're gonna have to get these neutral items, and then you're gonna have to get another 3k gold for Smile Knight to get another rapier to really have a shot here. And you know, now it's 50k gold lead for Heroic. I think the equation is starting to add up for Avalis. I mean, you're gonna need way more tossbacks if you're them.
Yeah, I mean, is it toss? Yeah, 2 toss charges from Mobe. Maybe it's just, you know, toss, Ava, toss.
Yeah. Alright, 60-minute items. What are we getting here?
Ugh. Is it a damage issue for the TA? Is it Stygian the Hope? There's something else? I could see a status of this one being pretty good. I know that one also has some good stuff to it. Yeah, the Unrelenting Eye. I think Minotaur Horn could be okay compared to everything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely like Stygian.
It should be
Stygian, Unrelenting Eye.
Yeah.
And looks like she's still 2 away. They did a really good job here, kind of warding up, making sure that they were able to safely farm these. So she gets her item. Oh no, I mean, she got Falling Sky, Spiderlegs, Book of the Dead. She did get base attack and status resist. I mean, that's good. But, oh boy, Spiderlegs?
I guess so. Ogre Seal? No.
Spiderlegs, okay.
All right.
Oh, and she took the slow resist. But it's minus the attack time and the intelligence. TAs, they don't have to be smart. They only have to be fast. Silencer has to be smart and fast. I don't know if he's going to get out. Looks like he's Ice Blasted, turns around like an absolute madman for more to hit these creeps.
So Neko has no chill, dude. Always look at the fight. He's like, I'm smarter than you and I'm stronger.
I didn't hear no bell.
It's so hard to play Silencer now when you have this, you know, Ag's clockwork rockets at you.
He just sees everything. And now Whisper has the mobile. Oh, there it is. It's 1, but the Hex connected, so he wasn't able to get the second toss back. I don't know if he even wanted the second toss back, but here comes Desire. Get him in his face! Do god, he got the whole way into the fountain!
can't stop
Can
him,
you
though.
stop Yuma here? They broke the Lincolns, but that was all they could do. Now they have to go. Run away. They're running Mobe. You forgot to press the toss button. They're still trying to chase. Sven, he wants to run the whole way back home, but he keeps it back to base out of fear. I mean, I would have too. Now Silence comes back, and Hanskin, I don't know who's favored in this fight anymore.
That's so heads up by Yuma. I can't believe it. Like, he just... That's the full Superman into I'm out of there.
He just went full length and off the side right into the face. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Looks like they're trying for the double toss again. This time there wasn't a hex out, but there was a snake stun. Whisper is very low, but you know, he will just pop up a few lotuses, get back healthy again. But still, this is a siege from Heroic that is very hard for Avalos to hold on to.
Yeah. It's just Meteor Hammer Medusa doing it slowly, and OCT, they can't really afford to commit on Whisper. He's got another big lotus here, so they just keep on coming. And he's got the Fallen Sky plus Meteor Hammer, so
he's literally like he's able to double hammer.
This is like some X mark shit, you know? Look at this. He's gonna wait for the cooldown 10 seconds here. And then...
Just double it up. Yeah, I mean, you can't, at this point, you're not able to channel a Meteor Hammer. Like, you would think that you're finally done with it. But they're doing, oh, dude, this is a huge smoke wrapping around.
Oh, they want to go for the kills.
They want to get a kill.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yuma. Yeah, you can stun that guy. You can stun him right in front of the
fountain. They don't see anything.
It's going to be okay.
They see nothing.
They just need to see the fountain.
Oh, no, they're rockets.
Okay, now they see what they do. Oh, God. I don't think you're getting out of this one. They find the TA here. Have to break through the refraction charge. He's going to get out. No! Smiling Knight is dead. There's no more TA. How do you have the damage after this one? Yuma with another double kill. Turning his attention to the racks, and there it is, the tip. Yuma, absolute baller in this game too.
My boy finding the angle, that was a... I mean, if it's not Superman, then who is, you know?
Only Superman would do the things that Yuma has done in this game.
Alright, that's Megas for you, but I don't think it ends there. You got, you know, a minute and a half. I mean, how,
that's true. I mean,
how do you stop them without smiling? I can't see that here.
They've got to get something now. Yuma looks like he is just popping the God Strength. He does want to end this one. Oh, and now they found Desire. Nullify him, sending into the base, and he just works right through this silencer. Now into the fountain, trying to run through. They'll call GG. It's like Batman versus Superman if the writers actually cared, and Superman does win, giving Heroic the 1-1, keeping themselves pretty happy to start off this group stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, I felt we saw a completely different Heroic in this game, right?
Yeah.
I think it comes to the draft, and it comes to just the energy that they brought to the game. I mean, you could see what happens when Yuma gets the game that he wants. He gets online. He's doing so many plays, ending 26-1 in this one. Obviously, everybody pulling their weight here. There was a crazy game back and forth. Could have gone either way. So I think a 1-1 is pretty well deserved for both teams here. And I think there's been some weakness, there's been some strengths, but I think overall we have more to see from these teams going into even the heavier hitters later on in the tournaments.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like this game completely turned on its head. You get one kill on the TA as it's Sven, and it feels like Yuma, like instantly, his game is just on, constantly hunting people down. They do a really good job. I know it was kind of timid, and I think they could have pushed a little bit more than they did, but still, at the end of the day, like they did the right thing. They got the towers they needed, they got the kills, held on for objectives. Everything looked really well for Heroic. I think if this team continues to show up in the group stage where Yuma is just an absolute force on the map, this team is going to be really hard for others to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you can also tell in the early game, even there's just a different team, basically. Like, they're going for these double wisdom plays. They're actually taking initiative. Whereas when they played this Beast Darkseer lineup, it looked way too technical for them. So I think if you're Heroic here, it's easy to identify what works for us. And I think also not having Schofield with you, maybe that's a factor, like we discussed. Maybe that puts it even more on an edge where you have to like really draft towards your strengths and not. I mean, I don't want to say not follow the meta, but it's important to find the balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it. Especially like as you have this new player, like theoretically, these are the feeler games for Heroic.
Yep.
This is when they're still trying to figure out like how are we playing with Matthew? What are the things that we're good at with this one? Obviously, I think that Darkseer and Night Stalker getting that sort of combo makes a lot of your games feel good. So I'm a little surprised that game 1 was the one that didn't work out as well. And this one, where as you said, maybe not necessarily against the meta, but Matthew on Clockwork. That's something that we've seen plenty of times before. It's just like melee pause fours that kind of like go around and do their own independent thing, but really provide a lot of vision for the team. Do this sort of like kind of still team fighty, still solo pickoff. I really like to see more of this from them. And yeah, I'm just really excited after this whole series. I think Avalos obviously can also pick out things from this game and realize, probably could have had a 2 out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. In the end, the game 2 came down to execution, really. Like, you saw there were so many things happening. Roshan's crazy fights, people surviving with 100 HP. A lot of small factors decided it in the end. In this one, Heroic got the edge overall. They did some really good plays. They deserved it, of course, but this was a close one. It was not, a 70-minute game. It's not. It's never going to be a stomp, right?
That's true. I mean, 2 Rapers ending out there for Heroic. That was only Series 1, guys. We have plenty more Dota on the way. So it's a 1-1 to start off. We'll have another game for you very, very soon. So stick around because the next series... we do have we have an interview coming up. I forgot. We get to talk to these guys now. Oh, it's so wonderful. Dude, what do you want to ask him?
I want to ask him about the slaughter. Was that his, like, did he want to give him the treatment back on Mobe? Or what's up with that? Is slaughter mid back on the menu?
Oh, hey, we have him right now. Hello, Analog. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I mean, we managed to draw the game, so yeah, feeling a bit better.
Oh yeah,
I think not feeling like my Sven, I think my Sven is feeling a bit better for doing a 25-1-10, but yeah.
True. Dude, he balled up.
How did you react to the late game smoke you did behind the enemy ancient? Was that his idea, or how did it happen?
Yeah, we call this the Yuma play. It's the Yuma idea.
Yuma play. I like it.
That worked out, man. I mean, that was a really nice way to like kind of end out the game. You guys, it felt like game 1 was a little bit shaky, and then game 2 just like on a dime. You guys got one team fight in the middle of the game, and then everything just felt like it was clicking for you guys. Do you feel like you finally like figured out like as a team how you're gonna play with Matthew and like really figured out your team now?
I mean, not 100% yet, right? Because I think the game 1 was pretty in the bag for us, in my perspective. And we don't manage to finish the game, but yeah, we're like trying to figure out. It's way different, right? Matthew has a play style and Schofield has another play style, and we're also trying to figure out the meta for us, what works, what we should do. And I mean, just the warm up from this game, right? So 1-1 for a warm up is fine. We planning to get a 2-0 next.
Oh, all right. I love to hear it, man. Good. This will suffice as a warm-up on your Goku arc or something. All right.
I wanted to ask Analog, because we discussed it a bit, the difference between having Matthew with you guys on this LAN. Schofield, he's known, when we watched and cast him, and, everybody knows that he's a guy that he kind of takes a lot of attention in the games. Like he goes in, he pokes heroes, he makes stuff happen naturally, just sort of as a play style. Is that something that has like impacted you guys in less action happening around the map, basically, or if you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, and also the way we use it to play. Like Schofield don't talk much, but he always follows me in the game and does our calls, so we are more used to it. Like we say something. Like today we were playing and we said like a slang that we have in the team, that is like. To take the rats in the map, and we say this slang in Spanish that's like chaparrateros, and Matthew was like, bro, like I don't know, you're saying this, I have no clue what you're talking about. So we have to figure these things out as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there something that Matthew brings that is new for you guys as an upside?
Yeah, I think he's like more communicative, and he wants to like bring his ideas as well to the team. Even he's being standing, he has like this thing on him, so sometimes like view from outside is also nice, right? So yeah.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think you can always learn from people even though you don't play with them for a long time, so that's cool. And one more question from me. I wanted to ask about the Slaughter because it was very successful in both games. Now, is this a hero that you had on your radar before this series, or is it just you saw it in game 1 and then you wanted to do it as well?
Okay, my coach is not near. Maybe I can say. So yeah, Slaughter is good. Good
It's
hero.
brand
Good
new.
hero.
We didn't even know it was good,
Good
and it
hero.
just has to be good. Don't ban it versus us. Okay, we got it.
I can't say more than this, guys. Otherwise, I'll get fired by my coach. But it's good hero. Good hero.
Understandable.
We don't want to make him mad. All right. The next Unmuted comes out and we don't see Analog after it. We know what happened. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Analog. I appreciate it. Good luck in your next series.
Thank you.
All right. Well, John, that was a beautiful interview. Oh no, you're back to Handskin now. Ah, okay. Well, that was pretty good. I like Analog. I feel like the Slardar, it's not a hero that we think is dominant like it was this time. It should be like a good piece of the puzzle, but as you said, like it feel like it was series defining maybe in this one. I thought the TA was going to be series defining, and after seeing it like dominate for the beginning of game 2 as well, I thought that was just going to pop off. But yeah, maybe Slardar is the hero we should be focusing on for the rest of the day.
Yeah, maybe it is. I mean, of course, TA looking good as well, but Slaughter, I mean, it's nice. We're seeing a lot of new things in the meta, or not new things, but like a shift in the trends, and I think that's nice to see. I think we're gonna see way more coming up in the, you know, the finish of the group stage and everything, and also moving into playoffs. This patch is still very completely undiscovered, I want to say, and so just good vibes all along.
True. Got to keep the vibes going. That's the only thing that matters in this day one of group stages. Really staying confident. But guys, we're going to stay confident because now I'm confident that we're going to a break. All right. So we're going to go take a break, gather ourselves because we have one more series on the way. Stick around because that's going to be right after this break. Hey, thank you. I definitely still had you muted after the interview.
Yeah, me too. I was like, what's happening? Oh shit, I forgot.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sails her, eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself. years had he spent while a boy? And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh, and we had ourselves a 1-1, and we get to see Heroic run it back, but this time versus Tundra, who also 1-1, means that these teams are exactly the same skill. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is Avalus versus Tundra, just making it clear.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's true.
True. Tundra, they played earlier today, or just now, actually, while we were casting Avalus Heroic. They were playing as Falcons, and I saw a Saxa Medusa.
Oh,
with
so
a
even more then, huh?
25-minute Mjolnir.
Oh. Oh. That is an interesting take. I guess, you know, if you don't need the tower push, just go ahead and rock that damage.
Yeah.
I guess I can see that work out.
Plus 4 meter and Medusa. What has Dota become, man?
It's definitely, I don't know. I don't know if I should be happy or sad, because I do like the Medusa hero, but I like it more when it's clicking and it's doing the damage and that sort of thing. I'm happy that there's some versatility, but it feels too strong, right? This isn't just some like, we'll flex it over there. Like, now it's favored to be this like tanky do nothing hero. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's weird, right? I mean, I think we're gonna see it a lot more until we see it figured out.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, you would assume that 3-3 is one of the guys to run it, right? But so far he hasn't been too keen to do it.
Interesting. I mean, I guess if you have Sox already doing it. Oh.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, Tundra versus
Sweet.
Avalus. I think Avalus, they showed some strength in the series before, but I think Tundra is definitely a bit of a different beast, of course. But at the same time, Tundra, they have some adaptation to do still. You know, they changed carry player, of course. Duracho, one of the, I guess, experienced carries. I was gonna say solid, but I guess he's like, you know, Duracho. He's so risk seeking as a player. And Crystallis, he's not too different, but he's also not the same. It's hard to exactly explain what I mean, but
no, I think it's the difference between like Duracho is willing to make sacrifices for his team.
Yeah,
he's willing to go in, and if he's the first one who dies, it doesn't matter as long as the team wins the fight. He does not care. Chris Dawes, he's aggressive, but I don't think he's willing to be the first one dead.
No, but it also comes down to the fact that the heroes that they play, right?
That's true.
Chris Dawes, he likes the Racer, he likes the Monkey King, and they're not similar type of heroes like the Life Stealer or, you know, Chaos Knight or whatever Duracho is known for, right? So it's kind of interesting. I think Tundra still has some adaptation to do. So far, obviously, they're trying to cater to Crystallis, where he kind of is playing the more, you know, action-heavy core, and Free is taking more of a step back and going into the farm, which is obviously something that is very comfortable and good at. But I think so far we haven't seen Tundra be the same team as they were with Duracho. But of course, that still early days. They can change.
A lot of teams are figuring themselves out in this one now. Partially that is because the Land of the Free has some visa issues this time. But the other team, like we have had, of course, this is a normal roster change. This was happening. Visas are not. So I mean, these guys I feel like are much more invested in figuring this out now and keeping it going for a while. We do have the draft on the way, so we'll see what they figured out so far. I know one thing, Chrysalis has talked about it a lot. Like, he loves when there are players on his team who play the same heroes as he does. Because he loves playing the Razor, loves playing the Monkey King. When he's able to flex that stuff around, that's when he feels his strongest. I wonder if we're ever gonna see any of that, because I don't think that 33 is really like the Razor connoisseur. I also don't think that that's something that BZM likes to do. At this point, it's kind of up to Sox to learn Razor, I'll be honest.
we did have that short patch, you know, where there was Bloodstone Razor. That's when 3-3 played the Razor. But only then. I think he doesn't enjoy the era. As far as flex goes, it's only really the Monkey. Because BCM is really good at Monkey, and Sox as well, to be honest. But we're never gonna see them have this hero, I believe. At least not. At least not this series, I think. Unfortunately,
it's too, I don't know, oppressive. It feels like you throw so much at him. Even when Veno is like halfway meta in this game right now, still you just never want to play it.
There was a TA first pick.
Interesting.
So the real sticking with its third game in a row for Smiley Knight on this hero, and I mean he's been looking great on it. To be fair, I mean, they lost the last game with it against Heroic, but I wouldn't account it to the TA by any means.
No, not at all. I mean, I was say, okay, so there's clearly things that Tundra could do. I thought there was a world where they go Darkseer, but Darkseer has honestly started to turn into this, like, you really want him with the Night Stalker, and you have some questions if you don't have the Night Stalker actually with the hero for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably want the Tiny or the Night Stalker. If you can't get those, then you're gonna have to go into Clockwork and stuff, but it feels in some ways less reliable. Like, if you don't see anything across the table, then I would like Clock. He can be great. Like, if you see an AA or something like that, then yeah, sure, go Clock. But if you're gonna be playing against all these mobility heroes, whatever, then basically, if it's into the unknown, I don't like it as much. I don't feel like it's as strong as it used to be in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I used to really love just double melee, like however you get that done, because it meant so much to the lane. But hey, like Nyx Assassin doesn't feel good versus the TA. Clockwork doesn't feel good because honestly, you have to break refraction before TA jumps away, unless you're able to counter without it. So it's not quite as easy on those other melee pause fours to get the job done.
And the stanking for Tundra, I think Sand King is actually slightly underrated right now. I don't see that many teams playing it on the offlane
Ooh.
as prominently. Like, I think the Vanguard item, I expressed it in the last series, but it's so strong.
Is
I've
that the
seen
formula?
3-3 rush like face boots into null. Like a null Toastman won face boots, Windlace, Crimson, and he just does so
Okay.
much, just sandstorming it up. And there's one thing that I've noticed, a pattern with 3-3 now, since there was a map change not too long ago where you have these two camps basically next to the Wisdom Shrine, and he's actually sacrificing the lane a lot compared to the patch before, and he goes there and he gives Sax a solo XP, and he's not even attempting to win lanes a lot of the time. And I think I mean, we're gonna see it in this game, I'm sure. Like, he doesn't care about the lane, and he gets a Sand King and he's happy, and then Saxa gets his XP. And the only player that I've really seen try to replicate it so far is Noob. And Noob and Omar from Nima, they've tried to do it.
Yeah.
And I think, 3-3, he has a touch for these things. Like, he knows what's up. Like, if he gets onto something, he's very rarely wrong. Like, when he really believes in it. So
That's true. He's so analytical about the game. It feels like he is the one that definitely defines the meta in a lot of these times. Especially now that it feels better. Like, a lot of the games are literally gate kept, so it's harder for this information to get out now.
Yeah.
It's just like that's where I know that he values that as well. Like, his theory crafting, and then like being a player that's skilled enough to also go out and make it happen. You don't often get that combo. Sometimes you have the skills, sometimes you have the brain power, but he's got it both.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned, you're referring to the Dota Pro Tracker and those things.
Yeah.
That's like it can matter a lot for Pro Dota, actually, because I feel like in some ways it's gonna make trends, like, people are gonna jump on trends a lot more, but it's gonna take them more time to figure out the counters, right? Let's say this Dusa thing that we're seeing right now as an example. Somebody starts picking Dusa in pubs, like, people see it, people start talking about it, they're like, oh, Dusa is so obnoxious, right? But if there was a Pro Tracker, you would see, like, when does this guy win, when does this guy lose?
Yeah.
And then, but now you don't get that. You have to see it from pro games or scrims, or actually being in the pub there with them. It just promotes, I think, like, individual / team innovation, and rather than just copy paste. And I think this is how the game is supposed to be, and I think it's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah. It brings a lot more ideas to the table all at once too, since everybody's kind of like doing their own thing. Until maybe you hit it in scrims and like some people are starting to figure out the same stuff. But if you just look as a blanket and see like, oh man, Medusa's doing really well, you go into the offlane and you build, Manta BKB. You're like, why isn't this hero doing well in the offlane? Like, you're missing some pieces.
Yeah, for sure.
And Coddle, so this is a hero that's like sneakily getting back in here.
Yep.
I know that like there are some, especially even in South America, actually, a lot of players have still valued this hero in a few different roles, but this is supposed to be just good with the recall.
Yeah, I think getting the double charges on the recalls pretty damn strong.
Yeah.
And just, overall toolkit, he can buy a Solar Crest, he can buy pretty much any items. He's not that bad on lane. I don't know, I think he overall solid hero, and I think just overall good with Sand King, right? Getting that double burrow off.
Oh yeah.
He's also
really good at protecting yourself versus the TA as well.
He also makes sense with the idea that I described for 3-3, right? Sacrificing the lane a bit more. You can, you can in some ways have a Coddle play solo offlane and like get a few creeps here and there. It's very elusive. It's hard to really kick him out.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's so difficult because he's just like charging from so far away. And like level 3, I think in your blast, you're clearing that range creep. Maybe not the full creep wave, but at least you're doing enough that you're getting some good XP and stuff out of it.
Yeah.
And they go for Coddle Storm, which is a huge combo. Nah, it's into the Silencer. What do you think about that?
And Shaker. That could be interesting. Maybe there's some tech here, but there's also another counter pick, right? So I think Shaker could be even. They could even put it in mid or go for like another hero like DK if they wanted to. Not to mention the TA traps as well.
Oh my god, yeah. I don't like the Storm pick. The more that you say things, the more I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, right. You gotta really believe in this Coddle Storm to push it like this. Could also be
you gotta kill the Silencer. There's gotta be another jumper in here.
Could also be a little bit of disrespect, maybe. I don't know. Or
True. You're just better. Did you ever skill check people like that when you were drafting? You're just like, I don't care if it's a bad matchup. You're just gonna beat them with it anyways.
I mean, sure, maybe not on like really important matches, but in scrims could happen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because speaking about the Pro Tracker, I was trying to look up all your games and like they're blocked off to me now. I can't see anything.
Rip.
The puck coming out here. I like this one again. Same thing. Like, there's the Jakiro there, sure, but you have a silencer protecting you. It feels a lot better. Already favored versus the Storm, and there's no point-click stuns here until maybe you have a Hex or an Orchid on the Storm. So it feels pretty free for the puck right now.
Yeah, feels good. The only downside, I guess, is that I could see that it doesn't work amazingly with the silencer. It's not like this going commit hero with the global, but it's still a good puck game. If it's a good puck game, it's probably going to do work, so
yeah,
can't be too hard on it.
I feel like their next pick is a little hard actually on Avalos, because it's like you have Global and Coil and Echo. That's a lot of your team right there on a long cooldown. So this last pick needs to be something that can get Burrow epied, something that provides a little bit of damage. Probably needs to be a little bit mobile, but Underlord is completely out. I know back in the day, you know, it was actually you playing, I think, a lot of that Jakiro versus the Underlord felt like a really good combo. So the heroes are kind of limited there in terms of like all in one.
I mean, now that you mentioned Underlord, we did see Falcons played it earlier today against Tundra and beat them, actually.
Yeah?
But that was Amar. Let's
5
see.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, he went full aura Underlord. And guess what? Rush Crimson Guard.
Nice.
All right, Sibbe, what are you gonna do, my man? I mean, it could be Underlord. Actually, there's also the Tide, but then, yeah, they have decent bans for it. Gyro, Razor, Monkey, PA, all out, so wouldn't be surprised to see Tide here.
I can see. I mean, Tide has obviously been like very powerful in these ones.
well.
Now, dude, yeah, those are some Tide bans. About as telegraphed as it gets.
So then you've got Chrysalis remaining for Tundra, of course. And to be fair, not that many of his heroes are still in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
Done a good job of kind of protect banning so far. I like what we have rounded out here from Avos. I don't think that they have much missing. I don't love how high CD they are, but as the game goes on, that won't matter. This is a quick one. Man, Coddle, just pick your target. This is a very good Coddle game as a whole. You need to get a refresher for the charges on your Chakra mana, because good God, everybody wants it.
Yeah, I like this a lot, to be honest. Like, I know you're playing into some annoying things like the curse from Silencer and whatnot, but if you get a Vanguard early on in this game and you have a Coddler with you, then Avalos are not killing you for a very long time. And then you're going to be able to just take these tier 1s in the middle and the bottom lane and potentially invade, you know, enemy ancients and take away a lot out of that farm for the TA and the Tide. And yeah, I think it makes sense for the playstyle as well for what Tundra wants to do. Just always play around Chrysalis basically and let Free do his thing on his own. And yeah, I like it.
I'm a little surprised overall with the Bristle, just because as a silencer, I feel like I'm looking at this game and I'm eating good, man. Like getting even just an arcane curse on a Bristleback really hurts his day, because all he wants to do is spam out those quills, the snot, and like you have to just stop. If you keep pressing those buttons, you'll have an arcane curse that lasts an eternity. You'll be super slowed. You're taking all this damage. It's very hard actually to play that way. So I feel like he's public enemy number 1. Do they have the tools to deal with the Silencer and Sneko? Because honestly, I feel like he could control this game.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Storm, but like we said, it's a pretty hard Storm game, depending on how the early game goes, of course. I think Mobe's going to have a decent time. Smile Knight, of course, he's going to have an amazing time in this lane. There's not that much to contest him. And it's also one of the strongest carries right now for laning in early game. Sibbe might struggle. We'll see. I think a lot of what's going to happen in this game is going to come down to runes. I think that's a very key factor here. Like how successful the silencer and the puck can be against the Cardinal and the Storm, I think it comes down to resources and runes. Like, imagine Regen runes, haste, DDs, shield runes, that can make all of the difference against these coils and what have you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they definitely could. And the coil, again, because it's so ulti-centric right now from Atlas, I mean, it definitely will make all the difference.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like, the silencer, my favorite thing to do, like, I used to spam this hero a lot, right? And I loved having heroes on my mid laner that can just go in. Like, you go in, throw curse and 2 spells, and then enemy can't really parry themselves or, you know, block against what you do, because then they just get curse procs. And Puck is not that for me. He's like, he's not gonna walk in, you know, walk up an enemy. Like, it's not a Pango, a Tiny, or some Ember or something like that. So
oh wow,
that's why I see coming down to the runes. I think if Storm is able to stay healthy, you know, have magic 1 charges and stuff, I think the silencer is not gonna be that much of a problem for him. Like, at least in the early game, maybe later on, of course. But
that's true.
And Crystallis, I think as well, he's gonna have quite a field day in this early game, I want to say. It's going to take them a long time to, like, get over him, but if they do, they have the late game for Dire is super strong. But
yeah,
Tundra, they're definitely going to look to bring the tempo here, and I think if you get very far ahead, if you get AG's territory, then I think the Storm is not necessarily going to care about the counters. The question is, can you bring that tempo if you're Tundra?
I think that's where you talk about, like, Tundra still finding themselves as not necessarily the old Tundra that we remember, because the T in Tundra stood for turtle. And oftentimes you'd be in your triangle for a while and you'd be farming it up, and then eventually the enemy team would lose because they're not as efficient as you. So tempo, I think, is something they could do. They could still mount early leads. They just wouldn't, like, finish the game there. This one, I think they need to end it. I don't think it's enough to just kind of, like, starve the map and keep these guys, you know, entertained around while you get your farm. I think you do have to make sure you're going high ground, else things get really rough for you. And Swelling Knight is clearly very skilled at clicking buttons on the TA in the late game.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt. But I think Tundra, they have the tools for sure. It's obviously it's going to come down to execution, but I think you have Roshan potential, you have solid lanes, you're also going to be able to flash farm super hard, like being so much map presence, right? Keeping your Storm, Bristol, Sand King topped off on mana all the time, being able to recall them is going to be... So if they get the tier 1s down, they're going to be able to snowball the map pretty hard, I would say, but if they can't, then it's a different story, right? We've seen Bristle completely pop off in games, and we've seen it not be so great. And I think a lot of it comes down to how many towers are able to get that Roshan. You know, Bristle is a very strong tower hitter, but that's provided he feels strong enough to just go for these tier 2s. And if that's not the case, then it's not the same hero.
That's true. I love the move that Storm did. I don't know if you noticed it. He dropped his ward in the tree, slotted back up his tangos. So he showed like he had already, like, placed the ward because the tango was so refreshing in his backpack. Then went back, picked it up. Now he's placing it on the high ground of the puck on the other side in a way that it sees the rune and still sees a good amount of the high ground, so he can aggro and get these last hits. I wonder if that will make a large difference for the laning stage for him. It's got to be better than just blatantly placing it there on top of the ward already there.
Yeah, always these mind games with the mid players. They're playing some kind of mini game, and you never know what they're thinking about.
True. It's something crazy if I know mid laners.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
-2 damage.
Oh, they're going for it.
What a huge stun into the dual breath, into the blood grenade. Okay, I was joking. Did they? Okay, yeah. There's no way they had enough damage.
BCM didn't really get the memo there. He was way too far off. If he was
Yeah.
close enough, they could have maybe gotten the kill on.
It was a lot of
yeah,
damage. That's something.
Yeah, that's something. But I think it's not like Sand King and Coddle are gonna make so much. It's not gonna make the world for them, basically.
Yeah.
So I think Small Knight, he'll be just fine. I mean, he's not gonna be as aggressive first few waves, but I think in not too long we're gonna see 33 do some 33 tech going into the jungle.
True. I mean, pretty good Sandstorm game. Since you are playing against that TA, and even good for canceling some Blink Daggers.
That's true.
I am interested to do. He went boots. Holy moly! He just wants to click.
Yeah. Oh, is he dead?
Yeah, blood grenade. Literally,
Wait,
zero
chakra
impact
level
blood
1?
grenade. Oh, he went what? Okay. Huh.
What
Huh.
the hell? I did not expect
you
that.
went into tech. You asked for this.
All right, so I guess they're gonna burrow chakra it up. That's the plan.
That's the tech.
But it's still like what 6-second downtime or something.
Yeah,
with the
so-
chakra.
Yeah,
It's like-
and then like you are a coddle that is genuinely just right clicking into level 2.
No, it's way more. It's 14-second cooldown, 3-second cooldown reduction on chakra. It's 11-second.
Oh, that is.
I mean, I get it. I've seen chakra level 1 many times with like a bristle, right?
Yeah,
Not
something
with
that
a
feels like
Sanking,
you're
though.
spamming a ton. Yeah.
Maybe a gyrocopter as well. Get some super flags or something.
That's. I mean, level 2, it'll all look normal, but for now, it is strange.
All right, what is the most unexpected / broken chakra level 1 combo you can think about?
Oh, unexpected level 1 combo. Oh,
It has to be good as well. It can't be like
has to be
Juggernaut, you know?
good. Oh, come on. Boy, I guess
Acorn.
I could see Acorn being like, yeah, pretty good. I guess I was thinking like Raze, like Coddle SF.
Yeah.
You could probably
would be
get
good.
something like, yeah. I think maybe in the era of bugs for Weaver, you could just hive mind someone and do it again. Even then, right? Like it's only 3 seconds off of your 40-second level of cooldown. Probably not that good. And so far, I mean, there's been a good amount of right-clicking going on from this silencer. He's trying his best to just kind of be annoying in this one. Especially if the Sand King will eventually be leaving this one to try to go for the reverse Veno jungle.
Yep. Oh,
This is
they're
a
going for
lot of
kill, maybe.
damage.
Oh, siding against.
I mean, Whitemon is doing his best trying to like keep the pressure coming. I feel like Chrysalis still ends up winning this one, even though they're both gaining stick charges. It's always better for the Bristleback if you are trading stick charges because his quills will stack, your spells not so much.
That is true.
A spell.
Here we go.
There we go. And then he can stun the creep. Oh wait. There's actually so much damage, but like they're getting all the CS that they want. I don't think they've really had to spend too much on regen up there, so it's definitely working out for them right now.
Yeah.
On Tundra.
It's always a nice thing with Sand King. You're always able to push out the lane if you want to. You can always kind of wash these lanes, like you don't even have to contest them. And I think that's one of the upsides of this hero as well. Not only does it scale and buy good items, and you know it's a really good team fighter. You can like Sand King is not the best pressure hero, but he also doesn't get pressured. So like it's hard for Soneko and Small Knight to just walk into him here, as you see. Like he's chilling in the sandstorm, and they can't.
Oh.
They can't.
If he's not the best pressure hero, then why doesn't he do what Medusa does? Just gets himself a meteor.
I mean, yeah. Why don't you do that actually?
It's a good question.
We should try.
Queue it up. I tell you what, whenever I play with the 8K people and I have to play off lane, I queue up that Sand King, I go for a meteor hammer, and I toss my life at towers. I will get something done this game. Crystallis seems to be on the other side of the map. But he's okay?
Cosplaying Duracho.
That's the kind of playstyle you guys are looking for, right?
Exactly. I'm the man for the job. Oh, what a
Yep.
steal. That's so big.
You say jump, I'll say off a cliff. That's how it works.
That steal is so annoying on the water rune. I mean, now that there's no refills anymore in Dota.
Yeah, right.
These things can potentially snowball a lot harder.
Yeah. That's why, I don't know, I thought that Kunkka was kind of like, he got something back again. That's why maybe why we're seeing a little bit more of the hero. Because now he's one of the only heroes that can actually get a bottle refill.
Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna be like the resurgence of like Koikvaira, Lone Druid mid, you know, you never gave away a water rune.
Ooh.
Or Lycan even
Hey,
or
yeah.
something. Maybe that's the idea. I didn't think about that, but Beastmaster mid, we've been seeing it, right? Like, there could
Yeah.
be something behind it.
True. To be a little bit more zooey. Man, already kind of getting forced out of here, having to salve up on the Tide. Just taking so much harass. Yeah, maybe starting to fight back a little bit here on the Avalis lanes, but so far it's mostly just, again, Smiley Knight having a wonderful time in his, and even the mid lane, if it doesn't go so great right now, it's fine, because Puck seems to be just a killer in this one.
Sure, for sure. I mean, pretty even across the deck right now. Maybe the only one slipping slightly behind is Sibe, but he has some good stacks coming out.
Yeah, I mean, he won't care too much if he's able to get these one somehow getting a courier. Desire, I genuinely, yeah, that's rough. I mean, you're descending it through your triangle, and there is an enemy Dragon Knight there. Unfortunate, honestly. What can you do? And now, I mean, he's actually taking a good amount of damage. Went for the sampler on Desire, and it looks like they see the ward. He's actually not dewarding it. He's letting him get a false sense of security.
Oh. Here we go. Blocking the stack as well. Nope, he wants to go for the runes then. Oh wait, it's blocked with Sentry. I didn't realize.
Yeah. Look at that. And it's pretty nice for them, right? Make sure that there's no way back maybe here for the Tide.
Yeah, and that ward he placed earlier on white one as well in the enemy triangle. It's might come
Oh
in,
yeah,
might
all
prove
the way
to
back.
be super useful later on.
Yeah, I mean, you block one stack, you see the other one, you know when to fight it out. Here come Mobe. He's got himself the coil. There it goes. But, I mean, he's standing his ground right now on Crystallis. He doesn't want to let this just go away for free. They hold. They hold in the coil. And they're actually just kind of taking it to this Avalis team right now.
That's your Arcane Rune. Puck can't even touch the BB before.
Oh, that was Arcane Rune too?
Yeah, before the Vanguard even. And
good lord.
BCM is just rising it up in the jungle.
Alright, Whitemon wants to fight this one. Desire trying to block off the
That's
hero,
actually
and now
clutch. Yeah, he's gonna get it.
Oh, the second hit. He will. He will get it. Crystallis does manage to get a courier.
I don't know if
it was
they can
after
kill
the
this
phase
guy.
boots already arrived.
They
have meld.
Lotus.
They have a
Sibe-
track. I
Sibe
think.
will
Okay,
die.
does he? No way. No way. No way. No way. Okay, they finally get the arcane curse. That'll be first blood, by the way. Zibe somehow lives. Now Mobe silences the Jakiro, so he can't reapply the stun. They end up getting 2 kills for this one, losing Crystallis, losing Jakiro. The full safe lane duo dies for this.
God damn, actually, first blood on the BB. I didn't realize that was gonna be first blood.
Yeah, that was very high profile kill there.
It was. They're trying for Mobe.
Oh,
Can they get to Burrow though?
see him.
This is a very sneaky angle.
Oh no, Mobe. I think he could be out of this one. Yeah, gets the coil, then just jaunts away. The damage, 33, just barely getting out of this one.
Damn, that was nice attempt by Free Fig. Good dodges by Mobe, of course.
And they solidify. They get him the illusion rune. Oh, that's really good there. Mobe is eating good right now.
Damn, BCM not getting any luck here. Obviously getting the water rune treatment, but not getting any power runes after that fact. Yeah, things are looking
for him so far.
Things are looking pretty good for Avalis. They've managed to keep the game stable so far. And
oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, hey! Smiling Knight, the murder.
Damn. I mean, I guess he realized, based on his team communication, that Storm didn't have resources to respond to that.
Yeah, because he's very low on mana. Honestly, it feels like someone could show up and kind of put him in a world of hurt, but I said, dude, 33 is on a razor's edge, by the way. Good lord.
I can tell you, he's feeling so good right now. Killing 6 cams at once.
Free gold.
Free gold.
Dude, that is actually so much for him. He borderline brings himself back up to top net. Unfortunately, the TA is actually farming up a Storm.
Storm is indeed farming up a Storm.
He's looking for something now. Looks like they are trying to recall a friend to take the stacks.
Here we go.
away. And yeah, 33 freshly farming his own.
Puck is
Looks
coming.
like Storm's just trying to create some issue, but that was a lot of mana. Stun him up once,
no.
give him the coil as well. Hit him with the last word. That's about all you can give a Storm Spirit, and BZM is very sad. Very, very sad for following his team into that one. 33 still kind of wanting to stay around. He feels strong. They have taken a lot of damage down on Mobe and Dibbe. They'll get the Ravage. Connects, kills Soxa. Can they kill Crystal so he gets rooted up by the Satyr? The Satyr is playing for Dire, but the creeps, they go almost all over to 33. Crystal should go down to this eventually, but
no,
wait, that missed. That silence missed. Oh no, he's alive. He actually lives through all of this. Gets part of the stack. He gets to run away. Well done from Tundra.
Let's see, the Sire's still in trouble potentially. They're gonna need the ice path. Oh, they don't see him actually. Oh no!
One charge, two charge, three charge, and the hits.
All right.
The traps? Yo,
kill
the
him.
traps are actually crazy. Dude, he wants it. He wants to get the kill. Big meld hit, but that'll be the last one he gets off.
It would have been hilarious if he killed the BTM.
Right.
Oh, the Sire.
TA's kingdom.
I mean, this does not feel good for BCM. He gets smoked into enemy triangle, dies immediately, then goes for the TA kill, has to walk to base right away. I mean, he'll get recalled soon, which is nice. After having a pretty decent start on BCM, like you have to keep in mind he was only farming the whole time while Mobe was making moves down bottom, right? But now he's been, after these two failed moves, he's been slowed down quite a bit.
I mean, so he's going for the Kaya.
Yep.
Not necessarily like the killer build. That's more of like, I want to farm it on up. Are you okay with that? Because I feel like even an Orchid or a Witchblade could be really good for kind of like bringing the fight to Avlis. As you said, they need to get strong early.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's trying to make his build work on like BKB timing. So I can see in that sense, like you get the Kaya, it's a medium-sized item that has very good effect.
Oh no, he's just a boy. They've last worded him. Stun through actually, but now the Globals secures the kill, making sure he cannot get away from this one. 33 with a valiant effort to try and save, but it's just not enough. Now Whitemon, he's got 2 heads and double damage. That's like quadruple damage if you really think about it, but the Waning Rift will keep him locked up, not able to do anything. He wants it. He wants the smoke, but Roshan bashes him once and get on out of here.
They want to base for the FP. Oh,
they do, but...
No way. Tundra getting pushed around a little bit right now from Avlis.
They are. Avlis may have found their groove. Heroic died for this.
That's a halberd finish, by the way, for the Bristleback.
Yeah.
I guess the TA and the puck, that's actually, that's strong.
It's a really good item. I'm surprised to see it from the carry, of course, but rolls are a little bit more fluid than usual, especially in this tournament.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think more and more we're seeing the breakup of the roles. It's more of a formality rather than a farm prior like it used to be back in the day.
So now they've got a 2,000 net worth lead on Avlis, definitely feeling strong, and it feels like they are the ones who can take this late game. They've got so many circles, and now Seneko sees Soxa. I don't know if this is free for Smiling Knight just yet. Oh, this on the trap. Yeah, just on the edge of it. Meld hit one, give him a Desto charge on that too. Crystal is coming on in. Wasn't close enough for the disarm, but now look at everybody on Smiling Knight. I don't think he can save him from this one. He's trying to turn around with the damage on it. He's disarmed though. Beautiful halberd in, making sure they can get the kill, but now with the Ravage sitting right on top of the Crystallis. He's still hitting. He's still trying to get away from this one.
Seneko is pumping.
Yeah, and Seneko, he's kind of the one who still has to carry this one, but the Echo, it connects with Desire, even landing a fissure on Crystallis at the end, but they don't feel comfortable enough to continue the chase. It's a beautiful macro from Whitemon, but it'll just turn on to Int from Seneko. Another one in the hunt. Mobe. No. I don't know if you want this. Oh no, he doesn't even want the Wisdom anymore. Waning Rift should get him away from this one.
All right. I mean, you lost the TA for Avlis, but you end up killing BCM and 3-3 there, and Whitemon as well, of course. So overall, I would say pretty good trade for Avos, right? I mean, you don't love losing your carry, but hey, Tundra brought 5 and they
The
get
other
a
thing
5
is
plus.
like, how much of your ultis have you already used, right? I mean, that was coil, silence,
Yeah.
echo. I mean, it was pretty much
Radiant's
everything.
middle tower is under attack.
And this Ravage was so clutch too. I'm really surprised that Mobe was able to dance around this one, but the last word actually on this Storm really kind of what gave them the ability to move around.
Yeah, and you can tell how much of a difference it makes for BCM at this point in the game when Saksa is alive compared to an Ascent, like in this case.
Yeah.
If he had a Coddle serving him that whole fight, there's no way the fight looks like this.
No, way too many zips, way too many controls. And instead now, I mean, we're still looking at a very farm TA. Ain't no spending this one, so you got to try to burst this hero down, which is almost impossible thanks to your refraction charges. They don't have a lot of tick damage if you're not standing in the middle of a sandstorm or an epicenter, so it's pretty hard.
Yeah. I mean, you got this. It's the Sand King and the Jakiro, right? But if you have a puck, if you have a puck or a shaker or a silencer or anyone messing with them, then TA should be pretty straightforward to play the fight. So.
Right. I just imagine the Jakiro dead because of the Blink Deso from the TA, but I suppose, you know, in a 5v5, Jakiro is allowed to kind of like play outskirts and trees, especially in this game.
Yep. I mean, in a way, you can just play the fights if you're outless. Ideally, you play the fights with a global light. You go and pop a guy or two and then use the global, and then that's gonna give you time to reset and go for a second round of initiation after that fact. So. Oh, that's a mech
finally getting
for
the
Suneko, by the way. That's unusual.
Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. I've thought about a lot of items on this silencer. I like all-inning on either, like, you're just going to be a lot of silence with the refresher, or try to right-click with the Hurricane Pike. Why does he want to be the sustain this time? I mean, you have a Tide if you really wanted somebody to go that way. Feels like that could be his job.
Yeah, I guess, but the face is nice and Tide, so it doesn't want to upgrade his Greaves necessarily.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, like, when you're playing in...
Oh, Puck. Very stunned. They do end up getting the silence out. He's trying to run away from this one. Using the coil first will get him out, but is that too much to give? Now that you've used the coil, is the map all Tundras?
And global as well. That's probably the Torme for them.
Oh, it's gotta
I would
be.
imagine.
Look at all that heal, all that minus armor. Is just everything you want to take a Tormentor. White Mon, okay, yeah, should still live through this one.
They're still thinking about it though. Expecting them to be low, perhaps. But
They are. That's
Yeah,
a shard on Soxy. Ooh.
that is good. Good news for Tundra. I was gonna say about the mech on the silencer. I think when you're playing against heroes like Sand King and stuff, it's like heroes that have a ton of burst, but it kind of has how do you say, like, a depth to it? Like it's not infinite.
Layers.
Yeah, I mean, if you just survive it, and then what does this hero do? So I can see, like, you stack the pipe on the mech, and then you survive, and then your TA and puck can pump after. So I can see
it's nice too, because like we talked about how much we may be missing some stuns.
Yep.
And Tide, getting your shard, that's a pretty good low CD stun you can offer for your team as well versus a Storm, if the silencer doesn't have his global.
Yeah. But with that said, I wouldn't mind getting the drums as well. I think the drums is super nice, especially now that you don't have these charges. Like, you can just spam it all over, and I think that's always one of the downsides before, where you bought drums on a support, and then I feel like you have to be real cautious when using it. Like, nowadays you can use it to farm and don't even feel bad about it.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I love the change without the charges.
Yeah.
It used to be that it would be 45 minutes into the game and my team would click on me and I still have 7 drum charges. I'm like, look guys, you know, I haven't found the right time. Now, it always has 0 charges. They never know that I've never pressed the button.
Exactly. The only downside with that is that it kind of puts Boots of Bearing in a weird spot, right?
Ah, yeah.
They should probably make it like have way less cooldown or something to make it balanced. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because I feel like right now there's no incentive to ever buy a Bearing.
Yeah, I mean all those boots have recipe costs that are just bonkers anyways right now. It feels like almost nothing is worth completing.
Yeah. Alright, Desire has a blink. Avalos says it's time to go.
There's the shard. Beauty. They get themselves 1 kill.
Oh, he's going for the pipe plus Mage Slayer on Tide. I kind of like it actually.
Good lord.
That's
Mage
gonna be
Slayer is
super useful
huge,
against everybody.
Yeah.
Literally everybody on Radiant suffers from Mage Slayer pipe.
But Blink Anchor Smash is actually insane with the Mage Slayer. Every one of these heroes is truly relying on their spell output. Even right now, they could get him. Last word. Global as well. They're doing everything they can to lock him in. Boy, they even used the coil. You can't feel too bad on BZL. Like, they just dropped 4 big ticket ultis on you.
Yeah. They're like, enjoy, Storm.
Enjoy. He's down for another 35 seconds. By the time that they get out and make a map movement again, I mean, Coil will be close to being up, but not the other two. Global and Echo down for a while.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with the position that Tundra is in right now is like, how are you gonna capitalize on the fact that there's no ultis? Are you gonna smoke on them? Probably not. Are you gonna take a tower? Probably not. So, might as well throw everything you have, right? It doesn't come with a clear downside at this point, at least. So
true.
I like what Avalos are doing, especially targeting BCM. Like, they understand that the longer they can delay his BKB, the less effective he's gonna be in this game.
True, yeah. You got to do whatever you can to keep the silencer safety so much of your team. Zibe being a bit of danger here. Just the pipe right now. No Mage Slayer, still looking for the Blink Dagger. Dispelled once, trying to keep himself alive, but the damage is too much from Crystallis. They did this right in front of the Roche pit. This could be an Aegis for them.
Yeah. That definitely looks like an Aegis for them into a tier 1 mid. Really heads up. I mean, Saxa already set that up and BCM dying, and then immediately they get a chance to go on. So probably didn't expect to be able to, or like for Tundra to be able to slow him down for that amount of time, but just call his own things.
Oh man, they brought Desire in under a ward. Hey, leave, brother, leave. Don't. No, they catch him. They get this Earth Shaker Desire going down. Should be, yeah, should know that there's a ward there now.
Yeah, I should know for sure. No way, safe like that otherwise.
And this is just a lot of push on the other side. They tried to get their waves in order. Did a good job, honestly. You know, mid wave not even touching the river yet. Top wave definitely out of sorts. Bot wave is basically pushed in as well. Did a good job of making sure that their map was kind of in control, knowing that the Aegis was going to get taken.
Stat?
There's a DD. Does he have Blink? Oh, somebody could die. Oh, Saxa.
That's in a lot of trouble.
That will be the last blast you blast, sir.
Oh, he used the anchor on Tide.
It is a little bit of a commitment, huh?
Not gonna matter that much there. There wasn't gonna be anybody else. But still.
And there's still Aegis for another almost 4 minutes still. There's plenty of time for Tundra to get stuff done on this map. I mean, how desperate do they need to get a push? Do they need to take 1 tier 2, 2 tier 2s? Is it okay for them to just keep farming? My mind, there's still a timer that eventually this Avalos lineup just really hits.
Yeah, it does. But to be fair, I think Tundra has a decent amount of scaling as well. 33, he opted for the Axe build, and then I mean the Storm is gonna scale endlessly. You know, getting fed mana all the time. He's gonna have he's gonna be non-stop farming and be in the action at the same time. So I think he's gonna scale. He's gonna hit his 25 at some point, right? And then it's super duper scary. But same goes for Puck and TA and Tide and Shaker. Like everyone on Dire.
Oh, I think that he has met his match. Really well done there from Seneko and Zibe, making sure that they were able to just keep him locked in. Unfortunately, he did stun right in front of him.
That is unfortunate indeed. Even without the Ravage, you're able to bring him down. Silencer does a lot of damage, even without the Blink.
Did he put more points into? Yeah, he's. I don't know. I mean, he still did 414, but he's just getting a ton of levels right now. So 3 points in the glaives. He is hitting pretty well.
It's level 14, actually. That is a lot compared to Whitemon on the counter side, level 10.
Yeah, went for mana boots, so I'm gonna have to make a note about that. Somebody told me it was bad to build mana boots on the silencer instead of the tread, so taking that back home to brag to other people about, because Saneko is owning with the mana boots. Probably gonna go in for some Greaves later on. It just feels like this is the full support silencer build, right? Give your team some mana, get some health, get the glimmer. Probably force.
He probably took some notes back home from the game before going for the treads pike and being brave and all.
Yeah, brave is definitely the way to put it there. And, now he will be a little bit more sheltered in these fights, which will always be really nice for him. I don't think that is free. That means that the Arcane Curse lasts even longer under the effects of the Waning Rift. Now they break the coil, this time jumping in on the puck, but now the global will connect, making the Arcane Curse last even more on the Storm Spirit, who then zips to create more charges of it, zipping again. My man, no! He loses the first life. Still, they have plenty to work with. Trying to TP away on Saneko. You cannot share the quill stack. He just barely TP's out. Saneko lives.
Oh no, Whitemon in trouble, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, Whitemon. He'll get off the macro at the very last second. That's actually not so bad, but Tundra still doesn't want to fight this.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, when they don't hit the epi burrow on the puck into the kill, it's like they don't really have enough left in the tank to commit really after that. I think the pipe and the mech is proven to be really useful, at least in this point of the game, where it's like this bristle poking you. It's not that scary if you're not able to commit with the tank in this one.
Oh, there he is. Should be another kill. Big ring, but the coil ends up getting the kill.
That's Octarine puck, by the way. We didn't mention it, but he's like spamming these coils all the way.
No wonder, because I feel like we just saw that spell used. I didn't expect it to come out again.
Yeah.
Mobe is kind of owning.
He is, for sure. I was slightly hesitant about the puck when they picked it, but he's proving me completely wrong. Oh, Fisher.
Oh, no. Oh, with the blink. Good job blinking away, forcing the BKB out from BZM. Desire trading his life away for the BKB of Storm. Is it worth?
I mean, it's arguable, right? I'm not against it so much. Like,
has been killed.
It's not like Tundra is gonna get a major objective out of this, right? So I don't don't hate it. I mean, ideally, like he was going for the kill there for sure. But of course, the Sange on the Storm, and he couldn't have known exactly that the call was there. At the same time, where else would the call be? You know, it's like one of those cases.
Yeah, he hasn't really been paired up much with the Bristle. I think Crystallis has kind of wanted to get his own net. Of course, you know, 3-3 has kind of been pushing waves on his own, making sure that his team can still play the map. So only one left.
So I guess the downside for the Storm in this matchup against the Puck now is that we expressed how many counters and issues this BCM Storm is facing in this game. So we have to go for this, like, pseudo, like, it's not an aggressive build. Yeah. So that means that Mobe is able to play this game without a Yules, without a Lincoln, without anything, right? So he's going for the Parasmite to Octarine. But I think now that BCM is going to get his Hex next, it's about to change a little bit for Mobe.
I suppose, but I think you have to use that Hex on the Silencer to start. I don't know if you're allowed to use that on the Puck, because you just get silenced yourself.
That is true. Yeah, because you're going to have to press your BKB if you really want to commit, right? Because otherwise you might just get echoed.
And then you get silenced. Even if you wait, you're still going to get reverberating silenced.
Yep.
There it is. Connecting with the Arcane Curse, and they even Ravage, making sure that he goes down.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Tormentor up, so...
Yes, yeah. Going right to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that relates to the Ravage, but still. I guess Saber was tired. He didn't really use it for like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I had to press it eventually.
So far, so good for them,
though.
You know.
True. you got to hit it every once in a while. You know, I didn't Saber like literally. I think he said that in one of his content videos. Sometimes you just gotta press it. You know, it's a part of the team.
Yeah, you gotta see if the button works.
Oh, BZM. What? Scriv, what is that BKB at now? Is that 7 seconds? Oh.
So he
You know
used
what,
it.
that's 2 BKBs in a row.
Yeah, he used bottom and no. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, Free used his as well. Right.
Oh yeah, he BKB'd it. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the BKB charges are dropping like flies. The boy Jibai loves that. I mean, his hero is live or die by the BKBs at this point. Mobe isn't going to care as much. Eventually, he's just going to have it piercing the BKB anyway, so
Isn't it funny how like everyone has been using so many ultimates and spells and there hasn't been like a single attempt for a team fight? For, like,
True.
Like,
do you think that's a symptom of like Avalos not even caring to get the kills? Like they'll go where they want on the map. If they kill you, fine. Like Tundra feel like the ones that need to get kills now.
Yeah, I mean it goes to question like what is the goal you're waiting for? I mean, if you BCM, it's the Hex, right? I think Crystallis, he wants his BKB as well. It's only about 700 away from it or so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Or even less at this point. And then once you get that, I think you're probably ready to go. The question, what do you do then? Are you gonna probably just smoke and fight? But then, yeah, now you're giving up Roche as well. It's starting to add up a bit, you know.
A bit too much. And this is going to be likely Aegis or Smiling Knight again. I feel like Avalos right now are rolling through TA, and people have not given near enough, I think, answer to his TA. We thought the Sand King was going to be pretty good. It looked like the lane could have been okay, but things have just torpedoed way out of control.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, this hero it's strong for many reasons, like we talked about earlier. But early game, it's really hard to shut down, and then you scale really hard as well. You kill Roshan, you do a lot of things as this hero right now. And on the counterparts, a lot of the other carries that were really popular, like have been figured out more or less. Like Alchemist, for example, PA is not as popular anymore, or doesn't get through the draft phase.
True, yeah. Natures are probably the only like better carry, but we've rarely seen that here. Honestly, on Smiling Knight, man, you just run 3 very good TA games.
Yep.
Why would you ever want anything else?
Yeah, I mean, you're warming your clothes now on the TA, right? So why not?
Oh, Silence actually connected onto the Bristleback. Smiling Knight hasn't actually shown this yet. There it is. And they are just constantly putting pressure on the map, but they're not finishing anything out just yet. Should I be worried if I'm an Avalos fan? Oh, never mind. Not worried. Not worried anymore.
Nope.
Should I? No, maybe I go back to being worried. Soxa is very healthy here. Now BZM is in. I think they killed his eye here. They're going to get the silence, though. Smiling Knight still has plenty to work with. There it is. A big hit.
No.
They get a stun on him. He is kind of by himself, but he has the Aegis. This is only going to be the first life, but they will work through these distraction charges. Where team? Save your man! He's got the BKB. Crystallis continues to chase, but now with the Arcane Curse, doesn't want to just keep popping themselves, or maybe he does. It'll hurt him, though. They get the Hex on the
Oh, no, I missed the burrow.
As well, there's no more silence to protect them here. The Ravage connecting as well, but can they keep it up? He's able to get out of this one. Zimmy now taking too much down for Crystallis. The Quills, they'll connect, and this Bristleback, he's a real boy.
Ah, that's such a shame. They had such good momentum, right, for Avalos, but it's kind of like trying to be a hero moment for Desire, which wasn't really necessary, and it turns into just this scattered fight that wasn't structured or meant to happen to begin with. It's start from someone. Yeah, I mean, you see here, it wasn't really gonna work, right? That was even like he had so many creeps.
Yeah, I mean, right there was the first time that fight looked good for the PA, but look at where her team is. Her team is literally in 3 different parts of the map. A bit greedy to try to go in and get that kill, I think.
Yeah. I mean, to begin with, going for the coddle, but then you can drop your shake and reset it from there. It's just, they played a bit more structured. This fight would have looked different. And yeah, you see so much panic, the Ravage on nothing, basically, and well, good signs for Tundra, right? They're recovering the game.
Oh, yeah.
BCM has the Hex, of course, now. He's going to get a Witchblade as well, which means more kill potential. It's going to change the game dramatically for Mobe on the puck.
Yeah, I mean, if his Hex is an actual kill threat now, it is Very hard for Puck, because Puck has been offensive this whole game. Like, every item has been to kill more people, not to survive. So if all of a sudden BZM is able to just slip in, get a Hex, his team is locking in to get these stuns.
He's gonna go for the... I thought I was gonna go for the Wisdom Shrine there for a sec on BCM. It's about to go up again in 10 seconds.
Baby.
They're
scanning. And Tundra, and I think they get there first. Avala's kind of see it coming. Able to do anything here though. Smiling Knight, you already used your Blink Dagger. Trap first. So he's got the shard. They're both playing on it. One team has a ward though. I think they might have seen the trap get placed down. Oh. Who is hunting who? Silence connecting onto the Storm Spirit, having to pop the BKB. He's just going to zip on out of this one. There was a lot that connected here, but now Smiling Knight sitting on top of 33, trying to TP away himself. He'll get on out of this one. The only thing that really happened is that Mobe got the Shrine of Wisdom.
I actually thought there was a chance that Soneki could have gone for the global there right as the BKB was popped on BCM. And it's you gotta be really fast though.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Maybe I wasn't anticipating it, but well, they secure a Wisdom in the end. I thought Chrysalis could also finish a top tower almost, but yeah, decided it wasn't worth the risk. Potentially getting cancelled on the recall, perhaps.
And Saksa is really quarterbacking this team right now, just kind of dragging them everywhere he wants to play on the map.
Also has a board.
Hey!
No BKB for Storm, no BKB.
Yeah, no BKB, so the silence coming out here, but can they keep him locked in? It looks like the Shaker, he will. BZM going down here. Saksa trying to TP away, but the coil will lock him in once more. Broken on the bristle, but now turning back. Actually wanted to just TP away from this one. He'll get away. No more, 2 people on his team. Both died. Maybe make it a third? Whitemon taking a lot of damage already. Now with the Parasma, Mobe is chunking through the shield, and they'll get it. Crystal is showing up to just kind of bounce them back off the tier 3, but they'll walk back anyways.
Yeah, super well done by Avalos. I mean, just bonking into the storm, really. I mean, it's a rune fight. It's a rune fight, right? And they understand that no BKB storm, it's no Sipperino. So
if you must.
Yeah, good job. Mobe is really trying his hardest here to, it's his first tournament with his new team, or like first LAN, I should say.
Yeah. He's definitely making it look really good. I feel like he genuinely has been like a critical part of their team. No matter how much we've talked about Smiling Knight, the aggression from Mobe is allowing Smiling Knight to do the things he's done.
Yes, and I also think Mobe, it's not that he's just playing well. He's kind of like pulling his team in the right direction all of the time, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's...
Yeah, there's a lot of movement on this map. Like there's a Coddle, there's TA just like constantly blinking around, Puck as well. Like it feels like there's so much mobility in this game.
Look at the player cam, how focused he is. He's
ready to kill.
Ready to kill indeed. Angry German fairy.
It's true. So far, his game, it feels like it's only going to get better very soon too, right? He gets that 25 talent. All of a sudden, it feels like the field is just completely his. There is no Wind Waker.
This Lincoln's helps so much, by the way, for him against Hicks. Saksa did pick up an Orchid, by the way. We didn't mention it, but...
Oh, interesting.
I guess it helps proccing the Lincoln, but also if you get it off, he doesn't have anything to deal with it.
No, I don't think there's any Dispel on his team either, right? Like nobody's floating a Lotus Orb, so...
No, it's only a Glimmer and the pipe and the mech we discussed earlier.
Man. I mean, they're hitting a nice timing that even though like Tundra, I feel bad for them because it feels like the last few fights actually have been going decently for them. Like they're kind of turning things around. I know the last one was kind of rough, but it was in the river. You didn't have a BKB on Storm. Like if you just don't take that fight, your team is doing fine. But now 25 on the Puck, already 25 on Smiling Knights. I feel like you just got a lot more to overcome and you were already having a hard time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I don't see exactly for Tundra is like, I don't see the initiative to do anything, right? I can tell that they're waiting for something, but what is it? Like, is it really gonna only like, let's get stronger, I feel like there has to be something you play for, or otherwise the game just becomes Yeah, here we go. Now they're gonna attempt something.
Okay, I'm sure it's around Crystallis, right? Because Crystallis has been
Yes.
pumping, getting a lot of damage. You can see there, but a beautiful fissure block, separating everybody away. And Desire, it's had a few good saves. All it takes is one fissure, and all of a sudden that completely dead on the move.
Yeah, as we say, the lockdown is still rather limited on Tundra. It's pretty much just the Hex and the Burrow Strike that is reliable. Like, you cannot expect Whitemon to be able to follow up on everything, right? He's a very immobile hero, and everything is dangerous for him, basically, in this game.
It looks like, I don't know. Scurf, pull up the item view. What are we waiting for on Tundra? Because clearly they're waiting for something. Ah, ha, ha. That was a test, and you took it away as the kill started to happen. Good job. See? He passed. Also, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Which one of these items is good?
I mean, I don't know. What do you get for Crystallis? You need a 6th item, right? Or I guess you could consume the eggs.
Yeah, consume the eggs. Sell the boots. It's probably sell the boots first, to be honest. I think you need something like now. Yeah, you don't have time to get a 1600 gold recipe.
Yeah, for BCM it's clear, like it's the Parasma, and then if you don't have Threat at that point, it's not gonna get that much better.
No. Do they get this? He gets the Hex, trying to TP away, but the Sun, it connects, and they get another kill! Alright, Jakiro and Kato, like, yeah, they're making space, they're gonna die, I get it, but Storm, that is a huge pick-off for Avalos.
Yeah, delaying his Parasma even more, and Sibir's already brought the wave into the tier 3. I wonder if, yeah, looks like they wanna go for it.
Trying to macro already, but the banner.
Nice.
Looks like it will actually aggro the creeps back, but
they got Griff to get. Oh, I see.
And there it is. That's just going to be a high ground taken. I don't see how they can do this 4v5. You need to have your full team around for this one. Crystallis is trying, doing a lot of damage to Mobe, but Mobe is hitting back. He is not letting this go for free, so they have to go back and recharge, but they've already lost one set of racks.
Yeah, oh shit, Desire's
Oh my god. Okay, they only killed one, but that was pretty beautiful. Seneko giving them the tip. On the other side, though, 33, trying to get something done here. Has the eggs on that Epi, but the leash up, the break. Crystallis, he's barely surviving in this one, and they didn't actually want to commit to him. They thought they could die. There is the Ravage. There is the hit from the TA. They will kill Crystallis. He's got a buyback, but his Kato doesn't, and his team is maybe watching another Rax fall. Again in. How did he have enough for that one? He goes back. The damage, they could kill the TA a little bit more. Smiling Knight goes. Coddle even getting back in for this one, though. Use the silence finally, trying to TP away on the Sand King. Can he make it? He gets back into the fountain, barely ticking away. He'll live. Seneko, he'll die. And they actually take a favorable trade here on Tundra. They're coming back.
It did cost them the buyback on Crystallis, though, but still, that's like the most hopeful we've seen Tundra in this last 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, maybe we can see a miracle with this. Maybe we can see a miracle on this 25 Storm, but I don't know. It always seems like they're only doing something when the backs are really pushed against the wall on Tundra, and it's...
You cornered the beast.
It's gonna queue up a Wind Waker now for Crystallis, I don't know. It's like they're really aiming for it for like the super late here, but then you're
It's a good move speed item, very good versus the coil, of course. I think it's one of the few items that's really good once you get broken eventually. Dude, they are going for this Roche pit, but yeah, Puck sees everything. This is not free. This is not free. Puck going in just to kind of silent on them for a second. The Ice Bath is down. Desire coming through, but he gets stunned. Crystallis ends up picking up the Aegis. Now they get the kill on Desire. A light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, now you got Aegis Crystallis. Maybe this is exactly what Tundra needs to turn the game around. Overload attack bounce sound for Storm as well. Yeah, we're starting to cook here.
Okay. I'm believing the vision. Give it to me, all right? Next 5 minutes. Game plan for Tundra. How do they win this game?
Oh, man. Can't they just take this tower at least? With the Aegis?
Step one.
I mean, it's easy for me to say because I'm watching this game with, like, God's
right, yeah.
But I feel like it's, yeah. It's just like, what are they aiming for? If not the 25 Storm, if not for the Aegis BB, then what could it be? So, okay, now they're gonna smoke up.
That's fair.
And Bristle is jungling, kind of. It's like, isn't he supposed to lead right now with Aegis?
So far, they are putting a lot into Zebe. There's the silence. And, he's kind of posturing to fight.
Yeah. I think Avalos would like to stall this for his Shaker. They're prepping the smoke on Soneko, so Avalos are ready to go for sure now. They're not waiting.
No, I don't think they're too scared of the Aegis. Maybe they should. I mean, killing Bristle twice feels like a lot.
Yeah, it is, but they're just gonna ignore him, right? Their goal is to kill support and Storm. Like,
he does a lot of damage. Are you able to ignore him?
I mean, the thing is, you have a ton of mobility, right? You put the Mage Flare on him, you put the Anchor on him and stuff, and then, you know, TA and Puck are not really gonna be that bothered by a Bristle. So just take out the subs and take out the Storm. Like, after BTM BKB, he can't really play in this game, right? There's way too many issues for him.
Well, so far, kind of been stagnating out of this Aegis. Now, they have gotten 5,000 net worth back. I mean, Tundra, they have so many items they're behind. They use so many of their BKB charges early. Yep. They need a lot of this. I'm buying into it, though. It keeps growing. The net worth lead. Crystallis, he can carry this one. He's on a very good hero to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't underestimate Tundra. Like, oh shit, what a move.
They're estimating. They're estimating. And they're on top of Zibe now. He does end up tossing the anchor over.
Yeah,
now this fight is putting some big work, but yeah, now you're getting the quills. Crystallis forced to run backwards, help out his team, because there's another fight happening on the other side. Wanting to lock in on Smiling Knight, but he's gonna get the Force Staff away. And Zibe, he's not leaving again. Kind of hunting on this high ground, keeping his team appraised. He's got the Ravage.
Yeah, no BKB for TA, but at the same time, there's no epi for 33 as well, so it's all about the angles here. I mean, Tundra are posturing well up here. They're not making it easy. They're also staying under smoke, so it's mission impossible kind of to find a backline here if you're Mobe. There's also a Fresher for 33 we didn't mention. So there's another epi and double BKB for him.
This is a terrifying high ground. And there's why. Oh no, he doesn't have the Wind Waker just yet. This break is detrimental to his game. He's still trying to just lifesteal through it. There's going to be the first life, and they've got plenty more to offer. He's got a Ult. He's got a BKB. Can he get them off in time? Silence up, trying to get away. They'll already break the coil. Super Silence as well with the Arcane Curse at 50% HP, but they don't want to commit just yet on Avalos.
All right. Keeping them on the toes. I like what Tundra is doing a bit more now. I think clearly they're making some plans about the late game, right? Getting the Wind Wakers and
this is a dead man. Yeah, their base was getting very pushed in. I mean, a mid lane tower went down while this is all happening with virtually zero pressure. Smiley Knight pauses on them. Nice racks.
Ping.
Oh, ping. Okay, now fine.
That's fair.
Oh boy. It looks like they're all actually facing some pain. Well, they'll reconnect here. I mean, it was rough, right? They didn't get everything they wanted. They did lose the Aegis, but kudos for Tundra to even taking it to Avalos, 11k down. Still not sure if they actually have control of the map or not. How much damage did they get on that top tower?
They got like 95% of it, so that's a lot. Like the BB, he sieges fast, you know? He didn't get that many seconds to hit it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, they actually traded for a tower, and not a theoretical tower. They actually got the whole thing, so Still a little rough overall.
Yeah.
Oh, the refresher on 3-3 kind of came out of nowhere. That mid fight, I did not expect a second burrow strike to hit the Avalis.
He went for the epicenter pulse taunt as well, so there's gonna be a lot of pulses.
Yeah.
That's 60 pulses. If you do cast 2 full at least.
Lord,
that is actually kind of crazy if you think about it.
I mean, we thought the scaling. I still think the scaling is very good on Avalis, but with refresher and all this damage on the Sand King, do they hold a candle to the late game of Avalis?
I mean, the issue I have right. Oh, let's see this first.
Whoa, there's more issues. BKB will solve some of them for BZM. Now he's getting coiled. That is a level 27 puck. Yeah, that thing pierces spell immunity. Now they stunned him. BZM is dead. So many people need a Wind Waker in this game. I don't think enough people are going to get one. Mobay with another kill. He's an absolute assassin on the puck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but like the thing is, Tundra's late game is not bad, like in theory, but the problem is that BCM has way too many issues to deal with, right, in this game. Like, post his BKB, what is he gonna do? It doesn't matter how many items he has. He can have so much more gold, and it's not like it's gonna make a difference because he can't deal with his spells, right? All the silences and stuns, it's way too much for him to handle, I think.
Yeah, you almost need like Wind Waker Eon Disc. Genuinely.
Yeah, but
obviously I don't think any sort of thing to get that.
Yeah, but even if you stay alive, like it's not necessarily going to come back into the fights. Yeah.
Look at that. Looks like Cristal is still trying to hold the line for his team here. He is definitely tanky. But honestly, these finishes have done so much work. There it is, the Burrow Abby in on the TA. She doesn't have an extra life. She's just gone. 33 pulls another miracle out. They get a double stun this time, killing Seneko. Trying to get away from Zibe. He will. On the high ground, they hold, but it was for the buyback of Saksa and BZM.
Damn, he died fast on the TA. I mean, this epicenter pulse silence, it not only does it add pulses to the epi charge, but it makes them go faster. So the refraction just gets removed immediately, and then as soon as that happens, Small Knight is just cooked.
It's really hard for them right now, and yeah, TA. Oh no! You know, you win a fight, you think you can step out here. They're still gonna try. Saksa with the shield, living for a lot longer than he expected. Mobay trying to get away from this one. Can he get the good jaunt? Gets the coil at the very end. And no, don't take their wisdom. Mobay, you criminal!
All right, so is that actually gonna slow down the push for? Yeah, no push coming out for Tundra seems like. Yeah. So that's like you traded the Shaker life essentially for the TA being able to get a free respawn here. So pretty nice for Owls considering the situation they were in.
Which was bad, very very bad situation. But now it is a not favorable. I don't know. I feel like it might still be bad actually.
Yeah, maybe. The problem is you're facing so much bottom pressure all the time, right? With this mid and bottom racks being gone now, so the next Roshan might be tough for Thunder to contest. Even though they have the Coddle that can mitigate it to some extent, it's not that simple to fight just in the opening as this puck right now.
I mean, Wind Waker almost completed on the Storm. I mean, need 4K and more gold. Or sorry, we need 1K gold for 4K. But oh no, he gets hexed up. Oh no, he's like 800 gold away from it. If you kill him here, oh, it is a disaster for him. He gets the heals up. He's got a big shield, I believe, as well. Yeah, maybe he holds his ground on this one. There's a lot of damage coming through.
BKB.
Refresh, trying to get away. He gets a double zip. Can he get away? Just a little bit more than TP. He's out. Crystalis, he could get away as well. He's out.
Damn, the refresher shot on Storm there really made the difference.
It really did, yeah. No, there's no way he gets out of that without it.
That's even with the Ravage stun duration talent as well. Just wasn't enough.
Where do they get? Right on top of the TA here. Big stun through. 33. Even in the Axe Macro Pyre, that's pure damage. And pure fill coming out from Tundra. They get themselves another fight win out of the grass of the beat. And Zibe, he'll actually fall to this one too. It's 3 gone. No buybacks on those first 2. TA the only one to still get back into this game. And Roshan could be up in a minute 50.
God damn, I mean, this epicenter pull sound is actually destroying Smile Knights so hard. They gotta be careful. They can't let this happen again. I mean, like, yeah, you see what happens. Like, you kind of have this false sense of security as a TA in this whole game. Like, you're playing it like you're the boss, right? You can always get your BKB off and then, you know, get out of there with a pike or blink or whatever. But as soon as the epi lands on you, you're just cooked because you die literally in 1 stun. It's just so fast.
I'm huffing the hopium. I'm huffing the hopium. Tundra, press F8, Script, press it. What's the win percentage? Oh, we're coming. Oh, no, we're coming.
Yeah, I mean, to get the next Roshan as well, I can see it. Like, if you have an Aegis on the Storm or the DB, then suddenly the status goes different. That's a fast
It's like a melee creep. How on earth did he destroy that tower like that? Okay, but they're going in for like a counter push? Oh, okay. That is just a tanking down there for... No.
Nice, looking for puck.
Yeah. Windmaker now. BZM. A lot more... just a lot safer now on the Storm, right? Like, these coils don't have near as much power. These silences don't have near as much power. He feels very good, and boy, if they take this Roche, it could be a complete turnaround for Tundra.
They're not gonna make it in time.
Oh, wait, Desire might. The BZM, he still gets it, but they get the coil in the middle of that macro once more. But it looks like Crystallis will be able to just walk away from this one. Unless they want a way to enter this fight. But 33, he's got one. It's with an epicenter. Jumping right on top of the puck, forcing them out. Taneko, look at the waves. It's the whole damn screen. 33 is just pumping out the damage, but they haven't gotten a kill just yet.
White one in trouble.
Oh, and a big stun again. Zibe, this time linking up Crystallis. They take down Whitemon. He's got the buyback, but on the other side, it's the silencer. They get on top of him. Finally, they'll get the kill. He has no buyback, no global silence. This could be the turn. Tundra, is this your fight? Zibe's the one to get caught out next. From the other side, it is another Burrow Epi. The Ghost Scepter getting him up with the Yules. He's still alive. And now they're on top of this TA. Now trying to turn around with it. The BKB. No, he's shot. He's held his ground! He held! No, you cannot go back in for this one. You can't go back in for more.
Still hesitating though.
Smiling Knight!
God damn. Can't believe he survived there. He held this BKB for so long. I mean, that was almost going to cost him his life there, but... yeah.
Threading the needle for sure. That is literally the upper limit of his hero. You don't get any more use out of it than that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see Mobe is trying his best to like to mess with the backline, right? But at this point, Tundra, they're hitting. They have so many item timings coming, right? The refresher sanking is definitely showing its potential. Allow the Storm as well, constantly having a refresher shard. And
right? Dude, how many times have there been like a refresher shard, a refresher orb? Like the refresh of these spells are genuinely turning the fights on their heads. I mean, so far this fight looking very good for Tundra now. They are the ones that feel in control, but their base is ravaged. Only 2 racks top remain. Is there a way that Avalanche can try to like sneak in and maybe force Megas out?
I mean, they could, but you still have to worry about the glyph always, right? I mean, you would have to... The first time you do it, it's going to be sneaky, but then you glyph, and then the next time Tundra is going to be ready for it, so... yeah. It's easier said than done, but...
yeah.
You want to...
It's hard. It's actually hard to get these waves in now.
Yeah. I mean, you do need to... If you don't feel confident fighting, you need to play... Oh.
I mean...
I
mean, Desire found him, but like, what do you do?
Nah, Smile Knight is there, but wasn't gonna be enough, probably.
No. He is quite large. Only Less than 1,000 net worth lead. A cheese left. The buybacks definitely favoring the Radiant right now. Tundra, I mean, they're not missing the Jakiro, but otherwise they're fine, you know? Smiling Knight has played 2 very good TA games. This one has definitely tested his limits, but still looking quite nice. It's near 60 minutes, Hanskin. What lineup are you favoring right now?
I mean, right now with the gold being like this, I wouldn't give it to anyone really. I think it's fairly.
Ooh.
I mean, the only basis for advantage is the map, how it was looking, right, with the rack situation and everything. But like Tundra, they scale really hard. I think Tundra, they have figured out a way to fight now where 3-3 and Crystallis are always the first point of contact, right? BCM, he's able to play really slow fights, always chilling, and I think that has been the recipe for me, right? It's like.
Yeah.
BCM, he just needs a few cooldowns to get out of the way, and then his BKB can actually be useful, especially after the global is spent.
Do they have
might
this
be in
chain
trouble.
stun? Stun 1, stun 2, that's with the Echo. Ravage! Oh, Tana stun! And they have the Storm! He's gone, but he has the buyback. I don't think they can do it. Obey jumping in for more. And they get the coil. This is a big kill if they want it. That's why they're focusing him down. But he has the ult to kind of just prevent for a while. Now with the Ghost up there, but there's so much magic damage. Now with the Burrow Epi, he's coming in with the reverse. They'll try to silence and keep this away, but the epicenter, it's already going. You can't stop it now. Seneko will stand firm because he's about to fall too. The Glimmer, no shot. He gets away from this one. Turn around for the extra Arcane Curse? No, he's just going to get on out of this one. They've lost 2 on Tundra. Avalis, they are taking this fight back, but they need to keep it up. You've taken 2 kills. Maybe take your favorable cards. Get off the table.
Yeah, that is so disciplined from BCM, I have to say. Like, you do not want to use your buyback here for nothing. The only reason he would use it is if he can get a clean TA kill. And he, wisely decides not to. That would be a win condition for Avalis if he ends up using a poor buyback on BCM.
And that Fissure is long. They are able to start a fight from damn near the edge of the map.
Also having the Echo Slam cooldown talent on 25, so that's almost no cooldown.
More.
Oh no.
3-3, that's a refresher. Coming on in, getting another big kill. This time,
wait, that's
it's
dieback,
on the
isn't
Earthshaker. Yes, that is dieback.
Alright, so advantage Tundra for like almost 2 minutes. Yeah, as soon as BCM is up at least.
So both teams have 1 support with no buyback. However, one team is on live. Roshan still won't spawn for another 2 minutes. Is there a way that Tundra goes for another high ground push, or do they have to wait?
I mean, they certainly would love to try, right? But there is a lot of spam and shit from the puck and cutting waves and all. The question is, how do you get there? And even if you do, then you're gonna have to sit there pushing into all of the spam as well, and the TA hitting you from a safe distance, right? They're certainly gonna try to do something. Right now, it's looking, they want to get the neutral items and just get the waves out, which I guess is fair. But that's also gonna give breathing room for Avalos to do the same.
Yeah, right. Like they're gonna get the tokens anyways. All they're really waiting for is this Earthshaker to be back up, so they can get their tokens and wait for that at the same time. It's a little unfortunate for Tundra, but it's the right thing to do. Forcing this high ground would be just way too much.
Yeah, it would be a different story if it was a puck or
No, she got the Stygian. You maybe take the move speed. Just so
you could, I guess.
If you have the Blink Dagger, maybe you don't care, right? Swiftblink is a lot of move speed. All right, what was it? Okay, yeah, so the slow resist. Hey, you've got a ton of mobility, right? You've got Hurricane Pike, Silvers, and you've got the Swiftblink. I mean, you're mobile. It is a game. It is a game. I mean, Stygian on this TA really does mean the world where you're trying to knock down this Bristle, especially knock down Storm like they did in the base.
Radiant are scanning.
refresher shard again on BCM, by the way. That has been like great.
Oh
no.
They found him. Gets the Hex. The Ravage coming out though. Can they save the Silence? Trying to get away from this one with the BKB, but he's sitting in the macro. It's pure damage. Finally getting out of this one. Now Mobey's the one to put his money on the line. They've gotten the evacuation on TA. They have to be happy with that, but no, Mobey, he actually just walked back into a ward, and he goes down. The puck is out.
Yeah, now there's a chance suddenly, because Small Knight has no BKB anymore, and there's no Ravage as well, so there's only really the Echo to worry about, and this TA, he cannot feel safe, like, defending. Oh, sure. He's going for it. They get him in.
Nope, not safe. Definitely not safe. Force staff away. Pretty good for now, but still taking so much damage. Another Hex! The TA is dead! 2 cores down, but they both have buy, and Seneko just trying to get away. Purging may be good for a second here, but he actually falls as well. They have to buy back. It's the triple to get everybody back into this one, and Connell brought them back into the base, but I don't know if they want to be here anymore.
Oh,
the Echo, it connects on it too. Can they get the kill on Storm here? Back into the through, but he gets the Wind Waker, trying to get away from this one. The stun lands. Do they have the Hex after they do? They kill BZM. It was 3 buybacks, but damn it feels a little worse.
Damn, they got everybody. I did not expect them to get BCM and White one towards the end there, so. I mean, in the end, that's a buyback on the puck and on the TA, but they get everybody. Now they have to make it work. Like, they need to force counter buybacks, right? And surely they will be able to, right? The top lane barracks are exposed, but then, yeah. 33 setting up. Let's see the fight first.
There was a lot going on.
There's a lot, yeah. I was like, are they not gonna buy back already? You mean Crystallis is doing the right thing. He's trying to force these buybacks, right? Yeah. Then, as they do it, Desire is just controlling them for so long. Mobey also gets the coil right here.
That was a huge coil. I mean, this is just insane. Echo on top of it. There's just no escape. Desire
actually,
constantly proving that like he is so important to these fights.
Yeah, BCM actually couldn't do anything different. He wouldn't have been able to get out. He was completely controlled the entire way.
And they're going. This is finally their attempt at Nuggets. But there it is on the backside, getting another bro epi. But that is the only hero that has a buyback, so he'll die. What about the rest of the team?
Let's see. Still haven't used the buyback on BCM. I'm sure they would love to force it, but I feel like, yeah, they're probably gonna decide against it.
Yeah. 2 buybacks.
So this is going to be major buyback advantage for Tundra now, with Sanking and Storm available.
There are some farm heroes in this game, but both teams holding on to a good amount of their base. I guess maybe not actually both teams. I feel like I see these top 2 racks. They are hanging on by a thread. There are hardly any buildings left in this Radiant base.
Yeah, they didn't. They did force the glyph, right? They did, yes. So there is a chance they could go for some sneaky plays, but the question is, how would you get there?
Yeah, no, I mean the travel time, even though all these heroes are so mobile, travel time is seeming to be an issue right now. Snake finally, he's got the Ags and a Refresher Shard. There's going to be a lot of Arcane Curse stacking up. I believe it's undispellable now, right? Oh no. No, it is not. Never mind. They took that down now. Haha. He's got the 2 Arcane Curse charges.
Yeah. So there is no Lotus Orbs, but there's like a lot of BKBs and Yules on everybody apart from 33.
Yeah. They've got them, so I don't know. This is still a very hard fight into the Atlas team with the Aegis, with the Ags, and Refresher. I mean, 33, he's been the one to start these fights up. Can they kill him here? It's a nice baby dispel. There's the Ravage. Do they have the damage for him? They do! That's going to be the first death. And oh boy, sucking everybody in with this Waning Rift. Another silence. Drop it on him again, Seneko! They get themselves 2 kills, possibly another on Crystallis. He's trying to back away with the body blocks, even keeping him here. BZM is trying to alleviate some of the pressure, but now with this global, Crystallis, he starts trying to beat into the Tide Hunter. But here comes Smiling Knight. So much damage. Another Burrow Epi. This time trying to section off Smiling Knight, but they've already lost the bristle. No buyback from Smiling Knight somehow. Can he do this? No, he dies once. With this Radiant team, it's only a Radiant duo, and they don't have it. Desire with the triple. 33, the only one left. Can he make something happen? I don't think so. They
That's
get
it.
themselves a full
That's it.
wipe. GG. Game 1 to Avalos.
Holy shit, what a fight. This Iron Mobe did so much in this last fight. Holy shit. God damn, that's gotta feel good for Avalos. I mean, you had this game in control for such a long time, right? And then you kind of lost it, and then being able to close it out in kind of a spectacular fashion towards the end in the fight, at least. I mean, what a game. I think 33 he really tried to make this game work for his team, but in the end, I mean, BCM, he had one of the harder storm games I've seen in a long time, and the rest of the squad wasn't able to pull it through either. And yeah, good job by Avalos. You know, we were doubting I was doubting the Mobe pack a little bit rather, but I think the new guys on Avalos, they're making it work. They're making it happen. Like Mobe and Desire, they did so much in this game, and I'm sure we're gonna see it in pretty much every highlight here.
It feels like this is a duo that, like, sometimes when you add, even though it is two very important positions, they're kind of like playing the game with the rest of the team, right? They're taking charge here. This is not Mobe who is just like kind of playing this Avalos style of Dota. Like, he is bringing it every time, really taking lead. And with all these coils, all these winning rifts, he's just dancing around the fight in a way that Tundra just can't keep up with him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it goes back to the drafts a little bit, right? We were questioning the Storm pick and then also giving the Puck such a free game. And
oh, yeah.
Maybe a bit of disrespect, maybe a bit of that. Who knows, right? It's Moba has shown that he can bring it towards his best team. You cannot underestimate these players, regardless if that's the case or not. But also Smile Knight on the TA, he's been looking really solid, right? So I think everyone on Avalos, they did their job in this game fairly well.
Right?
It's a very good team effort, but I just I love to see the new guys doing so well for them.
Of course. I feel like there's a lot that you have to try to answer. I don't know if you have the bans to answer. I mean, Smiling Knight, I feel like you can't give him TA anymore. He's first picking this hero, not caring what comes through. Zebe is already taking a ton of bans. Desire is playing like a god on this Earth Spirit, and Mobe has played plenty of different heroes to make himself look good. I don't know how you change this team's dynamic, except for getting rid of the TA.
Yeah, you could do that for sure. I mean, I'm sure Tundra, they're going to be rather upset. This is not a team that they would love to, or like that they would expect to lose to in a group stage.
No, I'd agree.
So I'm sure we're going to see some adaptations and do something different for the next one.
Yeah. It's so weird because, as you said, like, 33, it felt like he really tried to drag this game back out of the clutches of defeat, and they did a good job for a while. I mean, the graph came almost all the way back. You and I were saying that they were kind of favored on the map. It's just a few really good team fight differences, which is crazy that in 66 minutes, the team with two new players had the communication, had the vision, the coordination to take these late game fights over Tundra.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's game 1. Oh, you think that was cool? Wait till you'll see game 2 right after this break.
Melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL One Raleigh, and it has been a good one. The games have really delivered today so far. It was another 60-minute victory, this time, though, going the way of Avalos. Hanskin, we were right. We said Storm into Silence are bad, and at the end of the day, Storm lost. That means we're good.
Nice.
I
like it.
Do you think that was like the biggest issue in this draft, or was there a lot more going on? I mean, they went to 67 minutes, so it couldn't have been that bad, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty brave, though. Like, taking Storm into Shaker Silencer.
Yeah.
You know, leaving the pack on the table as well. I mean, it could be one of those things where you're like, you're really trying to push your strategy, see how good it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Or like trying to scare other teams. I don't know, but
I guess I haven't heard the first one. That's an interesting, like, you're just like, you have a strat that you think is really good. You have to have BZM on this archetype of hero, and it's like, doesn't matter what you're playing into. Like, let's see how good this really is.
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, there's obviously some kind of idea behind it. They're not just going to do something that completely random or like that they know is bad, right? These guys want to win. They're here to push their idea. So, you know, this time didn't work out, but it could have. Like, this game was really close. I think a lot of things could have gone better in the early game, for example.
Yeah.
Aside from that, like, there was a first pick TA. They could have gone for Darkseer if they wanted to instead of the Sand King. There's other things they could have done. You know, it's not just all on that, but I'm sure we're gonna see some adjustments in this game.
They caved. That means you won. They banned out the TA. Now, I think it is wild that Nature's Prophet was left in here. And I do not think that Chen is the answer, but I'm willing to hear some maybe a different thought about it. Hanskin, why does Chen hard counter Nature's Prophet?
Chen take creep. Creep good.
That's it. That's all you need. What is Nature's Prophet without his treant? He's just a ranged creep.
I don't know. Chen for Avalos has historically been pretty good, so I can get behind that. I don't really see the interaction between him and Prophet necessarily.
Yeah.
Maybe the idea is because I know that Tundra sometimes deflects his Prophets on Saxa, right?
Okay.
So if you pick Chen, you know that they can't run Prophet 4. It's just not like it's not going to be good.
True.
So you're trying to push him into the carry role, which he probably would have been either way, or BCM will play.
Yeah. I think either way, this guy was clicking.
Yeah, I'm reaching here.
I'm just very surprised. I feel like automatically Chris Stars, like, he's got to sit back. You know, you just click people on the Nature's Prophet. Your lane is insane. You're able to get random assist gold plus tons of creeps on the map. Like, I feel like this is already a super strong setup. All you have to do is lock down a little bit of initiation, and Nature's Prophet does genuinely everything else.
Yep, it's true. I mean, I think people didn't realize, but at TI, Mickey played it 3 games in the grand finals, and since then, I feel like it's been up there, man. Like, I don't know.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I mean, there's some other like big ticket heroes that have been taken out of this one. Of course, they banned out the Monkey King for Crystallis. They banned out the offlane Medusa or Pause for Medusa. Didn't have to be either way. And then the 33 Doom as well. On the other side for Tundra, like, they're also doing a lot of targeting bans, of course. Zibe is probably the only person who's netting these Enigma bans, at least in the first phase for this one.
Yeah,
also taking out the Smiley Night TA. So it feels like they had kind of like whatever pick they want. They got out a lot of confidence because they went with Igudala. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they can go for the A if they would like into the Chen, obviously removing the heals. I still see a Warlock PA could be good if they wanted to do Prophet on any other position than one. There's also the PA for Avalos, of course, into the Prophet. Fairly good. Free still has fair bit of heroes remaining. Darkseer, Sand King. The main 2, I would guess.
Okay.
Let's see. Probably going to be Desire Hero. I would assume they're just going to go Shaker right out the gate here.
Well, unfortunately, Tundra, they're sniping
shit.
the lineup right now. They are just like TA, Earthshaker. Even the Mobe Tiny, I feel like it's been like again, this Atlas team feels like they are netting so many important bans. I gotta say though, like this is an important game for them now. If teams look at this game and they lose, like, okay, cool, we ban Enigma, Tiny, TA, they don't know what to do, you know? Like a lot of teams are gonna pick up on that quick. They've got to get a dub here.
Yep. For sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they'll go for the Windrunner, +4. Seen them run it before. It's pretty strong. In general, you know, Power Shot. The Gale Force is actually fairly underrated, I think.
Good call, good call.
Yeah, there we go.
It's not like Chen and Wind aren't necessarily like, they are ranged, but they're not super backline supports, you know? Wind is going to obviously like, you know, Wind run in the middle of these fights, create her own kind of tankiness. Chen is going to have the aura, is going to have the army. Oh, interesting.
Oh, Kunkka. Maybe Kunkka, I would assume.
Yeah, no, I'd say so. For the AA. Oh, AA Nature's Prophet likely the lane.
Yep. Very likely. There's also a small chance Saxa runs it, but that's not a happy place for an AA into a Chen in the laning phase.
Ooh, no. Seemed cool. I mean, you've got to... I don't know. I feel like you definitely pick up a... I mean, okay, I want to say you pick up a mid laner here, someone that's able to deal with the Kunkka immediately, but maybe not. This seems like an awesome Monkey King pick right here because you can kind of follow the Kunkka wherever he goes, right?
Bando.
Oh, Ben. Oh, yeah. You know, you are playing versus Chrysalis. How that Monkey King hero does not last long.
Yeah, but there could be a Slaughter potentially. I think that would make sense.
Would it be able to go into the carry role?
No, but just throw him mid against Kunkka,
okay.
right?
Oh,
Slaughter.
okay, yeah. Well, what if the Kunkka goes to the off lane then? Then what do you do?
You're smart. Very good.
True. All right, they go for the Primal Beast instead. Something that Bet Boom team does a lot actually is that they'll do like these 2 range supports that just get 3 thick boys and just send them all 1, 2, 3. So Primal is often in that because it does so much, right? It tanks, it deals damage, it's control. They do end up going for the PA, which has been constantly banned down in this one.
All right, I wonder what the solution for PA is going to be here for 33. Because I feel like they still didn't add any magic damage on their lineup, right?
It's true.
Sure, they have a ghost ship and stuff, but typically I would always aim to have more with an AA. Sure, Mjolnir as well. There's something, but some kind of Sanking or similar.
Right, yeah.
They did a lot of work in the last game, to be fair, on the Sanking, so I could
totally see a run back, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Sand King felt really good. I don't think they're going to pick it, but I also thought the Crystallis on the Bristleback felt really good. It kind of was lackluster for a long time, but then it really started to pop off.
Yeah, exactly. He felt like he wasn't a big part of the first half of the game or something, and then he had a few moments of glory, and then Avalus kind of won. I mean, Dark Zero. Okay, that is interesting. So.
Pay's not the worst hero against Darkseer in the lane. Your dagger actually does a lot to kind of slow the creep away from you and then make sure you can kill it or get on the offensive if you really want.
Yeah, you're chilling against Darkseer as PHN, I think. It's going to come down to, can you find a really solid 4, like a clock or something would be very strong for Tundra. Because I think this Prophet is Murta, maybe? I would still prefer the clock if they get their hands on it, but I doubt Avalus would let it slide through.
Yeah, that's true. Avalus is going for a much different lineup than I feel like we've seen in the last ones, but I think the one thing that is still similar in my mind, this is Smiling Knight on a hero that just wants to blink and murder you. So some things stay the same.
Mm-hmm. Night Stalker ban, and then it has to be clock, right? I don't see what else. I feel like the Ricky bound 100 days are gone.
Damn. Always visible on the map now. It's such a shame. I feel like this team has decent lockdown for the AA blast. Obviously, we saw like the I think the reason that you're asking for the Clockwork log is because it was like hook shot, cogs, ice blast, right? And then like he didn't need much help after that to kill people.
Yeah, and also just the laning. Like you can double wave people. You walk under the tower with the battery and stuff. It's pretty obnoxious. And Saksa is also really good on clock.
I've just kind of believed that like there's a carry coming through or an offlaner. Not sure which one, but I guess I could see a world where this Nature's Prophet is a support. As you said, Saksa has played it, even though into Chen it feels like it would be awful.
Yeah, and I feel like you're also gimping your offlane for not really getting a much stronger carry if they would do that. So
the Luna pick, I remember this now.
The Luna.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, of course. How could we forget?
Yeah, it's like you already have something that's very similar, and you don't make much of a change. Is it really worth it? They ban out two very strong initiators, very mobile. I think that means they're not picking a point-click stun. That doesn't help us very much, though.
Seconds remaining.
Means it's not silencer, probably.
Medusa 4. Let's go. Oh, banned.
True. Banned.
Rest in peace.
You have to go to gyrocopter now. I mean, I think some extra magic damage can't hurt. You're still playing against a Windrunner. Now, Punch does have True Strike on it, so that will still hurt.
That is good, yeah. I like it. Some more lockdown, more utility, being able to save and guide each other out. Slardar, there we go. So CB is going to take that Primal, I would assume, and then Mobe on the Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, Mobe played a very good Slardar, and I feel like that hero is much more tailored in the mid lane. Of course, you have the river there. Zebe is going to like more stomping through the trees and having that help with the Windrunner.
Yeah, Slardar 100% win rate for us today so far.
True, and that means that this is an easy 2-0 for Avalis. They win the game based on the stats.
Easy clap. Let me check tournament statistics 1 sec.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it lost one of the games.
Oh, who did it? Shame them.
Let's see if I can find it. Too many games.
Too many games. It's simply too prevalent right now. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the Slardar has definitely been like hero of the day. I mean, I know that the TA has looked really good, but every time I see Slardar, I mean, rain or shine, this guy, he gets the job done, blinking and stunning. And I think the only time I really saw him struggle was whenever he got a cogs literally in his tail. That was the only time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No,
I like the hero.
He looked real strong in the earlier series, Heroic versus Avalos that we were watching. So
yeah, I
guess I think it has a lot of merit into the Conca as well, like the HP region, the high armor, being able to bully him with the bashes. I think it makes a ton of sense, and I think it's not gonna, like, the ways of punishing him are not the greatest for a long time. Like, sure, the X is nice and stuff, but you have very limited early game damage against the Slardar.
True. Yeah,
Like,
Tusk
I'm
is holding a lot together with tag team, hopefully.
Yeah. But like mainly before AA6 is what I'm talking about. Like there's potential for the Slardar to be very aggressive in the laning stage in this one.
Yeah, no, he definitely could be. And obviously having a steroid for the PA is always good. There's a lot of reasons this Slardar hero is constantly looking strong in the games that we cast. But at the end of the day, I feel like this is one where we have a lineup from Avalos that, maybe it looks a little bit weird, right, with the Windrunner and Chen on the support duo, but you got plenty of lockdown, plenty of beef, and a ton of damage from this PA. I feel like as long as we last even to 25 minutes with this lineup, they're going to overwhelm everything that Thunder is trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much burst potential. Chen is going to provide all the auras, right? You have Roshan, you have... No, I'm a believer as well. I think I'm really curious to see what this Soneko Chen can do, and I'm also curious to see what Crystallis can do on the Prophet, because in my mind, it's... Obviously, Prophet is one of the better heroes on +1 this patch, but Crystallis is not like the most like signature Prophet player out there.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. You have no faith in him because it's not Razor. It's a little crazy, Hanskin, but I get
I'm sorry, Crystallis.
I think this Nature's Prophet hero is really easy to pick up because the items don't really change that much with it. I mean, 7 out of 10 times, you're just going to start out with the Mjolnir, not just the Maelstrom, like the full Mjolnir. Try to just farm up with this hero. And then your items after that feel so good. You know, BKB, if you're going for the Revenant Spruce for that extra crit, if you're going Satanic, because you need to survive, Hurricane Pike. Things get a little bit mobile, but it's all the same item in that category. Do I need extra damage? Okay, here's what I go. Do I need Lifesteal? Obviously, it's Satanic. Do I need mobility? It's probably Hurricane.
What do you get in the games where you don't get the Mjolnir?
Oh, I think you just go Maelstrom into like Silver's Edge if you genuinely like need to enter with your team immediately.
Yeah.
But those games, I don't know if those games exist all the time. And sometimes it's also like Hurricane Pike again, if you're like, I don't know, maybe this game when you really want to hop away from the Slardar or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of hoppers that you need to get away from this game. Primal, PE, and the Slardar. Oh,
But right now,
potentially in trouble. Nope.
Looks like he's. Oh! I mean,
Here we go.
Yeah, they're posturing as if they want to get this kill. Smiling Knight
Double
doesn't really
blood
care,
grenade.
Dude, that is 100 gold, and you do not get the kill. Oh no! Oh no! Dude, that's actually space.
Yeah, that's a lot of space.
Pretty good.
Oh wait, they're doing jump top against the Prophet. I see. That's why they picked it.
That is. I'm surprised they sniped out that this was going to be their like really good lane deal. I don't think there's a world where you're able to go like max sprouts on natures. The tree does help with your farming. You know, you just put that up against the ancient creeps, and then all of a sudden that's a takeable camp.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're still just gonna go for it. Nothing really changes for you.
Nah, except for when you put it in the lane.
Yeah.
Pretty nice so far. This Darkseer lane, we said PA should be able to deal with it pretty well. Does the creep jagging change that? Eventually, will the Darkseer get enough gold to kind of like overpower the PA?
I think the Vanguard will definitely help him out a lot. That means that PA can't really go for any kills on him at any point, and he's just going to be able to chill and farm on the Darkseer. I think in terms of pressuring the PA, it's not going to be that much. Like, apart from maybe on the Vanguard timing, but I think the real pressure is going to come when they start connecting the cores together.
Damn. It's just BM. Like, you have to shards him like that.
Oh, see that White Man, no mana.
Very low right now.
That's a Chen Prophet. Again, mind you, not getting micro.
Oh, you right. You right. It is. Yeah, it is tanking the tower as it should be.
All right.
The White Man. White Man slapping.
Yeah.
And then, oh, beautiful. Aggroing right on top of... Never mind. Okay, well. Aggroing most of the creeps there. Divi still gets both last hits.
There's definitely a lot of kill threat on this top lane. They don't really have anything to do.
I think bot lane has some kill potential too. Now 33 is turning around on Smiling Knight. Now that's a good charge, but 33, he might have taken too much damage. Trying to get a little bit more. The shackle, it connects, and they get the kill. Now he's turning around on Sox as well. It's a pretty big creep wave here. They could dive under the tower with it. Looks like he doesn't want to though on Smiling Knight.
I mean, that
looks like he might want to on Smiling Knight. I think we're back to not wanting to.
Oh shit.
Is that?
I mean, 33 does not want to lose all these creeps under the tower, that's for sure.
Right? There's no way. Every single core who sees like a triple wave under his tower is like, yeah, you go fight, buddy.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe better if you die so I get solo XP.
Quite a rare mistake there for 33. Like, there was a huge wave pushing into him, and Saksa was nowhere near to engage in that fight. Like, he could have easily just backed out there and not given up the first blood, but heavily overestimating himself, you know, sitting at level 2 Darkseer.
Yeah, and that makes it even better for the PA, right? Every amount of gold that you get already in a favored matchup. Man, if you're able to get yourself, who knows, maybe a corrosion, really take it back to this Darkseer, could be really rough.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like
and also just simply getting closer towards the battlefield is gonna help you out so
Right.
much later in the game.
Looks like that's what's going on now. This is double melee. Desire does not have any points in the win run, so he's not escaping from this Ion Shell Darkseer. Now 33, very slow, under the tower. Smiling Knight getting some nice hits, but not going to get any revenge just yet.
Yeah, nice job. Power of the Darkseer right there, being able to push in the wave and just going for those tower dives with all those extra creeps, right? And of course, no points in the win run because they went with the front value with the shackle. So
yeah,
nice heads up play by Free getting some sort of redemption.
Yeah, it's one of the best things since you're like literally not aggroing the tower. You're never right clicking. It's just the Ion Shell completely taking it down.
It's super obnoxious to deal with if you're a 5.
Kunkka's actually doing a really good job in this laning stage. I mean, BZM, one of the few heroes that even if you do start to outtrade him, he will just be able to XTP. So it's not necessarily that you're like burning the gold from him buying salves and stuff. You'll still just make it out alive.
Yeah, and also you could always just hit the jungle if you really need
true,
to.
yeah.
But Kunkka was always this type of hero in the game. Like it's hard to like really shut down, you know. It's always
That's the
gonna
same arm as well.
pull his weight.
Yeah, I guess Kunkka is kind of like a pull your weight kind of hero. Your ulti is so good, it's just like no matter what, at level 6 you will be pressing boat.
Yeah, and both is like it's sure it can be hard to use, you know, in good manners when you're playing against tons of mobility and stuff, but it's still the buffs that it brings are always going to be useful.
Oh, and the tip. Well done. Well done.
Got him.
Every flag bearer deny deserves a tip.
Desire is going to gate over the top, I think. No, it's signing against it. I think this would be done. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they won it. Crystal's trying to turn around, but a nice onslaught out to begin. Oh, the charge, they just barely missed it. Now this could be a turnaround. Doesn't manage to latch on the shackle, and instead Zibe actually still in danger. In the trees, the cold feet, they hurt, but he's still alive, and he gets himself a Lotus. My lord, they can actually turn this one back around on Saksa. Have him on the penitence, but dude, there was a TP on the other side for Crystallis, making sure that there is no re-entry from this primal beast. So instead, Desire, he'll go down, but not before getting himself a kill on Saksa. So a bit of a brawl up here, honestly. It's so early on.
For sure. I mean, overall, they 1-for-1. Not the best circumstances for Zibe, though. He had to do the full walk of shame, and he's sitting at pretty low XP now. They should just give him the Wisdom Throne at this point, right? This Chen is out leveling him.
Level 3. Oh no.
Yeah. And Soneko is almost 5.
Oh no. That's rough. It's damn near time to start solo laning, honestly. It looks like he'll have the chance because Soneko, I don't think he's long for this world. Boat connects, and that's going to be a kill. Free XP for Zibe, just as he planned.
He actually gets the bonus from the Wisdom Throne. Because Soneko is such high level. Oh, here we go.
Oh, that is bold, but that is a nice TP away from Crystallis. Fairly well done.
Dude, Whitemon is level 5.5. What is happening in this game?
So many TPs away.
It's quite a big kill just based on the fact of his level.
Oh yeah, and unfortunately in the river, yeah, that's Mobe's land right there. So gets himself another kill, even taking a creep camp away. Really well done. And honestly, getting Desire involved early. Windrunner is a support that loves to scale on pause 4.
Yeah, 100%.
Your admiral is on board.
Oh.
Lag.
More lag. We've had a few lag pauses today. Isn't it a LAN, Hanskin? Shouldn't there be no lag?
Well, it's NA, right?
Hey, watch your mouth.
So, an interesting thing. I'm sorry. So for 33 Darkseer, he almost always goes for the Vanguard first. But every other Darkseer we've seen today, they go for Arcanes first.
Oh. Is he just very mana efficient? Because it's not like his neutral item is not mana, so interesting.
I guess he is. I mean, he's getting stick charges against the PA. I'm sure.
Yeah. I guess it's more of like actually being in the wave to get XP would be the only difference, right? If you go for the mana boots, you can push the wave, but you might not actually get any XP out of it. If you go for the Vanguard, maybe you're not casting as many spells, but you're able to stay in the lane.
Yeah, you're just sitting there being annoying, pretty much.
Oh, that's my hero. Oh, no.
Well, you have to get there first to the Vanguard.
True. I wouldn't be able to CS it. Also seen, I know that there are a few like Null Talisman builds. I think I've sometimes seen on the Dirks here, but it feels like rushing out this Vanguard is just like the most important. And no, please.
Oh no, DDoS.
How could this happen to me? Whoa.
Wait, what
Doesn't
is
that
this?
look
The
pretty?
cur?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Huh.
Don't you know what that is?
I would love to have one of those in real life.
I'm honestly surprised that like these sort of like collabs like exist in the game.
Yeah.
Like, where's our Sabrina Carpenter Crystal Maiden skin? I feel like we're a bit overdue for that, you know. Other games have got us beat.
Leave me alone.
Did you know that there was a Samuel Jackson announcer back in Hon?
I just woke up.
Oh, yo, that's awesome.
Yeah.
We gotta get the sequel back, you know.
Damn.
I'm only a little worried, you know. Not everybody has just disconnected. It's just one person. I'm sure that it's, you know, hotkeys.
I see headset off on Soneko.
No.
Ah, it's coming back in.
Good. Keep that headset on. Don't do this to us. Well, let's see. We got some cool cosmetics here from the Kunkka. He's got literally no left hand. It's like a Mega Buster he's got on there. That's actually what he does his damage with. The sword is normal, but he just like shoots them after he swings.
Damn, that's that.
There's just a lot going on in that one. It's really, it looks really nice. There's just a lot. Oh, gee, thank the Lord. There we go. Oh,
wait,
we've got the Kunkka who's been balling up.
Top.
Yeah?
So tower trade, I guess.
I guess. Is that favorable? Oh God! Send help! Help! Easy, I'm in danger. But it looks like they don't have enough damage. Not just yet. Saksa traps them in, brother. I think he wanted to trap them away, but maybe it's a bait. He's still got a snowball ready to go, and Mobe knows it. He doesn't want to go in for that kill. Skillfully dodges the power shot. And Mobe is actually forgetting it all. Still wants to kill. And they're really trying to snipe him.
Okay, so Avalus got the top tower for free, and then Smaller Knight was able to rotate back to bottom lane and just be fine. So very passive approach from Tundra, prioritizing the jungle.
Oh, big find, but Desire only level 5, so no power shot. Mobe doesn't care. Oh, they gave it to Soneko? Nice. Get that Vlad's.
They get a Vlad's, that could be a very early Roshan potentially for Avalus side.
Yeah, so much the
Slargar
same.
Chen with Vlad's.
I mean, so far it seems like they're just trying to make a lot of like small pressure, right? They're not diving too deep. They're just kind of reacting to where Avalus go. And yeah, no, Smiling Knight showing on the map. They could try to get the kill. The PA. She dancing away? I think she is.
It's not out just yet. Okay, his PCM wasn't able to go across the creep wave.
Yeah, I mean, Saksa is still chasing. I don't... At this point, is this allowed? It looks like they saw the Kunkka on the wave. So now I think she's finally running away. And this is a ton of space. Doesn't really get anything accomplished unless finally after the last creep camp they check. They find a PA who can't dive away to a tower, trying to get the X, then bringing her back just in the nick of time.
They don't
But
have damage.
she's able to dive away, yeah, and now this is a fight on enemy territory, downriver, sure, but Mobay, he is the fish. This is his river to own. And it looks like he's going forward. Going to get punched up first. BZM still trying to get away. The surge now downstream. Could get him out of this one. The snipe, it's not enough. He's out for now. Sox still the one to give his life. Zibe being the ward for his team. And Desire, he doesn't have the mana.
Magic wand? Is it enough?
Oh, Desire from downtown. Getting the kill.
Damn, that was almost so much space the other direction again.
True. Yeah.
Saneko also getting the mid tower in the meantime. Nobody deciding to defend it. That's kind of solo Chen. Nobody could defend it really.
Yeah, that's why you pick him.
Yeah, good stuff from Avalos right now. I mean, a bit of a an overestimation there on the Saxa PCM part, right?
It was quite deep. I'm really surprised they went for it. Now this is a good kill. Ice Blast connecting. Really well done there. It's not
That's
quite
a lot of
clockwork,
XP
but
as
the
well.
shards are putting in some work.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe they expected the A blast down at the PA attempt earlier bottom, right?
Maybe, yeah. Did he even
Something
have the
like
levels? I don't know.
I mean, he had such a high level early.
Oh,
early
yeah,
on,
that's
so,
true.
So I would assume so, but
He's probably having it for a good bit now. So far, I mean, the networks aren't like crazy out of sync, but you can definitely see this Darkseer and Nature's Prophet really starting to
They-
ramp up.
they also had Prophet TP if you think about it, so I feel like
Yeah, maybe a bit missing there.
yeah. Well, they're still keeping their farm up very high on Tundra, which is nice, but losing both these towers and all those kills doesn't feel great.
Tag team is one hell of a drug. Zibe definitely going to die here. Honestly, was tanking through a bit of it, but just 3 heroes plus the tag team, it's impossible to stay alive through all that.
Yeah, and so Zibe, he's keeping the blade and going straight into BKB.
Ooh. That is a wall, and I don't know if the PA illusion will do anything, but the shell will. This is another Ice Blast kill on Saneko as well, which it'll connect onto the PA as well, but not very much. Now a beautiful shackle connecting onto Whitemon. Gonna get dragged into that snowball for just a second. But here comes a charge in from Zibe, doing plenty of damage. Now with the pulverize, but a vacuum. It may save them for now. BZM is trying to get away from this one. Surged out even, dodging the power shot. They'll lose Mobay, only trading for Whitemon so far. Chrysalis thankfully will get the kill on Zibe in return. And this was Smiling Knight showing up, and the Maelstrom proc of the Sentry, getting the kill on the PA for Chrysalis.
Damn, Saxa doing so much in this fight. Just staying alive for this entire time. 33 eventually shows up with the Crimson, and then Avalos, they just have no business fighting this. I mean, they're simply not strong enough. This Crimson is nasty strong right now.
It's so early for something like this where it feels like a lot of the lineup is physical damage.
Yeah, so see, they're going for the kill on BCM. They actually cannot finish him because guess what? There's a Crimson Guard run buffed Kanka with like, you know, a gazillion health. Even Smile Knight shows up here. He can't really contribute that much. He's only level 8 PA with, you know, no significant items. And yeah, you're starting to see the strength of Tundra strategy actually. They have a surprising amount of team fights and damage.
It's not over, yeah. I mean, they've still got some good items to get. This is a Radiance coming from BZM. He's essentially just been a walking blade mail boat. And we'll continue to do that until the Radiance comes out. And that mischance, man, versus PA Slardar, it's going to be really important.
Yeah, for sure. And not to mention as well, that's another source of medic damage to combine with the AA.
Yeah. True, that's true. Get a little bit of amp there. Looks like I've seen this move before. What are you going to find down here? Honestly, seems really wild that that last fight happened. They're like, let's do it again. Let's go under the river. Let's go by their 2-2 and see if they could actually TP you.
Well, this time there's a Crimson. They just wanted
That's
to make sure
true.
that there's nobody here, and then now they know 100% this colony is free.
They get sharks. Alright, so they give it over to the Tusk. So instead of the Ice Blast, the Ice Blast I really would have wanted. The Shards is like an okay farming tool, but Cold Feet on Ice Blast is really where it's at.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the Tusk one isn't bad, but it's not the same.
Ooh. Knowing that the Tormentor is down, this is an army with so much minus armor. And that is going to be a 15-minute roach. We don't see as much, 15-minute on the dot roaches anymore. Usually it's like right before it turns over, or even like when it's radiant again.
Yeah. I think it's like when you trade the Tormentor for the Roshan, it's like it usually doesn't transition into something very meaningful for the team that is getting the Roche, because if you felt strong, you would have been fighting the Tormentor anyway, right? So it's kind of like a deny Roshan in a sense.
Okay. I think that was kind of like the purpose of it, right? Like whenever you have Tormentor and Roshan both up, like you get to choose one that you get. It's kind of wild that Roshan might be the wrong decision, or like the worst one.
It's like you're not typically gonna be strong enough to go for like tier 2 towers and stuff in the 15, so and then like you don't really have your utility package finished yet on your your mid here or whatever, so it's just hard to strategize around the 15 minutes version. I believe it's like a bit, the timing is a bit off. It's a little bit early.
And right now it's kind of just like trading farm away, even though there is a net worth lead for Tundra. With Aegis on the PA, it's kind of hard to like find her and get a kill without at least losing a lot of return. So with both teams at a stalemate, it looks like it could be Seneko going just way too deep. Oh, he brought the boys!
Oh no.
He just sacrificed them all!
Take them as well.
The worst teleport. they thought they were going on a trip, thought the dad was bringing them back. No! Sacrificed.
Saksa is not chilling, he's just walking up there alone. He's walking everywhere he wants to right now.
He really is. That is quite deep. I mean, his farm is pretty okay. I mean, he's kind of in line with the other supports. But, yeah, I mean, that is
trying to set up
vision.
kills for the Prophet, I guess.
Yeah.
They might find Sivir. Nope.
Right. Chrysalis is farming up a storm. What's he got right now?
He's got the Mjolnir, about to have a Dragonlance, I believe.
Okay.
Already finished a Dragonlance.
Yeah. It is that easy, huh? Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike. And looks like that is going to be the Silvers, which Silvers is pretty good this game, of course, versus the PA. Do you break the Slardar and 8? You do. It is breakable. Seaborn Sentry. So, Obey, get out of there while you get the chance. I don't think he will. The boat is going to land. Kristas getting involved in the kill. So they'll get themselves a nice kill on that Slardar.
Yep. Pretty simple, straightforward. Sibe about to finish his BKB now, which will make some difference, but he doesn't have anything to go with it. No blame or anything, so...
Oh, yeah. It feels like it's just to survive. I'm not really able to be aggressive with it. What does our Aegis PA have? All right.
Almost
getting close to the BKB.
About 1,000, but it's... their damage is slightly lacking on Nebula's side.
How is Saksa allowed to walk here? Maybe he's not.
He's gonna...
No! Dude, okay, those creeps actually almost were playing for the Dire, but looks like they'll still get the kill.
That creep count is so funny.
I don't know if people are willing to admit it yet, but it might be as annoying as the Satyrs. Because the Satyrs honestly are only rooting once now, but those things, I feel like I'm getting stunned like 2 or 3 times by the time you kill them.
Yeah. I like how 33 immediately adapted to it.
Oh, he gets the kill, but I don't know if that was worth. Whitemon going down from Ove surely is a good trade still for Tundra, and that could be the end of this Aegis in reality for Avalos.
Yeah, not really anything significant happening with this Aegis, right? It's just gonna expire as it picks up with the BKB on PA, so in the end it was kind of a deny Aegis, like we spoke about already, but
Yo, I love seeing Signet on the Nature's Prophet. It procs on Mjolnir, it procs on your ulti. You just get a ton of free damage.
yeah, it's good. Blink Tiger for 33 as well. The boys are starting to look pretty jacked.
I feel like it's just like big item on big item for him. He's got the
Radiance
Crimson, he's got the Blink. I mean, we have the Radiance coming now for BZM as well. They're getting a really nice timing here.
Yeah. I mean, how do you stop them at this point?
Oh, well, I'm not sure. I feel like PA has to be a lot bigger than she is right now.
Yeah, right. She needs a lot, but the problem is that.
Oh, okay. This could be it though. Or step onto the low ground. They're not following him. Crystallis with a beautiful four step onto the low ground. On the other side, Mobe goes down again.
That is very unfortunate.
It is, and the hop through, yo, he gets punched up already. Zibe, does that mean that he's free to use the pulverize? I think so. Sitting on top of the Kunkka, finally stopping now so he can turn on everybody else. Soxa trying to run away, and a beautiful stun onto, but is there anybody else to follow? I don't think so. A BKBPA is running away from this fight, and 33, he's wanting to continue it. He surely will fall. Good kill from Crystallis. Trying to look for Desire as well. I don't think that the Mjolnir procs will take him down. So at the end of the day, it's a 2 for 3 or 2 for 1 trade, as they did manage to snipe the Tusk.
Tell how big damage problems they're gonna have. Like into this Crimson, they're simply not doing anything. They got Soxa here, but then what? That's like your double BKB 9-second reveal, right?
Oh yeah.
You're gonna need so many more items.
More.
You need way more. But the problem is, like, even if the PA gets bigger, that doesn't mean, like, the Slaughter and the Primal, they're not gonna be able to keep the same pace in terms of farming. They're gonna have to fight their way there. And if you're off sync like that, it's gonna be tough for Rebels.
Is it possible for TA or for PA? I'm so used to it. I'm sorry, Smiley Knight. To solo this game. I mean, you get a nullifier and the Crimson Guard goes away. You probably have to end up killing the Tusk first because he's a snowball save, and then after that, maybe you have a chance. I don't know if they're able to enable this PA game like they did the TA games.
Yeah, it's just gonna take way more time. Yeah, as you see, the major difference is they don't have any sort of momentum here, and they're also running a Chen lineup, right? And I feel like they would have had to get way more done for. Generally, I don't think carries just solo carry games like they used to, but
that's true.
I mean, this is not a bad PA game. It just he needs more help from his team, and he needs more items on himself as well.
Yeah. I think this is the first time we have seen Mobe shut down like this today. It seems like it's really hard for him to do anything on the map. He's trying to split farm, but as you said, like, Sardar isn't necessarily a farmer. He does want to get these fights going. He wants to corrosive haze someone so his PA can crit. It's just not happening.
Yeah, and he goes a little bit back to the laning phase. He wasn't able to be very successful, and it.
Oh, Soxa. They really want this. Gonna get necked on the snowball first. The team is coming down. I don't know if they're gonna be allowed to do this. A huge back wall. Starting to fight beautifully here for Tundra. Can they finish it? Gonna be a pulverize connecting with the ice blast. Look at it go. Zibe will surely fall. Crystallis is a ward on the high ground, and he is belting out the damage. They'll lose 2 immediately. One of them being that core on the Primal Beast, and Tundra, they're very happy with this.
They couldn't even kill Slackstar with the Crimson just on top of him. That's hilarious, actually.
So much mitigation.
I wanted to mention as well, you know, you consider the fact that they put Chen on the top lane, right? It didn't really transition into anything. Oh, no big trouble there. No big deal.
Yeah, Blink already used. A nice force staff, 33 trying to connect, and once again, Desire. I feel like his shackles have been on point.
Yeah, for sure. So the fact that Avalus actually put a Chen in the top lane, right? Means, and it didn't really yield any sort of, like, didn't create a good scenario for Steve, but didn't really shut down Chrysalis or anything. But it kind of took away the avenue for Desire to rotate mid and eventually, like, potentially leverage this Slaughter versus Kunkka matchup. And
No, not Move again. Thank God, somebody protect him. Override's coming down, but it means that Zebe just takes a huge amount of damage. The Blade Mail not even getting the kill on Soxy, who is snowball saved through most of it. Now Desire just instantly eats so much damage.
Yeah, it's tough. Tundra can do whatever they want, literally, like, just take any part of the map they want, take any objective they want at this point, and Mobe is still pretty far from his BKB here, and even if he gets it, I'm not sure it's gonna make a huge difference, honestly.
Yeah, no, this is so hard. I mean, both the Slardar and Mobe, like, really struggling in a way that I didn't expect in this one. If the way back is through fighting, is there any item that really allows Avalus to take a good conceded fight versus Tundra without an Aegis?
It's hard. They're gonna need way more damage, right? And they're gonna need... They can on SNY on PA now, but yeah, I guess it's a nullifier then. It would have to be, right?
I think so. I think this Crimson is too much. You have to find a way to dispel it, and here comes... I mean, that is on a ward if he stepped forward. You saw this, but it looks like he didn't.
Something at least.
It is, but the Ghost Scepters also, maybe item of the day, have been doing really well. Looks like they'll finally run through and get the kill on the AA, trading away for Desire. He's a pretty big part of this team's fight anyways. They'll catch out Zibe, trying to heal up to this one. Pulverize will do some work, but not enough to get the kill. Soxa once again living somehow after starting this fight.
Yeah, just as something good happens for Avalus, something even worse happens. And, yeah, I mean, at least Mindlight is still farming. He's gonna need to carry some heavy load in this one, that's for sure.
It is. Yeah, that's some broad shoulders.
Yeah.
So good. I love going for the Hex. I think that this is an item that's still very good on Nature's Prophets. I think he saw it a lot more before he went to Universal Hero. Now it is still good, man. Hex just selects a hero for death in this game.
Yeah, for sure. It's really good.
So they will get the
Aegis
Roche
as well.
on here.
Yeah,
Oh.
second Roche for Tundra.
This is a hard one. I mean, trying to send the army around to try to, like, get some towers. I get it. That's probably, like, the only thing you can do on Chen right now, but it's hard versus a Chen or versus a Nature's Prophet who's constantly able to play on the map and just respond to where all this push is happening at. Foxa? They have the damage for this guy. They have the damage initially. Can they live now is the question. Crystal's coming in, just picking himself up a double. It makes it look easy on the Nature's Prophet, and that's a triple for them. Trading away Soxa, he'll take that.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see, it's so hard for Avalus. Like, they're kind of playing a snowball strat, but they are not snowballing whatsoever. And yeah, this is just brutal. Just get stuck in everything. And what can you do? There's so much team fight on Tundra, and they also itemize really beautifully.
They have. They have. But now it is Avalus's turn to stare defeat in the face and get some miraculous team fight at 40 minutes, turn this game around, and still maybe lose 70 minutes in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, Nullifier actually not that far off now, so...
That's the one. You think he's going to get it before 40 minutes?
Before 40?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's about to have it soon, right? Like...
Oh! They're going to have a miraculous fight at 30 minutes.
Let's go.
It's a very big item. I mean, genuinely, they've been having so much problems with the Crimson Guard. This changes everything.
Yeah, it does, but the question is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I mean, the PA will be eating good, but the rest of the team is still trying to figure out how to play the rest of this.
Yeah.
Ugh.
There's also a Glimmer on 33. There's the Rum buff you have to deal with.
There's so much. I mean, there's not enough BKB time, I don't think, for the PA.
AC on Kunkka as well, almost hard finishes.
Oh, God. I mean, how strong is PA? Is she stronger than a Nature's Prophet? Top farm in the game. Zibe, he's about to find out how strong Nature's is. I don't think he even got to press Blade Mail. He's just gone. 50 seconds and no buyback as he watches his top racks get pulverized.
God damn. I mean, 40 seconds, there's no way you're attempting this without Zibe, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. I mean, PA's
Oh,
trying to get
Saksa's
her
setting up
item.
as well.
Saksa is actually trying to get something started on the other side of the map. Maybe trying to hold her in. Christos, he's the one who finds her. And smiling out, he just bought out for a rapier.
Oh no.
No! Oh, it's a disaster. Oh no, it's a disaster. I mean, he's trying to turn around on this one. Oh! He gets no.
That would have been
It's a disaster.
It's wow. What was like a 13k goal lead is now a 28k goal lead.
Oh, all right. Well, that's why you lock the items until you get back to base and are ready to use them. All right.
Yeah.
You don't put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot.
Yeah. Lock your items and lock your doors.
Lock your doors. Crystallis will find you.
Exactly. Wow. 1 minute.
Well,
that rapier profits.
Jesus Christ!
I think he wasn't
does so
jacked
much
before.
damage. He's looking pretty strong right now. You wouldn't say that shit to Crystallis at LAN. He's jacked.
Wow. He's not even gonna respawn on Smile Knight before they get to Megas.
He might not know. Yeah, it's GG. That was... Oh, that's so sad. I mean, I guess part of it you can write it off. Look, like things just did not go our way. So I can understand how they may not need to be too hung up about this game, but at the same time, you let go the Nature's Prophet on first pick, and you responded with Chen, and that looks just underwhelming.
It looked completely underwhelming for sure, and other things too. The Slardar looked underwhelming into the Kunkka, and in the end, they tried to make a snowball lineup happen. They didn't snowball whatsoever. It wasn't even close. Let's be honest. Like, it's just a similar case of game one, really. Like where you try some strategy, it doesn't really work out the way you want it to. It seems like, and then this game was just Tundra had a way faster strategy. There's a Nature's Prophet. You can push towers really fast. 33 Darkser as well, itemizing perfectly, and you know, for Tundra, no complaints. I think for Avalos, it's like you got to redo the strats. Maybe it works in scrims. Maybe you mis-executed. It's hard to say. There wasn't any clear problems, right? Like
there was just so many like small things that really started to add up.
Yeah, like smaller engagement and stuff, sure, but then also the lanes, they didn't really. Didn't seem like there was any gotcha with giving away the prophet. Hey, we got Chen. Like,
right?
Get wrecked, you know. Like there wasn't any of that, and the same with the Slardar, and then you're also putting the Sire on the 5 position, which is like, okay, now he's not doing any of the roaming, and then you know.
Yeah, I think this was just like a lot of cooking that didn't work out, which again is why I think that this team could probably look at this and be like, we're just not going to do this again. You can totally go into tomorrow. You guys beat Tundra, split the 1-1 series, split the 1-1 versus Heroic. You're sitting 2-2 at the end of day one. A lot of teams would still be happy to have that, especially again, taking it versus Tundra. So I think Avalos is a team. They don't have a ton that they need to worry about. Just, Jesus, don't do this again. Whereas Tundra, they're coming out of the last game of the day. They get a dominant victory with heroes that I wouldn't say that this is normally available. You know, I don't think they're going to get the Nature's Prophet again, but so many target bans hit them. They still have to feel really good about this and maybe carry some momentum into game 2. I'd hate to be their first victim of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tundra, it's quite a difference, right, between game 1 and 2 for them, the level of performance, and I think a lot of it comes down to strategy. So it was maybe a bit like cocky or overzealous in game 1, and I think they've shown here that they, you know, there's no slumping or anything like that. They're just just one poor game, then that's it.
True. Good games and bad games. It happens to everybody. And everybody here, thank you so much for watching us all. If you like the cast, I'm Math Magician, and that's Handskin. If you didn't like it, I'm Cap, and that's SVG. We'll see you tomorrow.
Mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma